does BlizzCon mean to me? BlizzCon means competition.
Here comes the incarnation. 5 more seconds. He needs 5 more seconds. They're going soon, Drew.
BlizzCon means passion.
To get the kill, Cloud9 takes game 1.
BlizzCon means celebration.
BlizzCon means glory.
BlizzCon means community.
BlizzCon means lifelong bonds.
BlizzCon means immersion.
Game-changing.
Charge.
Electrifying.
Rivalry.
Connection.
Massive.
Legend.
Dreams. Honor.
Spirit.
Hype.
BlizzCon means home.
You can hear it in the wind. An echo. A whisper. A calling home.
It welcomes us. Not as wanderers, but as its kin. In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
A refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another. You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities. A place to unite. To imagine.
To belong.
Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is Championship Sunday of the third and final season of The War Within. It has been an exciting season, and it's going to be an exciting close to The War Within as well. We've got 4 teams from North America and from Europe, and they are going to be competing today to crown the champion of AWC from both regions, and I could not be more excited. Hello, everyone. My name is Aya, and I'm here with D-Machine, Ben, Zika. We will be joined by Super Tees and Azale just a little bit later, but we have got a lot to discuss at D-Machine. But first, I want to hear your take on kind of the entire season as a whole. Has it lived up to your expectations?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to both regions, they have these two titan rivalries going on. That's really what it's been keeping my attention this entire time. I've been just keeping an eye on Streamer Zone versus Echo, as well in the North American region. We have Gators back versus Welcome to the Jungle. Gators back, one of those teams that we just see on paper and just expect big things, but Welcome to the Jung, they're one of those teams that are just so consistent. They just seem like absolute juggernauts, ludicrous amounts of compositions at incredibly high levels. On the other side of things, we have the Legends Echo that continue their reign. But the question is, can Streamer Zone actually go and take it back through the lower bracket and challenge them yet again? That has been nothing but fulfilling my expectations so far.
Cannot agree more, D-Machine. There's so many questions in the air that we will have answers to by the end of today. So the wait will be ending shortly. But let's talk about what is on the line for these players as well. Besides, the pride and the glory of winning AWC, there's also $200,000 worth of prize pool up for grabs. $50,000 for first place, $25K for second, $15K for third, and $10th for fourth place. So no matter what, these players are going to be walking away with a little bit of that prize pool. But not only that, also some medals as well. They're very fancy looking, very, very cool. Ooh, yes, we've seen that in the game a lot before, D-Machine, right? This shape.
These are ethereal support structures for portals and all sorts of cool stuff. We should be seeing these as well going into the next expansion.
Very cool. Yeah. Very nicely done. But, not only that, they've got to be keeping that in the back of their mind as they're competing Zico. But do you feel like, given the context of what's going on this weekend, what sort of pressure do you feel like these players are feeling Zico?
I mean, this is the highest stakes tournament, right? There's the most amount of prize money. This is the biggest prestige as a player as well, right? You want to be the best in your region. So these players, they're playing for the glory of being the best. They're playing for the prize money, which is increasing for each series that you play. You know, there's a big difference finishing in 4th versus finishing in 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. So each one of these series also has prize money on the line, which also increases the pressure. And then, of course, everyone is watching. I am just happy not being in their shoes right now because they're definitely sweating.
Yeah, we get to just watch. It's so much more fun, at least from my perspective. But, it's been 2 months worth of fierce competition. We've seen these teams rise and fall together, and it's been so incredible to watch. But, Venruki, in your mind, how important is stamina? What should these players be focusing on today?
Yeah, it's really difficult, right? So I think going into this weekend, the teams, they are practiced, they're prepared, they know what compositions they want to run. More than likely, they know what their opponents are going to be running as well. I think after a day like yesterday, especially if you lost, going into today, it's all about your mental attitude. And I feel like I say it sometimes, the power of teamwork and friendship. We can take a look at some of the tweets here from the players and get a little bit of that difference. So Raikou, they're feeling good. They won 2 series, very close calls. Saying, oh my God, my heart, the series. So happy we won. It was a big series to win. GG's to DOBOB and, Streamer Zone Esports, insane teams. And they were close. And you have Streamer Zone, Big Mix, saying, such a close series. Tomorrow we're going to blast and go for that #1. He's feeling confident. They're feeling good from their series. And then you have Under Pressure and Direwolves. A little bit of a different story. Lone Star saying, GG's, we suck. We should have won. No. We go again tomorrow. Which isn't honestly the worst, because it's like, at least he's feeling confident for today. And then CD says, complete throw by us, GG. And I know after talking with... Yeah, I know after talking with CD as well, like, he really feels like their team can beat everyone, including Welcome to the Jung. So I think today, more than anything, it's just about keeping that positive attitude on your team. Really just focus, on having that positivity, because that's what's going to allow you to perform your best. And if you do perform your best, you have a shot at winning this thing.
100%. That's the cool thing about AWC, is really anybody can beat anyone, as we've seen, and we may see today. Time will tell. But before we get into talking about the competition, do you want to do a little side quest and talk about BlizzCon real quick? As you guys know, BlizzCon is returning in 2026. I could not be more excited. I'm sure the audience could not be more excited. And we can take a look at kind of what all is going on in BlizzCon. There's so much to do. Something that I learned this morning, actually, the Hearthstone Tavern is getting a little bit of a revamp. They're going to be doing it a little bit bigger and better this time around. And I always feel like that's such a cool, cozy spot. They do such a good job over there with like the scene design, the music. So if you want to go see some bard music and sit down at a nice wooden table, definitely go check that out. But all kinds of other things as well. Blizzard Arcade, dev panels, a portfolio and resume reviews. There's going to be so much to do. But not only that, D Machine, I know that you're going to be going as well. Do you have any fun memories from BlizzCon?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, countless, honestly. My very first BlizzCon was in 2014. And Yeah. I got to beat you for the first time. But yeah, my wife Hannah and I, we were lucky enough to make it to BlizzCon our very first time in 2014 due to Venruki's strat. Speaking of the power of teamwork and friendship, Venruki's community actually got us tickets, and we were able to attend our very first one way back then, and that's when we got to see the 3 amigos. That's when we actually got to hear a Zalecast in person for the second time. We heard them in New York, but they're alive, they're all alive. At that moment still gives me goosebumps, man. But yeah, now looking back at it, I'm like behind the scenes. I'm doing stuff and things, and so many memories, so much camaraderie, so many lifelong friends. I am so excited that BlizzCon is returning, and I'm so excited AWC and MDI will be there. It's kind of a dream come true for me that it's returned.
Oof,
so
yeah, shed a little bit of a tear. I'm so excited. But as you said, D Machine, the Arena World Championship and the Mythic Dungeon International Finals will be returning to BlizzCon in 2026, and that means that the next wave of passes are going to be available starting on November 18th. So if you'd like to get your hands on those, visit BlizzCon.com for more details. But a lot of exciting stuff to talk about, of course, with the competition itself. But yesterday, let's catch us up, Zico. What exactly happened yesterday for those of us that may have missed it? What went on? What were your favorite moments?
I mean, yesterday in EU, it was a day of chaos. We saw, a lot of different comps being kind of brought out, a lot of kind of different results as well. But we started off with Echo versus DOBOB having that banger RMP mirror series. And Echo ended up taking that one, but DOBOB did come out swinging, at least taking one game in that matchup. Raikou definitely, I don't know what was going on with Raikou yesterday, but he was, as you can see on the damage meter there, always topping the damage. But this was the game that DOBOB actually ended up winning. They got a kill onto Waz with a nice little swap here in this position. They got a kidney shot onto JT, and Relza following it up with the Chastise, and they just had a surprising amount of damage there, taking Waz down a little bit out of position, but Echo came striking back in the final game here, bringing it to a close 3-1, and Echo went on to secure their spot later on, all the way in the grand finals, where they are currently waiting for their opponent. But we also saw double Demon Hunter come out from Under Pressure versus Streamer Zone. Now, honestly, I was sweating a little bit here for Streamer Zone. I thought Streamer Zone was going to struggle with this based on that first game that they did lose, but they just turned up the heat, especially in this final game where Big Mex almost secured a triple kill for his team here, taking down MVQ in a matter of just a split second. You saw there the entire team almost going down, but then of course we had Echo going up against Streamer Zone here, and Echo ended up taking this one, but Streamer Zone put on a great show, bringing in Swapsy when their team's back were against the wall, and Swapsy managed to get them at least one win, but they did fall here in this game number 5. Echo definitely came out looking very clutch. Mercy on the Destruction Warlock, kind of making his debut for the tournament as well, and looking absolutely deadly. But it was a super close series, going all the way to like 40% dampening. So you can kind of tell on those tweets as well why Big Mix was kind of feeling like, okay, we're going for number 1 today, because that's the closest they've ever gotten to actually taking down Echo.
Yeah, amazing to watch, and maybe we'll see a rematch of that today. But we can take a look at the bracket and where those games kind of left us for this region. We've got 4 teams left. Nobody's been eliminated yet, but that's going to be starting shortly enough. But then looking at this bracket, any matches in particular that we should be looking out for or you're hoping to see?
I mean, there's a lot. All of these teams are phenomenal. Obviously, Echo just blew through that upper bracket, although they'd have quite a close series against Streamer Zone, and DOBOB made them sweat a little bit as well, but they're going to be in that finals, and that's kind of the position you would expect Echo to be in. In the lower bracket, you got DOBOB versus Under Pressure, and of course, Streamer Zone after that. And I think out of all of these teams, I'm personally most interested in potentially seeing Streamer Zone versus Echo again, because I feel like the story of the cups and so far this finals has been Streamer Zone just getting better and better. They had a slow start. I think they were 11-1. So Echo had beat them 11 times. Streamer Zone had actually only picked up 1 game. And you could see in the semifinals, they actually picked up 2 games. So they're getting better in that matchup. They're feeling confident. And if they did get that shot in the finals once again, if that does happen, I feel like that would be a really exciting match.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. And of course, second half of the day, we've got North America, but we'll get to that later. For now, something I want to talk about before we get into talking about this first matchup really quick. I hope you guys don't mind. I want to take a look at the predictions leaderboard for us, for here, for the casters. We've been keeping track of that, what production has, and I wonder where we are after yesterday's games. We've got Azael and Zico up at the top, and we've got Faruqi down at the bottom. What happened, Ben?
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's not really that big of a deal, because going into this weekend, I have been saying consistently, I think there's going to be a shakeup. And what I mean by that is there might be a new be a new champion. And I'm still going for that. I've been predicting with my heart over my head. I mean, if you're Zico, of course, it's easy to be predicting Echo and, welcome to the Jung. That's not hard to predict, but I'm confident. I'm confident that we are going to be seeing something crazy today. And that's why I don't mind. I'm chilling right now. I don't mind that. I got literally every prediction wrong yesterday because I feel like my heart's still telling me something's going to happen today. And look at Super T's pointing at me.
That's a really nice. It's a lovely graphic. Well, I mean, Azale yesterday did say, he said, getting everything wrong is just as impressive as getting everything right. And I think he is right here in your case, Ben. But D-Machine, you had some thoughts on the leaderboard. I think I cut you off. I'm so sorry.
No, you didn't. I'm just making weird D-Machine.
Oh, okay. I was like, what is he doing over there?
I respect the conviction, Ben. I have to say, as you guys have mentioned before, I'm a content-brained predictor myself. I usually go for whichever I think is going to make for a good story, but also I have had a chance to talk to some of these players and get their insight and also kind of gauge their level of confidence. And Lontar said something to me in an interview recently that has really resonated, and it's kind of put all of my apples kind of in his court, which was, I might not be as talented as some of these players, especially Waz. He was really gassing up Waz, but none of them will outwork me. And so he said he had some stuff prepared. He said he's even preparing for Echo, and he says that he has a composition prepared, as we saw for Streamer Zone. It didn't necessarily work out, but this desk seems to be convinced that the Double Demon Hunter could be the answer. So the question is, can they take down DOBOB? I also have one other piece of information that I forgot to mention earlier, which is I believe DOBOB is actually the team that gave Under Pressure their preparation for Echo eventually. So this team, some practice buddies right now going head to head.
Okay.
I'd be curious to see if either one of them, has something in store for their. Oh, it looks like, yeah. I mean, listen, Twitch chat. It's a safe bet. Not all of us can be as bold and as cool as Venruki and I, but it should get you some points.
That is interesting. Love that bit of information, D-Machine. They're opponents, not rivals. But we've got DOBOB versus Under Pressure. Those are the first two teams that we've got here. Looks like 93% in favor of DOBOB versus Under Pressure, which frankly to me, Zico, kind of surprises me considering Under Pressure's performance yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like DOBOB has gained more hearts and fans throughout the last season and this season. Under Pressure, I feel like they still have something to prove. They haven't proven themselves the same way DOBOB has. DOBOB has taken down Echo. DOBOB has had consistent placings. Like, yes, they came from the gauntlet, and they kind of had a kind of flaky end to the Cup season. But I think everybody knows what this team is made of. They already took a game of Echo as well with the RMP mirror. So I think it's not that surprising to me that people are leaning more in favor of DOBOB.
All right. Well, given that, what is your prediction for this series, Zico?
Oh, I just submit it because I was a little bit busy during the break. I was not told that we were being a little bit more fancy, so I have to quickly get my jacket on, But yeah, I'm
very fancy now.
I'm working on it. It's a tough desk.
It looks good. I think it looks nice. It's a nice. You put a good fit together. We all look great, guys. Really.
Yeah.
Anyways, what's your prediction?
I'm going 3-1 in favor of DOBOB. So I think for the reasons that I mentioned, DOBOB, I think their RMP is looking really, really strong. I think Under Pressure hasn't shown, at least to me, that they have like a really solid answer for that. So yeah, I'm going in favor of DOBOB.
All right, Ven, what about you?
Do D-Machine first.
Okay, D-Machine.
Wait,
all right. Hey, you heard the man, D-Machine. Let's hear your prediction.
Listen, they told me they got reps in with DOBOB. Lontar is giving me all this stuff about how hard he's working. I'm a sucker for an anime protagonist. I voted for Under Pressure.
Wow.
Love it. Okay. All right, Ben, what about you?
And that's the thing. Like, do I go with the safe prediction like Zico? Do I go with the awesome prediction like D-Machine?
Here we go again.
And Venruki's prediction this time is actually going to be with Under Pressure. DOBOB is a team that you love to cheer for. They got the playmaker Tessia, but I feel like Under Pressure, they're very prepared for this. I've been getting some intel from some of their players that they're feeling extremely confident. So I'm going with them, 3-1.
Okay. I am I am 2 to 3 in favor of Under Pressure. I feel like DOBOB is kind of in my.
Let's go.
And I'm surprised as well. I feel like DOBOB has been my favorite team since last season. They've just been so fun to watch. But I don't know. I just feel it's just something in me. It feels like Under Pressure is going to be able to win this one. But we'll see. 67% for DOBOB. And we've got Azael 3-1 for DOBOB, as well as Supati's 3-1 for DOBOB. So I think we're like almost split.
Safe picks.
Down
Respect
the
it.
middle. Interesting. All right. Well, we were kind of talking D-Machine, since you seem to know Under Pressure so well. Do you think they're going to bring out, this might be a silly question, the double Demon Hunter against DOBOB?
When it comes to that composition, I think that was specifically for Streamer Zone. When it comes to DOBOB, I think that we're going to see something that they probably prepared for Echo, right? I'm imagining they're going to put something together for the Rogue Mage. The question is, DOBOB does have some alternatives, and DOBOB has been practicing under pressure, specifically with the Rogue Mage. I just can't imagine what the mind games might be like in both of these teams' comms. I mean, both of these teams have like kind of given each other a lot of practice reps, but we will see flappers coming out on the Feral Druid as opposed to the Rogue for DOBOB, and then fused in an MVQ with the Demon Hunter DK composition. We've seen a lot of success with this. Game number 1 is underway.
Ooh, Tessia playing very aggressive, getting an early Dragon's Breath. Unfortunately, not able to find the sheep, and will be under fire. Could be a very difficult matchup to play as the Arcane Mage. Lots of interrupts with MVQ and Fuston. We'll have to see what he can get done. Relza right now is playing that Void Weaver, also trading out a Pain Suppression early on in the match and keeping Tessia alive. And he's going to be able to add in a lot of extra damage, especially if Fuston... Fuston getting low there. If Fuston and MVQ are only focused on shutting down Tessia, Relza can have a field day on that Void Weaver just getting out damage.
Oh, that's a good call. It is a Void Weaver, and that's really important. We have seen DHDK swap to Void Weavers in order to kind of like pressure them and prevent that momentum. However, with Flappers and Thessia, free casting Cyclones, Thessia, you don't want to give that guy breathing room. This mage makes magic happen, no pun intended. And you could see this double cleave team knows exactly that. They are putting the pressure onto this mage. Thessia kind of lives under pressure, though. Double stun into the silence onto Relza. Thessia doing a great job kiting, and actually it's MVQ is the one who's on the back foot. He gets gripped defensively by Lontar away from Flappers' his maim right there, and it seems like DOBOB so far is doing a good job with the onslaught of this cleave team from under pressure.
Yeah, so far so good. Fuston getting absolutely blasted. His polymorphs go out onto Lontar. Tessia is doing a great job actually landing crowd control in this matchup. Lontar's there looking for a Fury, fakes out the Shadow Word Death and manages to find it onto Relza, but it is just Fuston who's on the back foot. Finally some pressure landing here onto Tessia and Flappers, but Relza gets out the Mind Blast, and it will be able to put out some serious healing to keep Tessia alive. This is the Arcane Surge, a ton of damage. That Phoenix is just destroying Fuston, but somehow Lontar is managing to keep him alive, but caught into a full polymorph. The heals are just not there. Fuston's health is looking like a yo-yo, going to 10% health, going to full. Now it's Tessia under fire here, David.
Looks like it. A nice double stun. Thessia is taking huge pressure, and that will be the first ice block of the game. That is huge for under pressure. I mean, look at the mana difference between these priests. But Incarnation from Flappers, he wants to get aggressive, but full clone lands. Fuston with no AMS available to them. Well, it looks like Lontar is okay to sit through it, but he's going to have to will out of that follow-up fear. The Incarnation is still going through, and that's going to be the darkness? No, I'm sorry. That's just some Void Weaver effects going on. I thought that was darkness. Fuston still taking a huge amount of pressure. He has that AMS back available to it, but he might need to just use it. He's just going to pop it. Apotheosis as well is going to be used from Lontar just to get him some throughput, to get him his DK back up, and under pressure, they are feeling it right now. If they can keep this momentum alive, maybe they could take Thessia down. He doesn't have that ice block available to him. Quick stun goes on the Relza into a follow-up Chastise. What else do they have available to them? Thessia looking for the defensive ring. He does land it. Whoa, it actually gets reversed onto Thessia. He can't move. MBQ going to reconnect. A double Dragon's Breath to peel him up. MBQ in a Cyclone as well? Nope, I'm sorry. Fuston now into a Cyclone. Flapper's doing a good job peeling for his mage, but is it going to be enough? Relza already has the life swap.
Oh, Tessia is still just dead. This is unreal damage from MVQ, and under pressure, can they do it? He holds on by a thread. The overpowered barrier coming in at 10% health, but Tessia is so low on health. Relza gets stunned up, and Tessia will fall under pressure. Take game number 1 with their DKDH. A few close moments, but honestly, this was looking good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lontar's mana is hurting, but man, that seemed like very in control for Under Pressure. It seemed like it was more so just trading out of respect for possible goes from DOBOB, as opposed to, you know, looking to bring this game into a late game. They knew their win condition, they knew their advantages, and it showed. What do you think about the Feral coming out for DOBOB? I was really surprised not to see the Rogue, but obviously Under Pressure, they've been preparing for the Rogue Mage. This is what they have been focusing on this entire time, including with the Void Weaver. So a Feral Druid adaptation from DOBOB, I don't know if I like it. I mean, Flappers, phenomenal. He got so many Cyclones. The Incarnation also was very, very threatening. The pressure seemed good, but it just didn't seem like they ever were able to get grasp of control of the game.
Yeah, I feel like the nice thing. So I want to say the reasoning behind the Feral Druid. There's two things. Number one, should be doing more damage than like an Outlaw Rogue, for example. Maybe not an Assassination Rogue, but you're going to be doing more damage to something like a Death Knight with all of that bleed pressure. In addition to that, it creates another person that can cast. So you want to kind of overwhelm Under Pressure with casted spells. That way they can't shut down everybody, right? Like if Flappers is on a Rogue, all of a sudden they don't have to worry about Cyclone. That's more interrupts on Tessia, making it more difficult for him to do damage. Or even just more interrupts that they could put on Relza. So I think the idea for DOBOB is just have 3 people that can kind of get control of the game. Relza with a bunch of damage and healing on the Void Weaver. Tessia, if he can actually cast on the Arcane Mage, he'll do devastating amounts of damage. And then Flappers to kind of mix things up, land the Cyclones, and almost act as like a distraction in the match so the other 2 can be enabled more.
That makes total sense, and I could definitely imagine that those Cyclones eating those interrupts would also make that Void Weaver's life just that much better to catch that momentum. But man, no momentum caught here in game number 1 as Fusion and MBQ just kind of ran down the Mage. And you know, you don't see that very often, especially in Arcane Mage, and especially not Tessia. So a solid game number 1 for this team. The question is, can DOBOB figure out an answer to Under Pressure? Is their practice basically backfiring on them at this point?
Yeah, that's the Unholy Death Knight especially is just super good into mages right now, especially when you pair it with like a high mobility class like the Demon Hunter. You're going to have constant snares on them, which is really nice with the range change of ice. You can actually just do a lot of damage as well with things like Clawing Shadows. So you can see Fusing getting Clawing Shadows out. That's all range damage. Death Coil is all range damage. So you can do a lot to a mage with this composition. And another thing that's really nice too for Lontar playing the Holy Priest. If you're a solo shuffle player, you kind of know how annoying it is as a Discipline Priest to fight a Holy Priest, because you both have fear, right? Like you want to be fearing each other, but only one has a ranged stun, and that's the Holy Priest. So the Holy Priest could just run on top of you, range stun you, and then fear you. And unfortunately, for the side of DOBOB, they don't have that luxury. So in a matchup like this, you'd actually rather be the Holy Priest. I think this composition to me makes a lot of sense. I do wonder why the blind pick is taking so long. Like, I would expect Under Pressure to just lock it in immediately. Maybe there's talking strategy, but same composition for Empyrean Domain.
Yeah, maybe they're doing that strat where if you lose, you make them sit in their loss. I know that tilts the heck out of me. That would definitely work on me. And that's a strategy.
That's a strategy I used to love doing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, DOBOB. Are they going to go with Brunhilde's Rogue? Or are they going to go back with Flappers' Feral? That's really what I'm focusing on right now. That's my assumption.
I'd rather see Fire Mage, honestly.
Ooh.
Like, after watching like Calvish fight against some of these cleaves, like I feel like Fire Mage just does more damage than Arcane. Like I'm trying to understand the advantage of being the Arcane
as
Mage.
Much.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to cast at all. You literally just don't cast. I mean, if you fake out like a Poly or something like that, you can go for your Shifting Power, but to do damage as a Fire Mage, you literally just spam out all instants. So you can't be shut down. It could be overwhelming pressure. I feel like I'd rather see DOBOB play Fire in this one. Maybe there's like some argument you could make that Arcane is a little bit more durable. Their Overpowered Barrier, like if you can blink with Overpowered Barrier, you become, theoretically invisible and immune to damage. So maybe that's what they're going for, but I don't know.
Didn't look like that was like a late game. Just didn't seem feasible. It just seemed like Under Pressure just could connect. And when you're connecting to an Arcane Mage, it goes back to my favorite saying, Vin, my absolute favorite saying: the best defense is a good offense. Give me that offensive pressure from a fire mage, and then all of a sudden, like, I think the best times, yeah, make him scared. Make him scared. There was a couple times Fuston dipped down pretty low, but he was always so confident in Lontar's ability to keep him aggressive that it just didn't seem to matter. He just traded that AMS on that short cooldown, and they just kept pressing W.
Love it.
All right. An Arcane Mage and a Rogue. Lots of changes up. I like this. I think this is the correct play. I wanted to see the Rogue over the Feral. Don't get me wrong, the casting of the Feral seemed really potent, but man, we've seen Brunhilde make magic happen. This is their bread and butter. Relza on the Priest, Brunhilde on the Rogue, and Thessia on the Mage. A Fire Mage at that, to your point. This looks like more control.
Yeah, if you had an opportunity to watch the games from yesterday with Gators back, there's a lot of moments in the game where it seemed really scary for Calvish to be the Fire Mage. You know, like he's under pressure against these Unholy Death Knights, even Hunters. But he also, when he used Combust, just was one-shotting people. You know, like you can just kill through cooldown. So I like that as the Fire Mage. Tessia is obviously incredibly, we call him kind of a playmaker. And I feel like Arcane, obviously he's a good Arcane Mage, but I don't think it plays to Tessia's strengths, which is actually going and fishing for crowd control the entire game, right? Like having one effective school of magic with Arcane, you know, for landing polymorphs and doing your damage, is just not nearly as annoying as when he's playing Frost or Fire and can weave in, you know, polymorphs with his fire damage or polymorphs with this frost damage. I think it just enables him more. So I believe, but we can take a look here at Fuston's build on the Unholy Death Knight. A little bit of mastery and haste, lots of versatility to be durable, kind of like a standard build here, I would say. Playing that Clawing Shadows for range damage, replacing the Scourge Strike. One of the things that makes Unholy Death Knights good at targeting mages.
I'm learning so much. Death Knight is definitely one of those that eludes me. Rider's Champion. Yeah. My Ret Paladin
they reworked it a little bit. It's not as bad as it used to be, I'll tell you that. So it's actually quite fun to play, and it's really strong right now. So definitely give it a shot.
In the hands of Fuston, it definitely looks enticing. That's my problem with these tournaments. All these players are so good that whenever I watch these tournaments, I'm like, I gotta log in and make one of those. I gotta go make an Outlaw Rogue, and then I'm like 0-6 in my third shuffle, and I'm like, I guess I'm not Brunhilde, Not yet, anyway. I can believe for sure. All right, Empyrean Domain is the second map of the series. This is the lower bracket, by the way, so teams are fighting for their tournament lives here to move on in this final tournament of the War Within. A lot of prestige, a lot of money on the line, and most importantly, that spot moving forward into the finals, into the semifinals. But here we go, Thessia continuing to be the main kill target for this DH Demon Hunter, or DK Demon Hunter composition, regardless of being on that fire. This is Combustion, this is Adrenaline Rush, this is Disarm, and Fusion's going to sit in this AMZ. He is going to respect that damage.
He was just, he was in the anti-magic shell, or zone, sorry. He's in anti-magic zone, and Lontar is just in the Spirit of the Redeemer. He was still just dying, so that's the power of that Fire Mage when Combustion is up. But when Combustion is not up, you're not going to be doing a lot. So this is the part of the game where Tessia, maybe he goes for some polymorphs if he can find it, but the damage really isn't going to be that threatening. He has Relza in the backline, of course, on that Void Weaver. And if you are not being shut down on the Void Weaver, you can do a lot of damage, a lot of healing, and you have really good longevity with your mana. However, you can fall behind on healing, and that's kind of what's happening. Tessia's getting low on health, a little bit too low for comfort, but resetting that Combustion, that's going to be up in about 13 seconds, and that is when DOBOB can get really aggressive.
All right, set up onto MBQ. The triple cheap shots coming out, locking him down, doing lots of pressure. He's going to catch an AMS from his buddy Fuston and stabilize for now. Lontar still rotating through his short defensive cooldowns, but a full stun lands onto Relza. If they can connect, and Brunhilde knows that, he's going to gouge him up. Huge fear onto Brunhilde to stop, and they are going to reconnect finally onto Thessia. And look at Relza. He's in Narnia. He's got to get back and heal his mage up ASAP. Fuston and MBQ, though, constantly getting peeled by this rogue, constantly getting peeled by the priest, and Thessia is doing a good job getting backed up, but this is the Combustion, this is the smoke bomb, huge damage going to be left out. Lontar also going to press that fade to avoid the follow-up CC from Brunhilde, but Fuston in a disarm, he can't heal right now, huge damage, the blind will be trinketed, and that will be the Guardian Spear, another few important buttons forced out from under pressure.
Nice fear. Oh, Tessia's low goes into ice block. Wow. Relza had to trade out his will or his trinket as well. I'm not sure what broke that. He might have used the Shadow of Death on the Fear, but Lone Tar making a push, and they do end up getting the ice block out of the way. Tessia, maybe he could have greeted it and just gone with the Cauterize, but opted to go for the safe play and not overlap them. He's still low on health. Might just die. I can't believe the pressure here from Under Pressure. They're destroying Tessia, but once that combustion is up, it's going to be a different story. That is when Tessia can strike back. So that is the situation Under Pressure is really going to have to navigate here in just a few short seconds.
Look at the cross CC going on Under Pressure. Everyone was in CC there. Fusion dipping down to half, but now Lone Tar's finally out of the CC chains, and Thessia's got to be the one in trouble. He's got no ice block. He still has that Cauterize. Pain Suppression will be used, but the Chastise into full fear. This could be it for Thessia right here, right now. He's desperately trying to get away. The Disarm fades onto Fused. The Cauterize still has not procced because that is the Void swap from Relza, but this is the Combustion. They need to swap the pressure out right here, right now. Lone Tar caught into that Polymorph. MVQ sees it. He drops the Darkness between catching his own fear. Fuston is going to catch some huge Apotheosis heals and stabilize, and Thessia knows he is the new win condition. He is on the run, just desperately trying to get away from this double melee, but they will connect. Thessia is just kiting expertly, but gets gripped back in. MVQ caught into a stun. Fuston caught into a stun. The triple cheap shots, the full ring. Can they kill MVQ right here, right now? The AMZ will be committed by Fuston to keep his Demon Hunter alive. Thessia, while kiting these guys, are finding opportunities to kill. The Strangulate to stop this mage, but the life grip to get him away. MVQ desperately trying to reconnect. Relza now caught into a fear. Brunhilde caught into a fear. Thessia completely alone. Does he have the buttons to get through this? The nice roots will stop the double melee from connecting for now. Thessia seems to be alive, but for how much longer? The double mass poly, huge, keeping Thessia alive. Just insane plays to keep this game out longer. Icebound Fortitude going to be committed from Fuston. Full kidney shot on the Lone Tar. Fuston's got to be careful then.
Oh, Fuston might just outright die. Lone Tar trades out the Void Shift. Here's an opportunity. Big hunt coming in from MVQ. There's going to be a lot of pressure here, but Tessia has managed to hold on to his Cauterize. He has that in his back pocket, but it's not that easy to kite a DK and a Demon Hunter. It's a race. Fuston's low. Tessia's low. Who is going to fall first? Strangulate goes out onto Relza. He immediately uses the trinket on it to just get out of that silence effect and keep Tessia alive. Beautiful triple fear coming in. Lone Tar and Fuston having great teamwork there as Brunhilde and Tessia are down to half once again. Combustion up in about 50 seconds, but I'm not sure who's going to win this. This is so back and forth. Lone Tar just struggling to keep Fuston alive, just throwing in heal after heal. He's got 0 cooldowns left. Lone Tar has run out of gas. Relza has run out of gas. I don't know who's going to win this.
Dude, in 25 seconds, Thessia has a block back too. This is huge. This is so close. But Under Pressure needs to make something happen right now, but they're getting CC'd. The Dragon's Breath lands onto Lone Tar, but nothing followed it up just yet as Thessia is getting locked down by MVQ. Relza just lighting up MVQ in the backline, just desperately trying to get the throughput that he needs. But Thessia, huge chunk of damage. 4 seconds on Ice Block. Relza, if you can keep him alive a little bit longer, but Combust is ready. Lone Tar has nothing. He has no trinket. He has no Guardian Spear. He's got no life swap. There's the stuns by Brunhilde. The setup is here. Huge combustion damage. AMS and Icebound Fortitude will be committed. Brunhilde still trying to push in through the blind. Lone Tar now caught into a gouge to follow it up. Fuston, how are you alive? The disarm lands on him. Fuston can't do a whole lot of heals through it, but Fuston survives. The Guardian Spirit comes off a cooldown, and Under Pressure are still in this.
That was the best position Lightwell in the universe, just topping off Fuston while he's behind the pillar. Line of sighting Tessia. Now is Tessia on the back foot. He is getting absolutely destroyed. One pain suppression is available here for Relza. He goes for a fear. It's back and forth once again. I feel like if Tessia can get to another combustion, they can close it out. Stuns on Fuston. He's low on health. That's going to be the smoke bomb, but I think Fuston should be able to hold on. He has his Unholy Frenzy up right now, looking to get super aggressive here onto Relza. They might actually just go for a healer all in, realizing that Tessia has the ice block left. A bit of a strategy change. They have some time, but the more they're not on Tessia, the more he can just reset that combustion. And this is going to be really scary, but I don't know how Relza's going to stay alive. He does have a pain suppression. Might need to trade it before it's too late. He's so low on health. He is really greeting it here. Fuston and MVQ are just all over him. Pain suppression trades, but it might be too little too late. Fuston, no! Gets disarmed. He's going to die to the combust. Anti-magic zone comes down. He gets knocked out of it. Beautiful play. Relza could fall. Fuston could fall. It could be a cross kill here, but it looks like it will be. Fuston that falls first. No, I don't know. Is he going to be able to hold on? Death Strike after Death Strike. Lontar goes into the Spirit of the
Oh my
Redeemer.
gosh.
He's going to keep him alive. I can't believe Houston's alive. And now Under Pressure needs to try to get some damage out to get back in this game.
Kidney shot on the Fused, and the onslaught is not done just yet, but Lontar, he is tapped. All he has is a trinket and apotheosis, and there's the apotheosis. Brunhilde now taking a huge amount of pressure. He's got a line of sight for now. And at this part, this much dampening, look at Relza's mana. Under Pressure might have just done it. Under Pressure might have survived the onslaught and got to their win condition, but they got to be careful. The full disarm on Diffused, he's out of line of sight from Lontar right now. Thessia caught into that
Unholy
ice
Frenzy
block defensively. This is it. It's make or break for both these teams right here, right now. The cheap shot lands on the Lontar. Houston desperately just trying to line of sight. AMS gets chewed through so quickly. A nice double disorient to slow down the DPS from DOBOB, but they're so healthy. Relza somehow is keeping his team completely aggressive with no mana available, and in just a few short seconds, he will have that health swap available to them. But Houston, on the other hand, has nothing. MBQ has nothing. Lontar has nothing. Can he make another miracle happen?
I can't believe it. MVQ on the run once again. And now it's Houston's turn to soak up some of the damage. Brunhilde's going to be low. Big kidney shot comes in, but I think MVQ could fall. Anti-magic shell from Houston backing up his Demon Hunter, but it's too much damage. MVQ gets sniped. This is an insane game. This is the closest game. One of the best games we've seen all weekend. I don't know. Any lesser RMP is just going to get destroyed by Under Pressure in this situation, but Tessia just refuses to die, and they're going to keep playing it out. Lontar and Houston, realizing they're completely tapped on mana. I think it's unlikely that they do win, but don't want to give up in this situation. There's a lot on the line. I think that's going to be it, though. Relza in the back line just throwing in damage. Tessia as well, and Houston will inevitably go down, but what a game.
Holy moly. You can definitely tell that there is some practice between these two teams. DOBOB running the Rogue Mage. Obviously, you know, they didn't want to play the exact composition that they probably were playing in scrimmages, but I am so glad they do, because the level of play that we are witnessing right here in the final day of the War Within tournament has been nothing but excellent. It was incredible play. Thessia, I mean, I'm starting to understand a little bit more thoroughly why every other mage in the world gushes about this guy. This dude should have died 40 times in my mind. Like, it was like, how many times did he have like 10% life, no block available to them, and he's just living through like pain suppression at 30% dampening? Just unreal. The blinks, the shimmers back. It's just look at him juke him. Fusion's like turned around. He's like, oh crap, where'd he go? I feel that. I feel that as a melee player.
Tessia is insane, but as every good mage and every good rogue knows, the mage is only as good as your rogue. So, I mean, we got to give a lot of props to Brunhilde too, landing really clutch kidney shots, dismantles, cheap shots. Relza doing an incredible job. It's just, it's a team effort in this situation. But I really like seeing Tessia on the Fire Mage.
Oh my gosh.
It's very similar to what we saw with Calvish yesterday, right? Like, as that Fire Mage, Combustion is just such like an X factor that you can just turn the game around. And even though I think MVQ and Houston did a good job, I was looking at it and like, you actually have a solid amount of answers, right? Like the 2-minute anti-magic zone and darkness. You can always kind of trade a big cooldown for the combustion, but there's moments in the game where Tessia's blast waving out of that safety, you know, and then all of a sudden the game gets crazier again. It's just,
oh my gosh.
That's
a good point. Yeah, that AMZ was a saving grace quite a few times, and the adaptation from DOBOB is exactly why DOBOB has the reputation that they do have. And, you know, I said it before, I guess I got to say it again, even though I'm contradicting my own prediction. You can't count DOBOB out. You can never count Thessia out. I mean, or Flappers for that matter. We saw Flappers and Relza go all the way from, like, the team that no one thought anything of to getting like first place at a LAN. You know what I mean? Like, these guys have been around the block. They've been capable of being consistent in the past, and now in the very final opportunity of the expansion, they are bringing their A game. And I'm praying we see the exact same matchup, because that was so sick. That was one of my favorite games of this entire season.
I think it's just going to be a map thing. For Under Pressure, I feel like the fact that they won on the blind pick is really important for them. Like, hook point should theoretically be way harder here for DOBOB. I think Empyrean Domain, the little tiny pillars, so much open space is really nice for them. For Under Pressure, obviously, immediately going to be hook point. And I would be very surprised if it wasn't the same matchup. And I think we can kind of expect the same matchup for the rest of the tournament, or the rest of the series at least.
I'm already thinking as well from like Echo's perspective watching this. Like, they heard that Lone Tar is preparing specifically for them, and I think we see exactly what the fruits of that labor has produced against DOBOB here. This is an incredibly tough matchup for both sides, I would say. I don't even know which composition I would edge this out. It seems so close, so closely matched.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting fight, right? Because for Under Pressure, it's all about just surviving, trying to stay on top of Tessia, hoping you can take them down with those unholy frenzies as well. I mean, it seems like it's very similar for both teams, actually. Both teams are just trying to live, get to their one-shot cooldowns, and just try to completely overwhelm. And what ends up happening when you have two teams that are this good is they're making those effective trades with their defensive cooldowns. Like, what Tessia and DOBOB are doing to survive this is not easy. Like, a lesser RMP is dead, you know, in 60 seconds, 90 seconds. And on the flip side, I mean, it's not easy for Under Pressure as well. If they overlap their defensives, you know, they mess up, you know, coordinating, you know, their zones and their darknesses, they're also going to fall really fast. So super high level play from both teams, and it's exciting to watch, like, these various setups go head to head.
Yeah, watching Brunhilde put on a clinic with his peels as well has been really interesting. And then not only that, but like kind of balancing the peels, like the stun DRs with their goes, has been awesome to see. I mean, outside of Combustion, Brunhilde is just locking down MVQ. But then when Combustion is up, you just see cheap shot, kidney shot, cheap shot on the whole team, just setting up his team and just kind of, you know, buttering him up, as people like to say, getting his opponents ready nice and still for maybe a Ring of Frost, a Polymorph, or perhaps even a Fear from Relza. All three of these players are just doing so well together. It's really nice to see. Sure, we talk about Rogue Mage all the time. I know there's a lot of salt about Rogue Mage. There's always salt about Rogue Mage dying in CC. But this team is just insane. Like, I feel like it would be like an honor to get like locked out by this team on the ladder.
You know, I always say, like, good and evil is a matter of perspective in a lot of ways, especially in WoW compositions. Right. You know, a lot of people that hate Rogue Mage, but there's equally amount that hate Demon Hunter, Death Knight. So
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and hunters, and just it just depends on what you play. You know, every warrior in the game doesn't want to play against a mage. You know, every mage in the game doesn't want to fight against a hunter. So it's this seems to be a relatively even matchup, though. Like, I do get the feeling either side can win.
I mean, this is what it's all about. This is why we're here, man. Is for matchups like this. I love it. You know, we talked a lot about like how there's different compositions that we like to see that, you know, be a little bit more balanced, that might put on a better show here and there. But, you know, looking on paper, Under Pressure just seems like a zug-zug. But, man, they're doing a lot of nuanced, cool stuff. No way.
No. I agree with you. It's not zug-zug. Like,
oh yeah. At least that would be the excuse that I would say, is that they're just zugging if I lose to them on the ladder.
MPQ plays Demon Hunter like a graceful ballerina. You'll see him flipping through the skies and, you know, extending by floating just to immune damage. Big opener here on MVQ as we go into game number 3 elimination series of the finals. There's a lot of money on the line. Opportunities to play against Streamer Zones, potentially Echo. So both these teams seem to be putting their best foot forward. And it seems like it's going to be a race on Tessia here once again.
Looks like it. Tessia on hook point, nonetheless, is going to have his work cut out for him, getting away from this double melee cleave composition from Under Pressure. But so far, so good. Wow, a Ring of Frost lands on the Lone Tar, and Fuston is in a lot of pressure. He has no AMZ available to him, but he catches the Guardian Spirit before the Smoke Bomb. Huge deal from Lone Tar. A little bit of a misplay, perhaps, from Brunhilde, but the full fear will land on the Relza. That's going to force the racial... the Forsaken racial, keeping Tessia alive for now, and it just doesn't seem like this mage has anywhere to go, this poor guy.
Yeah, this map is not big, and that's exactly why Under Pressure has selected it here. Going to give them opportunities to play on top of Relza and Tessia, making it much more awkward for them to heal. And I think that's one of the reasons why Relza's actually gone Holy. So he switched over from the Void Weaver to the Holy Priest in this matchup. Maybe give them a bit less longevity. They're going to have less damage as well. So I think a few things about the Holy Priest should be less mana efficient. So if we go to the late game, that might give Under Pressure more of an edge. But we'll likely not be able to get kind of cheese the same way and less susceptible to being all-in on the smaller map.
Yeah, Holy Ward also being picked up by the PvP talent from Relza, preventing some more CC perhaps. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on that. But this is Combustion. Esthesia is so low. A huge Serenity heal is going to keep him alive for now. But Fuston in the disarm. MBQ, both of these players are just so low. The Chastise done at no health. That's the Darkness. He gets knocked right out of it, though. Guardian Spirit going to be committed on the Fuston, but now it's not available for MBQ. MBQ holding onto that trinket very smartly. But Thesia, surely this is going to be cauterized. It is. Huge damage lands onto him. Relza's got 10 seconds until his next Guardian Spirit. No trinket available for 2 minutes, and all of a sudden Under Pressure is catching momentum here on Hook Point.
Yeah, getting that Cotter out of the way is going to not allow Tessia to feel so confident in when he uses that ice block, so might trade it out a bit more preemptive here. Houston still low on health. Tessia gets interrupted and getting absolutely destroyed. Combustion coming up in 24 seconds. What is going to be the answer? I don't know if they're really going to have much. Lone Star already into the Spirit of the Redeemer. Tessia's next Combustion could just wipe the floor with MBQ and Houston. I think they're going to have to line of sight all away if they can, because that's coming up in just a few short seconds. Let's see what they can do. Cheap shots go out. Tessia unable to find the Ring of Frost. It's going to be a gouge. Pulls the trigger on the Combustion. Big kidney shot here onto Houston, and he is just on the run. They need to line of sight. They need to get away from the Phoenix. MVQ is getting blasted. He glimpses to avoid some damage and doing a really good job at diffusing that situation. Tessia really wasn't able to capitalize on that burst moment.
The level of awareness from both these teams of like the win condition or even a momentum opportunity is just like off the charts. Not only are they like topping the meters when it comes to the DPS that these classes are capable of doing, but they are also fully aware of their every single ability on their opponents. But Houston may be overextended. He's in a full cheap shot to follow it up. Lone Tar going to fade in and get into line of sight of Houston. Houston's going to be A-okay for now. Thesia gets kicked on that ice. On that frost tree for just a quick second, and another follow-up interrupt. He's not going to get that Ring of Frost. This Demon Hunter DK is not going to let him take control of the game whatsoever. Thesia dipping down to health. Relza's mana is becoming a problem. I haven't seen him use that Holy Word a whole lot. Who needs CC when you just have the throughput of Houston and MBQ? Huge damage lands on the Thesia, and that's going to be an ice block at the same time as Guardian Spirit, Ven.
Yeah, but Houston needs to be on the run once again. Lone Tar gets chastised, but I think as long as they're all clumped up and Prayer Mending's bouncing, they should be okay. It's when one target is isolated in the open. That's where it's going to be really awkward for Lone Tar to actually heal through it. But Holy Priests are particularly good at healing through this kind of spread rot damage with Prayer Mending bouncing on everybody. So now Houston and MBQ once again are going to be making a push. But that overlap, like you mentioned, Tessia, no Ice Block, no Cauterize, no Greater Invis, not a single defensive cooldown is going to be available for him. And Relza could really struggle to keep him alive. That Void Shift really is that last line of defense.
All right, here's the setup from Brunhilde. Everyone's in a stun. Follow-up stun on the Fused, the Polymorph lands on the Fused, and Lone Tar is going to remove that Polymorph. I'm not even sure how that... Oh, I think it actually ended up getting reversed. Fused still not committing any of his defensive cooldowns here. Chastise stun from Lone Tar is going to slow up Brunhilde, and he's going to trinket out of that. Brunhilde knows that the momentum is not in his favor, and he needs to get something happening right now. Lone Tar caught into that Angel form, though, immuning any follow-up CC, getting that throughput out, and Relza's got his work cut out for him, but in 3 short seconds, guys, 3 short seconds, we have combustion, and some magic can happen for DOBOB. DOBOB, though, I really do feel like this is their game to lose here on Hook Point. All the momentum is in Under Pressure's favor. If they can pull off a miracle here, it would be a huge deal for this series.
Oh, absolutely. But Houston, he needs to hold on just a little bit longer. Chastise goes out on the Lone Tar. It is a bit of a race. Houston, Smoke Bomb. Oh, no, the Smoke Bomb. Devastating. Lone Tar finally connects the heals. They proc the Guardian Spirit, and Houston could still just die. Void Shift comes in. It is back and forth. Both these teams are now running on fumes, but Relza has managed to recover some of his cooldowns. He's got the Void Shift. He's got the Spirit, and it looks like Houston could just outright die. Darkness is cheating death or Under Pressure right now, keeping him alive. Beautifully done there by MVQ. And now Tessia, once again, needs to be very careful here, doing such an excellent job kiting around. DOBOB, though, might be able to turn this match around, win the swing match, and that would be massive for the series. Houston is in a lot of trouble. The gouge comes in. Lone Tar struggling to keep him alive, but Tessia needs to be careful in the meantime. It is back and forth between these two teams.
Lontar is just struggling to keep this DK alive, but finally Houston catches a little bit of a breather, but he's just getting lit up. The grip on the Thessia gets life gripped back there, not letting this mage into the grips of this double cleave team. And under pressure, just completely defensive on the pillar back here. Symbol of Hope from Lontar is going to get a little bit of mana back, but here's the kidney shot into the double fear. It's going to be Forsaken immediately. The cheap shot follows it up on the Lontar. This is combustion. Huge pressure. Even Holy Ward out for Relza. They can't follow it up onto him. Brunhilde's going to go ahead and disarm Houston. Huge amounts of damage. Can Lontar heal through this at 33% dampening? It looks like Houston's going to be okay, but the Spirit comes off a cooldown in the nick of time. That should be a big deal. That's a lot of throughput. It's also going to give them a lot of throughput moving forward. Thessia now has Ice Block back available to them, but Relza is tapped on mana.
I'm so afraid for Houston. The fear comes in blind. Lontar immediately trinkets it. Any more crowd control could just end it, but Houston and MVQ are continuing to make a push. They're unafraid in the face of death. Houston has 0 cooldowns. Just that anti-magic shell available. Lontar running on fumes. Mana is not looking good, but that's the only thing Under Pressure has going in their favor is a little bit of a mana lead. Tessia is incredibly low, goes into the Ice Block, still has the Cauterize, but I don't know if Relza is going to be able to recover them. I mean, this is just so back and forth. Houston gets gripped away. Beautifully done there by Lontar, but Brunhilde is on a solo mission right now. Kidney shot into Gouge, asphyxiate onto Brunhilde. Houston's stunning him up, trying to slow him down. He's got no evasion. They could go after Brunhilde here, but leaving Tessia open is not the move. Combustion gets ripped out once again. It is overwhelming pressure from Tessia, but he is also low. It's back and forth. Relza trades out the Void Shift. Houston's low on health once again. Who's going to fall first? It's looking like it could be Tessia, and he does. But maybe no. Oh my gosh. This is just such an insane series. Under Pressure. Lontar, we gotta get a clip it and ship it, as Zico would say, on that grip on the kidney shot, bringing his deathline back to the pillar to survive. I mean, that was such a great play. If he got stunned in Tessia's line of sight, it was over. He was dead, 100%. So that was an MVP play at the end there by Lontar, just phenomenally done.
Dude, that was so close on hook point, nonetheless. I mean, you're not going to get a more chaotic, a more tight, claustrophobic map than Hook Point in this tournament. And they were still able to bring it the distance. We were at deep dampening, and Thessia, I mean, these guys were, Thessia was trading damage in the face of these double melee, racing them down.
All you can do.
I mean, yeah, I respect, though. I mean, keeping the presence of mind and keeping aggressive and just having faith in Relza with no mana to keep yourself aggressive, that was insane.
Houston just once again just barely holding on. They proc the Guardian Spirit. Like, how is Houston alive? The Void Shift comes in.
Lontar, huge proc, yeah,
Lontar just, he's playing well. Their whole team is playing well. Everyone in this game is playing well. They all want to win it. Yeah, I mean, you can really tell here. But Under Pressure, this is so important for them. They didn't win this. It wouldn't be the swing match. You know, they would have given the swing match to DOBOB, and then in Game 5, DOBOB would have had that advantage. But at this point, if you're Relza, what can you do? You burn through all of your mana. Houston just will not die. He just won't die. I mean, if I was DOBOB, I'd be furious. It's like, why won't this Death Knight just die? He loses 10% health over and over in the match. But I can guarantee you Under Pressure saying the same thing. Like, why won't this mage die? Fire mage.
No, absolutely, dude. Like, I could see the just the onslaught that this double melee has for this mage. MVQ just like behind the pillar. Both Brunhilde and MVQ were like trying to do hero plays for their team. Like, Fusion's like, dude, I can't push in. Brunhilde's gonna kid me behind the pillar. It's gonna be bad. MVQ's like, chill out, man. I got this. I'm just gonna go and force an ice block before you even get here, dude. No worries. And then Brunhilde on the back foot of everything. I think he like ended up forcing was it like a health swap, or I'm not sure. Oh, he forced Houston to asphyxiate Brunhilde defensively. I mean, that's a big deal. Brunhilde's been like trinketing chastised 2-second studs all game long, to give you an idea to just how aggressive he's trying to get and be a playmaker for his team. But going into Game 3, the map advantage will be swung back around in favor of DOBOB. And where do you think that a rogue mage like this is going to go? Are we going to go to one big open map?
And, okay. Biggest maps ever. Always. That's the thing for DOBOB, though, is there's an endless supply of large maps right now, right? Like, think about the map pool. I think there's much more big maps than there are small maps currently. So
yep.
If you're a cleave and you want to have the small map advantage, you better win on the grand. Like you gotta win on the grand because they're not ever gonna run out. Even like a best of 7, I feel like you'll always get a big map for these compositions that want it.
Or
But,
at the very least, like a you'll like maybe end on like Tiger's Peak, but still, it's no hook point for sure.
Yeah. So, but I don't know. I'm getting the feeling with how close these are. I don't know if Under Pressure is going to win on a big map. You know, like it's.
Yeah. I mean,
like you kind of need that small map to close. I mean, they won on the grand. That was into the arcade mage, so it's a little different.
It's super different. Yeah. I think Under Pressure, they're going to. I mean, we've seen them press the gas pedal and just kind of trade. I mean, their comfort is to like constantly reposition and to stabilize. But I think that if they just stay in DOBOB's face, they could just keep the momentum alive. But you give Thessia a little bit of breathing room, and he makes magic happen. I know I keep making that pun, but it's true. This guy in particular he's an ultra mage. You know, same compositions. Love to see it. Very happy. Very happy.
Russell's going back. Going back to the void.
I cannot believe that DOBOB is being put like backs up against the wall here. DOBOB, one of those teams where I kind of right before the season started was a team that I put as my second place. You know, Streamer Zone, they looked incredibly strong, but DOBOB is just one of those teams where I've counted them out before and I've been burnt over and over and over again. And so going into this season, a little bit more experience, a couple of like legendary teams coming together, merging to make DOBOB. Also, beautiful meme, beautiful logo. I love this crab. There's just so much to root for. But after that interview with Under Pressure's Lontar, saying that he'll outwork anybody, I don't know, man. It seemed like a perfect anime for me, and I'm a big weeb. So, Under Pressure, they got my prediction this time around, and I'm happy. I'm happy for it because so far it's looking good for both of us, actually.
No, well, I guess we'll see what happens. I feel like we're going to Game 5. I really do.
Yeah,
but
we have to be.
It's maybe not. Maybe not. DOBOB going for a little bit of a riskier line. I wouldn't say it's that much riskier bringing in the Void Weaver. I feel like it's one of those things that can either look really good or it can go bad quickly. So I don't expect a team like DOBOB, though, to really have that happen.
Oh, they switched it back? I missed that.
I think so, yeah. Well, he went back to Discipline Priest for sure. I don't know if he's going to opt for Oracle. I wonder if there's any merit where an Oracle Disc Priest could be good in this matchup. I'm not sure. I feel like the Oracle Disc Priest doesn't get much love in these
Void
tournaments.
Weaver's definitely the hotness right now, for sure.
That's the new
Even
hotness.
after the nerfs.
Yeah. It's kind of fun, just blasting Shadow Magic and topping your whole team, but
Are
it'd be
you
very
kidding?
frustrating.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
It'd be frustrating against it in Holy Death Knight. I feel like in Holy Death Knight is one of the things that is most stressful to deal with as a Void Weaver because they can grip you in, and then all of a sudden you don't have that comfy 45-yard range that you're blasting from. You know, you get strangulated, it puts you behind on healing. But match point here potentially for DOBOB.
It's definitely a double-edged sword, that spec, but when you're backed up by Brunhilde and Thessia, and you happen to be Relza, a god of the arena, yeah, you can make something happen with it, perhaps. Me personally, I'm a Holy Priest through and through. D-Mac and Cheese represent on the ladder. I got him to a solid 2100 one time this expansion. It's not a big deal.
That's respectable.
Thank you.
It is.
Thank you. I was doing my part, you know. I was playing a healer.
Yeah, give it a little community service.
The connection onto this mage happens just about immediately. The grip from Relza, he's going to go ahead and fear up MVQ defensively. They're going to set up onto MVQ with this combustion, immediately going to trade out the AMZ. Just, perfect plays from both teams. Perfect reactions from both teams in this opener so far. Strangulate will be used, but the blind immediately going to be trinketed by Lontar. He is not messing around. Even if that combustion was off cooldown, he is going to respect that CC chain, that possible CC chain. You land a fear of his own. Chastise Stun onto Relza. What are they going to follow it up with? It looks like Brunhilde and Thessia are both getting cleaved down by this team on Enigma so far. Cheap Shots goes out in the Fuse, and Cheap Shot into MVQ. Double Ring of Frost from Thessia, getting control of the game once again. But it's Lontar who's avoiding all the CC. Fused and still dipping down to half throughout this. He has AMS back off cooldown already, but in just 15 short seconds, Combustion is back off of cooldown.
Yeah, and that is going to be a nightmare situation. They don't have an anti-magic zone. I don't think they... Oh, they actually have a darkness, so MVQ might just trade out the darkness. A little bit scary here. Is he going to make the trade? Looks like he's not. Lone Tar feeling confident to heal through the damage so far. Got the Guardian Spirit up. That should be enough for Houston to stay alive, but the damage is just never ending! And they just grieve. They disrespect. It was almost just a throw of the game. I kind of just would like to see the darkness in a situation like that. And as a result, Lone Tar basically has to trade everything. Houston is low on health still. That combustion getting major value there for Tessia.
A Polymorph follows up on the Lone Tar. Fusion's not out of this yet. He's got a line of sight. MVQ defensively stunning Thessia down.
Out of there. Look,
he's piecing out. He's even getting Lone Tar bringing MVQ back into this as well. He's like, we're going to peel back. We're going to reposition. We're going to keep a level head, and we're going to get back into this any minute. But DOBOB looking strong here on Enigma. A little bit more breathing room on a quite a bit larger map, I should say. But Brunhilde's taking control of the game. Lone Tar in a full Ring of Frost. Both stuns onto the DPS. The follow-up disarm onto Houston will be the AMS. Lone Tar now getting out of that Ring of Frost. But Houston, that AMS is going to get chopped through by this Combust. Killing spree as well. But Thessia has gotten to a fear from MVQ. Great peels from under pressure to stop this combustion, but he gets back into line of sight. Fear lands onto Houston. It looks like it's going to be completely fine for now. That combustion didn't get a whole lot done, Ven.
Got almost nothing done, in fact. So I feel like that was a little bit of a waste there. But at the very least, he kept under pressure on the back foot. Fear comes in onto Relza. Tessia now under fire. It's MVQ and Houston's time to make the push. And I really like the fact that Houston and Lone Tar, they realize when they need to play defensive, when they don't have cooldowns. It's okay to run away. And it's actually really difficult to take down this composition. If they are sitting at a pillar, they can stall till Unholy Frenzy, till Metamorphosis, and that's when they can get pressure like you're seeing right now here onto Tessia. Relza down to about 50% mana already into the match, so that could be a factor as this game goes on.
Yeah, maybe that's the strategy on bigger maps like this, is just pull back, don't ever get too greedy, and then maybe run that blue bar out for Relza. But man, we have seen that backfire before, especially against a really good rogue mage such as DOBOB. They can, but this is combustion time. This is go time. I'm just waiting for the DRs from Brunhilde to start and Thessia to be moving in. Relza's going to pull back. Is he going to get a drink here? Are they going to try to commit this? Brunhilde now down to really low health here is going to get those cheap shots and those kidney shots going almost defensively, but now they're switching the pressure out with this combustion. Huge damage will be committed onto Houston, but it looks like just a quick Guardian Spirit and an AMS is enough to keep Houston completely alive. They switch the pressure going over onto MBQ, and this combustion is going to be completely negated by the respect of the pillar.
Oh, Houston, what are you doing? You're in enemy territory. He is deep, and he might just throw the game. I mean, that was insane. They were so comfy cozy at the pillar, and Houston is still not out of it yet. Cheap shots come in. Is there any follow-up? Lone Tar is forced to trade out his Trinket and the Void Shift. That was a little bit overzealous there by Houston in that moment. He got absolutely smoked, and it cost under pressure so much. They need to find some semblance of pressure here. Strangulate goes on to Tessia. Lone Tar hops into the Spirit of the Redeemer to keep him alive, but I'm very afraid for under pressure right now.
DOBOB feeling it. They're pushed in. Oh, but Thessia's got to be careful. Oh my gosh, that was almost the cauterize. That was so crazy. Relza in their face on this Void Weaver. But this is bust. This is bomb. This is huge damage, and Houston falls. Lone Tar not able to get there. DOBOB finds the momentum and just plays on top of under pressure, tying up the series 2-2. And you were right, Ben. We are going to a game 5.
Definitely going to a game 5. We're going to a small map, too. That's a guarantee. That's a Ricky guarantee. But, man, I feel like Houston, I really liked how he played it for most of the match. But there was just one moment. I guess maybe they felt pressure because of this drink.
Huge
push
drink.
Forward.
Man,
yeah, the drink. But I don't know if it... Maybe it comes down to mana. I don't know. I think you just have to kind of live in the situation. It just costed them so much.
Or maybe just let MBQ do it, you know? I mean, he's susceptible to getting set up, but he had Trinket.
And even here, I mean, you can see Houston, he's got no stun breaks, unfortunately. He has the anti-magic shell. He got the anti-magic zone. MVQ still has darkness, so I kind of wonder what happens here. It's just too... man, they had stuff to use, sadly. It all happened so fast, right? Like, when we're watching back on a replay, it's easy to kind of talk about, but they did have answers. I mean, Houston... I guess he'd have to drop a pre-zone, but MVQ definitely had to get there faster for the darkness.
It's just completely different game. Obviously, there's some mishaps, some shaky plays here, but the juxtaposition of Hook Point versus Enigma is crazy. It really does feel like a very different game when you give Thessia a little bit of breathing room, maybe even some Relza a little bit of breathing room to go get those drinks as well. As soon as that distance is able to be taken advantage of, it just feels like the under pressure is just spooked like half the game. So we're going to see where Under Pressure is going to take us to the final map. They did win that blind pick on the Grand Arena versus Flappers and the Arcane Mage of Thessia. And now they get the map advantage going into the very final round of this series. That could be a huge deal. Question is, can DOBOB step up and take down Under Pressure on a small map? So far, it's not looking so good for them, Ben.
What small maps are still available? I feel like
Cage.
Age of Carnage could be good. They could also go Black Rook. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah, Black Rook's a good one.
We're gonna go to Black Rook Hold here. There is a decent amount of space here. Like I feel like it's not as bad as Hook Point.
It can be awkward, but there is space to use for sure.
Gosh,
in the rooms, don't forget you got the side rooms too. You don't just have the starting rooms. There's a lot of rooms to kind of weave in and out of, but you got to be really synergized to take advantage of them, and they can backfire.
This is, I mean, big picture. We talked about it a little bit today, but this is the most stressful game, right? Like, this is for third/fourth in the finals. Your entire season comes down to Black Rook Hold and who wins. And this is about as close as you can get. One mistake could cost your team the match. Like, these teams really need to focus and dial in here because there's lots of prize money on the line. You want to continue your run in the tournament to potentially win it. Losing in fourth does not feel good, especially when it's a series like this where it feels like you really could have won if you just did things a little bit different.
Yeah, that was one of the things I enjoyed the most about my time working on WoW Esports is being able to hear the player comms, being able to listen to them when they're in the starting room, especially after like a loss, hearing like other teammates kind of like pat you on the back if you made a mistake and being like, focus up, man. This is game time. Like, it's okay. We let it go. We forgive and forget. The camaraderie that's happening in comms right now, I would kill to listen in on both of these teams to see where their heads are at, because this is a very intense moment for both teams. A lot of money on the line. This matters so much to them. Lone Tar talking about how hard that they've been working this season, how hard they've been working after the Cups to prepare for this. And, you know, going up against their practice partners, both of these teams just have the utmost respect for one another, and the level of play is just nothing but excellent. This has been fantastic, putting on an absolute show for us, but it all comes down to this for these teams. One of these teams will be eliminated right now in the very final tournament of the War Within. And I was talking a little bit to Waz about this, the importance of having your team feel good and sturdy going into, you know, the next expansion, and maybe even fighting for your chance to make it to BlizzCon is so important. You don't want to be doing roster swaps. You don't want to be, you know, going back to the drawing board to figure out what it is that you did wrong or second guessing any of it. You want to go out of this tournament with a victory, with your head held high. And but one of these teams, unfortunately, will be eliminated here in the finals. The first team to be eliminated in the finals. No one wants that. Everyone has their eyes set on Echo, on Streamer Zone, on moving forward. And Under Pressure is going the distance in this draft pick. You can just feel the pressure. No pun intended, but like, for real.
Are they going to crack?
Yep.
Are they going to turn into a diamond, like you know, their graphic code suggests, or are they going to crack under the pressure of a Game 5 elimination series in the finals against DOBOB? Nonetheless, I don't know. I just don't know what's going to happen here, but they do have a small map. I think the nice thing for Under Pressure, we talked about it, winning on the Grand Arena gives them an opportunity here on Black Rook, the small map, which should be advantageous for them. But if we think back just a few short games ago, how close it was on, you know, Hook Point, it was still a little dicey. Take a look here at MVQ's build a little bit. Going to be playing Reverse Magic and Glimpse, as well as you know, playing a ton of versatility. Normally, for damage, you want a bunch more mastery, but MVQ, realizing he could be the target here, is just going to try to make himself as you know, beefy and tanky as possible.
Yeah, respect. I mean, we've seen Demon Hunters just kind of get dissolved by a good rogue, by a good setup. Lone Tar also playing incredibly strong. What do you think about this transmog? I've been digging these like effects on all these shoulders lately.
Yeah, they're like, this is a PvP set. I think maybe that's the PvE variant, but this is a tier set from this season, and it does not look bad.
Dying Star. That's fire. Is that a what tabard are they using? This is my question. Are they showing their tabard?
I don't even think that's a tabard. I think that's just the rope.
Sick. Look at the chains as well. That's drippy. I love those chains going on. That's sick, dude. But yeah, those shoulders are reminiscent to me of the next X Pack. We shall see. We'll see. Koresh and Voidy stuff just seem hand in hand, you know? It seems like a perfect precursor to the next expansion, which I'm just so excited for. But the question is, who will be crowned the champion of this expansion? For arena players in particular, they seem to put a lot of weight on being like the champion of the end of an expansion when the, you know, maybe the meta kind of shifted a little bit. It's kind of settled in stone. Everyone's kind of like well polished. But this is game 5. Oh my god. I'm actually straight up giddy right now. I feel like I am getting a little bit of tournament willies. We're gonna have like what it's like to be a player right now, because this series has just been so close. And here we go. Thessia is gonna have to figure out a way to kite around these guys on Black Rook Hold.
They're also opting for the Void Weaver on the small map, so he's gonna continue to play Void, realizing that this map has a lot more space. And Houston is low! Doesn't want to die in the opener. Did they proc the Guardian Spirit? I think that they did. I mean, that is an absolute nightmare. Huge. I mean, they're just allowing Relza to sit in the back line. They proc the Guardian Spirit. For under pressure, hopefully they can last another 3 minutes. I mean, honestly, I feel like if they're scared, they should just turtle for 3 minutes. Like, actually, in this situation, it's just hard to make that call in the heat of the moment. They look like they are going after Tessia. They could get an ice block. They get the greater invisibility out of the way, and Tessia doing a really good job greeting those cooldowns. He's got a big barrier coming up in just a few short seconds, but Houston and MVQ are so incredibly low. DOBOB has turned up the pressure, and they're really making Houston make some hard choices here on if he wants to play aggressive or if he should maybe be playing a little bit more passive.
Yeah, I would be so spooked to be this Demon Hunter moving forward with that Guardian Spirit. A 3-minute cooldown. For context, that thing's usually a minute if it doesn't proc, and it gives not only, you know, that saving grace, that cheap death, but also lots of throughput. It's so important for the healing rotation. Houston now caught into the disarm. AMS and Iceborne Fortitude now off of cooldown, and Lone Star's like, dude, you need to get to a pillar right quick. But MVQ just gets swapped to. Huge damage onto him. They're trying to get the pressure onto Thessia. And Thessia is desperately trying to get back into that dome from Relza. Relza, though, is doing a great job getting so much damage out. Another cooldown. The health swap being committed from Lone Star. Now he's caught into a cheap shot. If this ring lands, it's not going to land. It's going to get interrupted. A triple stun lands onto the team of DOBOB from MVQ. Thessia dipping down so low.
Beautiful.
Relza follow-up fear, and there's an ice block and the cauterize.
And paint suppression too. They hit the Yahtzee under pressure. They got everything there. It's exactly what they needed. Tessia's got no trinket for a few short seconds. He's got no ice block, no cauterize. Maybe it will rotate back up, but that was definitely the setup we wanted to see from under pressure. Houston, though, caught into a stun, has to trinket. Will sit in the darkness. MVQ is not going to chance at this time. He drops the darkness very early on. This is still the Unholy Frenzy here for Houston, and Tessia could be in trouble. It is a race once again. Houston barely surviving. They're just killing him through the Spirit of the Redeemer heals. Lone Star really wants that Guardian Spirit. It comes up soon, and that is going to be a good opportunity for Under Pressure to stay alive in this game. But Lone Star really doesn't have many cooldowns left, D-Machine.
Dude, that death grip into the fear was awesome. Just a quick like wind up. The synergy between these guys are so good. Relza now caught into the Chastise Sun to follow it up. And it looks like Fusion's going to pull back for now as Relza's ending his CC chain. Combustion in just 7 seconds. Fusion barely survived. He's so low going into this combustion. This could just be the game right now. Lone Star catches a huge heal. Symbol of Hope in the backline. Will be interrupted by Bruniti. Great job by him. If there's any follow-up CC on the Lone Star, this could just be it for Houston. Guardian Spirit in just 2 short seconds. This is the Bustion. Is Guardian Spirit going to be enough to keep him alive through all this? He's not even committing it just yet. AMS is going to use, but MVQ gets swapped to in the cheap shot and goes down in the smoke bomb. Bruniti says, you can put as much defensives on my DK, on that DK as you want. We'll just swap it to MVQ. Insane swap there.
DOBOB, I can't believe they managed to pull it off. It was not looking good after game number 1, but Well fought by both these teams. DOBOB with some excellent pressure in this last game. Relza risking it, bringing in the Void Weaver, and it ended up paying dividends in this match, almost matching the damage of MVQ, and it just makes it so difficult for Lone Star. There's so many close calls here in the game. Having that, Guardian Spirit proc so early on in the match, that's a nightmare situation. That is actually what nightmares are made of for Holy Priest, as you know.
Yeah, as I know, yeah. But dude, the death grips from like Relza will get caught into a quick stun, and then Fuston will death grip him closer to Lone Tar, so Lone Tar doesn't have to commit his positioning ever. He just great synergy from DOBOB. Little plays like little nuance like that, ensuring good positioning, moving forward under pressure. Hats off to them. Fantastic performance by them. I think that they showed us unlimited amount of promise. I can't wait to see what they do moving forward. But DOBOB, the Gauntlet champions, will be moving on in this tournament, continuing their reign. Can they take down the likes of Streamer Zone up next? That is the question. I can't help but immediately think DOBOB plays the same compositions as Echo. Streamer Zone's got reps. This is going to be a big challenge.
This is definitely going to be a big challenge. You thought Under Pressure was difficult. Streamer Zone GG is going to step it up that much more. They have knocked out Under Pressure. They were the favorite to go into this, at least according to chat. I think we were a little bit more split here on the casting desk, but as I was watching that series, Ben, about halfway through, I was not expecting DOBOB to be able to turn that series around, but they managed to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible to see. Tessia, like, I'm going to be honest, I don't want to see Arcane Mage anymore. Like, it just don't lock it in. Fire and Frost, it looks good. The Arcane Mage, every time we see it, it's like, it feels like there's immediate regret at not being, one of the other specs, but they're looking hot. Still, I mean, for DOBOB, they only need to win this next series, and then they get the rematch against Echo, right? Like, both these next teams were extremely close games against Echo. Echo did beat them both 3-1, 3-2, but it's a series. Both those series could have gone either way, so this is far from over. Still
Definitely.
don't know who's going to win, but it's very exciting.
Very exciting indeed. So we can see here the brackets kind of shaping up a little bit. We're nearing that final spot. Echo looking for a competitor, and they are waiting for either Streamer Zone GG or DOBOB to step up to the plate. That's that lower bracket series. We're going to eliminate another team shortly here. We're going to head to a break, but when we come back, it is another lower round. It is another elimination series. The end of the War Within will be ending here for another team in just a moment after this break. We'll be right back. StreamerZone.gg versus DOBOB coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got one series underway. DOBOB ended up beating Under Pressure. Under Pressure, unfortunately, is out. Now we have moved on to StreamerZone.gg versus DOBOB. This is a big match. This is for third place. Winner of this determines who moves on to face off against Echo in the EU finals for the third and final season or the War Within. Very exciting stuff, but I mean, let's talk about these two teams, Azale. We saw StreamerZone yesterday have a pretty good series against Echo. Do you feel like that's going to kind of determine how they play here against their series versus DOBOB?
Yeah, I mean, when I was watching the series against Echo yesterday, I just thought StreamerZone was playing absolutely insane. Because to me, Echo is almost always a tier above the rest of Europe. Like, you can just tell when you're watching them play, like, they are just better. They're more coordinated. They're more consistent. And watching StreamerZone play against them, I thought that they were playing on the same level as Echo, which to me is just insane to have two teams kind of going at it in such a close series. This is the closest series they had against Echo, the whole expansion. So to me, when I was watching StreamerZone play at that level, I was kind of thinking to myself, regardless of who wins between DOBOB and Under Pressure, I was going to be favoring StreamerZone, because if they're playing at that level, I just think that they are going to be, a tier above where the rest of the competition is coming from at the lower bracket.
Oof. Yeah, that's a big statement. We'll see if they can live up to that from you, Azale. But DOBOB, on the other hand, also had an incredible series just now against Under Pressure. So we are really stepping up that level of competition as we get closer and closer to the finals, Zico. But I mean, what do we think about the comps that either of these teams could run? What do we want to see from them?
I feel like it's been all about the RMP for DOBOB. They tried the Arcane, they tried bringing Flappers in. I'm a big Flappers fan. I always say we want to see more Flappers, but you can see it here, 2-5 with the Arcane Discipline Priest, and then 2-1 with the Holy Priest. So I feel like it hasn't been a great season for the FMP. It's been more about that RMP. So I think we're going to see potentially the Frost RMP or maybe some Fire RMP from DOBOB. And I think it's pretty telling that anytime StreamerZone has fought Echo, that Raikou has been left on the bench and they've been tagging in Mercy instead. So Echo, who is such a phenomenal RMP, they don't want to run RMP into what StreamerZone is bringing. So to me, that is pretty telling that especially they don't like the Fire Mage Hunter matchup because of that Roar of Sacrifice and because Big Max is so good on the Hunter. So I think in terms of comps, I think we actually might see the Frost Mage coming out from DOBOB. We might see Frost Feral as well if they get like really despy. But yeah, I think DOBOB is definitely, they're in a tough spot right now.
You get cooked in the first game or two, it's time for some Frost Feral.
Always a safe bet. All right, well, we've got chat predictions in 93% for StreamerZone.gg. DOBOB, clearly the underdog, at least according to chat, in this series. But I'd like to hear from you guys. Azale, I'll start with you. What is your prediction for this series here?
I'm going 3-1 for StreamerZone. Like I said, I just think they were playing absolutely insane against Echo yesterday. So if they're playing on that level, I think they're going to have a big advantage. And like Zico also mentioned, it's like Echo doesn't play RMP against this team. If Echo can't play RMP against this team, it's going to be hard to convince me that anyone can play RMP against this team.
Ooh, okay. Zico, what about you?
I am going in favor of StreamerZone as well, but I feel like DOBOB could win. So I'm giving it a 3-2. I think it could go either way because I feel like DOBOB yesterday, they didn't look, they didn't look too hot. They were up against Echo. They did take that one game, but in general, the games themselves didn't look that good. Like the longer games, they were getting absolutely destroyed. In the past, it has been a lot more about trying to punish Waz, trying to find those rogue swaps when they play those mirrors. So I feel like yesterday didn't actually look too good. However, in the series they just played now against Under Pressure, you could tell DOBOB really wants this. This is, they're stepping up. Like the way they played in that last series was phenomenal. And I think that they're locked in now. So I think DOBOB is definitely going to give StreamerZone a run for their money.
Okay. I think so too, which is why I'm actually putting my prediction towards DOBOB for this series. I think it's going to be 2-3 DOBOB. I didn't believe in them against Under Pressure, and I'm going to put my faith in them now hopefully they don't let me down. It just feels like today we're seeing a different version of DOBOB. They're clearly on fire, but I know that Streamer Zone GG is going to be as well. So I think either way, we're going to have an incredible series. Let's take a look at the other predictions that we've got from the casters currently not on the desk. Very curious to see where they left off. Streamer Zone GG seems to overwhelmingly be the popular choice on this matchup. D-Machine, don't let me down. Let's go. Okay, we've got Ven and D-Machine in favor of DOBOB. Super T's still on the side of Streamer Zone GG. I know I can always count on at least one of them to go against the grain here. But Venruki also on the side of DOBOB. Azalea, you seem to think that Ven, do you think he's still doing his prediction that you were saying yesterday, the strategy of choosing the wrong team?
Yes. Once you get like 3 or 4 wrong in a row when you're trying to get them right, you just have to commit to getting them all wrong. It's the only way to save face. You know, you just have to go for the perfectly imperfect predictions. And Venruki got 6 out of 6 wrong yesterday, so I think he's locked in on getting every single one wrong, and I respect it.
All right. So really, the only one here is on my side is D-Machine. Go ahead, Zico.
I think Venruki, you know, like I remember at the beginning of the day, I had the first 2 predictions wrong, and Venruki was just grinning. He was smiling. He was talking. He was talking a little bit. You know, he was like, as soon as we go to break, he's like, "Oh, those predictions, Zico. Oh, how's it going?" Like, listen, bro, it's a long weekend ahead of us. And then slowly I started creeping my way back up, as I do. And I think it started out with a little bit of desperation. Like, he was like, okay, I got to do a bold pick here. I got to catch up. And then he fell further behind. And then he's like, okay, I gotta double down. And then he fell even further behind. And now he's just like, all right, well, whatever. I'm just going for the underdog now. So I think Ven, he's committed to it at this point. But
just fully committed to the meme.
Yeah, no, 100%. There it is. The rookie grin right there. You guys saw it pop up for a second.
Oh, I missed it.
I see that. I see that face. I've seen it a lot. So there it is. You got to pay attention. It can pop up at any point. But yeah, no, I think it's gonna be a close one. I could see him honestly being right about this. And I think the one thing that he has said that actually could be kind of true is that I think there could be a new champion in EU and in NA. I feel like all the teams can beat each other. I feel like Echo has been more consistent, but I feel like all the teams have the tools. They have a way to actually defeating each other. We saw yesterday Streamer Zone how close they got to defeating Echo. So we've seen, okay, these guys can lock in Swapsy on the Ellie Shaman. They can play the Survival Hunter. They can take it to a game 5. And who knows, in a game 5, anything can happen, right? So for Streamer Zone, we've seen that. And we also have seen DOBOB in those RMP mirrors able to take games off of Echo as well. So I think that no matter who advances to the finals here out of these 2 teams, Echo doesn't have their, it's not going to be just a free win for Echo. They're going to have their work cut out for them for sure.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, it's totally true. I mean, I think all these teams are pretty close. But that being said, Echo has lost 1 series in the expansion. Right, like they just don't.
Receipts.
Right, they just don't lose, and so it is obviously teams are getting closer. Teams are challenging them, but at the end of the day, you have to be able to get it done. And it's like Echo, that consistency that you talk about. They just always seem to show up in those clutch moments. We see so many series in WoW, that is kind of. They're determined by these small mistakes, right? At the highest level, it's all about trading cooldowns. It's all about, being able to kind of like run through this script and get it slight advantages by forcing out multiple cooldowns. Echo just seems to almost never fall into that trap where they're overlapping defensives. And to me, like, that is the biggest difference, how calm they stay under pressure, where this team just does not seem to get stressed at all. It's like they're always going to be making those correct trades and giving themselves a real chance to win. They just don't seem to ever give you a freebie, right? And that's so important at this level. Whereas, even some of the other teams, I think, at their peak can obviously beat Echo, but they seem to sometimes, make those slight mistakes or maybe get a little bit more nervous in those big situations. And that costs you because Echo is just never going to give you a free game. So you have got to fight and claw for every single advantage.
You definitely do. And that is exactly what these teams are going to be doing all the way to the end. Win or lose, they're going to be trying their absolute hardest because it's do or die. And it's starting right now as well. We're here in the lower bracket. This is the semifinals. Winner of this one moves on to the grand finals, the final of the War Within. And of course, nobody wants to get sent home before they make it to the finish line. It's StreamerZone.gg versus DOBOB kicking off here. This is their last chance. Best of 5 starting now.
Ooh, we get to see the Arcane Mage come out of Tessia, but it's not going to be accompanied by Flappers. And we are going to see a quick remake there. I didn't see actually what spec Swapsy was, but I'm assuming he's playing LA Shaman. So Ellie, Survival, Holy Paladin from Borug. And we're seeing the Arcane RMP coming out here for DOBOB. What do you think of these comps, Zel?
I feel like it's going to be really hard for... Like the thing that's always difficult with Arcane is it's like you need to get that Arcane Surge off. You need to actually get some casts off. And when you're getting trained, it can be kind of difficult. It's kind of like what Ben Ruki was talking about in the last series, where that's why he kind of wanted to see that swap to fire. Obviously, fire is really hard to do against hunters because of the pet sack. So I'm a bit surprised by the Arcane. I was kind of more thinking that we were going to get fire and just see people just try to play around pet sack, which is kind of bouncing between targets, or frost, like you were saying earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like not locking in fire is the ideal play here. I was expecting frost because we did see it in the gauntlet matches, and it looked really good for them. Like, I mean, they were playing with Glacial Spike. They were getting, a lot of 3 versus 1 scenarios, isolating targets and bursting them down. And it looked really good. But I don't mind the Arcane Mage too much. Now, playing Arcane into LA Shaman is not that fun. Like, you're not having a good time for the most part of the game.
Anything.
But yeah, that's the thing. And also, there's so many interrupts for you. Like, you're trying to go for the Surge. They can get the Grounding Totem. Like, sure, you still get the buff, but you still have to deal with the Wind Shears. You have to deal with the knocks. You have to deal with the Hunter Kicks. There's a lot of different ways to interrupt you. But with that said, playing Mage Rogue into the Holy Paladin, I don't mind it too much. And when you're accompanied by a Void Weaver, I don't actually mind it too much either, because you're going to have to allocate some of those interrupts to the Void Weaver. So I actually don't mind this pick too much from DOBOB. I think for them it's a choice between tagging in Flappers or playing Frost Mage. And ultimately, they decided to keep Flappers on the bench, and they decided to go with the Arcane Mage. So we'll see how it plays out here. But they're going to have a lot of damage at their disposal. And at least having a rogue that can lock down this Ellie Shaman is going to be really nice for them. But Big Mex has been a nuisance on that Hunter. And he's already shutting down this initial stage of the game with a scatter shot into a lightning lasso. Initial coming out onto Borug. They're going after Big Mex. Big damn here onto Big Mex to get the blind onto Borug as well. Forcing out the early trinket. So pretty decent opener so far for DOBOB. But now Swapsy looking to respond.
Yeah, not bad whatsoever. Big Mac's going to get feared off as they're trying to avoid that trap. Swapsy in the middle map going to get stunned up as Brunhilde trying to keep this pressure rolling. Relza just poking in and out. Big Max is just kind of harassing these casters back here behind the pillar. Going to be able to interrupt that Ring of Frost. There's the Hodge over to Relza. Relza actually taking some damage here as the Blinding Shot connects onto Thessia. Hexy is Swapsy going to push in with the Hex there. Now going to be able to land that as well. You can see Killing Spree coming up from Brunhilde. Going to be able to jump over to Borug, get that stun down on him. But Relza seems like he's actually the main target right now. They're kind of ignoring Thessia, just putting pressure on whoever is available. This Hunter Ellie can just swap targets constantly. Scatter now used onto Brunhilde as Borg and Swapsy trying to push in again onto Relza. Blind going to be used there over onto Relza. That gets followed up by a stun trap. And Thessia now getting relatively low, is back behind the pillar, but he might have to use something big here. The PS comes out. Will that even be enough? No, it is not. They have to use the PS same time as the Ice Block.
Huge silence there from Big Mex on the Arcane Mage during that go. So he can't blink away. He can't buy himself any time there. And he's actually forced into that Ice Block. But it's an early Ice Block, so he might be able to get it back. But Tessia fake casts a kick, gets a full Polymorph. That's going to be the Arcane Surge. But Borg with a beautiful sacrifice breaks himself out of that Polymorph. So good trade coming out from Borg. And Big Mex super annoying with these disarms. Every single time they're getting these goes, the disarm is there. Relza now in a Hammer of Justice. Big Mex is going to be able to find the trap. He's looking for it. He snipes it beautifully beautifully done there by Big Mix. Has to trade out his Exil heal, though, in that position. Tessia realizing that he's in some danger, so he's going to blink to the other pillar, and then he's going to have his displacement on top of Relsa, so he can just port back to his line of sight, but they're going after Brunhilde. He's taking a lot of damage as well. Does have the Cloak of Shadows, doesn't need to make a trade just yet. There's a kidney shot, there's the blind onto Borog, and they get the follow-up. Doesn't look like it. Brunhilde in a scatter shot, finally gets the gouge out of that blind, but Tessia is getting shut down there. Beautiful Intim stun there onto Tessia, wind shear onto Relza as well. They're doing a great job controlling all members of DOBOB, but the polymorph does manage to find its target, and Big Mex is forced to turtle.
Yeah, gonna have to turtle here. We'll see if he can find a trap over on Relza. Relza is just trying to keep his team as aggressive as possible. Thessia positioned very aggressively here, completely opposite side of the map from his priest right now. We'll see if that becomes an issue. There's the full trap over on Relza. Brunhilde tried to eat it, but wasn't able to do so. Brunhilde now in the middle of the map, has to be careful. The instance flying out, blind there to follow it up from Borg onto Relza. Relza is gonna have some work to do here. The cloak was used as well from Brunhilde. Gonna throw out that kidney defensively onto Big Max, trying to get some pressure rolling, but Swapsy is still just teeing off. This team just swapping back and forth constantly between the targets. Their damage is just completely target agnostic. They can just swap onto anyone at any time, and Brunhilde's in trouble, Thessia's in trouble, both of them missing almost all of their cooldowns.
Yeah, and Relza being put into a full trap here once again. Dessia, though, blinking in, looking for a double Dragon's Breath. Not going to be able to find any follow-up onto that, though, but he buys himself enough time to get Relza out of that crowd control. Dessia gets gripped back to the opposite side of the map. Relza now has to duck for cover. Swapsy comes in, blasting here with the Ascendance, looking for some damage onto Tessia, but Tessia's going to blink back to the other pillar now, and Relza's just free casting here onto Swapsy, getting a lot of extra healing that way. Cheap shot onto Borg, but no follow-up CC just yet. And it looks like Big Mix is going to be the target now once again for DOBOB. They're dropping down the Ring of Frost defensively around the corner. Not finding any CC just yet since Borg is on that stun diminishing return. Nice dodge on the fear there by Borg as well. Finds the Hammer of Justice onto Relza. Dodges the fear. Tessia looking for the polymorph. Can he find it? He gets the precognition, but he's not going to be able to find it. It's going to be onto Swapsy. Smoke bomb attempt onto Big Mix. There's the sheep shot into the full sheep here onto Borg as well. He's got the Arcane Surge ticking, and he's got the Evocate buff as well, but a nice Hex from Swapsy. Shuts it down for a second into the Lightning Lasso. Swapsy just mitigating the entire go here from Tessia, but does get a big Arcane barrage off onto Big Mix, so he's still feeling a little bit of the heat, but it looks like they will recover. No, a full blind onto Borg. Big Mix with no turtle. They need to be very careful in this position. Borg is going to trade Trinket.
Yeah, trades out the Trinket sack there, but Big Max is going to have his cooldowns ready here pretty soon. So DOBOB has a lot of work to do. Thessia in a lot of trouble. Uses that Dragon's Breath defensively. Trap is going to get eaten there by Thessia. Nice job by him. Otherwise, he might have just gone down. Ring of Frost going to get thrown down. Relza is on the run, gripping his mage to him, trying to get out of there, but Big Max is hot on the tail. Gets him incredibly low. Life Swap forced out there. Has to throw down the defensive fear. Borg going to be stunned up, so he couldn't dispel that just right away. Swapsy, though, trying to reconnect with Big Max here. Brunhilde putting that pressure out onto Big Max, but Big Max has his cooldowns back now. He has the Exil, he has the Turtle, he has the Trinket, so he's not really a great target. And in they go, full trap now onto Relza. Hodge over onto Thessia. Great gouge over onto Big Max, stun onto Swapsy. Brunhilde shuts down the go expertly.
Yeah, that was really, really nice. And Tessia now still has his ice block back up, but he might have to pop it very, very shortly, as Relza has basically no cooldowns left to roll with. Brunhilde as well had to trade out his evasion in that position, and they just haven't been able to find that Divine Shield yet from Borg. Relza gets interrupted there on the ulti penny as well, but finally gets it off. Going to be able to recover his team in that position. But look at Borg, look at Big Max. They're pushing in towards Relza. They're looking for that next crowd control, but it's going to be Brunhilde who finds his target first. Cheap shots coming out onto Borg and Big Max, but no follow-up crowd control from Relza or Tessia. Big Max now, knowing his team is on DR, can go in and look for that freezing trap. Gets feared though for a second, buying himself a little bit of time. They're going after Brunhilde. He's taking a lot of damage here. Needs to be careful. Has the Cloak of Shadows, but can't pop it too late. Big Max can kill him through it, and that's a stun onto Relza. Brunhilde, what are you going to do? Trades out the Cloak there in that position. They don't find the freezing trap just yet. Shifting power coming out for Relza. He's looking for the Arcane Surge, and these Arcane Surges, as long as the game keeps going, Tessia is going to be more and more deadly. He might be able to just one-shot somebody at some point with that damage, but finally a Ring of Frost connects. Big Max in trouble. Trades out the Roar of Sacrifice. Still down to half HP here. No follow-up CC just yet. Swapsy fake casting the interrupt, and he's blasting off onto Tessia. Surely it's going to be the ice block. Swapsy with an insane amount of damage now, popping the Ascendance as well. Relza has to Trinket in that position, but he gets fully trapped on his Trinket. No, it looks like he broke it. Maybe with a Shadow Ward Death, he's going to be able to recover the rest of DOBOB, but the question is for how long? Nobody has any buttons left on the side of DOBOB.
Oh, Thessia is just getting rocked right now. Back behind the pillar. Defensive Fear comes out there from Relza onto Big Mex. They're trying to turn around on the Big Mex. Going to be stuns thrown down onto him. Full Sheep onto Borog. That's the PS used again there. Thessia now really has nothing left. You can see the Fury of the Eagle pop there onto Thessia. Relza's just going to grip Thessia back to the pillar, trying to get his mage back to safety. Hodge comes down onto Relza. Is there CC to follow? Brunhilde eats the trap. That's huge for DOBOB to keep them in this. The Binding Shot going to be stunning up Brunhilde, though. Big Mex trying to push in. Relza the target now. Both the mage and the priest are in a lot of trouble. Stun over on a Borg. Full Sheep comes out. There's the Dragon's Breath on a Swapsy, but Swapsy is going to be able to get out of that in a hurry. Pops his defensives, trying to stay okay, and it looks like he's going to be able to do that. Now the bomb going to be dropped onto Big Mex, but Big Mex is just not taking much damage whatsoever. They dropped the bomb, but Thessia had no damage to contribute, and it feels like that might cost them this game.
Yeah, that was even Tessia's Arcane Surge, just didn't have too much burst. He eats the trap once again from Relza there, still taking a lot of damage. Double Blind is going to break. Blinding Shot now onto Relza as well. They're trying to buy themselves some time, but running when you have your offensive cooldown pop is not a great sign here for the RMP. Relza fake casts the kicks. He gets a couple of Void Blasts out. He gets the Mind Blast out as well. Cheap Shot onto Borog. They find the Double Fear. They're going after Swapsy. Swapsy's isolated here for a moment. He's got no Astral Shift. He's taking a lot of damage, and it is going to be the Burrow here. They found themselves a nice target. Swapsy with no defensives left, but is it too little too late here? Big Mex is pushing for the win. Relza is in a full trap. How are they going to navigate this one? Relza's just going to trinket, but he trinkets into a Hodge. Swapsy's looking for the swap onto Relza, doing a lot of damage there, but he's only going to drop to about half HP. Mind Blast connects onto Swapsy. There's a Lightning Lasso now onto Brunhilde, slowing him down for a moment. They're looking for the Polymorph. Can they find it? Doesn't look like it just yet. Mana is also becoming an issue for both of these healers. Borg down to about 15%, 10%, and Relza down to basically 5% mana here. Has a pain suppression, has the power word barrier, but no trinket. Relza's going to have to be preemptive, and he preemptively pain subs the trap there. They find the Polymorph. Swapsy could be in big trouble here. He's taking a lot of damage. Beautiful disarm though onto Brunhilde to slow it down with the Wind Shear as well, but here comes the Arcane Surge from Tessia. He fake casts the interrupt. Swapsy, what are you going to do? He immediately runs for cover, but they pop it onto Big Mex instead. Huge swap. They might be able to take him down right now. Big Mex gets the turtle off, but still that Arcane Barrage is going to be doing deadly damage here to whoever they choose to target.
Swapsy in a lot of trouble still here. Gonna have to pop that Astral Shift, taking quite a bit of damage. Borog did have to trade out a sacrifice on that last go. Swapsy still sitting low. Borog has a lot of work to do to try to catch up. The counterspell comes out, and they knock down Swapsy. What a finish. Look at Relza's mana. He's completely tapped if they don't win right here. It feels like it would have been the end of the game, but 51% dampening. DOBOB hang on and take a really close game one.
Sheesh, DOBOB, it was looking sketchy. It was looking very sketchy, but they finally found the pressure, and they kept it rolling deep into dampening. Borog just couldn't keep up anymore. They found a couple of nice CC chains, and honestly, the defensive play from DOBOB is actually what allowed them to prog this game for as long as they were able to. Like 50% dampening is not normal, especially not against Streamer Zone with Swapsy tagged in on the Ellie Shaman, but they were eating these traps, right? And that was a big deal. Every single time Relza was about to be in a full CC with nothing left, we had Tessia able to eat the trap. We had Brunhilde able to eat the trap. And this constant repositioning as well was really good, because you don't want to be on top of the Holy Paladin in this situation. You can see, like, Borg is always chasing Relza for that Hammer of Justice, and Relza is always repositioning to the other side of the map. And then they finally got that moment where they got Swapsy's Astral Shift, and then they finally found another swap to Swapsy where he just had to duck around the corner. So they were like, okay, perfect. Now we can go after Big Mex. Then they got pressure on Big Mex, and then they rotated it back to Swapsy here. Another interesting thing is that Tessia is not playing Sun Fury Arcane Mage. He's playing the Spellslinger. So the Sun Fury Arcane Mage is the one that summons a little Phoenix that basically spams extra damage, extra burst damage. So when you pop your Arcane Surge, you spawn a little pet, and that pet, well, it may be little, but the damage is huge. But Tessia is opting for the Spellslinger, which is basically... the easiest way to describe it is basically you build up these like little splinters when you're dealing damage, and eventually you proc those splinters and they deal extra damage. So it's basically more cleave damage, it's more pad. You can see it there. When you consume Nether Precision, you can conjure 2 Arcane Splinters. Your Arcane Splinters, basically it's a raw projectile that embeds itself onto the target, and eventually you can build up a bunch of stacks and proc the stacks essentially. So it's more pad damage, essentially.
Yeah, and just kind of more, I would see more kind of consistent damage, right? Compared to the Phoenix, where maybe they're feeling like, okay, it's too easy to play around the Phoenix. They could just LOS it. They could shut it down in that way. But honestly, they played really, really well in that first game. I felt like when they used the bomb, that was maybe going to cost them, because that first go on a swap seed, they got the Astral, and then they used the bomb on Vicrex, got nothing, and then they forced a Burrow, and I was like, damn, if they had bomb at this time when there's no Astral, no Burrow, the Ellie is just cooked, right? But they're able to kill him anyway. They just kind of lasted so long that Borg, even though he wasn't CC'd, he just didn't have the output anymore to heal through that 51% dampening. So we are going to be going to Hook Point, and we'll see if there are any mix-ups, but definitely not expecting it. My assumption is it's just going to be a run back of the same style of comps and on a smaller map, where it's going to be a lot harder, I think, for Thessia to stay away from this damage, and from Relza to stay away from Borg, as you were talking about.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. You want to definitely keep the Void Weaver weaving, and if the Paladin can get on top of you, well, that's going to be a lot harder to do, so makes sense, Hook Point. But also, you're stacking up against a Rogue, which means that he's going to be, a lot more effective as well. So Brunhilde is going to have to be kind of the playmaker for his team in this position. But we'll see. I do like the Spellslinger from Thessia, also because specifically for Arcane Mage, a lot of the time, Arcane Surge is just basically a big damage buff, right? So the damage that the Arcane Surge does itself, I mean, it's pretty nice, but it's not a big deal losing out on that. So a lot of the time as an Arcane Mage, you can just stay behind a pillar and just send an Arcane Surge on a totem or a pet where you can't get interrupted. And then you just go out and spam missiles and barrages with the actual damage buff that it gives you. But if you're playing with Sun Fury Arcane Mage, you spawn the Phoenix behind a pillar, and then your Phoenix just doesn't do anything. So yeah, I've seen that happen a lot. And also it did get.
What do you mean doesn't do anything? It's going to be messing up those totems. It's gonna be pumping on those pets.
Yeah, that's true. But the splinters might be a little bit more effective.
Yeah, that's possible. Definitely possible.
Unless you're going for a pet killing strategy, I don't see that. So yeah, they're gonna lock in the exact same thing on both sides. And Relza, man, you can tell how badly he wants to be in the finals. You can tell how badly he didn't want to get knocked out, because all of their games, even in the last series, he is completely tapped. He's got nothing left, and he's still somehow keeping his team alive, keeping them in the fight, and giving them extra opportunities. Because that's the way I look at healers, and like maybe I have like a DPSist view of healers, but his job is to give me as many opportunities as possible to finish the game. So if you have a healer that can't kind of prolong the match, and obviously it's only the healer's fault, nobody else's, then you're going to lose the game much earlier before you can finish it. So if you have a really good healer, you can just kind of extend that. And even if you mess up a couple of offensive goals, you have more time to kind of rectify that. So Relza is definitely doing an insane job keeping his team alive.
I also always feel like it's kind of funny, because you think, oh, well, Hunter, Ellie, it's so much unavoidable damage. They should be owning and dampening. But at the same time, rogues just stop you from dealing damage in a way that is like almost unrivaled, right? So even though, you should be doing kind of like higher consistent DPS, it makes sense that Streamer Zone had a mana lead. You would think, okay, well, that should give them an edge in dampening. But the problem is, you can't attack when you're gouged, when you're cheap shot, when you're kidney shot, when you're blinded, when you're like disarmed, when you're, constantly getting kind of harassed and interrupted by this rogue. It can make it a lot more difficult to actually finish the match off. And RMP is always really mobile, right? So a lot of times, they're behind the pillar, and they're like, when they have a go, you're locked down in a stun, right? You're in a kidney shot, you can't move. Whereas, the same is not always true on the other side. So I think that is some of the difficulties that Streamer Zone does have when you are getting deep into dampening. Borg just didn't have the throughput to actually heal through the damage, and his DPS, while if they could actually tee off on someone, they would kill them. They just don't really necessarily get the opportunity, because rogues can vanish out, can cloak, may just have so much absorption with all the barriers. They can blink away behind the pillar, and there's a lot of ways that RMP can kind of survive and mitigate damage deep in dampening.
It's also about the burst deep in dampening, right? Because a lot of the time, like early in the match, before you hit like 30, 40, 50% dampening, you get a target low, like you pop an Arcane Surge, you pop an Adrenaline Rush, pop Killing Spree or something. You get a target to like 50%, 40, 30% even. One heal is just going to top that target, you know, like one big heal from Borog and Big Mix is back to full. But in dampening, if you can lock a target down and actually get your burst off, it's going to be a lot tougher to heal that target back up. And then all of a sudden, guess what? Polymorph's back off DR. And now you're in a polymorph. And if you get CC'd when a target is already low, that is when just complete chaos happens. So that's when, okay, it's time to pop our entire spellbook. That's when teams start choking. That's when the overlap starts coming through as well, where you start to see some of these, you know, perfect defensives kind of crack the perfect defensive rotation. And there's no time for mistakes. This is an elimination series. The winner will guarantee themselves top 2 in this tournament, get a chance to go up against Echo in the grand finals. The loser goes home in third, and Tessia popping that Arcane Surge onto Swapsy, doing a ton of damage. Do they have a blind? No. Brunhilde gets Scattershot there, so he can't get the blind without leaving a gap in the CC chain, so he's not going to go for it. Excellently done there by Big Mix.
Yeah, it seems like they maybe want to change up their strategy a little bit after going on Swapsy was so effective. But look at Brunhilde. That's a life swap this early on in the game. 30 seconds in, Relza has to use it to save Brunhilde, who did also pop the evasion there, still has the cloak, has no vanishes already either. So a really aggressive opening here from DOBOB, but potentially could get turned around onto them. There's CC over on the Borog. Sack going to come out here onto Swapsy, who has no Astral Shift, as DOBOB trying to keep that momentum rolling. But Brunhilde is going to have to be a bit careful himself. There's a kidney shot over on a Big Mex as he goes in looking for the trap. Hodge comes out onto Relza. They're stacking on him. He knocks them away. Can't find the freezing trap just yet, though. Big Max just cleaving through a lot of these members. Tessia out in the middle of the map looking for the polymorph, is going to be able to find it. Full trap on Relza, full sheep on a Borog. It's both the DPS here just out on their own trying to survive. Swapsy trying to get that pressure rolling here onto Brunhilde. There's a sheer over onto Relza. Nice interrupt onto him as Tessia gets very low, but does dip back behind the pillar. Should be okay for now. Kidney shot used onto Big Mex as they're trying to put him under some pressure now. Follow up cheap shot there. They get him incredibly low. Great defensive hex though from Swapsy. I think is going to shut it down for now. But Borog still getting CC'd into another full sheep there. Has to trinket and lay on hands. The extension of that CC chain was massive from DOBOB.
Yeah, and Relza now in a full trap. Tessia's in a Hammer of Justice. Relza's going to trinket there. And that's one thing they're doing such a good job of on the side of Streamer Zone. They're locking down Tessia while they get the CC, so we can't use that Arcane Mage mobility. And Big Mix especially is doing a fantastic job with those Scorpion Stings, making sure that, or sorry, the Spider Sting, making sure that Tessia can't actually alter time back whenever he has that alter up. It gives him a chance to purge it together with Swapsy. And you can see now already a big cooldown exchange there from Borog. There's the cheap shot. Tessia is looking for the full poly, gets interrupted there by Big Mix. Nice harpoon, and look at that punish. Once again, they get the trap, they get the Hammer of Justice on Tessia, and he can't move. And that is a great adaptation that they're doing on the side of Streamer Zone. Not allowing that Arcane Mage to actually roam free when they're finding that CC means that they have a shorter CC, but it's also going to be more punishing for the enemy team. Now that we're in a position where Relza has no trinket and Tessia has got no ice block, he's in big dangerous territory. There's the full trap here onto Relza. How is he going to survive? Can they find any crowd control? Tessia's looking for the polymorph. He manages to find it. Gouge onto Big Mex. They're going after Swapsy. No, they're going to go after Big Mex in this position, but Big Mex is going to be completely fine. He's just going to shrug that off with a feign death. Tessia, meanwhile, getting absolutely blasted by Swapsy. Big Mex dropping low, but the sacrifice comes through from Borog, and he's pushing in for the Hammer of Justice. Relza, did he fade it? Looks like he tried to, but wasn't able to. They're swapping to Borog, actually. That sacrifice is doing a lot of damage here onto the Holy Paladin, but opting to go back onto Big Mex. He's very low. Smoke bomb available here for Brunhilde. He might pull the trigger here. Gouge onto Borog into the kidney shot. They're going after Big Mex. They're stacking for that smoke bomb, so he can't activate it, but they get a full blind onto Borog instead, and he is going to have to trinket that one, and they get the turtle. But look at Tessia taking so much damage. He might just go down right now. Huge pressure. The pain suppression is not going to be enough. The defensive bomb is too late, and Streamer Zone strikes back.
Yeah, and they crushed this game. Just absolute dominance, it felt like. Got so much out of them really early. They got the vanishes out, they got the evasion out, and that swap having to come out 30 seconds into the game ended up being such a big deal, because in that moment, you know, if he has swap, there's no way you're going to kill him through the PS and the swap, but he doesn't have that. and just kind of getting more targets involved here from Streamer Zone, really paying dividends. If he had that life swap, it would have been a very different game. This is that start of the game, 30 seconds in. They just had him stuck in a binding shot and just kind of teed off on him. And Relza, I guess, was worried that he was just going to die, so felt he had to commit that life swap. Then they're able to get on Tessia, force his block really early, and that's kind of two of those biggest saves that they do have. Were gone in a hurry.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely key right there. And the fact is that Big Mix also, he knew, okay, like they're pressuring us a lot now. I'm just going to trade out my turtle early and just go for the win, because the priest has no trinket, the mage has no ice block, they don't have any void shift. So we are just going to make sure that we actually find this kill here. And it all comes down to here, to that moment. And unfortunately, it's, I mean, that's in super slow motion, but yeah, Brunhilde did have the cloak and evasion out of that stun. So unfortunately, having to use that onto the rogue means that they have to pay for it a little bit later on. I mean, this looked really good at this point from DOBO, but Big Mix just trades out the early turtle, makes sure he gets the trap. Relza actually trinkets, drops the pain suppression on to Tessia, but look at Swapsy. Look at all those Farseers just lobbing out the meatballs here. His little spirit pets copying all of his spells every time he shoots.
It's the squad.
Yeah, he just has the lava squad. He's got Hell's Kitchen cooking, and yeah, they take down Tessia.
Swapsy and the boys, just more Swapsies. See, that's why Ellie Shaman actually spec into that, you know, because every arena player secretly thinks, if I just had 3 of myself, I would never lose. So Swapsy found a way to get 3 Swapsies on a team there with the Ellie images. We are going to be going to Empyrean Domain. Streamer Zone GG going to be keeping the same composition here. We're expecting that DOBOB will go the same way as well. A much bigger map. Going to be really hard for them to actually stick on top of Relza and to prevent Tessia from just kiting away.
Yeah, and we'll see if... I think DOBOB is just going to stick to this comp the entire way through, but
yeah,
even in that game number 1, I mean, they had to work so hard for that win. Compositionally, I can't help but feel like Streamer Zone is the team that's in the driver's seat. At least DOBOB did win that blind pick, so they're going to get to play this series out on their own terms, which is huge, but I don't know, man. I'm a little bit worried because they're going to have to play those super long games where at any point we saw it yesterday too, like the damage that Streamer Zone is dishing out in some of these moments is just insane. Like sometimes Big Mix just takes a target down in a blinding shot from like 80%, just one shot, you know? So I feel like there's always the Big Mix factor, and then in the last game, the Swapsy factor as well. When you pop that Ascendance as an Ellie Shaman, it's such a powerful cooldown. So I don't know what DOBOB is going to do here. Running down the clock. I don't know. Should they change to the Frost Mage?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like you won on the big map. I would probably stick with Arcane on Empyrean Domain, and then maybe if you feel like, okay, well, game 2 was really rough on a small map, maybe when they go to a small map you go Frost and you try to like mix it up there. If you're feeling like, hey, we're kind of at a disadvantage on those small maps anyway, maybe to me that's more where it's worth taking a risk. You know, if you do lose on this map, then maybe you have to take a risk anyway, but I feel like their fate is still in their hands. They're going to swap it up anyway, though. They're bringing Flappers on the Feral. Ferals do a lot of damage. They do obviously have the control of the Cyclones, but I will say Rogue's setup is just like so insane, right? And you lose a lot of that. You lose that setup. You lose some of that lockdown that makes it easier for the other casters. Yes, Flappers is going to be eating interrupts, you know, by spamming out clones and doing things like that, but this is a bit of a surprising change to me, you know, when they're going to do this on their map pick.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I don't know how much I like this from DOBOB. I don't know how much I like this. I mean, we'll see how it plays out, of course. They obviously know these matchups, you know, the ins and outs a lot better than we do, but I kind of agree with you. I think it's better to take the gamble on a small map and kind of feel it out. But they are 2-1 with the Disc Priest version of this comp, so maybe they can kind of pad their way to victory. But they are going to be leaving, you know, Streamer Zone kind of open with this. I feel like Flappers, especially on the Feral Druid, is more known for doing a ton of damage. I feel like he's one of the Feral Druids that does the most damage, but actually doesn't prioritize the CC as much. So that also means that they're going to be taking a lot of damage. And you can see Flapper's win rate this season, not looking too good, but that is his Holy Priest FMP and the Disc Priest FMP. The Disc Priest FMP, a little bit better win rate. I think it's 2-1. And it's the Holy Priest version that has kind of been suffering for them. So I don't know. This is all they played though last season. And this was kind of their bread and butter, mostly with Frostmage though, but still, this is a comp that they have a lot of synergy with. So I wonder what prompted this change. I guess we'll see what they have in store.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it does work out for them. I mean, also across this weekend, we've seen a lot of Druids die. I will say that. We've seen a lot of Moonkins, a lot of Ferals just getting sent. So I'm a little bit scared for Flappers as well. You know, if you're out there in the middle of the map and Thessia is kiting well, Swapsy and Big Max can just turn on to Flappers and really put pressure on him. That can make it a bit difficult, but we'll see if DOBOB, if this comp change is going to pay off. This is their map choice. This is their counter pick. They've got to make it work. You have to feel like if they're going to win this series here against Streamer Zone, GG. Swapsy, Borg, Big Max playing defensively for now. But you know, it's just going to be a bit of a trade of damage in midfield. And Flappers now moving forward, looking to see if he can find a good opening.
Yeah, I want to see what their strategy is actually going to be here, because obviously Tessia not going to have as much time to pump.
Oh,
but
he's playing Phoenix.
I think that, yeah, he is playing Sun Fury actually. I think they're going to just go for more of a cleave-based strategy. No, maybe not. Flappers looking for the Cyclone, gets interrupted by Big Max. But look at that opening pressure though, doing a lot of work here for his team. It's going to be Tessia and Relza just blasting off, and Tessia is going to go ahead and sit in that power ward barrier from Relza, trying to slow down the freezing trap from Big Max. But Big Max is just waiting right now for that power ward barrier to fade, and then he's going to look for the trap. Did he find it? Relza actually used his greater fade, but Big Max still holding on to it for a second. Flappers caught up in a stun. And oh, what a nice Typhoon. Did you see that knock into the Ring of Frost? Flappers coming off the bench and making big plays for his team.
Yeah, that was really nice. Flappers is being targeted pretty heavily as well, though. Swapsy trying to push forward here onto the Arcane Mage. We'll see if that Phoenix is going to be, LOS every time it comes out. Trap comes down. That one looked like it got eaten there by Thessia. Nicely done by him. Relza taking a bit of damage here as well, as Swapsy is just teeing off on anyone that is in his line of sight. Fear going to be used there onto Swapsy. Clone comes out onto Borg. We'll see if Thessia can follow that up with any CC. Looking for the Polymorph, is able to land it. And that is going to get broken, though, by a bit of cleave, as Big Max now going aggressive, trying to push forward here in onto Thessia. Swapsy had that full lightning lasso over onto Flappers, but Swapsy now trying to push up. You can see the PS has to be used there onto Thessia, who's taking a ton of damage, cutting incredibly far back, though, is going to be pulling Big Max into a weird spot. So instead, they're just going to try to pull back to the pillar. Bro, even forced there. That is kind of shocking, as Thessia was miles away, and Flappers is just cleaving them down right now.
Yeah, Flappers is doing a lot of damage, but look at Tessia, 2 million DPS right now on that Arcane Mage, and he is playing that regular Blink as well, so he can blink out of stuns, so that's another adaptation that he's made. Tessia is basically trying to be more tanky here, and just trying to win the war of attrition, but here's a stun onto Borg. Flappers gets instantly scattershot on the Cyclone. Swapsy's so low. They don't find the crowd control though, but they don't want to overextend and kind of sacrifice their positioning defensively to actually make a push here, but Relza is going to find that double fear, but it breaks, and Swapsy gets the Tremor Totem. Now all of a sudden they find the trap, but Flappers eats it, double blind though onto Relza, and they're just cleaving down everybody on the side of Streamer Zone. But now Big Max making a push towards Tessia. It's going to take a lot of damage, and look what Big Max does there. He is so good with that. Every single time Tessia pops Alter Time, he silences him to give himself time, because you can't go back in time when you're silenced, so that gives him time to actually purge that Alter Time. But Big Max caught up in the midfield, gets the lay on hands from Borg. The pressure is absolutely insane from DOBO this game.
Yeah, I mean, we have barely any dampening at all, and Borg is just struggling to heal through this. He does have a pretty big mana lead, though. Relza burning through that quickly. Stun over on Relza. Can he nail the trap? This time he can, and now we'll see if they can get any pressure rolling with it. They're still just positioned so defensively, even when they finally land some of that CC, not feeling confident to go out there. So instead, they're just kind of hitting Flappers back here behind the pillar. He has no bark skin, and they do actually get that Cyclone down onto Borg. Big Max again in some trouble here. The Ring of Frost going to be knocked over there onto Big Max. Flappers just cleaving through everyone. Thessia just pumping out damage, constantly moving around through the middle of the map. Every time Big Max goes out, he just pulls all the way back and tries to compromise their positioning. And Big Max is really struggling to stay aggressive here. As a result, he just can't really cross the map without his team. and he can't ever get in onto this Arcane Mage. Their whole team is just dying right now. A bash comes down on the Big Max. Will he just go down? Borg has a lot of work to do. Swapsy now saying, enough is enough. I'm going to go in. We need to make something happen. The barrier comes down. Thessia going to get knocked out of it, though. Binding shot connects on both. PS has to be used, and the block. Big overlap there from DOBOB. They got nervous on that go.
Yeah, I mean, they've been comfortable the entire match just playing offensively. The moment they actually have to play a little bit defensively, they fumble hard. Trinket plus paint up from Relza. Ice block from Tessia, but Tessia, I think, wanted to make that trade to try to get another one back in the match, but we'll see if he actually can. Now, all of a sudden, they're very exposed on the side of DOBOB. Streamer Zone has an opening. Big Mix is looking for it. Can he find the trap? No, he's going to shut down the damage from Tessia. Instead, it gets immediately caught back to the pillar. Has to trade out the turtle as well in this position. Swapsy also trading out the stone bulwark totem there as well, but Big Mix now looking for the freezing trap out of the turtle. Here we go. Here comes the damage. Focused assault onto Tessia. He's going to knock Big Mix away, but he's going to harpoon back. Fury of the Eagle, huge damage onto Tessia. Painsup comes through right before that blind connects though onto Relza, and now Big Mix is exposed. He's got no turtle. What are they going to trade? Borg has the sacrifice, might need to make a trade. It's going to be the Roar of Sacrifice instead, but here comes Bloodlust, here comes Swapsy. Tessia could go down right now. There is the Void Shift coming out from Relza at the last second, but still a lot of damage left. Tessia could go down through this. He spell steals the Bloodlust there, I think, actually, and manages to get a Ring of Frost down, manages to keep himself alive in this position. Relza with a nice rebuff as well, but now caught up in a full trap. What are you gonna do, Tessia? He kites, he ports back, blinks behind the pillar, but Tessia still not feeling too confident here. Relza finally comes out of crowd control, but he might be too late. He's got no immediate answer. Ulti Penny in the sky should be enough to keep his team alive.
Yeah, going to be able to stabilize just barely. And now Relza, because they lived through that, has his trinket back once again. Big Max trying to get that out of the way immediately. Jumping in onto Relza, looking to see if he can find an angle for that trap. Thessia kiting really well. Streamer Zone have just realized we can't play defensive. We need to stay on the front foot here, but Borg has nothing, and Big Max might just be going down. The bubble has to be used. Lay on hands traded out as well. That's the last of the cooldowns, really, for Borg right now. They need to try to finish the game right here, right now. Relza going to be put into the trap, but Thessia, no, he eats the trap out of the Hodge. Beautifully done there by Thessia. May have just saved himself, preventing that trinket from being used. Look at that chunk of damage onto Flappers, though. Survival Instinct has to be used as Swapsy was teeing off. Clone going to be landing onto Swapsy, though. Borg needs to avoid as much CC as possible. He's got 25 seconds until that trinket is back up. Big Max, 40 seconds on his turtle. Thessia trying to push forward. They're trying to get some CC down onto this pally. We'll see if they can do it. Ring of Frost going to be used there onto Big Max as Swapsy's going to get CS. Thessia just kiting back across the map. Flappers goes in. Bash, clone. Big Max is going to be in a world of trouble. Can he somehow survive here? He's trying to kite back to Borg. He's going to be able to live for now. That was incredibly close, though. And Flapper's still hot on his tail here, trying to knock him down through all the heals that are coming out from Borg.
Yeah, but Tessia's got Arcane Surge in 20 seconds. They got no answers left. Flappers is looking for the clone. He finds it onto Big Max. Beautifully done here on the Roar of Sacrifice. Now swaps it to Borog. Flapper smells blood in the water. He's coming off hot from the bench. Gets the turtle for his team. Tessia, though, in a world of hurt right now. Actually getting the Arcane Surge off. He's got the little Phoenix blasting, but it's blasting Swapsy, unfortunately. But still a lot of damage coming out here from Tessia. But Big Max is trying to respond. Focused Assault comes through. He gets the stun onto Tessia. There's the Hammer of Justice onto Relza. Tessia forced into the ice block, but look at the little Phoenix in the corner just blasting away onto Big Max. Can they close it out is the question. Both healers running on fumes. They got nothing left. This is do or die here. Can they make it happen on the side of DOBOB? Big damage coming through, but that's going to be the sacrifice from Borog. He's got no more answers, no bubble, no trinket for potential CC. Borog, how are you going to be able to keep him alive? Nice knock there from Tessia, preventing the trap from landing onto Relza, buying them another 20 seconds.
Yeah, that lightning lasso going to be triggered there by Tessia. Relza has no mana whatsoever. Borg has a little bit, but we saw what happened last time. Flappers, though, getting crushed right now. Flappers pops that Barks in, but that's going to be the last of his defensives. And Relza has nothing to keep him alive. We'll see if he can actually survive like the Rogue was able to last time around. Tessia going to get silenced. He's got no block. He's got no chance. He's knocked down. And Flappers is going to follow him shortly thereafter. Streamer Zone win the swing match, even with the counter pick, even with the map pick. DOBOB, they got him close, but they couldn't make it happen.
Man, Streamer Zone and Borog, dude, they keep themselves in the fight. It was looking dicey the first, 5 minutes of that game. They could not leave the pillar, but Swapsy, in the end, loads up the Stormkeeper. That is that knock from Flappers. They drop the ring on the ground, and then Flappers just comes in with a little Typhoon boop, so they get that CC. And, I mean, there was so... the entire replay here is just Streamer Zone running for the hills, and DOBOB just blasting away, doing tons and tons of damage. But the key to victory actually was going after Flappers at the end there. Tessia had to run, which means that Swapsy kind of got left exposed, and this was that big overlap that happened. Trinket plus Ice Block, definitely not an overlap that you want to make in that position, but here is that moment where Flappers, he doesn't feel confident pushing in and doing damage anymore. He's got no more cooldowns. He knows, if I push in, I'm dead. And Swapsy just loads up the Stormkeeper in the back line and starts zapping away, and they get themselves a double kill with that. So, yeah, tough match here to lose on the side of DOBOB. I kind of liked how the comp was looking, but I feel like in dampening, I'd still rather have a Rogue on my team if I'm on DOBOB.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I mean, for the first 5 minutes of the game, the Feral Druid definitely looked way better, right? They were just slaying them. I mean, this looked insanely hard to heal through, even when Borg had cooldowns and there was no dampening. The amount of damage was nuts. But, when you get deep into dampening, Ferals just do not have that ability to survive and kind of stay in the fight in the same way that Rogues do, where Rogues can stay so aggressive with the amount of lockdown that they have, the amount of mitigation that they're able to do, self-healing and everything. That just kind of keeps them in the fight in a way that it's very difficult for the Feral to do. And, it's kind of the inverse of that game where DOBOB won, where it's on the Grand, we got to the 40% dampening, and all of a sudden everything just fell apart for Borg. He just couldn't heal through it. The Rogue just in their face. You can't really kill him off very easily. And this time around, the Feral not able to have that same success deep in dampening. And so now DOBOB are down a game. They do take us to Enigma Crucible, so we're going to be going to another pretty big map here, and they will of course have the composition choice, but I have a feeling we're going to be going back to the Rogue after that one.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the Rogue. The question is if Tessia's going to stay slinging or if he's going to go Sun Fury. We'll see what they decide to do here. I mean, maybe they lock in Flappers again.
He was pumping last game with the Sun Fury.
Yeah, no, he definitely was. The Sun Fury got a lot of value. He was top damage the entire match, I'm pretty sure. So
yep.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do here. But yeah, Streamer Zone, confident, locking in the same thing here. And they're all on their mains at this point, Yeah, and then we can see actually Big Mex took over right at the end. So Big Mex on that Hunter was able to do a little bit more damage than Tessia, but for the most part of that game, it was Tessia at the top of the meter. And also, when you look at details, there's a lot of damage that doesn't show on the scoreboard because you're padding a lot of those pets with all the cleave. So all of that damage doesn't actually translate into the scoreboard damage. But it does buff Arcane Mage's damage in general. Like when there is pets around the target and your Arcane Barrage does more damage to the main target that it hits. So adds a lot of pad, but also does make it a good pick into pet classes. But yeah, Streamer Zone. They're feeling confident. They know one game, and then we get our rematch. And DOBOB, they're going with Flappers once again. I wonder if they're going to change anything else, or if it's just like a strategy thing that they kind of been discussing.
Yeah, I mean they were crushing it in the early minutes of the game. They had so much pressure, so maybe they feel like, hey, we should have been able to close it out earlier. We should have been able to actually, finish this game before it got deep into dampening. But I will also say, I felt like the first couple of minutes, Streamer Zone was kind of pinned at the pillar and they were trying to play so defensive. And I feel like sometimes you get caught in this mindset of we're low, we need to run, we're low, we need to run, and you're just constantly doing it. But the problem with that is then the damage never stops because the other team never gets scared, right? And I felt like there was, I don't know when it was, maybe 5 minutes in, whatever. Swapsy just kind of like flipped a switch, and he just jumped out off the pillar, popped Ascendants, and they went aggressive. And from there, it felt like, yeah, there was moments that they pulled back, but they were playing the match way more aggressively, and they were keeping DOBOB on the back foot much more often. So I'm kind of expecting that change to continue here, in this next match. Now that they know how that first game against the Feral looked, if I'm them, I want to play more in your opponent's face. You want to keep pushing, keep staying aggressive as much as you possibly can, because that's the only way you get relief against these kind of comps.
Okay. DOBOB using their tactical delay here, so we're loading up the game after that delay. Players have an opportunity to do that, and of course, being a knockout match from the tournament, last tournament of the season, the finals, you want to use everything that you have at your disposal, and that's also a good way to kind of reset the momentum of the enemy team. Use that delay. I like it when teams use the delay after they win 2 games. So like they win 2 games, and then they use the delay to like let
That's
the opponent
cruel,
marinate
man.
a little
bit. You let them stew in the till. That's the worst. When every arena player knows when you lose a game, get me back in instantly. I need to play. So that's vicious. When in LCS, people always talk about when you have a long series, a draining series. A lot of the players joke about it being a banana diff, about how many bananas you eat in between games is the team that's going to win, because you're getting some energy back and stuff. So maybe the teams need to take a little snack break. Go load back up, because these kind of games are really draining. When you have a long game that goes into dampening, it's super stressful. It can feel really, really stressful, even when you're just playing for fun on ladder, right? And when you're playing in these big tournament games, it is very taxing mentally. It is hard to be, really, really focused like that for a long time. And a split second where you lose focus can cause, moments like we saw from DOBOB in that last game, where we saw barrier, trinket, PS, block all at the same time, right? And all it takes is that one slight lapse of focus to cost you a game, which can cost you a series. So definitely can be really draining.
Yeah, and especially when you just had to play a really, really grueling battle right before this series too. So if you're DOBOB, it's definitely a little bit of mental fatigue. So maybe a quick banana break, stretch your legs, get the blood flowing a little bit, and then get back into it. But yeah, I do kind of agree with your point earlier about how it felt like Streamer Zone were getting more comfortable in the match and actually kind of playing it better the longer the game went on. So I feel like right now, if you're Streamer Zone, it's not a bad position to be in. But yeah, DOBOB, they're going to need to win 2 straight. Streamer Zone, of course, just need 1 more win to guarantee themselves top 2, get that chance at Echo once again in the grand finals. DOBOB fighting for their lives here. And I don't know. I hope we go to a game 5, but we'll see if DOBOB can take us there. Enigma Crucible is the map, and the teams have loaded in. It is do or die here.
Yep, do or die for DOBOB. They have got to stay locked in on this one, because not only do you have to win this to survive, you then are going to have to win on the map pick that Streamer Zone will have in their favor for this potential Game 5. Gates about to open up. We'll see if they can do it. DOBOB have been such a fun team to watch this entire AWC season. Streamer Zone GG having an incredible 5-game series against Echo yesterday. So both teams, I think, will give us a really fun finals against Echo, regardless of how this goes. Flappers, though, pushing in, going to be looking for an opening. Stormkeeper just getting loaded up here from Swapsy. Flappers just get scattered out there as maybe walked into the flare, just got spotted by Big Mex. Thessia pushing up, but Borg is just LOSing them, and Swapsy going to go aggressive here with that Hex, gets it down onto Thessia. He's going to have to sit through that 4 now. He's going to get decursed. There's the Ascendance getting popped. It's Relza taking a lot of damage as well, as Big Mex now pushing out in the middle map. Relza and Thessia getting kind of crushed right now. Ulti Penny is going to have to be used there from Relza. We'll be able to top the team off, but Streamer Zone are just going to retreat.
Yeah, that is probably the worst thing that can happen to you as an Arcane Mage. You get your Arcane Surge off, and then you get wind sheared into a full Hex. And by the time you come out of that Hex, everyone is out of your line. You can't really get any more damage out. And you can see it on the damage board. Thessia still working his way up to the top, but he's definitely had to struggle in this original Arcane Surge, or this initial Arcane Surge. Now finding himself in a stun. Here comes Big Mex. Big damage. Finds the trap. Beautifully done there by Big Mex. Drops the blinding shot, and then he explosive trap knocks Relza out of it, so no one can stack on him. And then he stuns him with that and finds the trap. And Thessia might find himself pressing that ice block very shortly. Relza trying to be greedy here. Manages to get some Mind Blasts out, manages to heal, and they will recover. But the pressure not looking as good as it did in that game number 1 of this comp from DOBOB.
Yeah, definitely not. He did change his spell slinger as well, so went away from that Phoenix, and Thessia taking a ton of damage now. There's the power barrier being dropped down. Thessia did blink out, but then just altered back into it very briefly. Thessia going to get stunned up, and now he is getting crushed. Is it going to be a block? It is going to be a block right there, and the PS overlap as Relza was in a trap, didn't have his trinket available, and now they've used maybe too much. Flappers taking a ton of damage here as well. There's a blind over onto Relza. They would love to force out his trinket here pretty quickly. He's going to get sheared as well. Thessia just having to kite back, trying to stay alive in this pivotal game here. He cannot afford to go down, but it's really just the life swap as that major defensive cooldown remaining.
Yeah, what are they going to do here? It's looking a lot more dicey, and Big Mix is pushing for the win. Finds the Hammer of Justice onto Relza. Relza does have the trinket, but look at Tessia's positioning. Already behind the pillar, already pre-altered, so he's going to reset his blinks. Flappers, only viable target here for Streamer Zone, but they're not going to choose to go for him. They're going to just keep chasing Tessia. He gets gripped back to safety. They're going after Swapsy now on the side of Streamer Zone. Tessia blinking away from Big Mex. Big Mex has another trap here in 5 seconds, but I really like what Big Mex is doing. Even when the trap is on cooldown, he gets on top of the healer and starts to try to get some of those micro CDs out, tries to juke the Shadow Word Death, try to get the Greater Fade, trying to get him to waste some of those cooldowns. So as soon as that trap is back, he can immediately pop it, and Tessia is going to use that Arcane Surge behind the pillar on the pet, and since he's not playing that Sun Fury mage, he's not going to spawn a Phoenix behind there. Instead, he's going to be able to utilize that buff for the damage, but again, his healer's in CC. He has to run. They're going after Flappers. He has to trade out the Bark Skin, holding on to the survival instincts for now, and Big Mex, he's got that focused assault. That next setup is going to be absolutely deadly on Tessia.
It really is. Relza, though, at least does have his PS back up and available, so that has rotated through here. Swapsy now going to be pushing forward, trying to get back together here with Big Mex as they're going to go aggressive, looking for some CC in. But it's a great fear defensively, pushes Borg away. Borg now going to be able to get the blind, but it's Big Mex that is just getting crushed right now by Thessia. He's going to be stuck into the binding shot. Trinkets the binding shot stun there just to get back into LOS of Relza. Thessia going to be silenced up. He is getting smoked right now, even through the PS. This is just non-stop damage. They get the trinket off of Relza there as well. So now it's just down to this life swap. 30 seconds for the next ice block. The question is, can Streamer Zone push through and get the kill before that comes up? DOBOB really wanting to try to kite it out and wait for it. But this momentum for Streamer Zone, it's a completely different game than the last one. Streamer Zone are dominating the early minutes where it was DOBOB doing that last game.
Yeah, and look at Tessia. Gets Arcane Surge off, instant scatter shot, but here comes the damage down to Big Mex. Finally, some signs of pressure coming out from DOBO, but immediately Big Mex going to drop to half HP, trade out the Roar of Sacrifice, trade out the Exil, and now they're pushing for the win. Focused Assault is active for Big Mex. He gets feared to stall it for a second, but if they connect onto Tessia, it could be lights out. Fury of the Eagle, he blinks away, gets the Pain Suppression for a second, but still, Powered Barrier comes through as well for Relza. Ulti Penny in the sky, and Relza managed to weather the storm, avoiding the CC, gets the defensive cooldown trade there, and Big Mex goes for the KO, but doesn't find it. Now it's going to be Swapsy taking some damage, as well as Big Mex rotting down as well, and Tessia with that power infusion as well, getting a lot of work done. Defensive Ring of Frost will drop around the corner. Flappers trying to kind of zone them into it, maybe looking for another Typhoon play, but not able to find it. Tessia's going to blink back to safety, but now he's isolated between him and his healer. He gets gripped back though to Relza. Nice repositioning there from DOBOB, and they're still in it.
Yeah, Big Mac's in a lot of trouble right now, and the block has rotated back up, so Thessia has lived through that window where it was so dangerous. Lay on Hands has to come out, but Swapsy is still incredibly low. Big Max was that main target, gets focused back up by Borog first. You can see CC is going to be coming out on Relza soon. Relza actually getting pretty low, taking a ton of damage from Swapsy, going for the Void Blast, is going to get sheared on it. Thessia in a lot of trouble. PS immediately has to be used. Will they be able to force the block at the same time? Doesn't look like it. Is a great defensive clone there from Flappers is going to be used over on Tessia. Full fear onto Borog. Can they get the damage rolling here on a Swapsy? He seems to be the main target for now. There's the Intim stun. Is a trap going to be there to follow? Not just yet. The block was forced though. The pressure is relentless. There's the Hodge. Is the trap there to follow? Full trap. Flappers is incredibly low. The Barkskin stacked. Thessia's out of the block. He's running for the hills, but there's the scatter, and I think that's going to be it. Streamer Zone GG are heading to the finals.
That was an insane scatter shot coming out from Big Mex there at the end. Relza had the Void Shift. He could have gotten it off, but nicely timed by Big Mex. And that is just, it's brutal to watch here for Tessia. He gets the nice fake cast out. He gets the evocation. He gets the arcane surge. He is loaded up. He has the most damage possible available, but then he just drops so low because the counter go happens before he can get it off, and he's forced into that ice block. And ice blocking when you're popping all your offensive cooldowns is just about the worst thing that can happen, because now all of a sudden your cooldowns are out by the time you come out of that ice block, and you won't be able to counter pressure. You won't be able to push the enemy team back. And unfortunately, it was a well-played series. This was a great play from Big Mex, splitting up Tessia and his healer. And this is the moment I was talking about. You can see the Arcane Surge buff there at the bottom, and those 6 stacks of that Evocation Intellect buff as well. So when you come out of this one, you don't actually have that much damage if you're Tessia. And here's that scatter shot from Big Mex. Look at Relza is in that trap, and then that scatter shot as it ends, he's not able to get that Void Shift out. So really, really clutch plays coming out from Streamer Zone GG. And it was exactly what you said, Azel. You said it felt like they were playing better and better the longer that last game went on. And it carried over to this one as well. It really didn't feel like DOBOB had near the same amount of pressure. And that's because Streamer Zone just felt more comfortable with the damage that DOBOB was doing and finding windows to kind of be counter-aggressive. So Streamer Zone, well-deserved spot in the finals.
Yep, really well deserved. I think DOBOB is going to be kicking themselves that they didn't keep playing RMP. I'm not going to lie. I mean, they won the first game on the Grand. They had swing match in their favor, and then with their counter pick, they swapped up the comps. And yeah, the first minutes of the first time they brought out the Feral looked really, really good. But I feel like just watching that first time they brought it out in Game 3, you saw them learning in real time, and Swapsy and Big Mex felt so much more comfortable against it by the end of that game. And then this game did not feel nearly as good, nearly as dominant. They were just always on the back foot, because I think, like you're saying, Zico, they just had it kind of solved. They knew the damage that was going to be coming in, and they were comfortable to deal with that and keep playing aggressive. Realized they weren't going to be just getting knocked down, so they just kept playing in their face. And this last one felt way more dominant than the previous.
Yeah,
definitely rough. Azale, do you have any ideas to why they made that comp swap?
Well, I mean, it must just be based on their practice. Maybe they feel like, hey, on the big maps, normally we can just kind of run them down. Maybe that's what they've had success with on ladder, especially. But when you are playing in a tournament setting and people have everything customized, against your comp, that can be kind of a pretty different thing. Sometimes ladder practice is like fake news. Sometimes you're playing against teams that aren't as good or don't have everything tailored against your composition, and that's something that is really, really hard in WoW Arena. Is you have to be able to really make sure you're learning the right things from your practice, which I do think is one of the things, again, that kind of separates the best teams from those teams that are just a little bit below. Because to me, like if I was in that game, I feel like as DOBOB watching that last game, I feel like if they watch it back, they will see that Streamer Zone was learning how to play against that comp and was getting better and better. So I feel like they're going to regret playing Feral again in that last one. But I guess it's just a comfort thing. Probably in their practice on ladder, they had success with Feral on these big maps.
Yeah. Does kind of seem like, at least from this match, DOBOB has a lot of room to grow. Zico, I feel like it's been so fun. We've all talked about how fun it's been to watch this roster. Is this a team that you hope returns for Midnight?
100%. I mean, it's such a good roster. I feel like they showed how good they were. Whenever the meta is more favored towards like playmaking mages, we saw how good they looked last season. I mean, they were incredible, and holding on to that kind of strength, still getting top 3. Not a bad season at all here for DOBOB. But it also shows how competitive the region has been, right? Because it was them versus Echo last season, but now you have teams like Under Pressure looking super good, taking them all the way to Game 5. Now you have, teams like Streamer Zone taking Echo to Game 5, and then now looking for that rematch. So it feels like all of the other teams have kind of caught up a little bit. And honestly, Echo still looking like the favorites, but I think Streamer Zone could still take it in this finals. And DOBOB definitely solid season. Like really good job.
I mean, they were the only team to win a series against Echo out of all the cups, right?
Yeah.
So
and they did it immediately, like when they were brand new, newer than now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they played incredibly well, throughout the gauntlet, throughout everything that I've seen them, throughout the cups as well as here. So they've been smurfing. They definitely should be back, and I feel like when you have a performance like that, it should build your confidence for next time, that if you keep improving, you could maybe be in the finals or maybe even winning the finals.
Yeah, 100%. Let's get some love in the chat for DOBOB. That is the end of them, but third place, definitely an amazing spot to end the season in. But that leads us to our final series in the European region. We've got a rematch as well from the semifinals. As you can see, we've got Echo versus StreamerZone.gg. That is going to be the final matchup of the EU region. And did we expect this, Zico? I feel like a lot of people kind of said, I know Azale especially, like, you know, this is probably the final matchup when we were in that upper bracket series. And now here we are.
I mean, if you go by my predictions, then yes, I expected this. But if you go by like what I was actually thinking, no, I didn't expect this. I thought it was the most likely outcome, but that doesn't mean that I thought like, okay, this is for sure going to happen. I thought that all of these teams could win. That's why most of my predictions were 3-2 on either side. So I think that it's not too surprising maybe to see both of these teams, but some of the other teams definitely also could have made it. I feel like, especially against Streamer Zone, I think under pressure, honestly, through yesterday. Like, I think that their comp that they had prepared, I saw the vision. The execution just wasn't there. So I definitely could see them taking them down. Definitely could have seen DOBOB taking them down too if they stuck to that RMP. So it is what it is.
Absolutely. Definitely is what it is, but two teams remain, so hopefully the execution will be there for both Echo and StreamerZone.gg, and they can give us a good series. We saw them face off against each other before, and it was a nail-biter series. We'll see if it happens once more. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is the EU Grand Finals for Season 3 of The War Within. You don't want to miss this. We've got Echo facing off against StreamerZone.gg right after this break.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light
Liadrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
Lorthamar, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath. Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you. You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength. I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us. The Sunwell will not fall!
Not while we draw breath.
We've got an incredibly important matchup on our hands. It's the last of the EU region for this series. It is the grand final for this season. Excuse me. It is the grand finals for Echo versus StreamerZone.gg for the EU region. Some incredibly exciting games have led us to this moment, and now here we are. But Zico, I'm kind of curious on what you make of both of these two teams, and if there are any players in particular that you'd like us to look out for.
I mean, they're all amazing players on both teams. They've been going kind of head-to-head throughout the entire season. StreamerZone got the closest they've ever been to beating Echo earlier in that upper bracket. But the player I want to talk about is Swapsy, actually. Because Swapsy, he used to be the GOAT. Like, he won BlizzCon 3 times. He was just part of that Method dynasty that we talked about way back. And I feel like he's been struggling to find that same level of success up until now. This has been his year. He made a whole new roster with Big Macs, and it has blossomed. He's finally back in the grand finals of a major event. So I think Swapsy's been an absolutely key player for this team. I mean, he's played so many of their games. He's played so many different classes as well throughout the year. He used to be, I think, the original multi-classer, I would say, like way back. He's one of the first people actually to do multi-classing. And we've seen him just play basically anything that his team needs. Also very strategical thinker when it comes to figuring out a lot of these comps. So he's been big brain behind their operation. And I'm happy to see him in the grand finals and actually what he's going to be able to do on this roster.
I'm pretty sure he's the number one, if not close to the number one player in terms of prize pool earnings over the course of, the history of AWC and all of the PvP cups. So an incredible player. He's had an amazing history for sure. Huge resume here in the AWC. So it's cool to see him, kind of in his home field, his home turf here in a grand finals of an AWC cup. So we've got Echo, Streamer Zone GG. I'm curious as well. Let's talk about predictions. Let's talk about what we think is actually going to happen with this series. Ben, who do you think is going to win here today?
I told you, I smell change brewing. I've been wrong with every prediction the last 2 days. I'm 0-8, but this one is going to be different. I'm going with Streamer Zone for this one. I know Cat's going with Echo. Zico's probably going with Echo. Maybe not. Maybe he'll mix it up a little bit, but for me, it's going to go in favor of Streamer Zone. This is going to be the first time to beat them this season. I feel like Swapsy can do it. Big Mix, Swapsy, the whole squad, they got this.
Okay, Zico, what about you?
I am ignoring all logical parts of my brain that are telling me to go with Echo, and I am going to do something that I typically don't do, which is go in favor of Streamer Zone, go against Echo. I think Ben is right. I think this could be the season where we're going to see some change. I think that Streamer Zone has been super closely matched with Echo. I think they got him figured out. They're looking hot after that last series. They looked absolutely ecstatic on Twitter yesterday. Even after losing, they were like, yeah, let's go. We're ready for tomorrow. We're bringing it home. So I think they have everything they need. They have the players, they have the comps, they have the mental that they need to be in. And I think it's going to be a close one, but I do think that Streamer Zone is going to shake things up here and take it. And if I'm wrong, I still win against the chat in terms of predictions, so it's all good.
And they've also got the vote of the casters. So anything could happen here in the finals of the AWC. I am going against what my heart wants. I am going with the statistically likely team to win here. And I'm rooting. I'm predicting Echo, but honestly, I think I'm rooting for Streamer Zone GG. It'd be nice to see them win. It's been so cool to see them form as a roster and how they were early season, just starting off so strong. They hit the ground running, and here they are meeting up against the top dog in the region, fighting off against Echo in the grand finals. So we will certainly have to see. Looks like Echo is in agreement with me, 76% in favor of them versus 24, which I feel like is a little bit more than I would have thought, Ben, at least for chat, but based on what we're used to seeing, rooting for sort of the underdog. It seems a little bit like I would have thought it would be more one-sided than that in favor of Echo.
I think it's like almost like a David versus Goliath matchup, right? Like at a certain point, it's hard to cheer for Goliath over and over and over. Like Echo has just been so dominant. They're so strong. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with cheering for them. They're an amazing team, some of the best players, if not the best players to ever do it. So, but like you can't help sometimes but cheer for the underdog, in a situation like this.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. But looks like the rest of the casters don't. Azael, D-Machine, and Supatese also all in favor of Echo. I know. I thought at least D-Machine would have been.
D-Machine always says, "Oh yeah, I always go with my heart. I'm always going with the underdog." I haven't seen that, David. I'm not gonna lie.
I know. Yeah, he's usually the contrarian up here, but I really don't think it's wrong to root for Streamer Zone GG. I mean, if you look at the past series that they had against Echo, it was incredibly close. There were many moments, Zico, where it did look like they were going to win against Echo.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Streamer Zone, they just wasted a lot of their games playing with Demon Hunter. And like that's no shot to Limps. He's an amazing Demon Hunter, but I think that if you're locking in a Demon Hunter against Waz Outlaw Rogue and Mercy on the Destruction Warlock, you're trolling. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are on that Demon Hunter. Eventually, you're not going to be able to pre-darkness and pre-blur and pre-glimpse and do all of these like preemptive maneuvers to dodge the incoming setup. You're just not going to be able to do it. Echo are just good enough of a team that they're going to gouge you before the setup, so you can't do that, or they're going to coil you, or they're going to fear you before the setup, or they're going to chastise you. They're going to do something to you that stops you from actually being able to do that, and then they're going to 100-0 you. And they're going to do that 3 times in a row until your team has no cooldowns, and on the 3rd time, you will die. So I think that despite how good Limps has been playing in this tournament specifically, I think he unfortunately needs to stay on the bench. This is an affair between Swapsy and his old teammates, and we need to see Swapsy in all of the games. We need to see Big Mex tagged in and just be, you know, the hero for his team. And if they can play to the level that we saw yesterday and take the first game at least, I think there's a world where they win 4-3, but they're gonna have to play their hearts out in all 7 games. The road to victory is not easy, but it's possible.
Definitely. And, you know, I was speaking with Big Mex yesterday, and he did say that we will win against them tomorrow. And I quote, and that is some confidence for sure coming from that team. So hopefully that confidence pays off. But, ooh, I get to be on this segment now. We get to talk about Transmog.
This is amazing.
I love this. He looks fire. What do you guys think?
I mean, literally on fire, yeah. But I think it's a great mix of kind of like the old style of armor with some of the new things, and it's just it's creative, it's unique. Never seen anything like it. So for me, I'm gonna be going as high as like a 9-1.
9.
I really like this. Yeah,
I'm with you. I'll give it a 9.
Very creative.
It's very nice.
9s. Okay. For me, the weapon is what leaves something to be desired. I don't like the weapon that much. I do like the shoulders. I like the head. I like the, you know, the legs, the chest piece, and even the bracers. Like it all, or I guess those are gloves actually. With just you know.
I think it's bracers, no gloves, hidden gloves.
Oh yeah, maybe
right.
maybe it is hidden gloves actually, and it's just the bracers that are kind of like in your elbow almost. So I think all of that looks good.
Elbow pads.
Is that actually a no belt mog as well?
Yeah, no
Kinda
belt.
looks like it,
No gloves, no belt.
I feel like we could get a belt in
I wish
there.
I could see the shoes.
Are the dogs out though? Yeah.
Oh no, it is. There is a belt.
Interesting. It's like a little string.
Oh, that's
okay.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, okay,
You know what I think
like
would
that.
look good with this is I believe there's a one-handed sword in Firelands that is just as fiery that I think would look really good too. I don't know
But
where
for me,
this sword is from, but
the fire of the sword doesn't match the fire of the shoulders in the helm. I would want to see something a little bit more flamey, maybe a different enchant on that weapon, but it's still a really solid mog. I'm not going to be as generous as you guys though with a 9. I'm going to give it a 8.9.
Ooh.
Wow.
Interesting. Anything about his build? I mean, what do we think? Like Big Bags, he's kind of like the last remaining hunter, you know, of the EU region. I mean, it's kind of giving him the X factor, then the survival hunter, really giving him that edge.
Yo, I will say hunters are quite well represented in this AWC. I mean, you got Big Mix in Europe, and then in North America, we're going to be having some hunters as well. It appears, at least after what we saw yesterday. But Big Mix, I think he's a fan favorite. He's an incredible player, and I guess the games are underway here, Aya.
They certainly are. It is the grand finals for EU kicking off. Echo versus Streamer Zone. GG on the Grand Arena.
All right, both teams leading with their strongest comps here. We are going to see Swapsy tagged in, and we are going to see a big opener coming out here. Mercy getting knocked away on that Cataclysm Fear onto JT, into the full trap already. Big Mix looking to get aggressive onto Mercy. The blinding shot is going to connect. Good offensive pressure, but Big Mix caught in no man's land. Needs to be careful there. Mercy blasting away with 2 Chaos Bolts, but the Roar of Sacrifice is going to keep Big Mix nicely safe in that position. Borog, of course, on the Holy Priest, and JT on that Discipline Priest. So this is exactly what we want to see. Kidney shot comes out onto Borog. They don't find the follow-up CC. Waz looking for the blind. He can sap off of that as well. I think Waz is going to look for it. Can they find the flare? Doesn't look like it. No, Waz is going to get the sap. Swapsy in big trouble, but also returning some fire in this position. Stormkeeper loaded up. Big Mix not completely safe yet. Needs to be careful. Fury of the Eagle onto Mercy. Good pressure from both sides. Borog sits through that CC chain, though, without having to use his trinket, and Mercy is in big trouble here, Van.
Oh, it's back and forth. I mean, Mercy is under fire. Big Mix is low. Swapsy is low. Big lightning lasso here from Swapsy. One Chaos Bolt will potentially land here onto Big Mix. It gets feared to land. And that's going to be down to 50%. A 3-4. I mean, this is scary for Big Mix. Are you kidding me? Get back to the pillar. Run and hide. Big Mix going for the trap, but he eats like 6 Chaos Bolts from the Overfiend and Mercy in that situation. Bit of a close call, but Farouk will grip him to safety.
Yeah, and now Big Max playing on that same pillar as Mercy, but look where his demonic circle is. We can demonic circle back behind that pillar. Waz trying to eat the trap, doesn't find it though. They get a stun onto Mercy. Surely he's going to demonic circle here away from Swapsy. Now he gets knocked actually behind the pillar, rooted there for a second as well. And so far, good pressure. I really like this positioning from Streamer Zone, keeping Swapsy on one side and Big Mix and Borg on the other side. The kidney shot onto Borg. Big Mix is going to be the target. Mercy looking for the opener here. Can he find the Chaos Bolts? It doesn't look like it. It's going to be Big Mix actually catching a huge heal in that position, and they don't actually get anything with that setup. So another botched setup here for Echo. Streamer Zone is looking very confident here in game number 1. Can they snowball this potential lead all the way to a victory, though? Waz is going to be the target here, going up against his former teammate Swapsy, but he's just going to go ahead and kill some of these pets and now look for another opener. He gets the combo points on the pet, then gets a cheap shot, kidney shot combo. They get the full fear. Big Mix in big trouble. Chaos Bolts from Mercy from downtown, but Big Mix manages to get the feign death off in time, gets the silence onto Mercy, and manages to weather that storm. Again, a beautiful setup that actually doesn't lead to a trinket, but here they overextend. Nice coil dispel, though. They managed to get a lot of pressure on the Mercy, but he fake has to interrupt. 2 Chaos Bolts going to connect onto Big Mix, hugs the pillar, and Borug in that Spirit of the Redeemer is going to keep his team fine for now.
Yeah, dampening's getting higher. Ascendance is coming off cooldown. Both these teams have massive offensive cooldowns they could trade. Big Mix is low. The Double Fear comes in. Nice setup here from Echo. Finally landing some crowd control, but Will of the Forsaken trades here for Borug. Not with a gouge, but at the same time, Mercy is under fire. Having to play quite defensive in this situation. Just trying to line aside. Big Ascendance here from Swapsy. He is getting a ton of damage out, and Mercy is forced to portal away. Great positioning here by Mercy. He's been playing the defensive role on that Warlock so incredibly well with his positioning, and now can sneak in a few Chaos Bolts. Looks like it does get grounded there by Swapsy, denying some of that damage.
I really like what Boruk did there. After he uses Will of the Forsaken, he knows, okay, I don't have to worry about JT's fear, so I'm just going to push onto JT and try to get his Will of the Forsaken back, and he manages to. So there is an opening here. If they can find a trap onto JT, Boruk potentially could go for that follow-up fear. Right now he's on DR. Mercy gets wind shear, though, on the fear, and that means Chaos Bolts are coming in. Mercy actually taking a lot of damage here from Swapsy, Waz trying to slow him down a little bit on that pillar, but Big Mix might want to make a push here for the trap. He's going to go for it. There's the Intim stun. There's the freezing trap as well onto JT. Nice pain suppression, nice and early, but look at Borug, goes for the fear, trinkets the blind, fades the sheep shot, almost gets it, but Waz shuts it down. No, he does get the fear actually. Nicely played there by Borug. Huge play actually. Manages to get that in time, preventing Waz from stopping him, but he did trinket that blind, which is kind of a fair exchange, but you don't always want to trinket offensively like that. They're going to try to punish it. Borug in big trouble. One Chaos Bolt is going to connect. Borug down to half HP here. Doesn't want to have to use that Guardian onto himself. Kidney shot is going to land onto Borug. All of Echo swarming Borug on that pillar. There's the Infernal Stun. Here comes the Chaos Bolt, but Borug with a massive heal. Guardians himself, keeps himself alive for now on that exchange. Gets into Spirit of the Redeemer, Divine Him, but look at Big Mix. One Chaos Bolt onto Big Mix. Has to turtle as well on that second one.
Oh, wow. Echo really punishing that trinket from Borug. Getting a lot of pressure, a lot of momentum. Borug fades. He's trying to get away, but his Waz is there. Finds the gouge. Can he find anything else to follow it up? Doesn't look like it just yet. Borug finally has a moment to breathe as Waz is trying to defend JT from the incoming trap of Big Mix. What they can do, dampening gets really unstable for both of these teams. The Streamer Zone can find crowd control late in the game. They could force a lot. One Chaos Bolt lands onto Swapsy as he's forced into a defensive position once again. Knocks Mercy away, and JT has just had control of the center field for this entire game. He's playing at range. Mercy doing an excellent job making sure he's kiting away at the perfect times. When they do get crowd control, he's behind the pillar, he's line of sighting. And I think Echo so far has been doing a really good job kind of navigating the situation. For Streamer Zone, it's all about finding those traps onto JT. If they can follow it up with the fear, that's even better. But Echo's done a really good job denying it so far.
Yeah, and the Streamer Zone kind of had a moment here where they had basically no small CDs like the Guardian, but they're able to find it. But here comes the Chaos Bolts onto Big Max. Not able to find the Feign Death. The Overfiend is blasting away as well. A couple of extra bolts, and it's so annoying for them because Anytime they push in for those traps, Mercy just gets guaranteed Chaos Bolts. He's so quick to punish them when they offensively position away from that pillar. So they're kind of just forced to sitting at the pillar the entire match, it feels like, which means that JT, of course, also has an easy time to just get his damage up. And here comes the smoke bomb. Big Max, what are you going to do? Trades out the trinket early, walks out of that smoke bomb, gets the Guardian from Borug, respecting the offensive push. But now, Borug's mana not looking good. They get the full freezing trap onto JT. Looks like he actually got dispelled there by the imp, or he defed it. I'm not sure, but Waz taking a lot of damage in this exchange. Has to get the pain suppression. Goes for the cheap shots now. Looking to set up onto Swapsy. They get the cheap shot onto Borug. Mercy doesn't find the Chaos Bolt. Nice scatter shot there, interrupting Mercy with that power infusion, with that extra additional damage buff. And it looks like they're going to be able to survive yet another setup on the side of Streamer Zone. Now pushing in for the trap. Waz tries to eat it. Doesn't get it. Big Mix, though, in open field once again. Pushing in for the trap. And it actually ends up him being on the back foot. Borug trinketing out of the blind into a full gouge. Big Mix still not out of the woods yet. Big damage coming in from JT in the back line. But the Swapsy Hex onto Mercy should be enough here to keep Big Mix alive in that position. But the CC chain is still going. Finally, a scatter shot onto Waz. He's going to trinket out of that one. Gets a cheap shot onto Borug. They're looking for the Chaos Bolt, but I think Waz might be getting a little bit too offensive in this position. Gets feared on his killing spree, and nice defensive recovery from Streamer Zone.
Yeah, Mercy's low, but Big Mix still not feeling confident. Swapsy just making a play! Mercy goes down to 10% health. A huge swell of damage, but Big Mix now caught in the middle of the map. Kidney shot will land. Borug grips him back to the safety of the pillar. Waz is there in just 0.1 seconds, landing the cheap shots on the entire team. The fear comes in. Swapsy has to play defense. Lightning lasso here onto Waz, but Big Mix is just going for the win. He goes for the turtle. Can he find the trap? It's a chastise into a full trap. Mercy preemptively portaling once again. He's out of there, but now Waz is all alone, forced to run away from the fury of the Eagle of Big Mix. But this is back and forth, and this is looking dicey here for Echo. Either side could fall here, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. They still have the Trinket Void Shift on Borug, but actually it might be on cooldown because he used that Will of Forsaken. He's caught up in a full fear. Big Max with no turtle. Oh, he gets sapped out of the fear. This could be it right now. Big Max, no! This Void Shift comes through right at the last second, giving them some time, and they're going after Borug, though. He fades the stun there. He gets his full fear onto Waz. They need to find something. They need to find pressure right now. Swapsy needs to make something happen here. They're going after Mercy. He's taking a lot of damage. Pain Suppression will trade for JT. There's the Power Infusion as well. JT is blasting away. The Collapsing Void is going to collapse and top off Echo, but dampening is higher and higher. Waz, no Cloak of Shadows. He could be a good target. Borug, Spirit of the Redeemer, right as soon as that setup happens, and now they're zapping after Waz. Fury of the Eagle gets gouged. Waz ducks around the corner, manages to survive for now. Flare comes out here from Big Max, full blind onto Borug. He does have the trinket, though, manages to sit through that, so that is some glimmer of hope here for Streamer Zone, but the Infernals are called in for Mercy. He's trying to close out the match, Van.
Yeah, they managed to slip behind the pillar, but Big Mix does not. Cheap shots coming in once again. Coils as well. Mercy, does he have the follow-up damage? Oh, he gets stunned. Nicely done there by Big Mix, denying some of that incoming pressure. Ascendance rolling up here for Swapsy. That could be the final nail in the coffin. Just a few short seconds on that Ascendance. Swapsy's going to have massive pressure. They could take down Waz. They could take down Mercy. Any of them, but they just have to hold on a little bit longer. Fear lands on Borug. Gets out of the fear, but just does not have the healing. Big Mix holding on by a thread, but might get sniped. He does. And Echo gets game number 1, claims first blood here in this best of 7.
Oh, man, that was a close one. Streamer Zone holding on to 52% dampening. They just couldn't find their footing. They couldn't find that pressure that they so desperately needed there at the end. Waz on that rogue, so evasive. Couldn't take him down without having a stun on him. And Echo just in the driver's seat, it felt like, throughout the most of the game, but there was a couple of close calls. This, of course, was one of them where Big Mix pushes in for the trap and tanks like 50 Chaos Bolts in a row. Had to use his turtle, had to get grip back to the pillar. I think he got a Guardian there as well, actually. And this was another close call here where they had to sit through a long CC chain. This is, of course, Big Mix going for that freezing trap. Look at Borug here, pushing in for the fear, gets blinded, and then he trinkets the blind, fades the cheap shot there, the vanished cheap shot, then gets the fear, but then Waz gets the follow-up half cheap shot. And that's such a good play because Borug knows JT has no Will of the Forsaken. Now is my time to actually go in and play offensive with my team and try to actually make something happen because we can get his trinket on one of my fears. That would be huge. But Unfortunately, playing offensive into this Destruction Warlock just doesn't seem to be an option. I feel like they just need to be full defensive, just try to limit Mercy's damage, and then in dampening, they can actually shut down Mercy's damage, and Swapsy's damage is kind of unavoidable. And I think that's how their win condition is going to look like on the side of Streamer Zone. But yeah, it's really tough matchup here with Echo playing as well as they can. And this moment right here, the Void Shift came through onto Big Max, saving him from the jaws of defeat. Boro getting sapped out of that fear there, was hitting him with some old school tech. And then here, right at the end, the smoke bomb comes through, and Big Mix does get a couple of heals, but it's not enough. And I thought that was a Guardian, but it was actually the wings from the life grips. I thought he was going to survive there. But yeah, unfortunately for Borug, no mana and also no Guardian for another 15 seconds. But I do think that if they don't let Mercy get as offensive, like even going for traps, I think is bad. Like, I think actually the way they should play this is just play at the pillar the whole game. Line of sight Mercy. Yeah, just play for damp.
That's what they did. The first time they played this, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
Right? Like they.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I they're going back to where it all began. Akudan, proving grounds. They could just run away and pillar, and I tend to agree with that because, I mean, it just seems like honestly, Echo is putting on like a masterclass on how to position with a Warlock and a Priest. Like, Mercy is doing such an excellent job. It's just really awkward for Big Mix. Anytime he's pushing in for these traps, he's just getting stunned, and then Mercy's out of line of sight as well, so they're not able to actually connect any amount of damage because Mercy's not locked down whatsoever. You know, it's not the same as like when Waz is stunning up the healer, then locking down the target. They don't have that same kind of luxury with stun, so I think just all-out damage is probably a better strategy. It's kind of like I don't say it's a more difficult strategy to pull off, but you definitely have to be patient. I think they need to find the opportunities when they can find them, but just drag them out of position. And I think this map is especially good for doing that.
Yep. I think, yeah, I completely agree with that. Just they're playing well, but they are still trying to make plays offensively, and I don't think that's what we should be looking at if we're streamers in.
Yeah, I think Echo is probably when you're going into scripted gameplay, I think that's where Echo is the best.
Yep.
Like if we're going into the script and you're trying to like consistent CC chains, like that's where Echo is going to thrive. They're going to deny, they're going to death it, they're going to fade it. Streamer Zone, they need to just go full zug, I think, in this one. Just maximum damage, survive as long as you can, and flip the script.
When it comes to scripted gameplay, Echo is the best. But when it comes to dampen gameplay, Swapsy is the best.
And that is,
he's the king. He's been the GOAT for a long time when it comes to that. So,
do damage, don't die. A wise man once said that.
Yeah, that wise man was Swapsy. And it's been true for a long time. So I think Swapsy just needs to take his own advice and do damage, don't die. I mean, he wasn't the one who died last game, but for his entire team, I think actually the matchup, it won't be too bad if they can do that. If they can just stay alive, I feel like the Discipline Priest is going to run out of steam before Borug if they can play that kind of game. If they just shut down Mercy and just spam damage on whatever they can, and if they, sure, like if JT's pushing in for a fear or something, like sure, go ahead and trap him, you know? But I think, just playing it as defensively as possible and then relying on that advantage in dampening. Because in my mind, the advantage is, it comes down to this. Mercy has to cast Chaos Bolt. Swapsy doesn't need to cast anything. Big Mix doesn't need to cast anything. So you have 2 instant spammers versus 1 casted Andy. And if you can shut that down, just scattershot him, or silence him or interrupt him when you have the kidney shot is on Big Max. If Swapsy can shut it down with hexes, with wind shears, with groundings and stuff, and if Swapsy's in a kidney shot, shut it down with scattershot and with interrupts, then I think all of a sudden in dampening, your unavoidable damage is gonna get you the win. So let's take a quick look at this bird. And then let's get game 2 started.
Let's do it. Just a few short seconds before we enter the second game of this best in 7. Echo gets the first win, but Streamer Zone, they've been looking better and better. I think they just need to find their groove in this matchup. They had to play different compositions today, different strategies, and Let's see what they can do here in this match. Waz looking for a potential sap on the edge of that flare. Doesn't want to get flared out, but also potentially looking for a sap here. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it. A Swapsy loads up some damage.
All right. He's got the Stormkeeper ready to zap. JT already using the Greater Fade to get back on the pillar. This is something that I really like about a lot of the EU Ellie Shamans and Swapsy as well, of course. They always go after the healer. When the healer is pushing in to get crowd control, they just start zapping him. And already Swapsy with big Ascendant damage coming through, but it's caught up in a cheap shot. Mercy already looking for some Chaos Bolts early on. Gets a Hex there potentially. No, he gets silenced. Hex is going to follow through as well. And he does manage to connect onto Waz. And Waz now getting paused for a second. Double coil coming out. Mercy looking for the Chaos Bolts. Not able to find it just yet. Big Max pushing in for the freezing trap. Can he find it? No, yes, he does actually. But it looked like it broke, or maybe Mercy is playing that Imp Dispel. I'm not sure. Either way, JT is no longer in a trap, and Big Max is out of position. Tanking damage here from Mercy. Getting shot on the Borog. One Chaos Bolt on the Borog. Big swap from Echo. They're trying to close it out early, but Borog manages to survive in that position. Trading out Apotheosis here as well, and he's going to be completely fine for now.
Time being, they're looking good, and it looks like they do want to play aggressive, so continuing to go for those chains is the stun into a trap, but Waz is just saving stun DRs for Big Mix. Anytime Big Mix goes for these traps, Waz is just stunning him up. They're putting pressure on him. They're literally just saving stun DRs to just do counter goes. It's really smart from Echo, and I think it's something we're going to consistently see in this match, and it's really kind of making it difficult for Streamer Zone to get anything going.
Yeah, and we're going to see Swapsy right now. Taking a collapsing void here, getting some work done. There's the full freezing trap onto JT. Looks like it is going to be trinketed here. So nice small victory here for Streamer Zone. If they can snowball that into more cooldowns, maybe they're just going to need to play a little bit more aggressive. JT still has that Will of Shaken, but here comes the coil onto Borog. Here comes the punish. Mercy looking for the Chaos Bolt. Fake casting, and fake casting. But Big Mex holding on to that interrupt for now. Manages to make sure that Borog gets away safely without tanking those Chaos Bolts. So really good discipline there coming out from Streamer Zone, but it is a risky gamble that they're doing. Nice lightning lasso here while Borog sitting through a blind, shutting down Mercy. Every single one of these goes, but Borog still not out of the woods yet. Full gouge onto Borog into a half fear, but finally will be able to come through with that Tremor Totem. Here comes one Chaos Bolt though, two Chaos Bolts onto Big Max, and JT in that freezing trap. Big Max pushing maybe for some pressure. Actually didn't take too much damage from those Chaos Bolts. Gets a silence on the Mercy. Big Max pushing in here. Gets the damage off with the Focus Assault. There's the Fury of the Eagle as well. Doing a lot of work here onto Mercy, but JT is just healing through it with just Void Blast spam and Mind Blast spam. Dark Reprimands just keeping him alive by just spamming damage, and now here comes the Chaos Bolt. There's the cheap shot
nice
as well.
grounding.
Huge grounding though from Swapsy. Shutting it down, but still Big Max takes a huge chunk of damage. Gets the Feign Death, though, and should survive.
Yeah, that was an amazing grounding there by Swapsy. Grounded like probably 10 million damage worth of Chaos Bolts, and that allowed Big Mix to hold on to some of those cooldowns. Pressure is not looking too bad here. The one thing for Streamer Zone is their mana is not looking good, so if they go into the late game, that could be an issue. One Chaos Bolt lands onto Big Mix as he does get the trap, and it's the same thing. He goes for the trap, the stun lock comes in, and Big Mix all of a sudden has to play defensive. Every single one of those green bolts could be lethal. These Chaos Bolts are quite devastating from Mercy. Beautiful interrupt there by Swapsy, shutting it down just a little bit. Mix continuing to try to make a push here. Can they land the stun? And I mean, Echo just seems like they have a lot of control of this matchup so far. The counter goes here onto Big Mix. Finally, some pressure, though, loaded up here onto Mercy as he's looking to get out some fears. Managing to find a few, but he just portals to safety once again. And I do wonder, maybe at some point Streamer Zone's going to have to commit. They land the trap here. Mercy is a little bit low, but just perfect positioning, perfect line of sight. Makes it so difficult to take him down.
Yeah, but they're swapping to Waz. They get the evasion here. No Cloak of Shadows for 20, but JT out of crowd control gets the Mind Blast off. Nice fade there by Borog, avoiding the crowd control to get the disarm onto Waz. Waz actually looks like he wanted to swap to Borog here with the setup, but it's a half cheap shot instead. JT is there for the follow-up fear. Now they're going after Swapsy. Swapsy trades out the Astral Shift, gets the Lightning Lasso as well. They do get Borog's Trinket in that push, and that means that they now have this opportunity where they're going to kidney shot Borog into a blind, into a full sap, and that is going to be a very dangerous moment for Big Mix and Swapsy. Big Mix already taking a huge amount of damage here as well, dropping very low. There's the killing spree. There's the kidney shot. Here comes the CC chain. Big Mix, how are you going to survive this one? Is it going to be a blind follow-up? There it is. Full blind to follow it up. Does Waz have the vanish? Is the question. No, the flare from Big Mix is going to deny it, but still had to use his aspect of the turtle there. So good defensive rotation there from Streamer Zone, but Echo with a nice shutdown manages to grab that defensive.
I don't mind them going after Waz more. I feel like that was kind of what was allowing them to succeed in the earlier games yesterday. Is actually just pressuring Waz. Like they have multiple targets they can hit. They don't need to chase Mercy behind the pillar into the middle of the map. Just put pressure out onto Waz. If he happens to get low, you can go for a trap. You can switch the pressure onto Mercy, but I think it's a lot better of a strategy. Beautiful triple fear coming in. Big Mix down to about half. The coils here. Mercy, what is he going to be able to do? Fear comes in, but a beautiful hex by Swapsy slows down some of that damage, but still, Big Mix could be in a little trouble.
2 Chaos Bolt is definitely trouble. 3 is a nightmare, but it looks like he's going to be able to survive. Borug in that Spirit of the Redeemer, but now caught up in a full fear. Borug trades out the Will of the Forsaken. JT fake casts the Shadowwood Death there on the trap. Waz is trying to eat it. Shuts it down with a cheap shot, but they're still stacking up on top of each other. Big Mix has a window where he can go for the trap right now. Is he going to be able to find it? JT has the Shadowwood Death in a second. No, he's going to get the full trap, but it looks like it breaks anyway to cleave damage, and they're going to chastise stun JT there, going after Waz, and I really like that. Just go after Waz and try to avoid Mercy as much as possible, but mana heavily in favor of Borug right now. If they can actually get to deeper dampening with all of their cooldowns available, that could be a win condition, but here's a full fear onto Borug. No Will of the Forsaken. Scattershot onto Mercy. Shuts down the push for now, but still not out of the woods yet. Killing spree coming through from Waz. They're pushing for a cooldown, and they will get the Astral Shift, but they won't get the Burrow, so Swapsy still going to have that Trinket Burrow in his back pocket. Now Big Mix getting aggressive once again back onto Mercy.
Yeah, beautifully done. Big Void Blast coming in here from JT. Swapsy's in trouble. Cheap shot on Borug. And they are clumped up. They're getting smothered here by Echo, who wants to claim the second game. Need to see Big Mix and Swapsy try to get some semblance of counter pressure here. The Ascendance is ready. Swapsy has a lot of damage he could potentially use. He uses the Bloodlust, Stormkeeper. This is likely going to be the Ascendant and a huge opportunity for Streamer Zone to cause a panic in this match. But Swapsy just has to hold on a little bit longer. Burrows underground. Chaos Bolt barely taking him down, and Swapsy just needs to be so careful right now. It's so difficult for Borug. Cheap shot into Gouge. Waz is setting up the team. Swapsy finally pulls the trigger, and this is their opportunity, Zico. Streamer Zone has to win here.
Yeah, and Borug is in position to get the follow-up fear here. JT has no trinket out of this trap. Mercy is going to port away to safety. Had the pain suppression. There's one with the Waz. He's taking an insane amount of damage. He's going to Cloak of Shadows as well and get another charge of the pain suppression. So JT, in a matter of seconds, had to use his will, double PS charge as well, and Waz had to trade out his cloak. So there is signs of life here for Streamer Zone. Full sap, though, onto Borug. Big Mix flares Waz out. Swapsy, no cooldowns left. He has the Astral Shift active. He has the Grounding Totem. Can't get it off in time, though. 1 Chaos Bolt is going to connect Borug in that angel form, spamming out the heals. They interrupt Mercy, but that means he's going to be able to free cast Chaos Bolts. Fear as well being casted here. Borug could get full fear. They get a full trap onto JT. Can they take somebody down on the side of Streamer Zone? Borug fears defensively onto the DPS. Chastise stun onto JT. He's got a trinket. Void Shift. Mercy so low. 1 Chaos Bolt, but he gets knocked on it. Beautifully done by Swapsy. Gets scattershot on the next one, but Swapsy not feeling too confident yet. The Lightning Lasso on the R onto Waz. They're trying to dogpile here once again onto Swapsy. Can they topple him? He has no cooldowns left. Borug has the Guardian. Borug has the Void Shift as well. This is looking really good for Streamer Zone.
Oh, Streamer Zone, they could do it. They finally force Echo back. Waz is scared. Mercy's scared. JT's almost completely tapped on mana. Streamer Zone, if they could tie this up, it would be massive for the series. Hex comes in from Swapsy. Waz immediately trinkets to try to get the pressure rolling for his team so they can get some momentum here in the match. Nice disarm from Big Mix as he pushes in. Ultimate Penitence is going to completely deny the setup here from Big Mix, and now he's stuck on the other side of the map. Borug backs him up, grips him back to the pillar. I mean, this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, but Borg has no mana left now. JT still with a tiny little bit of mana here. Symbols is going to get kicked by Waz. He's going to chain this potentially into another stun. Borg knows it. He tries to fade the stun. Waz gets knocked away from a second. They're dogpiling on top of Borg. There's the kidney shot onto Swapsy. Big Mac's going to be the target of choice. But there's the stun onto Waz. Fury of the Eagle. Can they take him down? And they will. Streamer Zone ties up the series. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now tied up 1-1. And Echo is starting to sweat.
Nick Mix hits him with the Uno reverse. You think I'm scared? You're the one in danger. He gets the intimidation stun, the Fury of the Eagle, and Waz goes down. I mean, what a close game. But I feel like Streamer Zone, they're kind of relearning the matchup a little bit because in the Grand, they forgot. It was clear that they forgot what they need to do. And that is, you have to hit Waz. You need to really keep him honest in this match. If the only thing you're doing is chasing after a Warlock with perfect positioning, perfectly kiting every one of your setups, you're not going to win the game. So this is the kind of panic, this is the kind of chaos we wanted to see, and I think their targeting was way better this game.
Absolutely. I think that you have to make Mercy overextend and run to you by going after Waz. And I think that was a big thing that changed. They go after Waz, and Mercy has to push in to try to save him. He exposes his own positioning, and that's when you can get that big punish that we saw with that Void Shift, which happened a little bit later in the match. But yeah, this is the moment where they kind of started to run a little bit. Big Mex had to use his turtle there after Borg set through that long CC chain, but immediately finding that trap, going after Waz in the Chastise stun was absolutely key. And again, Swapsy as well, being an absolute live lord for his team, gets the burrow here, and Borg comes out of that CC chain, connects with a big heal with that Guardian, and then finally, this was the moment where they started kind of pushing them back and actually finding their own pressure, and this was that moment with the Void Shift. So Mercy completely overextended out of his port range because they had been going after Waz a little bit, and Waz with no cooldowns left means that Mercy kind of has to save the day, and that costed them every cooldown available, and then it puts them into this position where Streamer Zone is very comfortable. If Waz makes a play, he's got no buttons left, and Big Mex hits him with the Uno reverse. Waz trying to find that stun and get that setup rolling, but instead he gets met with a stun from Big Mex and gets taken down. So Streamer Zone, this was a sweaty game. Like, let's be honest, it's 50% dampener. Like, they want the entire distance. At any point, they can just die to the Rogue Warlock, right? But this is what they need to do. This is what they need to do every single one of these games.
It's going to be a long series. Like, if Streamer Zone wants to win this, every game's 10 minutes. It's got to be. I mean, look at this damage coming in from Big Pick. So at the end, and let's just keep in mind, I mean, if you look back and you see the cooldowns, was 2 seconds on Cloak of Shadows, 1 second on Vanish, like, that's one of those situations where you're just punching your monitor after going down, you know, after such a long, hard-fought game, and you're just so close to having the cooldowns that just make you immune to death. That was definitely a bit of a miracle situation for Streamer Zone. Yeah,
definitely. But they're going to Empyrean Domain, so small pillars.
Surprise, surprise. This is a Voidweaver Destro heaven with the little tiny pillars.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, at least the map is bright, so you can kind of see when the Voidweaver is popping off. But yeah, it's gonna be tough for Streamer Zone. I'm assuming they're just taking a minute here to kind of recompose themselves after that last game. But I want to see the exact same thing locked in here. Do you actually think we're gonna see any kind of swapping shenanigans from either side?
No.
Or do you think this is what we're seeing?
I think the only way we see anything swap is if Streamer Zone wins the next 2 games.
Yeah,
Streamer Zone wins 2 games in a row, maybe Echo will change. And even then, I'm not 100% sure, but I think for Streamer Zone, they've tried so much. This is all that works. Like, do not switch off this comp.
Yeah, I agree with that. Don't you dare bring in the Demon Hunter in here into my arena.
Sorry, Limps. You've had a great season, but this is not the time.
GG's Limps, but seriously, like, stay on the bench and just bring them water. And you know, the bench player though has to do a lot of things. Like, the bench player, he has to still look up, like, okay, what talents are people running? Like, he's still involved in the comms, also calling out win conditions. That's something that a lot of these bench players, I don't know if Limp specifically does that, but a lot of these bench players will still be unmuted on comms, and they will know, like, okay, we don't have, you know, our trinket plus unending resolve. Like, next go is scary. Waz, you have to save it. You know, like, stuff like that is really important still to give extra comms without cluttering the comms, of course. Just give like concise, important bits as the bench player. Yeah, you're the coach. You're the coach.
Not a bench player, you're the coach. All right? Sounds much better.
Yeah, you're the water boy / coach. What do we think about this Borog transmog?
I think this is a really cool set. I like the set. You can actually earn the set right now in Legion Remix. I got it myself, so.
Okay. And what weapon is that? Is that the wait, don't show it.
Doom too.
Yeah, Skull of Impending Doom, and they showed it. I wanted to. I knew it. It was Jaded Crystal Dagger. It's from Magister's Terrace, I think, in TBC. It might have more places where it drops, but yeah, I definitely farmed that thing on my rogue, which is known as free precog, because that's all I do. I just miss kick and donate free precogs. But anyway, somebody who doesn't do that is, of course, Waz on the rogue. His kicks are on point, and his gameplay is going to need to be on point here because Streamer Zone are looking to take the swing match here in the European Grand Finals. $50,000 US to the team that wins this series here. And the gold medal, the War Within Champions. Lot at stake here for these teams. Streamer Zone finally finds an answer. Is it going to be good enough, though, to actually win them this next game?
The one major difference with this map that we all need to be paying attention to is these pillars are small, meaning they do not provide a lot of line of sight. It's much more difficult to actually bait Waz in. Big setup here by Swapsy, though. He's putting pressure onto JT. They just trap him out of the stun. Suppression still here, but look at Mercy just across the map. And this is what we want. Waz getting incredibly low on health and Big Mix. I mean, if there's anyone that knows how to burst on a Survival Hunter, knows every little bit of damage he can squeeze in, it is going to be Big Mix. We saw it in the last game, and I feel like Waz needs to be very careful of that situation.
Yeah, we know what Big Mix is able to do. He has left a lot of bodies in his wake on that Hunter throughout this tournament. But right now, he is in a lot of trouble, actually. Borg sitting through the blind, gets gouged as well. They're going after Swapsy. Big swap here. Killing spree coming through, but Borg denies it. Beautifully done here with the Angel form. I'm surprised to see them not committing the smoke bomb there. So they actually wanted to force Swapsy's trinket to have a smoke bomb play later on. But Borg also going into Angel form, they're kind of anticipating that there might be a late smoke bomb. Both of these teams playing absolutely out of their minds. The trap, unfortunately, breaks on JT there, and now Big Mex, as a result, is not going to have any crowd control. DR stun, though, onto Big Mex means that he's going to be able to feign death, that Chaos Bolt, and duck around the corner. So good defensive maneuvers here. Echo actually making a rare mistake there, DRing their stance, and Waz can't push in. He doesn't have Cloak of Shadows, doesn't feel too confident getting behind that pillar, but here comes Mercy, double Chaos Bolt. There's JT with the triple fear as well. Swapsy's isolated. One Chaos Bolt, two Chaos Bolts, and Swapsy is definitely feeling the heat here in game number 3.
Yeah, definitely. But Mercy is playing a much more aggressive. So I feel like Streamer Zone, the way they're playing this and going after Waz, it's forced Mercy's hand just a little bit. He's actually off his portal right now. So if they wanted to, they could try to go for a trap, go after Mercy just a little. But Streamer Zone realizing they're probably going to need a little bit of dampening to actually win this game. Full stun into a trap, but a kidney shot onto Big Mix. And it's that same old story. Anytime the Big Mix goes for a crowd control, Waz is just keeping him off of stun DR, puts him in a stun lock, and they've reversed the pressure almost immediately.
Yeah, and right now it's like basically trying to survive if you're Streamer Zone and play for a nice position to be in dampening. JT is blasting away with the Mind Blast, but Swapsy had to trinket here, which leaves an opening for Waz with that smoke bomb later on. So Borg, if he ever kind of wastes his Spirit of the Redeemer and that Divine Hymn, he's not going to actually have a good way to keep Swapsy alive. But at the same time, Big Mex taking a tremendous amount of damage. Takes a beating, but manages to recover. Swapsy, though, stacking on top of Borg. Borg now, though, is leaving him alone. They get the full freezing trap onto JT. Borg is there for the follow-up. He fades the fear from Mercy. Looking for the fear. They get the damage onto Waz. He's caught up in the stun. They force out the Will of the Forsaken. They make it back to the pillar. And Borg, what a nice play right there, goes into the Spirit of the Redeemer as the Infernals are dropping down. So he avoids that CC. He avoids the stun, but manages to keep his team topped. And now gets the Guardian there onto Big Mex. But look at Swapsy. He's isolated. Here comes the killing spree. They have the smoke bomb. Swapsy with no trinket. What are you going to do here? Doesn't want to trade out the burrow. Nice scatter shot onto Mercy. Shuts it down for now. Gets kicked on the Hex, though. Still taking a lot of damage from JT on the side. But Swapsy is going to be able to survive it. There's the double coil. Can they split them up for that smoke bomb? That is what they're playing for on the side of Echo.
Well, where is Mercy's portal at this point in the game? They can find the setup. They interrupt JT. Fade comes in. Big Mix still looking for the trap. I don't know if he's going to be able to find it. He gets feared away, and Swapsy once again is in a kidney shot. He gets gripped behind the pillar. Really well done. Borg's having a great game. I feel like he's maintaining his mana for the late game. He's finding fears onto JT. He's avoiding crowd control. I think he's just done an excellent job so far in this game for Streamer Zone. Let's see. Big Chaos Bolts here coming in from Mercy. Borg now into the cheap shot, and Big Mix could be in trouble. JT just free casting on him over and over, and he's been able to do so much damage. You can see JT and Waz are basically almost equivalent on damage done, but this is the scary moment in the match for Echo. This is the big Ascendance play from Swapsy, and this is where Mercy actually has to play a little bit scared as he pushes into the middle of the map. Maybe looking for a fear. He gets caught into a stun. JT gets the Mind Blast off. Waz across the entire map as Streamer Zone is actually repositioning. They just crossing the map, trying to create some space.
Yeah, and it's really good because all this time right now where Swapsy is sitting in the stun, JT and Mercy are still moving into position, and they're moving away from Mercy's portal, they're moving away from his demonic gateway. Look at Waz, though, caught up in a lightning lasso, taking a lot of damage there, and that might just be the key to victory here. Just use the map as if it is Nokudan, and just try to keep moving away from the two wizards on the side of Echo. Killing spree gets feared there on Waz. JT stun into a full trap. Do they get the dispel? It doesn't look like it. Mercy loading up the Chaos Bolt onto Big Mex, but gets the Feigned Death. Does have the Focused Assault active as well. Look at Waz taking so much damage. Has to pop the evasion on the Fury of the Eagle. It's a race to the finish right now. Double Chaos Bolts coming through for Mercy. Borog ducks into Angel form to keep himself nicely topped and heal up Big Mex. The Divine Hymn is going to pay dividends here for his team, keeping them all nicely healthy. But Borog gets caught up in a fear. Takes one Chaos Bolt to the face. Ulti Penny coming through from JT as well. Zapping away at Swapsy in a kidney shot. Doing a lot of damage there for Echo. Swapsy dropping to half, but manages to stay alive for now. No CC onto Borog just yet. There's the cheap shot onto Borog. Chaos Bolt is going to come through, but Big Mex, actually Swapsy grounds it. Nicely done there by Swapsy. I think he grounded and then moved his grounding behind the pillar so they don't kill it off. Excellently played from Swapsy, but he gets reflected on his lava burst. Two Chaos Bolts onto Swapsy, forcing out his burrow. A beautiful nether ward from Mercy.
Oh my gosh, really scary situation there for Swapsy, and he is out of line of sight. Any Chaos Bolts land. Mercy could close out the game. Borg's just trying to get there at the same time. Waz is low on health. It is back and forth. Mercy looking for damage.
Borg!
Full kidney shot on Borg. Can Swapsy keep him alive? The smoke bomb's down. One Chaos Bolt lands. Borg, how are you going to survive? 10% health. He managed to escape. Can he recover, though? This is a dire situation to be in. JT pushes in, lands the fear. Streamer Zone flailing to survive. He has the Guardian Spirit. He's opting not to use it just yet, but Echo is just completely owning Streamer Zone in this situation. However, they're turning it around, getting some pressure rolling here onto Waz.
Yeah, that was a nice trap attempt there onto JT. I think he got imp dispelled off by Mercy. He gets gripped away from the fight here. I don't think Mercy's too happy about that. He's just going to go ahead and port right back into it. Borog now in a kidney shot. Has to trade out the Apotheosis. Still has the Guardian, though. Just trying to reset some of those cooldowns. JT pushing in, gets a triple fear. Swapsy doesn't have the Tremor Totem for this one. They're going after Big Mex. He's taking a lot of damage. Refear coming out from Mercy. Now they're going after Swapsy. Again with the coil. Beautiful fake by Mercy. Here comes the Chaos Bolt. Swapsy, what are you going to do about it? He has no grounding totem as well. Mercy has fake casted everything. He's caught up by fear from Borog. They're trying to reposition behind that pillar, but if Wes can find one stun, there's the triple Infernal Cataclysm. Gets silenced by Big Mex. They shut it down for a moment, and they manage to mass dispel all of those immolates, and Borog manages to keep his team in the fight. Once again, that was looking extremely sus for everyone on Streamer Zone, but now they have good pressure on Waz. He's got no cooldowns remaining. Swapsy needs to pop off soon, and he's going to be able to potentially survive this setup again with his trinket. Big Mex, though, in trouble. Triple fear from JT. Mercy looking for the Chaos Bolt. If he finds it, it could be lights out then.
Oh my gosh, Mercy sets up an offensive portal. They smell blood in the water. They want to win this game. Coil comes in. Mercy, if he can land the bolts, he could close it out. But by placing that offensive portal, he's left himself slightly vulnerable here. He doesn't have his wall. He's not really going to be able to run and hide. Streamer Zone could potentially win if they get a full setup here onto JT. Go after Mercy. They're not out of it yet, but they have to survive a little bit longer. Swapsy's low on health. Echo is pushing for the win. Borog really struggling to keep him alive. He still has the Guardian Spear, just opting not to use it just yet. Playing it greedy, allowing the Prayer of Mending to bounce, and JT is pushing it as well. The full trap lands. This is where they could reverse the pressure. They're going after Waz. He has Cloak of Shadows. He might need to trade it out early just to avoid some incoming damage. Pain suppression from JT, just wanting to allow Echo to continue to remain aggressive here in this match, Zico.
Wow, it's taking so much damage right now. Has to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Fury of the Eagle gets popped here by Big Mex. They force JT's trinket with that last trap. If they can find a CC onto JT, they could turn this around on the side of Streamer Zone. But there's the fade coming out from JT. He gets a full fear. Borog in big trouble. Killing spree coming through from Waz. He has the Guardian though. Last line of defense. Still 20 seconds away for that Angel form. Waz could die though. Can they find the trap? No. Big Mex had to actually use it and he got greater faded by JT. And that means that they only have a 10-second window. But they might not have enough time, and the double Chaos Bolt comes through onto Big Mex. Mercy takes the game for his team here, and Echo is now up 2-1 in the series.
Oh, poor Swapsy. Ascendance is coming up in like 5 seconds. They just had to hold on a little bit longer. I said they need to make it to 10 minutes. 10 minutes is the enrage timer. Streamer Zone got so close, but Echo, I mean, it's a map. It doesn't just come down to the map, but the map certainly does not help Streamer Zone. It is so difficult to run away, and you could tell exactly why Echo picked this map. I mean, you basically have no room to move. When you line of sight, they're 2 steps away from being in your LOS, and at the end of that game, Streamer Zone just got completely smothered by Echo.
Yep, and that's the problem. I also think that Echo made a really nice adaptation to the series. They were mostly going for CC onto Borog, and then going after Big Mix and Swapsy. But in this game, this was a big moment. They go after Borog with the smoke bomb, double Chaos Bolt connect. They force out Void Shift in this moment. They force out basically every single cooldown that they had on the side of Streamer Zone, and that really opened up the game later. So having to use the Void Shift here means they won't have it, you know, when they really need to in deep dampening. So I think just mixing it up and going after Borog a lot, and actually committing setups with the Mortal Coil as well is very, very nice adaptation from Echo. But yeah, Streamer Zone, it was kind of expected that this map would go in Echo's favor. I think they still made a good push towards the end. It was just display from JT. I wonder if we actually have it on one of these replays, but JT actually had to trade his trinket on one of those freezing traps, and then he greater faded the full freezing trap a little bit later on. And that was a huge turning point, because if they actually got that full freezing trap with no trinket on JT, that would have been the game.
Gosh, it's such a stress. Like, this is so stressful to like cast and watch, and I can't imagine what it's like for these players. It's just every setup is potential death. Any shot lands here, and Mercy lands the double Chaos Bolt to close it out. Really close call. I mean, we're talking like if the game goes on another 5 seconds, you got Spirit of the Redeemer, you got Ascendance, you got Bloodlust. Swapsy, you could tell, was pooling those cooldowns to just knock Echo out, and unfortunately, just didn't have the time. Echo made the push. They threw caution to the wind. They made the offensive plays, and that's one of the things that makes Echo so great is they know when they have to make those pushes and really keep that pace. But we're going to Hook Point, interestingly enough.
Huh. Wonder why we're going to Hook Point. Do you think Streamer Zone is tagging in maybe a cleave to run this Void Weaver down, or just a map? Just a,
I think that's like one of their aces in the hole. The thing is, like, I feel like if Streamer Zone, I don't know. I'm not convinced, because like prior to yesterday, Streamer Zone was 1-12 into Echo, I think. So like I feel like if they had some ace in the hole cleave that they could just run down JT, we would have seen it at this point. No.
Yeah, maybe they're just saving it for when they really need it. Yeah, nah, I feel like I don't want to watch Streamer Zone experiment yet. I feel like right now, you stick to this, you try to tie up the series, and then if you're 2-2 and it's Echo's map pick, and you kind of have to do something crazy, maybe then you experiment with, you know, try something different. But for now, I really like this matchup. I feel like the way Streamer Zone is playing it is super solid. It just comes down to whoever kind of outplays the other team a little bit, whoever finds those big goals, and they're gonna stick to it. So I wonder what the reason for Hook Point is. I think they're gonna swap strategy. This is what I think is gonna happen. I think they want Hook Point so Borog actually can fear JT. I think they're gonna go for the full trap into full fears. Yeah, I think they're gonna play to win.
Think that it'll work, like the pre 10-minute win strategy? I don't know. I like the 10 minutes. It looks good.
I like the 10-minute strategy too, but I'm not in these games, so I don't know.
It's exhausted. It's been a long day.
I mean, Swapsy, he's born in dampening, bro. He's molded by it. This is light work for him. But yeah, definitely has been, there is something to be said for that mental fatigue. Streamer Zone has been playing the entire day, right? Whereas Echo's just been vibing in the finals, just waiting for their opponent, just watching Streamer Zone suffer in the lower bracket. So they're definitely coming in a little bit more kind of fresh compared to Streamer Zone. But at the same time, I think I like the 10-minute strat for Streamer Zone. I don't know what I think about this strat because it feels like the traps just aren't reliant enough for them to actually win with that. But maybe if Swapsy can also go for offensive hexes, because he's always been hexing defensively, maybe they can win that way. I'm not sure. Oh, we're gonna have a remake.
I would have like thinking about this. I'm trying to think of like what map I would have liked more. I would have liked Tolveron. Just go Tolveron and just play around one pillar the entire game. You know?
I don't know. I feel like Tolveron can be a bit of a bait.
What would you have liked?
I would have liked. I mean, I get the idea behind Tolveron, but I feel like sometimes when you're running as a unit on Tolveron, one guy can get kind of left behind the pack, and then there's just like this giant pillar that's just in between you and whoever like the lost puppy of the pack is. And I feel like that can create some awkward situations, especially with like fear. So I don't know how much I like Tolveron. I like Asha mains. It's like the pillars are not too big, but there's also not too small, like on Empyrean Domain, for example. Hook Point has actually really small pillars, so
yeah.
I feel like Hook Point is like a nightmare, unless you're trying to play to win. Like if you're trying to play, and when we say play to win, obviously both teams are playing to win, but what we mean is trying to win with a CC chain or with like offensive plays, rather than winning with the war of attrition. Yeah. So Swapsy, up until this point, Streamer Zone,
I'm
they've
glad
been
you
trying.
clarified that. Might be confusing.
Yeah, no.
Trying to win.
What? Have they been playing to lose this entire time? No. So Echo has been the team that's playing to win, and the Streamer Zone has been playing to survive. And if they survive, then they win. So it's a little bit of slang, but that's what we mean. Anyway, Streamer Zone, I think they're going to switch it up here and actually play offensively and try to close out the match with a CC chain. So we'll see if that is their strategy. Otherwise, this is a map that Echo probably would have picked at some point in the series for themselves.
All right, let's see how this goes. We're going to have to see Borg take some chances here. Looks like he's going to be playing a little bit off the pillar. He gets kidney shot as Waz hooks over. See what they decide to do. Cheap shot on Big Max once again, but he's out of line of sight. Need to be very careful. Borg's there. Goes for the fade. Gets feared up. This could be a potential tremor here for the side of Swapsy. He does drop the tremor. Now the Ascendant. Swapsy's looking to get aggressive. Backs up his healer from their setup. And now trying to get something rolling for himself, but not able to accomplish too much just yet.
Yeah. Swapsy now finding himself in a DR cheap shot. They're going after Borog. Here we go. We've seen this a lot of times, but now they're going to go back to Swapsy. Borog manages to weather that storm before it becomes a dangerous situation. Defs the fear there as well. Really nicely done there. Borog's going to be in a half fear as a result. So now Streamer Zone actually can play here. They are all on DR. There is a moment here where they can push in, and that's exactly what Big Mix is going to do. He looks for the trap. JT fake casts, goes for the def, and then actually tries to avoid that CC still. But there it is. Full freezing trap onto JT, but it breaks. Or actually, it might have been impetus spell. I'm not sure. But either way, JT is no longer in crowd control, and now it is time for Echo to get aggressive here. Who is going to be their target? Mercista actually still taking a lot of damage in that silence. There's the kidney shot onto Borog. Big Mex is going to be the target of choice this time around. Big coil onto Big Mex. He trinkets. He has to trade out the whole spell book there, and he had to trinket before he actually got stunned and trade out the Exil plus the turtle. A huge win for Echo.
This map is just not working out. Borog's got no trinket. Big Mex has no trinket, no turtle. Is looking disastrous for Streamer Zone, and you do not want to be down 1-3 against Echo in the series. They need to try to find a win here on their map pick. We'll have to wait and see if they can do it. They're not out of it yet. Most of these games have gone a long time, so it's likely we're going to be going past the 5-minute mark here. I'd be surprised to see if Echo can close it out earlier than that, but we'll have to wait and see. Borg still just playing very defensive, so not opting to do what we really said, which is push for those fears. Could be more of a late game strategy as well. Like, play it more conservatively at the start of the game, and then as dampening gets higher, that's where they can take advantage of the map and really punish.
Yeah, definitely. They did get a full freezing trap here, though, into JT, so good option to get aggressive. Actually, Borg faded the stun there. No, gets gouged into a full kidney. Swapsy, what are you going to do here? Big damage. Caught up in the stun. The collapsing void comes through. Swapsy trades the trinket, astral shift in that position, as well as the tremor totem, which means now he is going to be an exposed target. Big Mix no trinket, and they have smoke bomb. Swapsy no trinket, and they have smoke bomb. Echo basically has a buffet of targets to go between here that they can just full send 100-0 in a smoke bomb. Let's see how Borg is going to deal with that.
Yeah, we'll see what he has to do. Right now, Echo is not playing too scared in this match. They're playing very aggressive, keeping Streamer Zone at the pillar. Nice scatter there by Big Mix, doing what he can to try to peel the situation. You know, he has the sting for Mercy to silence him up. He also has a scatter shot for the Rogue. That's how he tries to slow down these setups, keep his team alive. Waz all over Borg, managed to land the full kitty shot. Double Chaos Bolt. Here comes the stun lock. Big Mix is in so much trouble. A beautiful setup here by Echo, but it does get diffused. It will be the will of the Forsaken from Borg getting out of the fear and managing to keep his Hunter alive.
Yeah, now Big Max looking to get aggressive here with the focus assault. Full trap. Is it going to land? No. Doesn't go for it just yet. JT tries to get the greater fade, but he does manage to sneak in that trap. Borg is in position for the follow-up fear. Gets the fade, gets the full fear, and this is what we were talking about. They get the Will of the Forsaken from JT, and that is a huge deal now because the next CC chain, if they can get a trap into a full fear, that is surely going to net them some big cooldowns. So the map might be starting to play into their favor a little bit, or finding those fears. If he's going to be able to do that moments again, it's going to be a big deal here for Streamer Zone. But now here comes Echo. Keep shot onto Borg. They're going after Swapsy. 20 seconds on the trinket. Chaos Bolt is going to connect. That is going to be the Mortal Coil. Another Chaos Bolt comes through. Borg saves the day with the trinket void shift, but that was an excellent punish, mainly by Mercy.
It feels like Echo is just getting better in the matchup. They're finding the setups. They're really punishing Streamer Zone. They are showing why they are such a dominant team. I'll have to find out and see what Streamer Zone's going to be able to do. The trap does land here. Mercy is in trouble. Portals away, though, to safety, and there's just never any follow-up. Mercy, every single time he portals away, he's just completely fine. I do like that they're going after Waz now, punishing the Rogue just a little bit. He's got no evasion. Big Mix in a stun. Here comes some bolts. Big damage on Big Mix, and a full cheap shot on Borg. This could easily be the match if Big Mix is not careful. He uses Sacrifice. Now a setup here onto Swapsy as Waz is just causing so much chaos and panic on that Outlaw Rogue.
Yeah, and there's a coil onto Swapsy as well. Has to trinket out of the coil. This is a disaster for Streamer Zone. JT still with no Will of the Forsaken. They need to find a trap. There it is. Stun onto JT into the full freezing trap. Do they get it with the imp? They don't get it with the imp. So now Borg, is he going to be able to find a fear? He's not going for it. I feel like this was the moment where he actually had to push for it. Will of the Forsaken is going to be back in 20 seconds, but Borg not feeling confident enough with no trinket available. He fades the stun from Waz, but kidney shot is going to connect. There's the smoke bomb. Swapsy. Guardian procs, but it's not going to be enough, I think, to scatter shot onto Mercy, trying to save the day. Swapsy with the healing surges. They get a full disarm onto Waz, but Borg in a fear, not going to be able to save his LA Shaman, and Echo now takes it to match point in the grand finals.
I just think this was a bad pick by Streamer Zone. I'm not sure what they were going for here, but a big pillar seems to be the only way they can win this match. They need to just have chaos with the positioning. Echo will claim their fourth game, third point in a row for them. They're looking incredibly good in the series, and they're just one away from being the European champions once again.
Yeah, I mean, playing on hook point against an Outlaw Rogue is a disaster. When that Outlaw Rogue also happens to be Waz, you better have a good game plan going into it, because he is going to be all over the map. I mean, you can see it here, right? He's in range of Borg to get a blind, get back to his target, then he hooks back to Borg and stuns him. He's just permanently harassing him. Like, just pay attention to only Waz here, like what he's able to do. He can duck behind the pillar, one his healers in CC, then they get the fear onto Borg, he gets a stun onto Swapsy, he's doing a bunch of damage, gets disarmed, and then he can get back to Borg. And here again, he's on Borg, he gets a stun, he gets a gouge, he sets up JT for the double fear, then now all of a sudden he's back to Swapsy, getting aggressive, and that's forcing out big cooldowns. And in every single one of these replays, You're going to see Waz just bouncing between two targets, constantly setting up his team. JT's going to be there for the follow-up to get the fear. Look at Waz once again, gets the stun onto Borog, and JT is there getting the damage off as well. And then he gets the smoke bomb with the Swapsy, and then he gets back to Borog with the blind. Then he's back onto Swapsy again. Now he's back to Borog again with the gouge, and now he's back to Swapsy again. And JT is there with the fear, and it's just like, what do you do to this? Like, he's just playing ping pong.
Well,
he's just a ping pong ball.
Yep. I think what you just highlighted showcases and tells me even more that they need to just be clumped up on a pillar, pretty much.
Yep.
Like, because it seems like distance between them is completely irrelevant when you have Waz running around like a little mosquito, at 10,000 actions per minute, just getting stuns and gouges, going back to his target, into the cheap shot, into the smoke bomb, back to his target, into it. You know what I mean? He's just all over, like we just witnessed. So I would rather sometimes. The most annoying thing, like, I play mage every once in a while, and one of the most annoying things that enemy healer can do is just play on top of the person I want to take down. Because it's just going to be breaking crowd control, like, it's inevitably breaking crowd control. Even things like fears can break, things like gouges can break, and it just makes it more difficult to have these, like, perfect setups that we're seeing from Echo.
Yep. And look at JT's damage, by the way. He's doing more damage than Waz in the matchup. Like, Waz is just setting up the stuns, and JT is just blasting off. Like, in this last go, it's the ulti Penny that's doing so much work here on Swapsy, and then the Mind Blast as well. Gets the Dark Reprimand, has just so much damage loaded up. And then as soon as the CC ends, he's just on top of Borog, holding his global. If Waz can't get the gouge there, JT's ready to fear in that gap instead. But he does get the gouge, so he just holds his fear. It's just perfect synergy between the Void Weaver and the Outlaw Rogue. And it's enabling JT to do so much damage in the match. And Mercy, well, he's just doing Mercy things, Whole team is stunned up. The enemy healer is CC'd. He can just spam Shadow Burn, spam Chaos Bolt, spam Incinerates, do whatever he wants, basically. And occasionally he sets up these big coil plays that takes them to victory. So really, really nice teamwork from Echo. And you can see here on the kill, damage contributed, JT more than Waz, around the same almost as Mercy as well. So it's just extra damage coming in from that priest when you actually play around them and you're enabling that Void Weaver spec. But Streamer Zone is going to tag in Limps.
How do you feel about that, Nico?
I feel like Streamer Zone, after that third game, felt like, okay, this doesn't work. We can't, like, the 10-minute strat is not it. Let's try something different. Let's try to play aggressive on hook point. They were not able to get aggressive whatsoever. They were never able to leave the pillar, and instead it was just a small map where JT could get the upper hand for those fears. And now, I mean, they have won with this matchup, but Limps is gonna have to be an absolute GOAT. He's gonna have to outplay super hard on these setups, and if they can stick to their targets, they have more damage, right? They have more. Offensively, they have more pressure, but they're also a lot more squishy. So it's a risky gamble here from Streamer Zone. But I mean, you're in the finals, and if you are Limps as well, I at least want to get a game in and see what you can do. But personally, I said it before we even saw this matchup. I hope Limps stays on the bench. But, I mean, not because of his ability as a player. It's just you're a demon hunter. You're against a Destro Warlock and a target and a rogue that's gonna spam stun you. So it's a tough matchup for him for sure.
The Demon Hunter. Here's the advantages. The nice thing about a Demon Hunter is you have a presence in the face of your enemy, right? Like it's like a melee DPS who's pushing in, landing maybe interrupts and stuff like that. But I mean, the nice thing about the LD Shaman is it gives you a lot of protection for your healer, right? You've got Tremor Totem. You've got Grounding Totem, which saved them so many times. Like eating 2 Chaos Bolts with a Grounding Totem is just so important for their team and for the Elemental Shaman to be in the match. So the fact that you don't have that anymore is going to be scary. I think this game is going to be a lot quicker. There's no shot that a 10-minute strategy is going to work. They have to play to win. They need to play aggressive. They need to find the crowd control change, because I think as soon as we see Streamer Zone on the back foot, it's pretty much going to be over.
Yep, I completely agree with that. But I don't know, man. I feel like something needed to change. So tagging in Limps might be what they need to kind of shake things up a little bit. Echo's just looking super comfortable right now to take yet another major win here. I'm losing track of exactly how many cups they've won now.
We should get that. It's a lot.
Yeah, like I feel like it's a lot. Anytime I watch Waz stream, you can see like his little trophy case in the background, and it's just packed at this point.
I need to buy a bigger one. Bigger trophy case.
he might need to might need to get a second one at this point, because they just keep racking up these wins, and now they are on track to get yet another one. But this is, of course, a new roster for Echo, bringing in JT into the mix. They won with Lontar, they won with Meh, and now they're bringing in JT into the mix as well. So Mercy as well, gonna be a new addition in exchange for Chan, that used to be their Warlock. So this Echo roster is looking really, really solid. They still have the core, of course, of Raikou and Waz, but definitely making it work here in all metas. Just showcasing exactly how good they are on so many different specializations. But match point, Streamer Zone, tagging in Limps. It is do or die here. Limps, your team needs you. The Hunt connects onto Mercy. They get a lot of damage here onto Mercy, but look at that. Infernal stun, actually, he manages to glimpse out of it, manages to outplay the first stun here. Limps, you're going to need to do that for another 5-10 minutes here, potentially, if your team is going to be able to win this. He gets caught up in the cheap shot, doesn't have the pre-blur active, takes a lot of damage, but Borg's not in crowd control, so Limps has weathered that very first storm.
Mercy already just going into the room. And that is it can't be a trap, right? Like, Limps, if he pushes in too far and he gets met with a cheap shot out of line of sight, it is going to be a dangerous situation. And that is one thing Mercy has going for him on this map, is that room can be an absolute bait for the enemy DPS. Any shot lands on Borg. JT's there for the fear. No Tremor Totem going to be available, but he uses Will of Forsaken, gets the double fear. Mix is low on health. Decent pressure here onto Mercy, and I like the aggression coming in from Streamer Zone. It's a really fine line you have to walk. If you're too aggressive, Waz is going to really punish you.
Yeah, and Limp started pre-darkness there as setup, but Waz did not budge. So now he gets stunned in the room instead, but Borg out of crowd control yet again, manages to get the grip there onto Limps, keep him safe. So far, Limps hasn't had to use his trinket, and that's really the big thing. But look at JT, he's pushing in for the fear. Borg with no will to forsake, and he gets the full fear. Limps is going to be in big trouble here. Activates the blur, realizing that if he gets stunned right now with his healer in crowd control, it's going to be very, very dangerous. So good usage of that blur. You get the full trap onto JT, but now blur has subsided. Limps, what are you going to do? He could get stunned at any moment here with no way out. Borg still in a fear. Limps actually meta immunes, I think, the stun right there. Beautiful plays coming out from Limps. Now finally caught up in the stun, but it should be enough time bought here. Borg no longer in crowd control, so Limps yet again playing very well so far, not having to trinket 2 minutes into the game on any of these goals. Definitely showcasing why he's such a good demon hunter. Now here comes the hunt onto Mercy. JT is in a stun. They have good pressure. There's the fell eruption onto Mercy as well. They get the full trap onto JT. He's gonna have to trade out his trinket. They get the stun on Mercy's trinket and a fear onto JT's trinket. They might be able to do it. Mercy dropping so low, unending resolve is to respawn. One Chaos Bolt is going to connect. They get the evasion from Waz as well. Really good offense here from Streamer Zone.
Yeah, I love this. They're looking good so far, but like I said, as soon as they have to play defensive, this game is going to be going from good to bad very quickly. Mercy lands one Chaos Bolt here. Looks like JT.
Waz eats the trap.
Gets eaten. Nicely done there by Waz. Mercy portals away anyways, just creating some space between him and JT. JT's able to just free cast in this moment. Void Blast and Dependence. Looks like Limps, Vicmix, and Borg are going to play very defensive in this moment. Just try to weather the storm of that Mind Blast and eventually make a push here.
Oh, it's going to be Big Mex here. Nice swap. But look at that imprisonment on Mercy, shutting down the Chaos Bolt. Limps playing an absolute legendary game so far, and now getting back to his target. Mercy gets the pain suppression, but he ports away as well, so not feeling too confident. That's another big cooldown used here. But meanwhile, look at Waz rotting down a little bit while Borg is sitting through that blind. Limps actually now caught up in a full stun. Can they shut down the Chaos Bolts from Mercy? Limps wants to sit through the CC chain here without having to trinket, and he does manage to. Gets dispelled at the last second there. And now Mercy is going to be the one on the back foot. Big Mix pushing in, has the freezing trap ready to go. He's looking for JT. He gets the stun onto JT and Waz. Waz trinkets to try to eat the trap, but doesn't manage to. But Mercy is there with the Imp Dispel instead. Manages to free out his healer from that crowd control. But they got Waz's trinket in that exchange. We've seen them absolutely destroy people in stuns. They could do a big swap to Waz here if he overextends.
Nicely done there by Mercy. He's had great positioning so far in the match and through this entire series. Big Mix now looking for a push, trying to get the damage rolling on Mercy. Mercy goes down to low health. A big heal connects. I think that's the Healthstone that he used. It's a full trap. Mercy could easily fall. Streamer Zone looking to put a point on the board. The smoke bomb comes down. Fear as well. They reverse the pressure, and now it's going to be Limps in trouble. Trinket Nether Walk, and somehow Echo turns that situation around. Nicely done there by Waz.
Yeah, and JT as well manages to fade the fear of Borug there, and they're not done with the CC. The darkness is going to subside here. Limps, what are you going to do? No Trinket. Waz has no smoke bomb, though, so at least that's something that works in their favor on the side of Streamer Zone, but they are not feeling confident anymore, pushing into these rooms. Here comes the I-Beam, though. Here comes the damage. Can they find the crowd control onto JT? There's the full fear. Immediately trades out the Will of Forsaken. There's the chest ice stun. Do they have the trap? Doesn't look like it. Big Mix doesn't want to go for it just yet. JT dodging the trap, buying some time with the ulti penny, and Big Mix gonna go behind the pillar here for a second, drops the flare on top of him to avoid that stun from Waz, and now here comes the double fear onto Mercy and Waz. They're going after Mercy once again. Fury of the Eagle, big damage coming through. Limps though in a cheap shot. Here comes the Chaos Bolt. He fake has the kick, and a massive swell of damage. Borug is gonna have to trade out the Void Shift, but he might just die through it. Everyone on Streamer Zone is rotting down. They needed to get the CC chain here to try to win the game, but now JT has his Trinket. It is looking dire for Streamer Zone. Limps so low on HP, trying to kite around. Borug has his work cut out for him. Full fear, potentially no. He's going to be able to dodge it from Mercy. He ports into the room to avoid yet another dire situation, but that means Limps is going to have some time to recover, and it looks like Streamer Zone will survive, but at what cost? They had to use their entire spellbook.
But they're alive. They managed to actually hold on. And that's what counts here in this moment. We'll see Mercy crafting some new Hellstones. They want to make a push. Stun here onto Waz. And Streamer Zone is not feeling confident to make a push. Finally, here they go. They're going after Mercy. Portals away, but still in a little bit of trouble. JT just pushing in, getting the Void Blast. He is playing very unafraid in the match, just allowing Mercy to kite and avoid damage. Pushing in for a potential fear. Lands it here onto Borug. Limps is now in trouble. Kidney Shot lands. He does have his Trinket available in just a few short seconds, and that might be enough to keep him alive. Borug as well has the Guardian Spirit, so Streamer Zone still has some cooldowns, and when they are finding these setups, they are getting good pressure. It's not over yet, but still looking very dicey.
Yeah, Fury of the Eagle here onto Mercy, but Mercy is completely unafraid. He's just pushing in, looking for the crowd control. Cheap shot onto Borug. Do they have the coil? There's the coil as well. They get the full fear onto Borug now as well. Limbs, what are you going to do? He has the Trinket, but no Nether Walk for another 30 seconds. They're cleaving up Waz. They're going after Mercy. There's the stun onto Mercy. He's going to Trinket out. Gateway out of there, but the Hunt to follow him through that gateway. Silence onto Mercy. Big damage here. Can they do it? Streamer Zone so close to closing it out, but not going to be able to. The defensive blind onto Limbs from Waz to save his Warlock yet again, but JT almost no mana left, no cooldowns left. That Void Shift's still 10 seconds away. They have 10 seconds to try to take Mercy down. Unending Resolve comes through. There's the grip as well. They're following through though. Big damage here. Limps had to use his Trinket. Waz getting cleaved. Everyone is dying. Streamer Zone pushing for the win. Full trap, and they will do it. Limps gets tagged off the bench and puts a point on the board for his team.
Oh my goodness. Get Borug a medal. I mean, I don't know how he kept them alive. Beautiful plays from their entire team. I just can't believe it. I mean, Echo is feeling so confident for a win, maybe still even going for it, but I doubt they'll be able to. Borug trades out his Trinket. They're going to be playing it out. It's not entirely over yet, but very unlikely we see Echo actually pull off this 2 versus 3. And Streamer Zone is going to be happy that they brought in Limps. We didn't want to see it, but it was exactly what they needed. They stay alive in the tournament. They put their second point on the board.
Beautiful stuff here, man. Streamer Zone. Whew, that was sweaty. That was very sweaty right there. I can't believe that they survived. At one point, it looked like a triple kill was happening for Echo, but they managed to survive. And honestly, it all came down to JT making an insane play. He faded the fear from Borug, and that's kind of what turned the situation around back onto its head, where Echo started getting a big lead because of that. This was earlier in the match. JT got feared on his Trinket here, and they had insane pressure as a result. I think it was the next play after this, though, when they got the Nether Walk, that was the turning point for Echo. So here, you can see, I think JT got trapped here, trinketed out of this trap, and look at Borug. He's ready to fear him, and he actually, it cut out there, but he actually faded that fear and got the fear back onto Borug. So JT making a huge play there for his team, because if he got feared there first, game would have just been over. So he managed to turn that around, but then Borog, with a miraculous recovery here in this position, manages to keep his entire team alive at like sub 20%, gets kicked as well. Big Mix is in a fear. Limps is just trying to stay alive, buy time for that blur, manages to get it back, manages to heal himself back up with some leech healing, and then finally they recover. They get the counter pressure, they get the full freezing trap, and they manage to take Mercy down. And when Mercy actually went down, I think Void Shift had like a second left, but JT in that trap, of course, not able to access it. You can see it right here, the stun onto JT into the full freezing trap, and it's 3 seconds left on his trinket. Has the Void Shift if he can get that trinket off. But Streamer Zone, man, they are playing at an insane level to be able to pull this off.
Love to see it. Now, I'm curious, what does Echo do? Because they can go to a big map, which I think is going to be obvious. There's a lot of big maps left, like we talked about. And for Streamer Zone, do they play this cleave setup on the big map? Like, they just risk it and try to go for it?
Oh, right there.
Yeah. It's just
that was the fade.
Yeah, nicely done there by JT. It's just one of those things where I feel like it's kind of risky either way. So Echo's going to be able to set this up. They'll pick their map. Streamer Zone's going to have to lock in their composition. Then Echo actually has an opportunity to counter them as well. They could bring in Raikou. They could play RMP. Like, I do think they have some options.
I don't actually want to see Raikou tagged in. Well, I mean, if you're a Streamer Zone fan, then that's what you'll see. That's true. That's valid. But I feel like, I mean, you play Mage as well. Like, do you want to see Fire Mage into Survival Hunter? I feel like that's a pretty bad matchup for Raikou. So I don't know. But at the same time, I feel like this is a pretty bad matchup for Limbs, and he just played like a god for 8 minutes straight. So it's possible, I guess. Anything is possible here. I'm questioning myself here at this point. But yeah, I think if you're Echo, the more likely thing to change, if something is going to change, I don't think anything is going to change compositionally, but if it did, I think we would see Waz form tagged in on the Druid, and maybe JT switching off of the Void Weaver. I think that could be something that we could see, but I don't think we're going to see Raikou. And I think on Streamer Zone, what do they do here? Because they could play, the 10-minute strat with Swapsy. It could work, but they also could just keep Limps in. And I feel like keeping Limps in is the play here because he's looking so hot in that last game.
They're going to do it. Same exact matchup, except this is a much bigger map, so it should be harder for Streamer Zone to pull it off. But there's just moments in the match, I was going to say, where it seems like Streamer Zone is kind of down and out, but all it takes is one good setup. And the damage from the Demon Hunter, as well as the Survival Hunter, kind of overwhelms Mercy. Even though he's doing such a good job with his positioning, they're not overlapping their defensive cooldowns, really. They still can just get overwhelmed. So, I don't know. Streamer Zone's not out of it yet, but this is going to be more difficult than what we just saw.
Yeah. It's going to be very difficult here. But at the same time, I don't know. There are those moments where you kind of find yourselves line of sighting each other at that pillar. So, I don't know. Like you said, all it takes is one good setup for Streamer Zone, and we could potentially be going to a Game 7. So, anything is possible, right? Limps here, of course, on his Demon Hunter, rocking the Tabard of Nature. Is that the new Cursed Vision of Sargeras? There was a new one added. I think that's that one. And he's rocking the Druid Tier 3. Yeah, the Radon's Cascading Eyes, which is basically just a cooler version of Cursed Vision. So I like that. I like this transmog. It's a pretty standard transmog, actually.
Full set. I mean, it's
full set.
It's okay, not bad.
I'm gonna say something a little bit controversial, but I don't like the kilt. I always try to stay away from the kilt. Like
really,
the legs. I don't know. It's just like, even on my mage, I don't like to use robes because of that. I prefer to use the vest items, and then like you have like visible pants instead. I don't know. It's just something about the kilt. Like I'm not a kilt guy, I guess.
Fair enough. I mean, fair enough. But I feel like at this point, Limps, even though his transmog is decent, it's not the best. He played phenomenally in that last game, and it is still match point. Echo is looking to claim another championship at this point. I don't even know how many times they've won, but Mercy, Waz, JT, I think for JT especially, it would mean a lot as he's joined this roster. He's had to, fill the shoes of Meh, and I think so far he's done an absolutely incredible job. For Streamer Zone, it's about, regaining that dynasty, Old meets new with Big Mix and Swapsy. Let's see what they can do as this game is underway. Limps under fire early on. Cheap shots, Chaos Bolts will land, but a beautiful defensive fear from Limps allows him to stay alive.
Yeah, and already the Haunt connects here on to Mercy. There's the meta as well. Big damage. Mercy is trying to get out of there, knowing what is happening with the offensive damage. I-beam now as well onto Mercy. If Limps can actually connect here, he's going to be able to do a lot of work, but he's worried about that stun from Waz. We're in crowd control, and Limps now caught up in the stuns. Here comes the Chaos Bolt. Here comes the Void Weaver. There's the damage. Borug forced to trade out early Trinket Guardian, so Echo got what they came for in this position, but now Mercy needs to start a kite, and he's using the map very, very well. Fell Eruption connects onto Mercy. He's dropping to 50% HP. JT forced to trade out his Will of the Forsaken in that position. Nice CC chain coming out from Big Mex and Borug. Now Borug though in Angel form. Here comes the Smoke Bomb, but he's already in Angel form on top of him. But there's the Cheap Shot. There's the Full Fear. Can they take down Limps though? He has the Darkness. He has the Nether Walk. He needs to be too greedy. Can't be too greedy in that position. He does commit the Nether Walk, but he holds on to his Trinket. So small victory there at least for Streamer Zone. He can Trinket and trade out the Darkness potentially later for another dangerous moment. But still, Limps is not feeling safe at all in this position. He's taking so much damage. Double coil. Here comes the Chaos Bolt onto Limps yet again, but he manages to get gripped, get dispelled, and get topped.
Yeah, now it's Mercy that's in trouble. So it is scary for Limps, but when he's not stun locked, he is causing a lot of damage in this match and a lot of pressure onto Mercy. Big Mix and Limps continuing to move to their target. They're going after Mercy. Is there any crowd control on JT? Not yet. Chastise comes in from Borug, manages to land the trap. The Full Fear is also available, but Mercy, once again, with expert positioning, gets caught, though. He gets knocked away out of line of sight. JT's forced to trade out, though, Trinket in order to get in line of sight. Might have to trade more, but in the back line, just free casting right now. It's actually going to be Limps who gets reversed on. He forces his Trinket out. Big trouble on both Mercy and Limps. Limps gets topped off, but I feel like for Echo, they got a major objective out of the way. No Trinket on the Demon Hunter is going to make him susceptible to a stun lock.
Yeah, but no Trinket onto JT as well. Limps, though, not feeling too confident right now. If they can get a full trap, yes, they can potentially secure the win here. There's a scatter shot into a half trap. No, JT fades it. Does he fade the fear as well? No, Borg still has it. He got blinded, though. Limps, what are you going to do here? Borg has the Trinket. Doesn't want to be too greedy. Gets the Guardian onto Limps. Now Borg chasing JT. Gets the full fear onto JT. Mercy could be in big trouble here. Do they have any follow-up CC? It looks like they have the Chastise, but no trap from Big Max. Fury of the Eagle, though, double stun. They're cleaving up all of Echo here. Streamer Zone fighting back. They get the unending resolve. They get the pain suppression. They're showing signs of life, but Limps now with no cooldowns left. How are you going to survive this? Borg has the Trinket Void Shift to save the day potentially, but it is looking sketchy for both of these teams.
This is actually so much closer than I thought it was going to be, even on the big map. Stun into a potential trap. Waz eats it. He's a hero, but the double fear. Is he going to land the double fear? Borg's there. He gets caught into a counter kidney shot, and now JT can potentially land a fear of his own and set up his team for a win. Mercy across the map, though. Big Pic's doing an excellent job knocking him off of his gateway and out of line of sight. JT gates away, grips him back. Great teamwork there by the side of Echo, but Limps does not care. He hunts across the entire map, and they are going for the win. JT is forced to trade the Will of the Forsaken, but Mercy and Waz are still low. Full cheap shot. Uh-oh, it's a race to the finish. Mercy's low. He gets imprisoned.
No!
Imprisoned at low health. It was a counter setup here, but Mercy goes for a Chaos Bolt. Gets interrupted immediately by Big Mix, who is still just going for it. You can see Borg in the backline right now in the Spirit of the Redeemer. Mercy and Waz are low. They could almost do it. JT gets the Void Shift off at the nick of time, and all of a sudden, Echo has no cooldowns left. Streamer Zone could tie this up. Mercy's under fire. The fear lands. It is back and forth once again.
Borg gets the fear. He gets JT's Trinket. They have them exactly where they want. Beautiful ulti penny to stall the setup. They need damage on the side of Echo. Big Max just needs to find that Intim stun into a full trap. He gets a scatter shot onto Waz. Double Chaos Bolts coming in right now, though. Huge damage. Limps, though, meta immunes it. Can they find a trap? Nice Nether Walk there to get back onto his target. Big Max knows if I get this trap, it could be the game. Waz knows it too. He's trying to avoid it. Beautiful dodge there. JT still stalling, but the trap connects. JT, what are you going to do here? Limbs get caught up in the kidney shot, into the fear. They overlap the CC. Brutal here for Streamer Zone, but it might not even matter. Limbs is going to connect onto Mercy. Huge damage here. Mercy porting away for his life. JT still with no cooldowns remaining. If they can just get enough uptime onto Mercy, they could be potentially topple this Warlock. Another pain suppression used. Limbs catches a big heal though. He has Trinket. He has Darkness. He has Blur. He can feel confident here to push in. He gets caught up in a cheap shot, but the Guardian is there from Borog. Borog gets caught up in a full fear. Limbs might die through the Guardian. Huge damage, but Borog finds the fear. Had to use his Trinket though in that exchange. Here comes the hunt. Mercy's landing it though, but Limbs finds his target and he's pushing for the win. They get the full trap onto JT. The full fear to follow it up. They got nothing. Mercy is trying to stay alive. The defensive smoke bomb is not going to be enough. And Streamer Zone take it to game 7, Van.
They did it! I can't believe they did it, even on the big map! Streamer Zone, we were saying we didn't want to see Limps, but he is tagged in and playing like an absolute hero for his team. They tie it up against Echo. We're going to a game 7, winner take all, but what a back and forth game this was. So impressive by both sides, but Streamer Zone, I'm just so impressed by their confidence to just continue to push, even in these really scary situations. They're just making the appropriate trades, and they're really just punishing Mercy. And I feel like Echo might have to make a change. We might have to see them actually change their composition. We can see here in the replay just how close it was. I mean, Limbs barely surviving there, getting the Nether Walk off at like, what, 10% health. And it was just close call after close call. But when Limps and Big Mix can connect on Mercy, he is just getting melted.
I love this. You know what? I take it all back, okay? I don't want to see anyone except Limbs in the arena. If Limbs is queuing up 1v3, I'm okay with that.
We apologize, yeah.
We apologize formally and officially to you, Limbs. This is absolutely insane what they're able to do on the side of Streamer Zone. I mean, this setup is crazy. Look at Borog, completely unafraid, finding the fear. He really got the better end of JT in these fear duels and manages to get these setups. And they get the scatter shot, they get the traps. I didn't like this imprison from Limbs. I'm not gonna lie. I was a little bit disappointed when I saw that, but I get why they did it. And then Big Mex, of course, also finding that interrupt. But it's so hard as well, especially for Limbs, to balance the offense and the defense, because you get too offensive, you get 100 0'd in a stun. But if you're not playing offensive enough, then yeah. And this was a moment, of course, where Borog finds the fear right before the blind connects, gets JT's Trinket, and this is what puts them in that checkmate. Borog finding that fear is huge. JT stalls here with that ulti penny, but it doesn't matter. Limbs finds his target, he gets the hunt, they get the full freezing trap here onto JT. Borog is there with the follow-up. Nice glimpse from Limbs, and it doesn't matter at this point. Mercy has no way out. The smoke bomb is not gonna matter. They have the damage, they have the chastise. Actually, it's a silence and a chastise stun there onto JT out of that CC as well. And they take down Mercy, which is arguably the hardest Warlock to kill in the game right now. I mean, even Mercy, like right there, going for the unending resolve health stone play, just to get some more health stones, just to have something, because he knows, like, I'm out of buttons right now. I can't do anything. Goes for the drain life, but double Chaos Nova, Fury of the Eagle, they get the damage, they take him down. And Streamer Zone might be the new champion in Europe if they could just do it one more time, dude. One more time.
Well, just think too, I mean, there's a lot to unpack here, but for Echo, it's the finals. You're the team that's expected to win. You're up 3-1. Everything's going good, and then Limps just comes out of nowhere and is able to take 2 games in a row. And now all of a sudden, you were looking like you were gonna 4-1 Streamer Zone, you know, complete stomp. But all of a sudden, you're tied up. You're 1 away from losing. And for Echo, they might change their composition. It's really hard to say. I mean, they could lock in the exact same thing, but it seems like Streamer Zone is feeling relatively comfortable in this matchup. I wonder what Echo is going to do. They go to Maldraxxus. They got a big map. It's got big pillars, but the only problem I'm seeing is, like, I feel like Streamer Zone, what they're doing is they're kind of abusing the strategy Echo is using, where JT is just sitting in the open, right? Like, JT's just sitting in the open. He's the turret. He can kind of heal through walls with Atonement. But the problem is, with the way Mercy is portaling away, it's good what he's doing, but they're able to kind of abuse it. When he portals away, Borog's there to just follow up the fear. They don't really have too much damage going, and they're, you know, we're seeing these situations where JT is just kind of caught in the middle of the map, getting feared up and all alone.
Yeah. I mean, you know what Streamer Zone is saying right now? They're like, yep, we're locking this in every single time. And on the side of Echo, what are we doing now? Because you highlighted it. They have a tough choice to make. They have a lot of compositions too. I mean, they could tag in Raikou. They could tag in Waz on the Feral Druid. They could play some other comps. What do you do? I mean, and this is a situation where Echo is really sweating. Streamer Zone has gotten close to beating these guys all season long in the upper bracket. It was a 3-2, almost winning that game 5. And actually, they lost that game 5 on Maldraxxus Coliseum, and they're gonna bring in Raikou on the Arcane Mage. It's gonna be settled by Arcane Outlaw, but this is something that Streamer Zone got some experience against. They played against DOBOB with this. They know what to expect a little bit.
Well, we will say when they played against DOBOB, we were very surprised that they swapped off of RMP, right?
That's
like
true.
They actually won as that, and they swapped off. The last time Swapsy won a finals, he was on a team with Waz and Raikou. I mean, Swapsy is just crazy. I mean, Swapsy is he's like the same age as me. He might even be older than me. I used to compete against the guy, and he's still going. I think I've been casting the AWC for almost 10 years at this point, and he's still competing, just owning in the finals.
From what I remember, Swapsy was on I think he was on Existence or something like that. Way back in original Wrath. It was like these multi-classing god team. I think he was on that roster way back. He used to play with Bluckstack and these people that most people probably never even heard of at this point. He's been competing. He's probably one of the oldest competitors in the entire game. And the fact that he's still on top of his game, I mean, sure, right now he's on the bench, but he still played an incredible series as well before he was on the bench. And he's been a vital part of his team making it to the finals.
It wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Swapsy.
Oh, there's no way. There's no way. And even now on the bench, you bet that he's sitting there talking about strategies. This is what we need to do. This is their win condition. This is how we're gonna win. This is the guy we need to abuse. This is, he's in there for sure, giving so much knowledge. And the fact that he's been, won BlizzCon 3 times BlizzCon champion, and he's still here in 2025 in the last tournament of the War Within, potentially winning yet another major title against his former teammates is crazy. It's crazy.
It is. I mean, think about the pressure Raiku's feeling as well. He has to come in. He has to be the hero for his team. Game 7, backs against the wall. This is what he's been training for. Both teams are going to be using their extra time here to set up for the final game, and nothing but respect on that one. Yeah,
cliffhanger right now.
I don't mind it. I mean, I told everybody going into this that I thought change was coming, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I feel like Raikou on that Arcane Mage is absolutely deadly. I do wonder if he's going to be playing the Spellslinger, or the Sunfear Arcane Mage. I feel like Spellslinger would be my preference in this matchup, but this is a large map. But at the same time, even as an Arcane Mage, it's so hard to get away from a Survival Hunter. Like, a good Survival Hunter is such a nightmare for a Mage. I really can't tell who's going to win this.
I can tell you from experience, the worst Survival Hunter to play against is Big Max. He is so incredibly good with that silence thing. He will, every single time you pop Alter Time against Big Max, it's not a real defensive. He will 0.1 silence you on your Alter Time. When you're silenced, you can't go back, and then he will just spam purge you. And every single time, they will just get your altar off. He's so good at playing around that defensive. He's so good at playing around the Arcane Surge. It's going to be brutal for Raikou to actually get his damage off. And I feel like Limps is going to have to be the weak link here if Echo is going to be able to take this. They're going to need to find a way to take down Limps. What that means, you're leaving Big Max free. And leaving Big Max free against you as an Arcane Mage is just a nightmare. So Raikou, it's going to be a tough game for him. He has to play out of his mind, and he's going to have to somehow stay alive and make sure that he's always there when his team gets those setups. But already popping early Evocation, and he's playing Sound Fury. You can see the little Phoenix right there. He pops the Evocation and Arcane Surge, and they're just happy to kite this out. Raikou pushing in here, looking for some damage, but not going to be able to find it. And there's that silence thing onto Raikou immediately. Here comes the hunt, and they have no damage already. Raikou is not playing the Blink Stun either, so the longer the game goes on, the more likely he is to just be stuck in stuns and get 100 O'd. So Definitely tough position here for Raikou. Can they do it? Full blind onto Borug. Pain suppression being traded from JT. That's a full freezing trap. There's no more Imp Dispel here, but Limps finding himself in a tough situation. Nice scatter shot though onto Waz, shutting down that initial CC chain. Borug sitting through it. Doesn't have to trade his trinket, and now he's pushing for a Fear Ven.
Yeah, he's just pushing in, and he is in enemy territory. We'll just go into the Spirit of the Redeemer. He can heal with the Divine Hymn in this situation. Limps needs to be a little bit careful. Arcane Mage has an explosive amount of damage, but it is interesting. Raikou has decided to play Shimmer over Blink, opting for more crowd control, a little bit less defense as he will be caught in stuns, and that might end up costing them. He's got no trinket, but and Echo's going to be able to play a lot more aggressive as a result and try to actually find CC chains here onto Borug. What they could do, Raikou getting silenced up here as he will be the main target in this match.
Yeah, and look at JT. He's caught up in a full fear. Has to trade out his Will of the Forsaken, already using both pain suppressions here. And Raikou might go down with that ice block. Oh my god! He used everything on the side of Echo. He used his ice block. He used double PS. They used Will of the Forsaken and Void Shift. Streamer Zone. Jackpot right now. They just need to stay alive here. The Phoenix is blasting away. They cannot give it any value. And Streamer Zone, the next push is going to be deadly.
Oh, Echo, what is going through their minds? They just traded all the defensive cooldowns. This could be the game that they lose, and Streamer Zone might be our new champions. Let's see what they can do. They're making a push. Limps is unafraid, going for it here against Raikou. The full trap lands. Raikou's all alone, caught into a stun. He's got the prismatic barrier. That needs to be a big shield. Wazzo turning the pressure around. A full blind into a polymorph. Big Mix is getting low. They overlap defensive cooldowns. You can tell both teams are feeling the pressure.
$50,000 and European champion on the line for this one game right here. Both teams want it. Old gods versus new gods. Can they do it? Big Bex taking so much damage here, but he's feeling empowered to push in forward. Darkness gets dropped by Limps. They're keeping Raikou pinned with that stun. Here comes the Arcane Blast. Here comes the damage from Raikou with the missiles. Limps is all over him though. Waz is in a scatter shot. Big Bex pushing forward. Still no turtle available. Raikou's dropping so low. No Void Shift. Borug looking for the Chastise stun, but they get the double flip.
That's it, baby!
They get the double CC. Big Mix might go down. No! They get the swap there in the nick of time. Borug saves the day, but now both teams, no cooldowns left. This could just be over here on the next setup, Ben.
Oh my goodness. Either team could fall. JT has his trinket. Borug trying to make a play. Raikou getting a beautiful Dragon's Breath, looking for an Arcane Surge. Finds it, and Limps does not want any part of that Arcane Surge. The Phoenix is out, and it is blasting. Big Mix is in trouble. He's on the run. He's caught into a stun. Raikou gets imprisoned at low health, goes for the Polymorph. Unable to find him, but Big Mix is still so low on health. They're just killing him. Barrage after barrage. Raikou wants to close it out. They had such a close call earlier. Both teams are stable, and now Streamer Zone needs to make a push.
Yeah, Raikou still no ice block for another 2 minutes. They need to make something happen on Streamer Zone. He's caught up in the stun. Full trap on the JT. He gets stunned on his trinket. Manages to survive yet again. Raikou's so slippery on that mage, but JT has no big healing cooldowns. Big Mix is in trouble though. Full cheap on the Borug. This is it. Borug manages to save the day with his trinket, but still Big Mix not out of the woods just yet. Defensive fear onto Waz. Big Mix staying alive for now. Manages to survive. Still 40 seconds away on that turtle. This trap could just be it right now. Can he connect with it though? 1 second left. There's the stun. There's the trap. West cannot eat it. And that's it. We have a new champion in Streamer Zone. They take the European finals and dethrone Echo. An unbelievable game 7. Limps is tagged in and he makes them the winners. Woo!
Streamer Zone, our new champions of Europe. I thought I'd never see the day. They end the dynasty of Echo. I can't believe it. This roster, I what to expect when they were formed, but I mean, bringing on Big Mix, Limps, Borug, as well as Swapsy, this has been an insane team. And let's keep in mind, this is the first series they have beaten Echo. This is the first series they've beaten Echo. They lost every other series except the one that mattered most. And my prediction.
Yeah, and mine too, actually.
Oh, God,
Easy clap,
you had to remind me about that.
I mean, this was an insane series, though. If there is one series, like, listen, guys, if you have friends that didn't see this European series, tell them, link them the VODs. This is a series. If there's a World of Warcraft series that you have to watch, it's got to be this one. This is an instant classic. Swapsy battling it back after rebuilding. He hasn't won a tournament since he was on Method with Waz and Raikou back in 2019. It's been 6 years since Swapsy won a major tournament, and he does it with Streamer Zone. Big Mex has been a solo queue ladder legend. He's been trolling in the AWC, playing on the Fiends, playing complete D-tier comps, playing like Survival Hunter, Sub-Rogue, Holy Priest across all metas with Zenlin. But finally, he's on a team that has flexibility in its comps. He has a team of veterans, and they make it work. I mean, even like, dude, Borug as well hasn't really been, somebody who's been competing a lot. He's been mostly playing on the ladder, has signed up for a few AWC Cups, playing the Holy Paladin only, comes in on the Holy Priest and outplays JT and Echo and gets them the win. I mean, this is just an incredible roster. Their first season together, too. Insane.
Look at this patience. I mean, this is the game-winning moment. Like, if you're Big Mix, do you know how impressive it is? Like, the patience this man has on the Hunter, I mean, he needs to land this trap. You win the trap, you win the game. And that's what's going through your mind. And he harpoons over. He is patient. He waits for the Shadow Word Death. He waits for the fade. He lands the stun. He gets the trap. And I mean, most players in that moment, you have so much adrenaline. You're so excited. You might just go for it. And if he did, he might have lost the game. Such an impressive play. Streamer Zone, I mean, just incredibly well played by both of these teams. What a finals.
Insane. So it's so ice cold from Big Mex. And I mean, this is just half the day. We still have all of North America to settle as well. We said it, man. We called it before the weekend. We felt the winds of change brewing. And we were right. There is a new champion. There is a new champion.
Dude, my heart is racing. I cannot imagine the emotions that are going on behind the scenes right now with Streamer Zone GG. They have got to feel incredible. As you guys said, they haven't been able to beat them ever. They have played 6 series against Echo before this one, and they lost every single time. But like you said, they won when it truly counted. And they played this. That was a rematch today as well. So even today, this weekend, they lost to Echo, but something happened today in this series. They made it count. They made it happen. And it was truly just a miracle, because it's been so cool to see Streamer Zone rise up from where they started as a newly formed roster this season to finally beating Echo, the team that has been reigning supreme in North America, Vinruki, since I can't even remember. It seems like they've been here for the dawn of time, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a very long time. And I mean, for Echo, I mean, they're just such an impressive team. Like we said, this is the first time that they've actually lost. Unfortunately, it was a series that mattered the absolute most. But yeah, Echo, it's just phenomenal players. But I don't know. I feel like Zico and I, we've already apologized officially to Limps.
Yeah.
We didn't want to see him, but he was exactly the ingredient that they needed to brew up a win,
Yep. We were wrong, Limps. We were wrong, man.
Who would have thought it was a Demon Hunter that would be the one to turn this on its head, Zico?
I didn't. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I've seen this matchup play out 100 times. Demon Hunter into different like rogue mage or rogue warlock. Like things rogue plus something that bursts you. I've seen it 100 times. And it never goes into Demon Hunter's favor. But Limps and Borog as well. I mean, and Big Mix too. They played so well, but especially Limps, man. Like, the way he's able to survive, like as soon as he got tagged in on that Black Rook hold game, I can't even talk anymore from all the excitement. But as soon as I saw him tagged in and I saw him 0.1 glimpse the Infernal stun from Mercy, I was like, okay, he's locked in. He's locked in. This could actually work. This actually could work. Because that was like the first 5 seconds of the game. And when you're tagged in and your team's about to lose, if you lose the game, that's the highest stakes, right? And that's when you can see champions being made. That's when either you're tagged in and you're nervous because of all the pressure and you crumble under it and you choke, or you get to that extra level. You just lock in and you start seeing the matrix and you're just like in there. And that's like, I could tell, like, okay, he's locked in. And then they turn that into a win. And I was like, okay, maybe this could work. Then I saw the next game. I was like, okay, yeah, they're cooking. Yeah. And then in the finals, I was like, okay, they made me sweat. I'm not gonna lie. There was one point I thought Big Mix was finished, but yeah, that big overlap from Echo costed them everything.
Yeah, and you speak to locking in as well, Zico, like especially when you compare Echo and the amount of live broadcast tournament experience that they've had. They played on the BlizzCon stage. They played under all kinds of circumstances. Meanwhile, Streamers on GG doesn't quite have that experience. Obviously, you know, you've got Swapsy, but some of the other ones had the opportunity to fall under the pressure of playing in a matchup such as this, and they didn't. And I feel like then that also speaks to just the high caliber of players that each and every one of the players on Streamers on GG is.
I mean, they own. There's just no doubt about that. It's we've been talking about it. Like Big Mix, I feel like has been held back. I'm just gonna say it. He's been held back by the fact that he's a survival hunter, kind of one trick at this point. But he is such an insane player. He's dedicated to his craft, and finally, survival hunter is just a little good, and he's able to just completely harness it in a way that we really haven't seen before. So, absolute all-star. I mean, Limps on the Demon Hunter. I mean, he proved why he is so incredibly good. Borug on healer as well. Him on Paladin he was one of the only Paladins that was just completely owning. Swapped over to the Holy Priest, and then you have Swapsy, who's just been so impressive, playing multiple specializations. He's been around for such a long time. He's basically a grandpa at this point, but he is still just owning.
Yeah, definitely. It's really been incredible to see. And also the other teams in the EU region, I feel like that made it to the top 4. We should talk about them a little bit. Obviously, Echo, we praised them quite a bit, but the other teams as well. Maybe we can take a look at the bracket once again, because we've got some other praises I think that deserve to shine. Really, DOBOB had an incredible season. Also under pressure, we saw them fall earlier today, unfortunately, as well. But I mean, what do you make of the quality of teams that we had in the top 4, Zico, for the EU region for this third and final season here in the War Within?
I mean, we said it before, but it feels like this has been the most competitive EU season, I think, ever. Because, you know, we got Echo against DOBOB, right? Like, if we just look at the beginning of that bracket, DOBOB is playing RMP Mirror into Echo and winning games. Like, they've beaten them in a series too with RMP Mirror. So that is already like a super high caliber team, right? And then you got Streamer Zone under pressure. I feel like under pressure choked in that one. I feel like compositionally, their comp looked really good. I liked what they were cooking, but Streamer Zone were the better team, so they won. But I feel like under pressure, they also could have won that, right? And then you saw DOBOB under pressure. Man, that was an insane series. Also, just as soon as that happened, I think we said, like, this is the best series of the weekend so far, because it was just that close, right? And then we get to see Streamer Zone versus DOBOB, another close series. DOBOB taking a game there. And then, of course, the grand finals, where Streamer Zone reverses that 3-1 score and actually takes it. It's just been such a competitive season. All of these players are absolutely phenomenal. And I just can't wait to see what Europe is going to look like in the future as well. And I can't wait to see what NA is going to look like, because right now, NA, I'm sorry, but the NA bracket is going to have to deliver, because now we're used to this level of gameplay.
They've got some shoes to fill, yeah. They set a bar over here in EU for sure, Zico.
Yeah, it's time to lock in NA. Like, the NA games are going to be crazy. I can't wait to see what people have cooked up there as well, because yesterday was also really close in NA.
Yeah, it certainly was. We're going to be moving to that region shortly. In the meantime, we're trying to get an interview with these players ready to go, so just be patient with us as we try to get them into the call. I'm sure they're still celebrating here, but for the moment, I mean, I'm kind of curious, Ben, on your thoughts. Like, were there any teams that didn't make it to the top 4 that you were hoping to see play against some of these other teams?
I mean, that's a good question. Let me remind myself, it's been so hype.
Buff Mistweaver, man.
Yeah, Buff Mistweaver. I think that's what I was going to say. Buff Mistweaver is one of the teams that I would have really liked to see, because, similar to Streamer Zone playing the Survival Hunter, they are also playing a lot of these like off-meta specializations. And I think they're a team, if they stick together, they'll have their moment too. When Mistweaver Monk Bank can truly, represent the Mistweaver Monk. Not that he didn't. He did an incredible job. You have Smite playing the Devastation Evoker as well, Cassidy and Hidden. And other teams, Cleave Pilled, I feel like they had a great performance, some really exciting moments, bring in some of those Retribution Paladin Cleaves. Teams like YOLO Inc., playing the Affliction Warlock Assassination Rogue with the RMP, just a lot of really good teams that could have made it into this top 4.
100%. And a lot of good teams in the EU region as a whole, Zico. Were there any teams that you feel like were the most improved throughout the season or surprised you the most in their performance?
I'm going to just say Streamer Zone. Like, I'm going to be real with you. Like, I know that's maybe the obvious answer here, but at the beginning of the season, I was like, I looked at this roster, I was like, okay, they have really good players, but they have very different play styles. How is this actually going to play out? Plus, it's kind of random to have like a hunter and building comps around that hunter that isn't something like a jungle cleave, you know? Like typically, if you have a hunter team, you play ret hunter, you play maybe rogue hunter, and you play like feral hunter, right? That's all the comps that you run. And then you usually tag the hunter out and play something else. But the fact that they had this team and they played just honestly comps that I've never seen before, like DH Hunter is like, what is that? And LA Shaman Survival Hunter, like, what is that? You know, those are comps that you don't expect, but the fact that they, were able to play that and actually make it work so well, especially also with a Holy Paladin main as your healer, I thought that was really impressive with Streamer Zone. And I thought that Streamer Zone in that first cup got lucky. I was like, okay, they got top 2, but like, because we've seen that before, right? Like a new roster forms, they have a really insane run, and then like they fall in the finals to Echo, and like it's like, okay, and then you don't see them on that level again. But they kept doing it, right? And then like even in this tournament, I was like, I don't know, man. They actually are playing on that level, even though they're playing comps that are just that no one else is running. That might be their strength. Like they have this Survival Hunter one trick in Big Max that is just so good at that spec that just keep him in and just play like your mains around him and it's gonna work, and it did. So
yeah, absolutely. And I think that's like the what sets the difference between the top and the teams that are almost there, kind of in that middle, is the teams that can play at that level and stay at that level, and that doing that is that much more difficult. And we're seeing that, like you said, with Streamer Zone GG. In terms of players, then I'm curious, I'm going to throw that question to you. Any players that you think are the most improved, or any players that you kind of want to like, give a little bit of a shout out to throughout the season?
Players that are the most improved. That one's hard. I mean, it's just like, for me, it's really cool. Well, first of all, I want to also shout out JT, because I feel like he actually had an amazing season on Echo. I mean, he joined the roster, and I think he truly lived up to, what he needed to. Like, he lived up to his expectation. I think he had a phenomenal season, played incredibly well, backing up the roster. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but JT, I think, played amazing. And then, of course, some of the more obvious ones, you have Big Mix. We've talked about him a lot, but we're going to talk about him again. I mean, we've mentioned it. Their roster, to me, didn't make a bunch of sense. I didn't know what compositions they were going to run, but they kind of came out of nowhere with some amazing plays. Players like, Hidden and Bank and Smite. There's a lot of all-stars. For sure. And you mentioned compositions as well, Vanderkee. Do you feel like the variability in compositions is different than maybe previous seasons, previous expansions? Obviously, we did have RMP quite a lot, but it did seem like players were able to experiment a bit more with their comps this time around. I think this was one of the most diverse AWCs we've ever seen. I think it was incredible to watch. The amount of representation we had in the different healer specializations, DPS specializations. A lot of times we see a ton of mage. We still saw a good amount of mage, but there was lots of warlocks and other caster classes. We saw tons of hunters. It was just really fun to watch. And what was even the meta this season? Like actually, I don't know. Like, I don't think there was one. Like even in the NA, like it's completely different. We're gonna see Death Knights, Marks Hunters, Resto
Assassination
Shamans.
Rogue.
Yeah, exactly.
No one is playing that in EU, but we're seeing it in NA. Like, I don't even know what the meta is. Tons of marksmen too in NA. There really isn't one. It was a great season for that, right? Like these players really could experiment, bringing compositions you wouldn't expect, make it work, and it was just really impressive to see. So I think this is actually one of my favorite seasons, just because of how diverse it really was. All right, well, with that, I do believe our interview is ready. I am here with Limps, Borog, and Big Mex. Hello, can you guys hear me?
On Discord, or should I be with the? Okay, I'll be with the team on Discord.
Hello?
I can hear them. Hi.
You can.
Hello. Is this working?
Hi. It is working.
Is
How's it going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going
Might be-
to die. I'm still like shaking, like nothing feels real. Everything is just like, it's like hard to even like put it into words. I don't know. I'm just so happy.
Yeah, I mean that's got to feel incredible, especially considering you played this team so many times, even today, this weekend, and you weren't able to beat them. I'm curious, kind of what the difference was between the first time or any of the other times that you played them versus now. And I'll let whoever wants to answer this one.
Rug, what do you think?
I'm kind of over-interested, I guess.
Okay. For me, I feel like we kind of had like less to lose than them in a little bit because we've like lost every single series. So we were like, you know what, they win everything, but they will choke when it matters the most. And then maybe we just played a little bit better on the day. I don't know what happened. I think Limbs especially played absolutely insane this series. I'm like so happy, so excited. So I'm just really proud of my teammates. Really, really glad.
Yeah, I mean, we all are for sure as an audience. Speaking of the audience, for people that may not know who you guys are, how you came together as a roster, do you want to give just like a little bit of a TLDR about what Streamer Zone GG is about?
Softy, what do you think? You get the floor.
I don't think Softy's here.
Softy is not even here. Okay, never mind.
Is he?
Can
now he's here.
I don't see him. But
yeah, we can hear you.
I mean, I asked Big Max one time, like a month ago before the tournament, to play some threes to test out the waters. And after that one session, I kind of knew I would ask him. And then I just needed a DH. And I like Limbs. He's a good friend of mine. And then it was decided. That's basically what happened.
Okay. And Swapsy, follow-up question for you. I mean, the last time that I think I spoke to you was actually on the 2019 BlizzCon stage when you were with Method. When you played with this team for the first time in the beginning of the season, did you feel like, oh, this is a team that can get me there once again?
I think there was like a questionnaire about the team. I think there's like some of the questions I typed out was, I have this good feeling that they can step up to the occasion. I think I literally typed, I hope that Big Max can step up to the occasion, and he made me very proud today. I'm so happy that they pulled it up.
That's amazing. That's awesome. All right, well, I've got a question directly from AbSurge for Limps. Ask them how Limps feels to be the absolute GOAT of Demon Hunter, he says.
Oh, I feel good actually, and I cannot believe it. We did it. We win Echo. It was... I cannot believe we did this because I was thinking we're gonna lose. But we are playing super good today. Everyone from us, and I love this.
That's amazing. I am curious, like, what the decision behind that swap was. Obviously, it ended up working in your favor, but why did you decide to bring out the Demon Hunter when you did?
I think maybe when we were like down, what was it? We were down 1-3, and we had this like, at least me, I had this like nagging feeling in my head that like with an elemental shaman, we won't really have the kill pressure to kill, because I think into Void Weavers, you need to just gas pedal. You need to do goes every 30 seconds, and you can't really do that with the elemental shaman because you don't really have the lockdown and the chase potential with the warlock, so it's really hard to kill. So I was like, you know what, team, we have to send the DH. We have to send the DH survival, and we just have to kill. We just have to play well. Like, I know we're gonna be a little bit squishier, of course. Like, we can't really make it into 10-minute games, but we have way more kill pressure, and I think kill pressure is kind of what you need into Void Weavers. Otherwise, you're just gonna like bleed out and then lose dampening.
And did you have any reaction when they decided to bring Raikou out on the Arcane Mage?
I mean, we were like, guys,
so happy. We were so happy to see
he
this.
doesn't have quarter rise. There is no quarter rise to worry about. There's one ice block. There is nothing else. We just like, don't be bad, and then just play safe. Don't overlap trinkets. Don't overlap things, and then we should be fine. And hopefully here, I mean, we did some overlaps, but luckily Burrog managed to grip the bomb, and then Limps with a miraculous very end reverse on the, whatchamacallit, it darkness me, and then reversed the Ring of Frost. And then I was I thought, I was like, I held my breath. I actually thought I would pass out. I was so like nauseous. I was like, I was just like looking at my health bar, like not saying anything. I'm like, I'm dead. And then I could like feel as I was like passing out. And then when I was alive, I was like, oh, I was like shook back in. I was like, okay, we win now. And then we went in, we got the stun trap, and then we was like, we win here. And then it did not feel real. It still doesn't feel real. Maybe it's gonna feel real tomorrow. I don't know, because right now it's still, even though I'm doing the interview, it does not feel real at all. It is it just feels crazy. I don't know. I'm just so happy.
Yeah, as you guys should be. I'm curious, what are your guys' next steps? Do you plan to stay together as a roster, we hope? What are your plans for Midnight? Anything that you want to say to that?
I mean, hopefully. Then again, Midnight. Yeah.
We will see.
Yeah, time will tell. I mean, Midnight is changing a lot of things with a lot of classes, so hard to say. I don't know. We will see.
Awesome. Any thoughts on BlizzCon? Are we excited for that? Any like fun memories that we want to share? Anything about that?
I mean, I've never competed in like a LAN before, so I think for me it would be really fun, especially for all of my teammates also, to compete in a LAN. So hopefully, yeah, I'm very optimistic towards BlizzCon.
Would there be any North American teams that you guys would hope to face?
I kind of want to face Calvish, so whatever team he is on, he's like one player that I've watched a lot. I look up to him a lot, so that's like the one player that I have that I really want to look forward to facing, if possible.
Amazing. All right. Well, I'm going to go around the circle here for everybody, and I'm just going to let you guys have any final shout outs, anything that you want to say. Limps, we can start with you.
Yeah, sure. Actually, Brooke, I need your help because my English
let
is
me
not
do
very
shout.
good.
We have a list of people we wanted to make a shout out on, and it is our boy Inicia. He helped us a lot, wargaming a lot. Nefi, Saniki, Laruki, Lanat, and of course we shout out Streamer Zone, Damil, for supporting us. Yeah, all the boys who helped us getting here.
Right. Amazing. Big Mac, Swapsy, anything?
I mean, I just want to give a super special thank you to like all of my friends and family that are watching. I think it's like really, really cute. I've been getting so many messages, so many like kind words and everything. And of course, my beautiful girlfriend also. She's like every single time that I'm like won a round, she's like, "Oh my god, we won! Oh my god, yippee!" You know, like things like that. Really pushing me. So yeah, really, really fun. And of course, thank you again for, I mean, all my teammates like trusting me that like they can have like a survival one trick on their team and then wanting to play with me and everything. It means a lot to me. So I'm super, super grateful for every single one that is like supporting me. I think it's
By the way,
I think it's a
can I
wonderful
say
thing.
it was Bismuth's call we should play DH Hunter, so thanks him for win because
Yeah.
he was
Shout out to
saying
Big Mick.
this.
He saved the day. Big Mick saved the day.
All right, Swapsy, what about you?
I am still speechless. I'm so happy. I don't think I've been happier in a long while than I am right now, and I'm so proud of my team that they managed to pull this off. And yeah, I congratulate you three. You deserve it. I am still speechless. You played amazing today. You played the best out of the entire season on the day it matters the most. So that's unbelievable.
Thank you, team. Thank you, team.
Awesome. That's awesome. Oh man. Well, congratulations once again. It is real. Don't worry, Vic Mex. We'll let you sleep on it. But thanks so much. Congrats once again, and hopefully we'll see you return at midnight.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Bye, you guys. Bye, bye.
Thank you.
See ya.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Fun.
You can hear it in the wind. An echo. A whisper. A calling home.
It welcomes us. Not as wanderers, but as its kin. In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another.
You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities. A place to unite. To imagine.
To belong.
Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We just finished off Europe, but don't worry, we've got another finals for you starting right now. We are now hopping over to the North American region, and like we were saying before we headed to the break, I feel like EU set an extremely high bar for the level of competition that we were hoping to see and the level of excitement. But Azael, let's first talk about what we missed with North America throughout the rest of the weekend. You want to catch us up with what we've already seen here in NA?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday we saw Welcome to the Jung absolutely owning as per usual. They went 6-1 in their games yesterday against their series against Cats and Dogs, and then Gators back. We also saw Dire Wolves. Honestly, I think that one was a lot closer than the series score showed against Gators back. Gators back did win that one 3-1, but I felt like Dire Wolves really had a chance in all of those games to actually close out, but we're just having mistakes, on their defensives, overlapping at times and things like that. So it definitely felt like coming out of yesterday that we have a clear, massive favorite. Welcome to the Jung that is that top dog, and then beyond that, I really felt like all three of those teams were very, very competitive, and it's going to be hard to know who's actually going to make it all the way up into the finals to face off against Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah. It definitely is hard to know. We can take a look at the bracket and see kind of where we are right now for North America. Like we said already, we did have some games already underway. So we've got teams that are now facing elimination. Very scary position to be in, especially when so much is on the line. We talked earlier about that prize pool as well as those medals. So those teams definitely vying for that as well. Welcome to the Jung. They're currently in the finals position. Venriki waiting on a competitor. And I feel like this mirrors EU just a little bit. We saw Echo up there all day waiting on a competitor. They had that rematch and they ended up losing. Do you think we'll have a similar story today, Ven?
I don't know. I really thought that was going to be the theme of this AWC season, just like something changing, something brewing. It happened in EU. Could it happen in NA? It's certainly possible. I mean, I think you have three amazing stories here, right? Like you have Cats and Dogs. They got smoked by Welcome to the Jung, so I think they have a long road ahead of them, especially into the finals. But they're a team. They're incredible players, very skilled, playing, the Void Weaver Destro Warlock composition. It's going to be a long road for them because Dire Wolves plays the exact same composition that just beat them, that Welcome to the Jung has. So that's going to be really difficult. I feel like after talking to Sea-Doo and Dire Wolves, he actually feels confident against Welcome to the Jung. He really thinks that they can beat them. So if they can get through Cats and Dogs, they could get through Gators back. They might have a shot. And then, of course, you have Gators back, who's been the team to kind of go back and forth with Welcome to the Jung the entire season. So if they make it, that can make for an excellent finals as well. Cubsy, Calvish, Wiz K joining the roster in days. It would be really fun to see that.
Yeah, could not agree more. So we're going to start off now. Let's get to this first series. It's Cats and Dogs versus Dire Wolves. Cats and Dogs, the team that rose up from the gauntlet. Now they are here facing off against Dire Wolves. Of course, that is Sea-Doo's team, and they're looking to make a run for it in the bracket here, but looks like 96% in favor of Dire Wolves, only 4% in favor of Cats and Dogs. So definitely an uphill battle for this team, Azael. They're the underdogs. I mean, what do you do when you're facing a team like Dire Wolves? I mean, they're a staple here in NA, and I just wonder if that's playing on their minds a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Dire Wolves definitely have an immense amount of experience, which I think is a really big advantage for them. They're obviously going to be really comfortable in these moments. But Cats and Dogs definitely have a real shot. I mean, I think the question to me is, what comp have they actually come up with that they can bring out today? Because Dire Wolves can play exactly what Welcome to the Jung played yesterday, and they crushed them with that, right? It was 3-0. Even with some different swaps around in the composition, they tried the Rogue Destro, then they tried the Feral Destro, then they tried Feral Rogue. None of it worked. So I think that we have to see them come up with something. And if it is going to be Shards playing on the Warlock, I really want to see them working really well together, playing their defensive kiting patterns really, really well. I mean, we saw, Mercy with Echo. To me, like, he was playing it so beautifully, and that's the kind of level that you're going to need to play it to survive against some of these cleaves. Like, the DK Hunter is very difficult for the Warlock to survive against, so you have to be bulletproof with how you're kiting. You have to be on the same page with your Priest all the time. So definitely looking for them to play at a really high level if they want to have a chance.
All right, well, that's going to bring us to our predictions. If you're in chat, get yours in now, get some extra points. But Ven, let's start with you. What is your prediction on this series?
I got my last prediction right, so I'm
disaster.
Continue that momentum. No, it's not so bad. I feel like I don't want to count the Cats and Dogs out because they have had such a good season, but I'm going slightly in favor here of Dire Wolves.
All right, Azael, what about you?
I'm the same. I'm going 3-2 Dire Wolves. I think it should be a good series. I'm expecting some adjustments from Cats and Dogs, but I'm just excited to get this started. EU had some banger matchups, so I'm hoping NA can live up to it.
I'm with you guys as well. 3-1 in favor of Direwolves. I would love to see Cats and Dogs win this. I love an underdog story, but I don't know if they've got it in them just yet. But we certainly will see Cats and Dogs looking to prove us all wrong, including chat as well. The coin, I do think, did end up predicting them. But here we go. Game number 1. We're in North America now. It's Cats and Dogs versus Direwolves.
It's actually the RMP start here from Direwolves, and they're going to be going up against the Feral Rogue from Cats and Dogs. So pretty unexpected from the blind pick for me.
Yeah, Shard's actually going to be playing Balance here, so the Moonkin. We'll see what he can actually get done with that. Oh, the cheap shot's going out on the trail very early on. Let's see what they can do. Hammer of Justice goes out onto C2. He's already traded out the Trinket, and he's in a full Repentance Awaken. A very surprising change for him. He gets interrupted, though. Beautiful counterspell by Samayam. Looking to punish here on Shards in the early game. You got to be very careful when you're playing against the young gun Samayam, as Repentances can really backfire if he gets interrupted. And right now, Direwolves, they are putting out a lot of damage, a lot of pressure, and forcing out lots of cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, Awaken had a Trinket, Sack, Self-Bop. Like, he used everything there, it felt like. And Shard's still taking a ton of damage. That Phoenix from Samayam was teeing off in the middle of the map on his Combust. Trill now going to be the target. The clone gets swapped over onto Sam. Cedu, though, going to grip Trill back on that kidney shot, pulling him back. Awaken trying to push in onto Cedu. Going to be looking for the Hodge. Does find it, but there's a cheap shot over onto Awaken as well. Sam, the target, is going to get groated up in the middle of the map. Jack's looking for some CC onto Cedu, but is going to get CC'd up by Cedu. Now going to be put into the Garrote. Jax is trying to harass Cedu while Shards is just knocking down the DPS in the middle of the map. Cedu has some work to do to try to catch up. Good kick on the clone there, though. Jax still harassing, but Cedu lands a big fear on both Awaken as well as on Jax, and now they're swapping over to Jax. Jax is in the kidney shot. It's just getting deleted there. The lay on hands came through, but might not even be enough. He might just die through everything. Had to use the cloak, had to beat the lay on hands, and barely survived anyway.
Oh, Trill, though, he's in trouble. He drops a defensive smoke bomb just to try to weather the storm, avoid some incoming damage. But both teams feeling a little bit fragile right here. Shards on the back foot in bear form with Barkskin. And he hold on. Direwolves looking to claim first blood here. The fear out onto Awaken into a kidney shot. Great crowd control, but Shards might be able to survive. Good job here by Jack, slowing down the damage, getting out some stuns. Shards preemptive in bear form. In order to tank through the damage, Awaken should be able to recover, and this is an opportunity. But Cats and Dogs, they are just not recovered. This is not looking good, even between the crowd control chains. Finally, now getting topped off. A polymorph here onto Jax. Direwolves looking like they want to get a setup rolling here very quickly. If Samayam can land a polymorph, it would be massive, but Jax shuts it down with a cheap shot.
Yeah, full fear, though, over on Awaken. Now Sam looking for that poly. That one's going to get interrupted by the Grow. He had the ring around Awaken, tried to knock him into it, but it didn't work out. Shards, stunned in the middle of the map, but is going to be okay. Cedu now is going to be put into full CC here. Gets Hodge into the clone, sitting through it, though. Sam okay for now. Going to blink out of the kidney. There's that Phoenix. There's the Combust. They are rocking Jax. Has no cloak, has to vanish out, running back towards that pillar with Awaken. Throws down the cheap shot. There's the Grow over onto Cedu. Cheap shot now on a Trill. They're going to try to get some damage rolling on this Rogue. Sam, though, has the Sheeps onto Awaken. He's stuck in those. Jack's now getting back out into the middle of the map here, trying to keep that pressure rolling onto Sam. They can't allow him just spam cast like this. The Sheeps are coming out onto Jax. There's a double fear again. Now it's a 1v3 for Shards, but they're going to turn around on Jax. Jack's in the kidney shot, and it might just be lights out. It is. Direwolves take first blood in the North American Finals.
That's insane. I mean, really well played there. I feel like when it comes to the blind pick, Direwolves definitely won this, and the way you can tell is the fact that Cedu is a gnome. The fact that he is a gnome priest means he was anticipating the balance druid, and they were able to use that to their advantage. Root Solar Beam is such a huge win condition for the balance druid, and getting that taken away is kind of a nightmare situation. Direwolves had honestly been looking good with the Fire RMP. Crowd control was looking good. Their setups are looking strong. Samayam and the Mage looks like he's in top form, and this might be something that they want to focus on the day 2 of these finals.
I mean, RMP is just always, to me, it's a comp that just scales with skill so well, right? Where it's, you know, even if it's not the strongest in the meta, which it is currently still really strong in the meta, but even if it's not, like, it can be really, really good if you're on point. And I liked how they were playing this out, put a ton of pressure onto Jax, you know, constantly getting setups onto him. You know, you had called it out earlier in the game, but it's so concerning when you are struggling to top your teammates and it's outside of CC. Like, Awaken wasn't really able to recover well, even outside of the CC windows that RMP was landing on him. So Definitely felt like Direwolves had all the pressure. Felt like they were never close to dying at all. You know, you look at the end of the game, Sea-Doo has every cooldown. He has Trinket, Trill has Trinket, Sam has Block. This was an absolute stomp, it felt like, in game 1 to me.
Now we have to wonder what is going to go down, because I don't know. I feel like Cats and Dogs isn't going to be able to play Void Weaver, so this might just be the matchup that we see for the rest of the series.
Oof, that doesn't bode well.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm thinking, like, I was considering for a second, how does Void Weaver Destro do into RMP? But then I remember every single game with Echo and DOBOB, nobody. Okay, well, let's see. We're gonna find out. But I will say, when we're thinking about Echo versus DOBOB, even though Echo could play what Cats and Dogs is currently running, they opted not to.
Yeah.
Meaning they think that RMP is probably a better matchup. So I would think that Direwolves has the edge here.
Yeah, no, I would agree. But, I mean, I just don't think you can run back the same matchup after that last game. Because that was so one-sided. Like, they just did nothing, right? They weren't forcing any cooldowns. They weren't really getting any pressure. Direwolves just dominated it start to finish. So that definitely did not bode well for that matchup. So I feel like after one like that, you got to try to mix it up. We'll see if Cats and Dogs can get a point back here in map 2. Would be a big one. You definitely do not want to fall down 2-0 and then go up against Direwolves, who have so many different comps, right? Like, if you lose this one, you have to beat them on their map pick a bunch of times in a row, with them being able to counter comp you and change things every single time, which would be incredibly hard. So we are going to Ashmane's Fall. Definitely going to be a difficult one. I mean, Destro can be incredibly powerful if you can actually get those Chaos Bolts off, if you can land that damage. The amount of burst is immense, but of course, the big downside is when you compare Destro to Fire, the setups for Fire is just 100 times easier, right? Like, it's just, you press Combust and you're just spamming instants. It's very difficult to stop that. Whereas, you know, for the Destro, you really do need to be able to plant and cast and have them stay in your LOS and not get interrupted.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. Cats and Dogs, I definitely feel like this is their comfort pick. This is what they've been running. This is what they're the best at. I mean, Awaken, one of the best Void Weavers we have seen in the tournament. And I'm excited to see if he can showcase it here. Sea-Doo, of course, on the Holy Priest. I think that's just one of those things. The dynamic between the Holy Priest and the Disciplined Priest, it is not in favor of the Disciplined Priest. I mean, when you're thinking about two priests trying to fear each other, the fact that one has Holy Ward and one has a ranged stun to set up his own fears allows him to just do a mini-go and kind of stops any kind of outplay that Awaken can really do. So I'm curious to see how many fears Sea-Doo is going to be able to land and how Awaken is going to navigate that situation.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. We'll definitely have to be positioning well and depend on your teammates at times to try to punish Sea-Doo if he's crossing the map. Trill going to be opening up now, though. Stuns across the whole team. Jack's doing some of the same. There is that mind control Sea-Doo is going for, but he's going to get spell locked on it by Shards, who's just going to port back behind the pillar, but is in LOS of Awaken, so good positioning from him. Sam going in with the Combust already here, just letting it rip onto Shards, but not getting too much pressure. The Infernal going to get dropped down as well, looking for the Chaos Bolts now onto Sam. Sea-Doo going for the big divine him as Shard's able to get one fear away, going to get kicked on the second fear out onto Sea-Doo, but did land a Chaos Bolt. There's that stun over onto the Priest. Sam trying to get a sheep, but can't do it just yet. The PS comes out onto Shards. He's got to port out of there. Awaken now in a bit of a difficult spot. Sam getting incredibly low, though. May actually have to block. Not going to do it just yet. Sea-Doo, though, stunned up again, and Sam is just kind of getting crushed here in the middle of the map. Did he get procced?
I don't think. Oh, there it is. And now he's on fire, burning. That answers that question. Still had it available.
Guardian
Good
Spirit got
pressure
procced too, though.
I'm sure. Yeah, Guardian Spirit got procced. No more cheap death effects here for Sam I Am. Cats and Dogs really putting the pressure out, and Shardcell is every defensive. This is not looking good for the side of the Direwolves. Cats and Dogs looking very comfortable in this match. The double CC will land Fear on Jax. Ring of Frost here onto Awaken. Shards, can he land a Chaos Bolt? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to just yet. Gets gripped back into the ring across the map, just trying to reposition and kite Trill a little bit here, buy some space here for Shards.
Yeah, we'll see. The position's getting a little bit awkward. He's trying to kite back towards his port, but then he's going to be porting cross map away from his Priest. Their kiting has been very good so far, but they need to stay on point. Cheap shot over onto Awaken, cheap shot on Shards. He does port back behind the pillar. He has that PS on him, but he's completely split from Awaken, so we'll see if Sea-Doo and Sam can take advantage of that. Jack's getting a little bit low as well. Smoke Bomb's going to go down. Sam is the target. Double coil comes out. Shards just using it defensively, though, not even looking for the Chaos Bolts until just now when he's going to let one rip onto Sam. Ultimate Penitence coming out there from Awaken. Awaken. Jack's going to be thrown into the kidney shot. Trill still on the back of Shards here. The gouge is used to just interrupt one cast. Sam going to blink out to safety. He gets out of the bomb there immediately. Great play by Sam. Quickly getting out to safety. Now looking for the Ring of Frost. He's going to land it onto both. Shards in a 1v3. This is trouble here for Shards. He's got to be careful, but he lets a Chaos Bolt go into Sam. Pumps out the damage onto him. Awaken going to have to use the life swap, though, as he had to trinket there, too. Sidu, Divine Him, going to be able to top up his team. Going to be a nice lock there onto Awaken as the pressure really ramping up, but Sam is still low. Sidu has to use the life off his own. There's the kidney shot over onto Awaken. Sidu trying to get over for a fear, but he's caught in one from Shards. Now it's going to be a swap over onto Jax. There's 1 second until the combust. Will Sam just press it instantly? Not just yet. Kidney shot used onto Sidu. Do they have any follow-up? Doesn't look like it, but we're going to see Direwolves going for a go here very, very soon. Double coil comes out. Sam's still sitting on that combust. When is he going to let it rip?
And we'll have to wait and see. I think it's going to be very soon. Shards pulling out some Chaos Bolts. Samayam deflects it. Big heals there from Sidu, trading out the Void Shift. They push in. It's a full blind on Awaken into a fear. Do they have a polymorph? Awaken uses the Will of the Forsaken. The no polymorph, unfortunately. Awaken deaths it. Beautifully done by Awaken, navigating that situation perfectly and diffusing this big push by Direwolves. They commit the blind, the combustion, and it's Samayam that's just dead. He needs to be very careful. Ice block. There's no cauterize, and Sidu all of a sudden has no cooldowns. Cats and Dogs completely turn that situation around.
They have done such a good job here to turn that around, to try to stabilize. We'll see who can get the next go, though, because it feels like both teams a little bit vulnerable right now. Both the Mage as well as the Warlock missing a lot of cooldowns, but Sidu stuck into the blind. Is this just it for Sam? It looks like it might be. The Guardian Spirit comes out. Sidu trying to stop him from getting procced. Fear lands onto Jax. That's going to get expelled. Cheap shot over onto Sidu. Sam not out of the woods just yet. Shards is going to be able to port back away, trying to get out of here, but it's Trill right onto him. The Chaos Bolts are going to be coming out because he kicked the fear. Sam gets CS'd as well. Grip from Sidu back towards that pillar, but Jax is there. Awaken is there. They're pushing forward. Shards trying to waddle over to the rest of his team, but he's going to get locked there by Sam. Sam pops the altar as Sidu is feared away. This Chaos Bolt going to be kicked at the very end there by Trill, who is dismantled now by Jax. Awaken just pumping into Sam. This could be the end. Sidu trying to keep him alive, looking for the heal. Can't get it. Direwolves get taken out here. Cats and Dogs gonna tie up the series with the Destro lock.
All right, didn't look too bad, but I do feel like Direwolves, they felt a little lost in this matchup. Like, even at the end of the game, I feel like Samai have no business just being in the middle of the map, kind of stuck there, getting chain Chaos Bolted and cast on by Awaken. We'll see it here in those final moments, because he actually had Combustion up once again, so getting really confident on that Mage to survive, but ultimately it didn't work out. We'll have to see exactly how this happened in the replay. So Samayam's getting low. I think this is a little bit earlier on in the match. These Shards getting destroyed, and there was one crucial setup where Awaken didn't have a trinket, and Trill actually has the blind. So they got the blind, they've got the combustion, and this is where they really make that push a little bit earlier on. But here's where Samayam kind of just overstayed his welcome in the middle of the map. He was trying to get away, but it ended up being just too little too late. But about 20 seconds prior, I mean, that was his positioning. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but I feel like if he had played it just a little bit more calculated, he could have waited for the greater invisibility to come back up. He had the combustion available, and they could have played that a bit safer.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. I mean, you know, generally as the Mage, you don't want to just be trading damage with the Warlock in the middle of the map, because you know, you really are reliant on the combust to get that big damage rolling. So I mean, when you watch a team like how Echo plays it, you know, they are pretty much glued to the pillar in these kind of matchups until combust is ready, until their go is ready, you know, and then they're popping out when they have CC, when they have interrupts for the Warlock. But it definitely did look a little bit tough, you know, when Shards is out there in the middle of the map just getting these Chaos Bolts off. He's going for spam fears, they interrupt the fear, and then all of a sudden, if you don't have gouge, if you don't have kidney shot, you don't have anything to stop him, he is definitely going to punish you big time. Really liked how Shards played it defensively in this one. Had some really good ports, you know, really well-timed ports when they're trying to set up goes, where Trill would actually jump over to the Priest to try to set up the CC for a poly, and Shards would just in-support out of there and kind of stop the go immediately. So it is going to be back to a rogue as well as a Moonkin here for Cats and Dogs. So now it's going to be up to Direwolves to answer that. We are going to hook point, so it's possible we might see Mez coming out if they want to try to get really aggressive. But pardon?
I think we're seeing Mez.
I think so
I
too.
really do.
Hook point is a Mez kind of map.
Now, I wonder if they end up running a cleave, like DHDK. Are they going to bring in the Hunter? Because that seems to be kind of the flavor of the month in NA right now. If you look at the ladder, it is a lot of Hunter, Shaman, DK. And I know that's something Direwolves has put a lot of time into practicing. And probably one of the reasons why Cats and Dogs is not locking in the Destro Warlock, because that matchup did not look good. It did not look good whatsoever.
No, it didn't. But, we did see Moonkin Rogue struggle against their RMP in the first round. So we'll see what Direwolves do want to bring out. It is going to be that DK Hunter that you're talking about, DK Hunter Shaman coming out here against the Moonkin Rogue. Yeah, it's not the Warlock, but you could still potentially just train this Moonkin into the ground. I always like when they put pressure on the Rogues as well, though, because a lot of the Rogues are using their defensive so aggressively, to try to keep pressure on, to try to peel for their teammates. And I felt like Direwolves did a good job, in map 1 of kind of keeping the Rogue involved, of putting pressure on him. And in the second one, it was kind of just more like everything on shards, kind of ignoring the Rogue a lot more. So would like to see them kind of keep him involved, especially when you have Mez here on this Unholy DK who can cleave pretty effectively.
Yeah. One thing about Assassination, which is really interesting this season, is they have a ton of burst. Like, Assassination used to be kind of the specialization that rots you down and you just slowly kind of bleed out. But
Kingsbane.
Now with the Kingsbane, they just one-shot you. So one thing we need to look for Jax. Yeah. It's nice. It's actually particularly scary for a Shaman. So if Jax and Shards can line up their damage onto Sea-Doo, they might be able to take him down. But that's where, Trill and Mez, it's going to be really important that they back him up with the AMS, which Mez is phenomenal at, using that team anti-magic shell to not only avoid crowd control, but use it on his team to survive. Really, really important. We can take a look here at Jax's build. What he is playing all mastery, all versatility for maximum damage. This is pretty standard here for the Rogue.
Yep. And we'll see how they're going to be able to perform. I know Sea-Doo tweeted out yesterday, after they lost, he tweeted out that it was a complete throw by them. Was frustrated with how, that ended. They did have some defensive mistakes when they were playing, with the Hunter. And I think that's something they're going to have to be really bulletproof with. You're talking about the amount of damage that can come out from the Assassination Moonkin. You've got to make sure you're not overlapping. You've got to make sure you're not underusing your cooldowns, but not overusing. It really is so much about that at this level, especially when you're playing those kind of high consistent damage comps. Also, just pretty interesting how popular Hunter really has been across this whole AWC weekend. We've seen BM, Survival, and Marks. So we've seen all 3 specs represented for Hunters. And they have been doing quite well. Obviously, just saw Hunter win with Survival in EU. And I do believe that we saw Trill was playing Marksman for this one. So we'll see how he's going to be able to perform.
All right, here we go. Game 3. This should be a big advantage here for Direwolves. They got the surprise pick with the Gnome, Holy Priest, RMP in game number 1. They caught Cats and Dogs off guard. Now Direwolves, they get to lock in this composition. This is the matchup that they actually want. DK Hunter Shaman on the small map. It's really important that they win. But if Cats and Dogs can turn this around, if they can take away this swing match, it could be huge for this series.
Absolutely would be. Mez going to be trying to pop Jax out, but Jax so quick there, gets the sap already onto Sea-Doo. They're going to be opening up on a Mez, who instantly pops that AMS. Silence over onto Shards as he pushed in, trying to look for some CC. Awaken going to be strangulated. They're trying to go hard onto this Moonkin. Nice pet stun comes out onto him, and Shards is taking a ton of damage. Mind Freeze going to land there onto the clone as Awaken is trapped up, but not before he lands the Guardian Spirit over onto Shards. So going to be able to deflect a lot of this damage. Shards still getting so low, though, just allowing the Priest to use his cooldowns instead of using Barkskin, and now it's Sea-Doo that's under pressure. AMZ going to get dropped down there very quickly by Mez as the whole team is just getting garroted up, dotted up by Jax. He's putting that pressure out, and now it's back to Mez once again here, but Shards is getting rocked, got knocked very low there, had to pop the Barkskin, gets life gripped away, and now we're going to see Awaken using that Divine Hymn, topping up his team once more as Jax is onto the back of Trill.
Yeah, Jax trying to make some plays happening, getting the Garrote Silence here onto Sea-Doo. Still some decent damage available for Shards. He's got about 20 seconds left on that Incarnation. That's going to be a big moment for him to get aggressive in the match. As realizing that, wants to apply some pressure and not just allow him to stall the match. Root Solar Beam comes in. Sea-Doo will just trade out his trinket. So I think he got blinded. They got a Root Solar Beam onto Mez while they were attacking him to try to deny the Icebound Fortitude. It's an intelligent decision, and they end up getting the trinket out of the way, which is one of those things that they need to get out if they want to close out the game. Jax getting put into a lightning lasso. Big aim shots coming in here from Trill as he is just pew-pewing from the backside of the map, not actually going for any kind of crowd control or traps, just allowing Mez to kind of play goalkeeper.
Yeah, there's the Strangulate going to be used now. Unholy Frenzy is available for Mez. We'll see when he wants to let it rip. Incarn going to be up again here for Shards. He's pushing forward, pops the Barks in, has the GS as well. Just trying to keep that damage rolling. Dismantle used over there onto Mez as Sidu keeping his team topped off very well so far. Awaken just trying to keep Shards aggressive, but Shards is going to get pulled back behind the pillar there by Mez. Mez trying to put him into a bad spot, but Awaken's going to fear Mez away. Mez is split from Sidu, and Sidu is just getting crushed right now. Trill is trying his best to peel, but Sidu is going to have to burrow, trying to survive. Jack's still on the back of him. Looks like Sidu has withstood the push here, though. Going to be able to get out of the beam. The trap over on Awaken. They're trying to turn the damage around. Shards, and Shards is just gone. Awaken trinkets, but he trinkets too late. Shards did not have the bark skin available and just got absolutely sent in that 1cc.
Oh my gosh, Dire Wolves, they pull it off. And honestly, it's not typical for a Shaman to be playing Burrow. I mean, maybe in this matchup against this composition, but rest of Shamans aren't always playing Burrow. So the fact that Sidu had it,
good tech.
That's the only reason he's alive. He would be dead if it wasn't for Burrow, 100%. So he read the all-in situation. It still barely kept him alive. But if he did not have that, the game was absolutely over. It was a great push there by Cats and Dogs, but Direwolves had a good read. Good composition. Here's the all-in. It's the cheap shot. It's the Kingsbane. That's what I was talking about. And he's just gone underground. Like, if he could not go underground there, it is completely over. Comes out with a big nature swiftness. Still has a healing side totem if he needs it. And that was a very offensive push there. Charge just losing like 60% of his health from Trill. And you can see he got Fairy Swarmed as well. So he got disarmed right after all the damage had just hit. I think it was a Black Arrow.
Yeah, I mean, he had true shot up during that window as well, so he is just pumping into you. And I mean, Shards had no bark skin, so he needed the save from Awaken, but Awaken triggered very late in that moment. It was a great setup, though. I mean, you see the Chastise, Mez gets feared across the map. You know, he's fully split. Doesn't want to trinket that, because if he trinkets, you know, he could obviously be in a lot of trouble later on, but it meant that only Trill could peel for Sidu, and he does not have a lot of peel. Sidu is able to survive. But then this is where, you know, it kind of goes wrong. Awaken feeling like, okay, I can sit through it. But the lasso comes out. He trinkets the lasso after the trap. And as a result, it's just too little too late. You know, maybe he could have trinketed earlier for a trinket swap. But also Shards went LOS of him. So when he trinketed, he couldn't even swap him because he was only out of that CC for a moment. Shards obviously trying to LOS some of that damage. But, you know, Sidu just really nice lightning lasso, just kind of shuts that down.
Right, another small map, Blackrook Hold, and I kind of wonder what Direwolves is going to do. If I was them, I think I would just lock in the same thing.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think so. What would you be afraid? Maybe the Paladin? Like, the Paladin really makes that big of a difference?
Hard to say. Yeah, maybe it is just the strongest comp. But it's just interesting to me because it's like, if they think that it's their strongest comp, period, why wouldn't they have locked in blind pick?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good... Maybe they felt like they could completely hard counter the Balance Druid.
Well, I guess they were right. I don't know. They did slam them in game one, so I can't say that they were wrong.
Yeah, so now for Cats and Dogs. Okay, this is the matchup.
Valid.
This is what it should have been in game number one. You know, this is what Cats and Dogs wanted to set up. So we'll see how it plays out. If they're able to actually win with this matchup, then Direwolves had an incredible read. And yeah, I still am leaning towards Direwolves being able to win this one, though. I think Shards is going to be on the back foot. It's going to be really difficult for Awaken. The nice thing about the Paladin, of course, is you're going to be able to use your Medallion to break out of crowd control. You also have the Divine Shield, some really powerful cooldowns. And also, Awaken was getting really cheeky with Repentance. So playing the castable Repentance, which makes Direwolves have to look out for that as well. So they're going for stuns on Sidu. Shards and Awaken can both cast crowd control at the same time. And it's much more difficult to shut down both of them.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's always fun seeing these little adjustments in series to me. That was always one of my favorite things about competing is thinking about, you know, what little talent change can you make that can give you an edge? What gear can you swap up, or what race could you play? Like these little things. So to me, it's really fun, you know, seeing Sidu in that last game, playing Burrow, you know, kind of anticipating it's like, okay, well, one of the only ways we could lose is if they do a swap to me and kill me, right? And having Burrow to deflect in that moment, I think is really cool, because that's something that not a lot of people were doing, right? And even when I think to EU, I think it was Big Max who was not playing Diamond Ice Trap against that double DH team, if I'm recalling it correctly, and instead was playing, Disarm and playing like just these little different swaps that are kind of like less typical on talents. I thought was really, really interesting. It's always fun to see those adjustments, especially in such a high stakes thing where every win you get, like every series win you get, is just thousands and thousands more dollars, right? So it's like changing your talents can literally be worth thousands of dollars every time you're doing it.
It's also one of those things where when it works, you seem like a genius, and then if you experiment and it doesn't work, you seem like just the biggest noob. It's like, what are you doing?
It's the risk reward. It's like you with your predictions. You're swinging for the fences. You're not going for the easy predictions.
Exactly. Doesn't work, you seem like just the biggest noob. It's like, what are you doing?
It's the risk reward. It's like you with your predictions. You're swinging for the fences. You're not going for the easy predictions.
Exactly. Well, this one I went with Direwolves because I feel like they do have a big edge here. But Cats and Dogs, let's see what they can do. Awaken on the Paladin. Don't see it often. Has been representing the Priest incredibly well. And has been such a good Priest in North America for a really long time. See what he's going to be able to get done on the Paladin.
Instant sap there on a Sea-Doo. They're going to be opening up onto Mez, trying to get the pressure rolling on him. Blind thrown down on Sea-Doo. He's sitting through this blind. Mez feels like he has enough defensives to just push through it. Has the AMS, has the AMZ. There's the Hodge, though. There's the Growth. They're throwing all the mini CCs over onto Sea-Doo, and there was a disarm Fairy Swarm onto Mez, so he couldn't Death Strike for a while. Sea-Doo going to be gouged now. Just sits through the entire hit of CC is crazy, and now Shards is just getting rocked. Awaken had a Trinket, Sack, Barkskin, everything getting forced out.
I can't believe Direwolves was that greedy. They really had faith in that anti-magic zone. I mean, that was such a perfect kind of all-in by Cats and Dogs. They were really anticipating more. Hammer of Justice lands here onto Sea-Doo. Fairy Swarm onto Mez once again, disarming him. Not going to be able to use those Death Strikes. Now finally can to recover if he wants, but Sea-Doo just easily healing through this pressure for the time being. And now it's going to be Shards on the back foot. Awaken into a full cap stun. Let's see if they can land the trap or what they're going to do. They're just going for all-out damage, and Shards and Jax are just getting completely owned.
Yeah, Jax is getting rocked right now. Awaken really starting to fall behind, and he's kind of stacked up on top of Mez. There's the Strangulate coming down. He's going to have to actually use the Human Racial to get out of that, it looks like, as there's a Lightning Lasso over on Jax. He's going to have to trinket that and Cloak. Hodge used onto Sea-Doo. Everyone is just dying. Awaken is going to have to bubble just to try to keep up with the pressure. This does not bode well for Cats and Dogs. Trill and Mez are just going to town on them right now. Crushing through, but Trill almost just getting one shot there. The Link has to come down early from Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo forced out to use a lot of defensives here now as he's still low. Trill's still low. Mez is still low as well. Cats and Dogs, really good push there. Trill now going for the aim shot, looking to put the pressure onto Jax. Hodge comes out there over onto Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo going to be stuck in that for some time. Now the kidney shot over onto Mez. They're trying to get the damage rolling onto him as Shards was looking for a clone, but he will be interrupted. Full trap onto Awaken. Jax getting low. Awaken able to get out of that, though, with the sacrifice and tops up his rogue. But the pressure is just not ending. Mez pushing forward. Trill going to be thrown into the bash. Jax is still low, though. The damage just won't stop, Ben.
It really won't. Jax, Awaken, Shards all down to 50%. They are flailing to survive, but Shards has some damage. Let's see what they can do. The last push they made, they got Direwolves incredibly low on health, but they are going to have to risk it. Big kidney shot on Mez. Can they do it? They're reversing it. The smoke bomb comes down. Cats and Dogs want to tie up the series. It was so close. Garrote on a Sea-Doo. He trades out the Trinket. What a good push. Cats and Dogs' setups are looking good so far in the match, but it's not enough. The greed from Direwolves must be so frustrating for them to deal with. The full trap now lands onto Awaken as Mez makes a push.
Yeah, they get that full trap now. Jax, no cloak, no evasion for about 30 seconds. Both teams getting pretty low on defensives here. It's going to be really scary on the next push. Whoever can get the first setup might be the team to take it. There's the Hodge over on a Sea-Doo. What can they get done here? There's the kidney over on a Mez. Mez is going to pop the IBF immediately. AMS used as well, trying to deflect this go, and looks like he will be able to do it. Silence used over on a Shard. Shard trying to get back to the pillar, but he's split from Awaken. Awaken's going to have to cross through the middle of the map, and Trill is not going to let him. There's the trap over on Awaken. Shards is just trying to get out of there, trying to kite back towards Awaken, has the Barkskin up, uses the Fairy Swarm, trying to survive, will be able to do it as Awaken's going to top him back up.
Sea-Doo now trying to hold on for 30 seconds until he has his trinket back. Lightning Lasso used aggressively there on a Shards. Shards is just getting rocked. Awaken taking some big damage as well. A couple seconds until sacrifice, but Shards might just be going down right here, right now. Awaken somehow, some way tops him back up as the Garrotes are coming across the entire team, but Awaken has got to get out of there. He has the sacrifice, but he's a target as well. Might just have to use it anyway as he's into the Intim stun. Couldn't get the sacrifice up, and now he's into the full trap, and that should be it. They're going to knock down Shards, and Dire Wolves take it.
3-1. Nicely done there. But honestly, Cats and Dogs, you gotta respect it. I mean, they came in with a really good game plan. I feel like their openers were super clean, but Direwolves, they just were not panicking. They were not budging. Their defense looked a lot good and looked really good. And I think that was actually one of the criticisms I had when I was watching the games yesterday for Direwolves. I feel like they just weren't reacting appropriately. You know, they were dying without defensive cooldowns. They were out of position. This game looked a lot better. They were handling the pressure. As a result, they will win their first series, but still a long road ahead of them.
Yep, absolutely is a long road ahead of them. And man, I've got to say, I mean, obviously I played with Sea-Doo for years and years and years and years. You've played with Sea-Doo so much. And Sea-Doo can be so greedy. And when he is like really on it, and when his team is really on it, it's so hard to deal with him, because it's like, what more could they have done in the opener? They just did everything. He CC'd for like 20 seconds straight and just sat through everything while Mez is just keeping himself alive. There's nothing more frustrating than that, when you feel like you have the perfect go, the perfect setup, the perfect CC chain, and you just can't even get a cooldown out of Sea-Doo, because, you know, he has the confidence in those moments to really believe that he can greed it out. And when he's able to do so, you know, he has those tools for later, for those pushes that really were desperate, where he really did need those cooldowns. So, you know, definitely did not overreact early. You know, Mez just traded out those CDs, and as a result, Sea-Doo has the defensives for later on to keep his team alive, and Awaken just could not do the same with Shards.
Certainly not. Sea-Doo's team keeping themselves calm, cool, collected for this series, but they've got some more difficult teams to go up against as we move further into this lower bracket. Well done to Cats and Dogs, though. Definitely it did seem like they stepped it up. They made it out of that gauntlet, which is certainly no easy position to be in, but unfortunately that is the end of the road for them right there. But they did manage to take a game off of Direwolves, so hope they are proud of their performance nonetheless. But Gators back versus Direwolves, that's the next up series. Looks like chat 81% in favor of Direwolves. So we'll have to see if chat is correct in this. But as you can see, here's our bracket. This is going to be the third place match, and winner of it will be moving on to face off against Welcome to the Jung, Venruki.
I mean, it's exciting either way. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the day, Direwolves, and Sea-Doo in particular, he thinks they really can take down Welcome to the Jung. Gators back has been a very big thorn in the side of Direwolves. So I think both these teams, they want their shot at the finals. Obviously, they're going to have to go through each other. But for Direwolves, I feel like Gators back might actually be their most difficult opponent in this tournament. So this is going to be an interesting one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's so interesting, because yesterday, though, I felt like when I'm looking at those games between Direwolves and Gators back, I felt like Direwolves should have won a lot of those, right? They did lose 3-1, but I felt like it was unforced errors. It wasn't them necessarily getting, you know, into these situations where, oh, your comp couldn't do it, or you just weren't good enough, or whatever. It was mistakes on defensives. It was overlaps. It was things like that. And if they're being clean, I really feel like they could actually win it. So, despite the fact that Gators back has seemed to kind of have their number, the series yesterday gave me a lot of hope that Direwolves could actually do it, as long as they are on their game.
All right. Very curious what they have in store for us. They don't have a lot of time to figure it out either. We're going to have to be heading to a break. And when we come back, they're going to have to go against that team that, as these guys have said, has been a thorn in their side all season long. Can they do it? Or is Gators back going to win and move on to face off against Welcome to the Jung in the grand finals? Time can only tell. We'll head to a break. When we come back, Gators back versus Direwolves coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. It is Gators back versus Direwolves. Huge series on our hands here. Winner of this one will be moving on to the grand finals to face off against Welcome to the Jung. Both of these teams, they face each other many, many times, D-Machine. But the real question is, who is going to win? Who will be moving on to the grand finals? And who will be ending the day in third place?
That is the question. Who's moving on to the grand finals? And, you know, both of these teams, we've seen Gators back kind of bring it to Welcome to the Jung over and over and over again. Top contenders for possibly even first place. I mean, it seems like they are the best bet when it comes to taking down Welcome to the Jung, but Gators back is a team, if you're unfamiliar, where have you been? They have been all over the AWC for years and years and years, and we absolutely know that they're capable of being a top tier team. The question is, are they prepared? Are they in the right mindset today? And if that last series is any sort of a foreshadowing, I think they might be, especially if they're confident enough to be locking in that rogue mage.
Absolutely. Well, Supatees, welcome back to the desk. I feel like we haven't seen you all day, but I'm kind of curious, like, what do you make of the level of competition here with North America so far?
I think we're entering a new era. You know, previously we were in an era of giants, and now we're in an era of giant killers from Europe with Big Mix's team and Streamer Zone. And possibly we might see that Cinderella story mirrored here in North America as well, because like D-Machine was saying, both of these teams, I think, are viable competitors to be able to take on Welcome to the Jung. And I think this series also matters a lot for WizK on Gators back. WizK was one game away from being a BlizzCon champion. He was against Sea-Doo. That has been one of his main rivals for so many years right now, and it's what's standing between him and the grand finals once again.
Yeah, that is a great point, Supatees, and it kind of brings me to my next question as well, D-Machine. I mean, WizK, he's got a lot of fans, he's got a lot of people rooting for him. Do you feel like we see him come out in this series?
I'm not sure. So here's the thing. We've seen this matchup time and time again of Dire Wolves and Gators back. Dire Wolves constantly trying to get to that grand finals position, and the Gators back just seemingly being like the gatekeepers of the lower finals. And every single time we've seen WizK come out, we have, but going into like Cup 3, as things kind of progress and as the metas and the matchup kind of changes, we saw Dire Wolves coming out with like Rogue Mage. We also saw them coming out with, you know, the Demon Hunter DK, as well as the Hunter DK, the PH DK. And in those matchups, it seems like Gators back has been kind of favoring just sticking with their bread and butter of Rogue Mage. Seeing WizK would be an absolute pleasure. I mean, that dude, it makes insane plays constantly under really high intense pressure moments. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do mix something up. But honestly, this is kind of Dire Wolves' hand, right? They need to figure out something. They need to figure out how to overcome the Rogue Mage of Gators back in order to beat this series. So if I was Gators, I would stick with the Rogue Mage, see if Dire Wolves can find an answer to it before they switch anything up.
Yeah, definitely a big question for this team. Supatis on the side of Dire Wolves. I mean, what do you want to see specifically? Maybe what comps do you think would work for Gators back if you were to tell them, give them some advice?
I think the blind pick is really tough for both teams. So there's like an exact matchup that each team wants. Dire Wolves want to play the DK into the Holy Priest. They don't want to play it into the Void Weaver. So Gators back have to decide, do we start with Holy or do we start with Void Weaver? Do we think they're going to play DK or do we think they're going to RMP? Because they don't want to RMP mirror with Void Weaver. But if Dire Wolves expect RMP, because that's the comp that they use for most of the series, they can play RMP themselves. They'll have an edge. So this blind pick is really mind gamey, and it's one of those series where you could go back and forth off the result of the blind pick. And based on the Dire Wolves' increasingly, you know, professional performance so far throughout the last cup and this tournament, you can see the vote right now is split right down the middle. And I was sitting here, in the downtime, like, I might want to change my vote. I want to change my vote, I think. And I'm like, I can't make up my mind as to who is going to take this. And I think the blind pick is likely going to make the entire series.
It was Sidu himself who tweeted that he thinks that PHDK should win 70-30 against RMP. So definitely keep that in mind as we're looking forward to this blind pick. Here's that tweet, in fact. But let's talk about predictions now. We kind of mentioned it a little bit. I think this is a really, really hard one to actually predict, but I'm going to have to ask you guys anyways. Supatis, let's start with you. What is your prediction for this series?
I didn't go back on my initial prediction, okay? I trusted my gut.
Okay.
I didn't go back on it. I'm leaning into the Gators. I think it's going to be a tight series. I think it's going to be 3-2 for the Gators. I'm leaning into the vibes this time, okay? Azael's at the top. He went with vibes. I'm going with vibes. I should have gone with vibes with Echo in the finals last time. I was like, I'm just going to go Echo. They should win, right? Oh, it didn't work. All right, I'm going vibes this time. So I might be with Gators the whole day, should they finish this off.
Hey, Machine, what about you?
It's a big commitment, not just a commitment here. Okay, well, I actually did change my answer. My vibes were telling me, Sidu's time is up, Calvish's time is now. But now, after seeing that first series, knowing that, Dire Wolves might have their spice back, their juice back, I went in favor of Dire Wolves. We saw that mirror matchup go in favor of Dire Wolves. Obviously, it was Holy Priest versus Dispriest, as Supatis kind of mentioned. But I think that if they can just clean up a little bit, and now that they're a bit warmed up, now is the time for them to take down the Gators.
All right. I seem to go with vibes and logic. Vibes when I should have not done vibes. Logic when I should have not done logic. So hopefully I'm correct this time. But the gates are open. It is game number 1 here. Gators back versus Dire Wolves.
All right.
This is the matchup Gators wanted, I think. They got the Void Weaver into the DK. But even the Void Weaver, Dire Wolves think they should win this matchup. Can they step up? Can they perform, David?
That is truly the question. Both teams kind of like in their own minds here. I think neither one of them necessarily feel like they lost the blind pick here. Like you were saying, the DK into the Void Weaver. However, 70-30. 70-30 is what they said PHDK should be into our Rogue Mage. So both of these teams, we've seen this matchup also in Europe as well. We saw how so close that this composition matchup can be. But I mean, we're seeing Calvish on the Fire Mage, we're seeing Dazed on the Rogue, we're seeing Lord Mez on his main DK, but the setup has already begun. AMS is going to be committed in response to this combustion as well as the Roar Sacrifice, and that Roar Sacrifice really is the main wall of defense against this combustion so far.
All right, they land the freezing trap, but Calvish is out of there. He's going to use the Fire Blood Racial on his Dark Iron Dwarf and just blink to the pillar and line of sight Trill. A very important maneuver by Calvish to survive this initial exchange. Dazed, nice dismantle on the True Shot, that glowing icon below Trill that enhances his damage dramatically, so they need to crowd control Trill during this window of time. Trill anticipating attack, he pre-walls during the kidney shot, but they're switching back onto Mez behind the pillar. Ring of Frost clips Sidu around the corner. Calvish snipes it. Mez down at 50%, trades out his Icebound Fortitude and his anti-magic shield, so he won't be able to use that to assist Sidu with crowd control in the future. That was a major push for Gators. The Gators, they have excellent positioning. Look at Calvish. As soon as the push is done, he is glued to the pillar.
He's out of there. Cubsy's still in the middle of the map, which is interesting to me, but he is going to get static totemed by Sidu back towards his mage. Mez is going to go ahead and silence him up into a kick as well. Trill and Mez doing a good job controlling, but here's the disorient. Follow-up damage goes out onto Daze. Again? But another kidney shot, another triple, into another triple. Oh my gosh, the whole team of Gators back just keeps getting stunned over and over and over again. But Calvish still getting around this pillar, line of sighting this this hunter over and over and over again. Now Daze getting a stun up onto Trill.
Big swap.
Here is the Roar Sacrifice on the combustion, however. Where is it going to go? It looks like it is going to be committed onto Mez. The Roar Sacrifice should be enough to deal with this combustion, but it looks like Mez is still taking a huge amount of pressure. There's the stun, full trap onto Cubsy. Mez Trill trying to swap this damage around, but Calvish is already out there playing defensive again, dipping down to half health here. Cubsy follows it up with a big heal, but goes into a quick strangulate, and it looks like Gators back will continue to stabilize.
All right, Calvish faked an interrupt there, but Cubsy's getting locked down by Mez. We saw how important Welcome to the JUNG versus Gators back was yesterday with Nick on Death Knight and his ability to shut down Cubsy. So can Mez, he shuts down Cubsy there with the Mind Freeze, every Mind Blast, into the Blinding Sleep, beautiful crowd control chain from Mez, into the Cap Totem from Sidu in the backline. That forces the Pain Suppression at critically low health, and Calvish is desperately trying to peel Mez behind the pillar. He gets him locked down in a polymorph. Now they're setting up onto Trill, no Roar of Sacrifice for 3 seconds. He pops his wall, he's not risking it. He's popping his turtle. He doesn't want to die like he did yesterday. I think it's a fair trade. He still has his Roar of Sacrifice if necessary, if they switch the damage onto a different target here. Now with no trinket on Cubsy, this is a big moment for Trill. He needs to land the next freezing trap in about 11 seconds from now.
The positioning is just telling a story in and of itself. Dyro was just playing on top of them, but Mez has got to be careful here. That's going to be the Icebound Fortitude. He's going to be sitting in that Earthen Wall Totem as well. Can't leave it for now. There it is. But he's desperately trying to get to Calvish. Calvish is so low if Mez can connect, but he's going to get caught in a full Ring of Frost. Calvish keeps himself alive with the cross CC, but Cubsy in a trap himself. They got to be careful. Daze now trying to switch the damage over out onto Trill. Calvish backing him up with some damage himself, but throughout that CC chain on a Cubsy, they didn't get a whole lot done.
They got Trill's Trinket, they have Smoke Bomb, and they have Blind. That's going to be the big moment here. Sidu needs to stand next to Trill for Spirit Link. They're too far apart. He's going to Smoke Bomb him. He's just going to die. If he stays out in the middle of the map like this, he's completely toast. Mez is getting in position to peel, I think. There's the kidney shot. There's the smoke bomb. He edges it. He blinds Sidu on his way in. He gouges the trinket, but Sidu links in between the globals, breaking the gouge and saving Trill at that critical moment. But now they're swapping on Sidu. They catch him in a cheap shot with no trinket. Can they demolish him with this final second? He pops his Astral Shift. He should recover with the Riptides. They grip Calvish in to the pillar. They silence him. He stone forms that off immediately. Cubsy pre-fades the grip, anticipating the attack. They still have a big window right now on the side of Gators back if they can stabilize Trill with no trinket for 30 seconds. Sidu with no trinket. He's dismantled, likely into a full kidney shot. Cubsy, he's getting interrupted multiple times, but that means Calvish can free Sheep. He's getting kicked 3 times in a row, but here's the full polymorph. And this could be it for Trill. He pops Roar Sacrifice. He gets the anti-mag shield, but now Mez, he's left naked. He's trying to run back to the pillar with no defense, and he manages to get back behind there and survive. But guess what's coming up in 30 seconds, and maybe even faster with that shifting power. 18 seconds away. 18 seconds away. Trill needs to get this. He'll have his trinket, actually. Mez will have Icebound. They need to buy a couple more seconds. Can they stall at the pillar here? Cubsy is free casting in the back line. Direwolves need to stall just a little bit longer. They might be able to survive the combustion, but I'm not sure. Calvish is moving in onto the left. Dazed is there. They grip them in. There's the kidney shot. It's overwhelming damage in game number 1, but somehow they just walk it off like it's nothing. Direwolves survive the attack that should have been their lives with that combustion, and now that they've survived it, they're going to turn up the heat.
AMS was committed by Mez to eat some of that combustion damage, and now Trill has his Aurora Sacrifice in 10 short seconds, but Trill's so low! Turtle at no health, and he dies through Turtle! Sea-Doo caught in a quick CC chain, and that'll do it! I thought Trill was going to survive there for sure. I thought they did it, but Gators back. They don't even need combustion. They have win conditions out of nowhere. This team looks absolutely terrifying. The Void Weaver in the hands of Cubsy is just a force to be reckoned with.
Again, it's like this false sense of security. They played so well when they had nothing, and then when they have options, they just choke and die because they didn't expect to. They're like, all right, we survived combustion. We shouldn't need to trade here. And it was like miracle recovery, like time and time again earlier on in the game. I thought it was over. This was the triple moment where they chained triple blind into triple cap twice in a row during their push and completely blocked their attack for a moment there. Sea-Doo was clutching out a lot of impressive capacitator totems. We don't see a lot of restoration shaman. It's almost all priest for the most part towards the end of these competitions, maybe a little bit of holy paladin. So Sea-Doo was having a lot of clutch plays, but unfortunately Trill at this push, he didn't play games. He just turtled and he traded it outright. And then you're thinking like, okay, they're starting to recover. They're getting their trinkets. They have some options. They're likely looking solid into the late game, and they just fall forward on their face. Right here, the edge of the smoke bomb. I'm thinking it might be game over. He almost doesn't get the trinket link off. He survives it, and then for the next like 2 goes, they have nothing, right? Like Sea-Doo can't trigger crowd control, Trill can't trigger it, Mez can't break it. But they buy time, and now look at Trill's the only one that actually has something to trade. But he just doesn't trade. So he pushes in with Combust, and he pre-walls it. I think right here. Well, yeah, he pre-walls the kidney, and he thinks he should be fine. He thinks he should be fine because he just walled the bust, and they strangulate the mage, and they're like, all right, we should be good to make a push. And then Dazed just crushes right here. Just pushes in with cheap shot. They just kill him with one cheap
shot. Into a dragon's
Sea-Doo.
breath. Oh, man. Yeah, Turtle is not a pure immunity like a bubble. You know, things can still hurt you. Dots can still hurt you. Things that are still in the air that are channeling can still get to you. And the CC chain from Sea-Doo, oh man, just a global from Sea-Doo would have kept that hunter alive. But I don't know if I 100% agree with the 70-30. Like, is there that much to clean up right now to get this series a bit closer? I don't know.
Maybe
Both
he's
teams...
talking about with Holy Priest. Because that's what I was saying with the blind pick. They want Void Weaver into DK. They don't want Void Weaver into RMP. If Sea-Doo's team picked RMP this game, Sea-Doo's team would have won the blind pick. The Cubsy's team got the most optimal matchup that they could hope to get in the blind pick, I think, with Void Weaver. I don't know if that matchup is guaranteed to be 70-30 or not, but at the same time, we watch Welcome to the JUNG, and they just kind of just like playing with Gators back, you know, like a kid at the table playing with their food. It's not. So I don't know, maybe it is. Like, he went holy here, right? So he goes holy.
Right.
Direwolves want. They want DK into this. They don't want an RMP mirror. Unless they're going to just completely abandon DK maybe at some point in the series.
Is it DK Demon Hunter? Maybe it's DK Demon Hunter into this.
Not on this map. I don't think on this map. This is a Marksman Hunter map or an RMP mirror. I would doubt
that's really genuinely what I want to see. I want to see the RMP mirror. Just both Holy Priest, both Fire Mage. Do it. Lock it in. I know it's like, this is Daze, this is Calvish, this is Cubsy. These guys are capable of it, but I believe in Direwolves' RMP. I've seen it do incredible things, but you have to have the confidence to back it up. So they're going to be locking in the PHDK yet again. I mean, we saw some glimmer of hope, though earlier on in the day, they did run the PHDK into the Void Weaver and did end up losing to this comp. But this is a Holy Priest, not a Void Weaver. So perhaps it will be a different matchup, especially on Empyrean Domain, giving Trill the nice open field to tee off on that Marksman Hunter. I don't know. I mean, there's so much up in the air right now, so many questions, and this is the lower bracket finals of the final tournament of the War Within. This is intense. This has got to be some big communication going on in both of these teams' calls, because the mind games continue past game number 1. If Direwolves are going to make my prediction correct, they're going to need to win against this Rogue Mage Holy Priest team before they've lost 3 times in a row to it. I'm terrified for Direwolves, but this is the moment in which they pull out all the stops. This is when we see them really give everything they have.
Yeah, and I mean, earlier on in this season, Direwolves were struggling to get like top performances, which is completely unexpected, right? This is a team where we're expecting first place, second place most of the time, and they were struggling to adapt to the Void Weaver meta. It was almost always just complaints about Void Weaver for the most part, and then Mez, I know when it was on his stream, it finally clicked for him. He's like, okay, I understand what to do against Void Weaver to be able to beat it. And as soon as they figured that out, they started doing a lot better. But now they're still struggling. They can't just push it over the final hurdle. And the main difference is that they've realized their strategy is focused around interrupting Mind Blast and preventing the Void Weaver from getting into. It's not really void form, but it is basically void form for Disciplined Priest. Just limit rather than kicking during it, because the problem with kicking during it is the collapsing void still does damage and still heals with atonement, even while you're interrupted. So you have to stop it from happening in the first place, which requires very fast reaction time. I feel like they did do a good job of that. They just kind of died to Daze. Daze literally just soloed them with Adrenaline Rush and a cheap shot. So let's see if Direwolves can pull this off. It's the last chance in North America to be able to take a major title. Dazed grapples in, instantly gets the sap. Cheap shot on Mez. Calvish is laying it down with the combustion, immediately rips the Roar of Sacrifice out from Trill. And Trill's smart. He stays in camouflage, so they can't swap to him on the Roar of Sacrifice. That was very heads up from Trill. And Sea-Doo pre-walled, so they can't swap to Sea-Doo. So they anticipated that attack expertly, but they're going to swap towards the tail end of it. But now, because Trill was patient and camouflage, they're not going to get any major cooldowns. Look at that rapid fire damage. What is going on? Calvish wraps around the corner, and he was hugging the pillar well on the ground, but these pillars are a lot slimmer.
This is what I love about WoW Arena, man. This like full-on aggression from Gators back just in the face of Direwolves, but Direwolves just doing an expert level of trading, understanding the win condition, understanding the importance of that Roar Sacrifice on the combustion, and just not giving them an opportunity. But here we go. The damage continues to ramp up onto Trill, and it looks like Mez will be the main kill target for Calvish for now, but at any moment, Trill could easily be swapped to by Calvish. But they're actually splitting DPS here on the side of Gators back. Gators back hitting both Mez and Trill right here. You know, Calvish not going out into the line of sight of Trill, while at the same time Daze is just lighting up the Hunter in the background. What do you think about this strategy?
I feel like Trill needs to attack a different target, but here comes another push. Roar Sacrifice, anti-magic zone. Nice, it covers both players. Is he going to die through it? I don't think so. With the scatter shot, maybe he got feared, low health. Daze can get another stun. Nope, Sea-Doo gets a big shield from the anti-magic shield. So one thing I think that Trill is doing differently than we saw from Prev just shoots anything in his line of sight. He doesn't wait around and chase the mage. He just, if you're in his line of sight, pew pew. Trill is tunnel visioning the mage. He is like almost literally not doing any damage to anyone else. I would love, like right here, to switch to Daze and just get pressure going on a different target, because I feel like he's spending a lot of time just trying to like nail Calvish, and Calvish knows that, and so Trill's playing into Calvish's hands. Like even right now, he's not really going for damage. He's trying to get now finally. Yeah. Daze is going for
trap,
he forced evasion with the full trap. That's way better than nothing, because Calvish is on the pillar. But here comes another kidney shot, cheap shot. Does he get the poly? He gets the fear. And Trill survives with the anti-magic shield. He can feign death. He pops the wall. Direwolves, their defensive cooldown management this game, immaculate. They're making really heads-up plays, pre-walls, good crowd control, breaking chains. It's just damage. Trill just needs to pretend this is Race to World First right now. Do max damage.
Yeah, get the pressure really going. Like we always say, a good defense is a strong offense, and right now it just really feels like we are playing Gators back game. Like whenever there's a diminishing returns ready to go to get the setup going, they go, they get it, and they get some cooldowns. And you know, as we get deeper into dampening, if Direwolves continue to allow Gators back to just kind of run and gun here, just dip in and go out. There's the full fear on the Sea-Doo. Here's a setup on the Trill. Mez is going to grip Dazed off, but they're just going to swip the damage over out onto Mez. Mez taking a huge amount of pressure, is forced to trade out that AMS as well as the Icebound Fortitude here, and that was also the Roar Sacrifice throughout it all. Now Adrenaline Rush from Daze will be committed. It'll get disoriented into a lasso. Good peels by Direwolves to slow down this rogue, but he will reconnect onto Trill here. Sea-Doo not caught into any CC just yet, but Mez is taking a huge amount of pressure behind the pillar, forcing Sea-Doo to kind of overextend and get out into the open, making himself even more vulnerable. Cubsy looking possibly to get a fear out of this Chastise. He gets the Chastise, but the AMS prevents the follow-up fear. Great heads-up play by Mez.
Yeah, but Cubsy didn't fear, so he can still do it later. Calvish trying to line of sight Trill. Trill is popping True Shot. What do they have to stop it? He stuns Cubsy. There's the smoke bomb. Pressure on Mez at the same time. Sitting through it. Trinkets at the last second. Calvish is getting blasted at the same moment. Who will fall first? Mez recovers, and Calvish could have his cauterized proc at any moment. He displays. Oh my god, another huge hit from Trill. He is winning the lotto right now on these instant aim shot procs. Another one flies through the sky. Rapid fire's ripping him. It looks like he proc is cauterized. Wow. Cubsy's greedy. Oh, he actually switched Gnome. He went Gnome Priest. He can't stone from the Strangulates now in this matchup. It's an interesting modification. He's going to fade out to go for a fear. He gets trapped. He deaths the trap. Comes in with a clutch play, but he AMSs the fear, but maybe it doesn't matter. The AMS bottom time. He gets the link up, and now they swap off onto Trill. He Trinket Turtles at 10%, and Gators back are absolutely killing it. They are crushing Dire Wolves at the moment. There is only one saving grace, is the fact that Trill forced so much pressure on Calvish earlier on. Maybe they can do this, but if Trill has to push in on this pillar, he's going to get absolutely destroyed, but he doesn't really have any choice. They have nothing left.
Yeah, I agree. It's gas pedal for Dire Wolves. They got a bit of momentum. They do not have the time to deal with this. They do not have the ability to let Calvish just play the game that he wants to play. Mez is just pumping the damage onto this mage. Calvish trying to defensively get that Ring of Frost down. He gets interrupted into another interrupt. Calvish is in a lot of trouble here. Cubsy's in a full trap. Mez desperately trying to reconnect, but a Ring of Frost defensively will finally land. The Disorient go follow up onto Cubsy. And Disorient onto Dazed as well is going to give Calvish a little bit more time to continue, and it just looks like Mez cannot overextend onto this mage at all. They're at just kind of a standstill here. I would love to see them just turn around and light up this rogue, but they're going to continue to push it through. But now Combustion is back, dude.
Just attack Cubsy. He's literally in the middle of the map. I swear, just attacking Cubsy, and then he lands the trap with no death. Can he push in on Calvish? Barrier around the corner. Mez is oh my god, what a crit. Oh my god, he's dying to Guardian Spirit. He might have to Void Shift into it. He's just killing him through his barrier. Trill is getting massive damage. No, he's caught in the stun. Blind, no trinket. That is it. At 20% health, Calvish goes for the win with no block, taking down Trill.
My gosh.
Right before his life was about to flash before his eyes. Mez wants to play this out, but I think this should be really unlikely. And Gators back. They look so good. And I just feel like it's Trill is just tunneling. He's just tunneling the mage. And it's also a build difference. Maybe this build is not the viable option. He's playing the Dark Ranger. So during that True Shot window when we're just screaming the whole time, it's very scary. But then when he doesn't have it, it's not as scary as the Sentinel. So I wonder if the build is possibly holding Trill back, because their defense was so good throughout this game. It was a lack of damage initially. Like at the first 2 minutes of the game, Trill was doing half of Dazed damage, which is you're not going to win like that. It's not going to happen. Then his damage started to spike back up, but only because he was pushing in. But then when he pushed in, he just started dying. So I really feel like if you get a little bit more damage or switch his build, I think Cedo and Trill could 2v1 Dazed basically, make it like a 2v1, and then Mez is 1v2ing Calvish and Cubsy. I feel DK actually wins that, and Hunter Shaman probably wins that if they can set that situation up. But this situation where they're just kind of watching Calvish at the pillar and Cubsy just running through the middle of the map to go for fears unpunished, I really feel like they could attack him during those moments.
Gosh, Cubsy's so good, man. That end right there when Calvish didn't have Cauterized, didn't have Ice Block, didn't have anything left. He puts a Guardian Spirit on him and holds the Void Shift while getting the CC chain of himself. Dude, oh my gosh, cold-blooded. I mean, if you ever listen to this guy on LAN, it makes total sense. He is always so calm and collected. Very few times have I ever heard Cubsy on comms, actually lose his cool. And I'm just imagining Gators back just playing their game, playing patient, even these super scary moments. Look at this. Look at this. I guess he still has Cauterized this whole time, so that's really their saving grace on top of the Guardian Spirit before they need to get that life swap. But man, if I was in Cubsy's shoes right there, every button in my spellbook would be pressed to keep my mage alive. But Combustion comes off of cooldown, and Trill finds himself in a stun follow-up, and Gators back suddenly are 1 game away of making it to the grand finals.
Yep, one more game. I just feel like it's too... It's the cage. It's the cage. Here we go. Darvels, what are you going to do? Is Trill getting off the Hunter? Is he going on a Demon Hunter? Are you guys going to change his hero talent? Because I feel like playing an all-in hero talent like that against an Outlaw Rogue that has 6 different crowd controls, they could just, it's like a little buffet, oh, you want to do damage, bro? Ouch. Cheap shot, disarm,
all right,
blind you. I'll even bomb you to stop you from aim shotting the mage. There's 10 different things he can do, but they're locking it in again. They're putting all the chips on the table here with the Marksmanship Hunter, and we'll have to see if he sticks with the Dark Ranger, because Trill seems to, when he picks these off-meta hero talent picks, he seems to stick to them throughout. He has a lot of confidence in them, and I mean, it could squeeze him a win. We've seen when he hits the jackpot, he can absolutely crush it. But if he gets denied on those windows, his damage outside of it is just non-existent, and so much so that I don't know how they're gonna be able to pull this off. Because, and again, it's tragic because their defense is so good. I never thought that I would say the issue with Trill is his damage. I never thought I would have to say that, but like the issue is like their defense is so good. They're rotating through everything. They know when to turtle. They're preventing CCs. But they need more damage. They need more Zug. They've got to get Trill engaged. You can see the Dark Ranger at the top there. It does provide like a lot of extra damage with Black Arrow, replacing Kill Shot. You can get these procced windows where you're just going between instant Black Arrows and instant aim shots and just absolutely cracking skulls. The volley at the bottom, the red with a sword, that icon is very important as well because it's going to be giving you instant aim shot procs with Death Blow with the talent below it. So little volley windows, explosive shot windows. Those moments in time are going to be the most important for Trill in order to get damage out. So what Dazed is doing, he's paying attention. All right, is volley on the ground? Okay, I need to crowd control Trill, or we need to get out of there. We need to line of sight. And they're playing around that window, and they're playing around the true shot. And Calvish is just playing so good. He knows exactly where he needs to be at any given moment in the game to just stop all the damage. And even still, he's almost dying. Even still, he's still So if Calvish messes up, if Calvish does mess up, then this build is definitely, it's going to be rough.
What do you think about this map choice coming out for Dire Wolves? I feel like this could possibly go not in their favor. I know Hunters love this map, though. But we're going to have to wait and see if it'll possibly backfire on them. Sap goes out in the C2 immediately as Daze is just in there getting active right away. A double fear follow-up. Cubsy also getting into it. They're actually going on to C2 in this opener. The full kidney shot into the cheap shot follow-up. Huge pressure from this combustion as well as the evasion to prevent. But Calvish has got to be scared, man. He's got to be worried. Cubsy was in a full trap right there, but a huge heal from the Guardian Spirit will keep Calvish alive. The Strangulate just too little too late out of all of that, and they didn't really get a whole lot accomplished. I mean, they did get C2's wall, but that's it, and Roar Sacrifice, which is incredibly important.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to go back on C2. I think this is them kind of just like poking for openings because they're so far ahead in the series. You can just throw a go on the Shaman, and even if you lose this game, you still have 2 more to work with. But if C2 put on less versatility or is too greedy and dies, then you just win the whole series. But Mez is just getting destroyed at the moment here as he's pushing forward. Cubsy will duck into Angel. Mez can't get anything going for the team. You see that volley down on the pillar, that rare, oh my god, the rapid fire with it. Just crushing Calvish around the corner. He's just pew-pewing him through the walls right now. He's almost dead. He has to blink away from the box. He gets gripped right back to it. So Trill is playing shoot through the pillar with the volley, and Mez grips him back to it. This is important because Calvish is just hugging that pillar so heavily. So now I like what Trill's doing here. Pull Daze back, Chains of Ice, drag him in the corner, hit him with some damage, bait Calvish, and then when Calvish comes out, nice pre-wall from Trill. He activates the Survival of the Fittest right here, and then Roar Sacrifice on the Combustion, and then he can feign death if he needs to. He does. He commits it, and the Exhilaration. Maybe that was a bit. Might have been an overcommitment, honestly, from Trill, because at the same time he's died randomly. So like I don't want to say that was like an overcommit. Right. RMP is so hard because like you undercommit, you lose the game, but you overcommit, you lose the game. So I don't know, bro. Full trap here. Here's the volley again. Calvish knows he needs to get out of the volley now. He's trying to jump off the side on the cage. And he gets life grip back to the bottom side ramp, and man, he has just run every single corner of this map here. Shifting power, good timing for Calvish here behind the pillar. It's very important he gets those on cooldown for the barrier and the combustion in this type of matchup. Now they're going after Daze, but it looks like they're reluctant to push in on Calvish. This is where I would love to see them just attack Cubsy. If he is ever in the open, just attack Cubsy. You'll drain his mana for the late game. You'll make it scary for him to push. Getting a lot of procs here. They're moving in. I think they want to go, but Calvish is getting pushed back at the same moment. C2 full blind. How is he going to deal with this? Dragon's Breath. Oh, nice pet stun. But Mez gets knocked off into the corner, into a Frost Nova, and they're swapping to Mez. He has no Icebound Fortitude into the bomb. Trinket and Magic Shield. Is it going to be enough? It's match point. An entire season on the line. C2 in the back, picking him up slowly but surely, and Mez survives that narrowly.
That was spooky moment for him. Now he's able to reconnect onto Calvish, and Dazed once again getting back onto his Hunter Trill. But C2 pushing in, getting a little bit more aggressive with his positioning, but as soon as they see that Gator's back is pushing in themselves, they immediately pull back, just being ultra cognizant of their own positioning here. Now Calvish slowly pushing himself in. He's in the middle of the map. He's quite far away from any pillar. He's slowly making his way through pillars in case, but Daze could just go down. That's the evasion and the Guardian Spirit. going to be committed out onto Dazed as Direwolves just kind of pulls back and plays their game.
Full trap incoming. Guardian Spirit connected. They could swap Dazed, though. They scatter him behind the pillar. He's got no evasion and no trinket if they catch him in a lightning lasso. But they're still focusing Calvish. Calvish fakes a kick. He's spamming polys on DK. Cedo has to come back to get him, but he polys the Dispel. He gets silenced for a moment, but not going to be able to capitalize. Cubsy's in angel form, and once again, Direwolves posting up at the pillar. Chastise, kidney shot. What can Trill do? Mez is almost just going to die through everything. Cedo had to trinket. They're going to swap to Cedo. Can they actually drop him in a swap right now? He gets the wall. The stun gets gapped for a moment, and Cedo clutches out the wall, but now his trinket is down. They had to use Roar of Sacrifice. Trill didn't panic, though. He still has Trinket. Maybe they can pull this off. Double blind on Cubsy and Dazed, trying to pressure Calvish, but Calvish is so smart. He's adapted to that volley build, and now he's not hugging the pillar. He's using the ramps against them, but he lands the trap here. They need to get a cooldown with this trap. They need it so badly. They just can't get it. Everybody's behind the pillar. True shot comes up soon. He's got a binding shot. He could get a triple binding shot and a true shot, and maybe one tap somebody right here if they're not careful. Let's see if Trill's going to go for it. He's holding the binding shot. I think he wants to save it for the trap. Oh my God, he's going to jump off the side. He just disengaged back. He doesn't have disengage now. I don't know if he's going to regret that. Chastise on Trill. It's going to be a double fear. He lassos him in the middle of the map. Just swap on Cubsy. Oh, he trinkets for the double. He trinkets for the double. Mez has trinket in 1 second. Is he going to survive here? He's trying to be greedy. He's stunned again. Big connection onto him. He gets away with the green, but Cedar's in a sap. He got feared into a full sap, and Mez is in trouble once again. Binding shot to Peel. He's full runic power. He can Death Strike a lot right now to be able to survive. Wow. They survived. That was scary, but they got Trill's trinket. They got Trill's trinket. Here's a binding shot on Cubsy. They could swap Cubsy. I just want to see them swap Cubsy one time when he's in the opener here. When he's in the open, Daisy's grappling over. He dismantles the Hunter on the true shot and instantly shuts down the window, but he needs to gouge her kidney shot here. He goes for an aim shot again. Dazed avoids it. Gets back to the pillar. Mez is still in trouble. He has absolutely no cooldown. Cedo needs to get there. He drops the zone, but look at the pressure. They strangulate Cubsy. Oh, no. Look at the pressure. Maybe they can do something. No, the kidney shot. Cedo, he needs to link. Oh my God, he gets away with the NS in this critical moment. It's killing spree. It's so much damage. It's everything on the line.
Direwolves are somehow making it work, though. Mez is just having a grand old time with all three of them stacked up, just trying to cleave them all down. If this can continue to go on, I mean, look at Cedo's freaking mana bar, man, compared to Cubsy. I mean, there are win conditions for Direwolves, but as we've seen time and time again, Gator's back. They just need one clean go, and they've had multiple, and still somehow Direwolves has been going through all of this and staying alive. Cubsy now getting that Divine Hymn out in that Angel form, prevent CC, but huge damage on the Calvish at any moment. Cubsy now getting a little bit of cleave down. Trill is so far away. He's repositioning with his shaman as far back as he possibly can. Daze now putting Cedo in the full cheap shot. There's the kidney shot. This is the setup into the follow-up Chastise. Can he get the polymorph? He can't. It gets interrupted. Trill should be okay, but the fear to follow it up out onto Cedo. Still huge pressure landing out onto Trill. This is
Calvish ate the trap.
Calvish ate the trap. Combustion available. No Roar Sacrifice available.
Calvish eating it. Oh, the triple cap stun from Cedo. Just swap targets. Stop tunneling the mage. The rogue has nothing. Just switch targets, please, Direwolves. Please, just switch targets. At one point, I swear they can just absolutely KO Cubsy or Dazed. They're killing everyone. It's looking like a triple kill for Direwolves. Dazed holds on by a thread. They move away from the pillar. They're repositioning. Just switch targets. You don't need to tunnel the mage. Anyone can die right now. Mez is trying to move in with Icebound Fortitude. They've got options. They've got options. I really think the Direwolves should be able to win this. They have to survive one more combustion. Calvish is likely going to pop at any moment right now. Cedo anti-magic shield preemptively on the swap. They scatter the mage before the combustion. This is really bad. This is really bad. They catch him behind the pillar. He's stunned on his trinket. And Cedo, it might be lights out. He gets the Spirit Link, but it only hits 2. It hits 3. He's got the Healing Tide Totem. He's slowly but surely recovering. They survive the combustion. They survive the combustion. Now just switch on the rogue. Just attack anybody. I'm tired of watching them tunnel the mage. Please. Dazed wraps around the corner. He gets gripped right back into the mix. He grapples into another grip, and they're trying to finish Dazed off here. Cubsy has Void Shift. He needs to pop it soon. It's so much damage. He's trying to get mana back behind the pillar. Dazed manages to escape. Does Trill have volley? Does he have volley right now? It looks like he popped. He's hitting Cubsy. Finally, they're attacking Cubsy. Just get pressure on anything, please. They have mass barrier for Calvish in a second, but he's totally They're totally All they have to do is protect Cedo. He has no trinket. Everybody else has something they can press. They need to push in right now, though, while they have nothing. Cedar's the one who needs to stay back, but everybody else has got to go in. The more time they wait, they're just getting their cooldowns. They're just regenerating mana. He's going to have Angel now. This is so tense. It's so tense.
My heart, dude, my watch just let me know that my heart rate is exceeding healthy limits right now. I am so uptight. Calvish is going to be set up on Cubsy's completely tapped, man. He is so close to just being completely tapped on mana. Huge damage on Calvish. He has to pull back. He's using the ramp to get out of line of sight of this hunter, but Trill's just going to disengage to the other side of the map, the other side of the ramp, and it's still going to be in line of sight. Seadu's pre-walling this go, but Calvish can't even get there. He can't get across the map. They're swatting the damage over on the Trill. They're trying to set him up, but Seadu not caught into any CC. The Rara sacrifice to trade for the combustion yet again. No mana on the bar for Cubsy.
Mez, please, just swap on Cubsy. Grip him in the middle of the map. He's a gnome priest. He can't move. Grip him in the map and one-shot him. He has nothing. They're swapping, finally! Daze gets gripped back, though, from the lightning lasso. Calvish is in the middle of the map now. Swap on Calvish. Just hit anything. They're all dead. They have nothing. Strangulate comes through. Daze pops Cloak and Evasion. Gators back want to close this out with nothing. Can they manage to do it? Calvish is holding on with just 10% health remaining, and Cubsy has absolutely nothing. Ring of Frost hits all of the pets. They're pulling out all of the stops. Trill Trinketed. Mez, Icebound Fortitude, but Calvish will finally fall. The Direwolves can finally close out a game, and I think they finally figured out the strategy here. 9 minutes into this game, switching targets, keeping their pressure, their defense clean. Now their offense a lot cleaner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was terrifying. Every single time Gators back seemed to have a setup go, they were able to trade defensively as they've constantly been. Here's a perfect example of this. The follow-up CC stun in the smoke bomb on Mez, just not going to overcommit too many cooldowns, just the AMS, just get some runic power, keeps himself alive for there. But look at this setup go on to Mez. Just crazy job by Seadu. There's a trinket. That was going to be a commitment, but like never overcommitting, not only on their cooldowns, but also in their positioning. But then this time around also the map I think really enabled them to constantly keep the pressure that they needed. The question is, can they pull something like this off now that Gators back has map choice?
I feel like they're giving Gators back so much respect is what this is. They're giving them so much respect, but I think sometimes it's backfiring on them. I think they're honestly traumatized from getting like one shot and losing and watching the game slip away, because like they have literally every cooldown. They have like Icebound, double trinket, 2 walls, Ross, and like they're one of two things is either Mez goes in or he grips the priest off the pillar, because the priest is just donezo. If he is stuck in the open with 0 mana at 30% health, he is just completely donezo if he gets gripped like that, and his teammates will have to come out to help him. And they're just giving them full respect, but it's giving Gators back some opportunities to win when they shouldn't really have those chances. They should be able to just close the game out, and it was so close, man. The swap on Seadu earlier on, this map was crazy. The positioning, the Calvish with the mid-game adaptation to the fact that Trill was playing that shoot through the pillar tech, so he started using the ramps on the bottom side, the almost triple kill moment in this game also. From the Direwolves. The Direwolves can do this. They can reverse sweep. Why am I cheering for the Direwolves right now? My prediction is on Gators back. I shouldn't be doing this. What am I doing right now? I just want this to go in Game 5. I'm so tired of being robbed of the best series, okay? Like, I don't want to be robbed right now. So I'm like cheering because I'm like, this they should be able to do this, bro. Like, this is their game. All right, they can finally close it out here. They've adapted their tech. They're getting out a lot more damage. Their defense is still solid. They're moving into game number 4. But it's going to be on the territory of Gators back.
Oh my gosh, 2 more games they have to win back to back against this legendary roster of Rogue Mage for Gators back. I mean, they're going to stick with their guns. They're sticking with the PHDK. And at this point, I do not feel like I can criticize that because they were able to bring it to the distance. Ashamane's Fall, however, is a very different map than Cage of Carnage. There's a lot fewer places in which that, or there's a lot more places and a lot more space for Calvish to be able to kind of pull back. But I don't know. Sometimes those crevices were giving Daze the ability to, line of sight when he's pulling back. The ramps, like you were saying, for Calvish, he's not going to have those type of line of sight opportunities, but he's going to have a lot more space to get away.
The pillars are also bigger. I think that's the big deal against Volley. Like, Volley can only cover so much circumference. And so the small pillars, it's great for that. But Tolvaron Arena, It's not going around the pillar, bro. No matter how much you try to put it inside of the wall, it's not going around the pillar. Asha means it might be able to on the 2 side ones, but if Calvish plays on the more rectangular one, I think it will be hard for Trill. So this will be by far the hardest game. Well, actually, Tolvaron after this is like going to be by far the hardest game for Direwolves, irregardless here. And Gators back know exactly what's coming their way for the rest of the series with that advantage. So this is going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. A tough nut to crack for the Direwolves here in the lower semifinals to qualify into the grand finals, which another thing to take into account is it's like a 9-minute game and you're traumatized. You're just like, I don't want to die to RP. I don't want to get one shot and a cheap shot. Mez, don't go behind the pillar, even though we literally have everything and they're just scoring me with 0 mana. Please don't just go in. And then they have to go against Welcome to the Jung, who's just like, I'm entertained, just enjoying watching them beat each other up for 10 minutes, and then
they're on their thrones over there, just watching. Just like yes, squirm for
go as long as possible. Go to game 5, please.
Yeah.
I'm here to welcome in the Hearthstone viewers. They just wrapped up their last chance tournament, meaning all the players are now qualified to the Hearthstone World Championship, which will be starting on December 18th. So make sure you guys catch that live at the end of the year. But welcome in, everyone. And could not agree more with everything you guys are saying. It's fun being in here between games. But my guess is like, what is their mental like, Supatees? I mean, you were talking about Direwolves and just how difficult that game was. Now they have to win yet another one, basically reverse sweep them, and then think about the fact that they have to go against Welcome to the Jung. They've got a long uphill battle ahead of them, and I feel like that game #1 win from them in this series is the start to a long road for them.
I mean, I might be getting ahead of myself, but if Direwolves pull this off, at least I'm pretty sure they don't have to worry about RMP. That's it. If they fight Welcome to the Jung, but I don't even know what that matchup looks like because they both play Hunter DK, so I don't think they're going to mirror. But then what are you going to do if you're not going to Hunter DK mirror? And what does a Hunter DK mirror even look like? Like that's we haven't been able to see that. So now I'm starting to lean into cheering for the Direwolves a little bit just to see that matchup. But at the same time, WizK, he has been robbed of a major tournament title for so many years, and it's always been Sea-Doo. It's always been Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo's just sitting there greedy. It's always Sea-Doo. WizK's trying to get through, and WizK can't do anything. He's just on the bench. He's just like, I guess I hope you guys can do it. I hope you guys can pull it off. It's tied 50-50 almost exactly. I've never seen that. It's like 28. I almost want to put 28,000 points on Gators back to make it a tie right now.
Wow.
Can I put my points in? Can I put my points in on Gators back and make that a tie? Or no, I can't.
It's too late. It's too late now,
the bet is already over. The bets are in here. So Calvish has adapted heavily in the matchup. He is very astute with his transmog as well.
Yeah, he's looking quite dapper. And just for some additional context for the new viewers that have tuned in, this couldn't have been a better time for you guys to come and check out the AWC. Gators back. They are a team that just seems to be capable of winning this entire thing, going up against the tournament veterans, the BlizzCon champions, Direwolves here. Direwolves, however, their backs are against the wall here in this lower bracket elimination match. Winner of this moves on to the grand finals of the North American region, the last arena tournament of the War Within. But here we go, Supa.
I think Mez is going to get combat with his ghoul there. It's running in at Cubsy, so it's not going to be a sap as soon as combat has been grabbed here. And then we've seen Trill sit in camouflage, so they can't see him, and he will use Roar of Sacrifice if they can bust on their initial target. So Calvish is trying to reposition on his mount, maybe trying to find the Hunter as well on the outside of the map, but he's also running away from the ghoul pet. It's not a big deal. Mez is moving in. Death and Decay trying to hit Dazed. Almost does. Dazed wraps around the corner. He actually dropped combat. He dropped combat. I can't believe they got the sap. They swapped the sap. This is brutal for Direwolves on match point. That got Icebound, Fortitude, and Roar of Sacrifice. They could swap. They are going to swap. They catch Dazed in a kidney shot, killing spree. Massive combo in on Trill from Dazed, but Sea-Doo looks like he's there to recover. Now they switch back on a Sea-Doo with a cheap shot, and I don't think they can follow it up with anything. He's on DR unless they want to commit the blind, but they have no stuns. They're not going to. Healing Tide should recover the team here. Dazed is moving back. Nice kicks on Cubsy. Mez is trying to keep the Priest. Nice stun on Dazed. They get a stun into Trap. Calvish is isolated. Really good attempt here from the Direwolves. They're chasing down Calvish, but Sea-Doo into a blind. Trill and a cheap shot. Pet stun on Calvish. He should survive. Calvish is such good positioning at this pillar. And now Cubsy's with ultimate penitence. His team should be able to recover through the volley. I like that he lined that up with the Hunter volley. And Calvish is still just trying to stay at that pillar. Daze grapples back, swap back on Mez, realizing they got his Icebound Fortitude earlier on. They're trying to bait his Trinket with that. They don't bait him. So Mez is going to continue the march towards Calvish, and Trill and Cedo are pulling away. But they have to be very careful about leaving Mez behind. I feel like he could be a target, double cheap shots. Calvish cannot get there. There's no chance. Nice scatter. Just root him, send him, knock him into the corner. Like they honestly could have pushed in on Calvish right there. They're trying to go Daze, but I feel like they could have committed. Now they got to deal with Polymorph, smoke bomb. They cheap shot the trinket. It's match point. Oh no! Oh no! Trill is there. If he needs to link, Cedo clutches out a huge heal right before that point. I thought it was over. I thought they were done.
Silence goes out onto Cubsy to follow it up, but Daze is the one who's taking control of the game with that full kidney shot onto Trill. Trill still not out of the water just yet. Cedo now has to push up to heal his Hunter. Daze getting caught in a defensive disorient, but Calvish is the one who's just getting ripped apart here from the volley as well as Mez. Mez is going to go ahead and lock up Cubsy for just a little bit longer, but catches himself in a polymorph himself. Calvish still positioning very defensively. Trill's going to swap the damage over out onto Dazed and pull back, seeing that he could be a possible vulnerable swap target. But he has Trinket, he's got Turtle, but no Roar Sacrifice for 18 seconds. It's lining up perfectly with that Combustion.
This is wonderful. They just put a lot of targets on Stun DR. Everybody's on Stun DR. If I was the Direwolves, I'd push in on Mage. But he's running away. I don't think he should be running. They combust on Mez. Oh no! Anti-magic shield comes down. And he manages to survive. Roar Sacrifice. Gouge on Cedo. Are they going to commit to the swap? Doesn't look. Oh my God! Trill's just dead. He pops the turtle. He's not playing around. The adrenaline rush. It's like the combustion into the adrenaline rush that almost catches Trill every time. But they survived, and now here comes the true shot. Trill is letting it rip. Dazed evasions and avoids the attacks. Nice hit, Cubsy. Look at this little gnome priest just standing in the middle of the map. He's just like begging to get attacked right now, but he's just disarmed. He can't get anything going. 2 targets are low health, and Cedo, they just want to post up defensively. They're trying to Cubsy. The Direwolves are trying to make this a 10-minute game. Can they survive 10 minutes against GATORS back?
It's just the strategy just takes the utmost confidence in your team synergy, in your communication to be able to go the distance against a team like GATORS back on Rogue Mage at that. But here's the cheap shot follow up on the Cedo. The follow up CC does get stopped, however. Trill and Mez, look at this triangle formation. What year is this right now? Trill on one pillar, Cedo on another, and Mez just in the face of Calvish, making sure that this Mage can knock it off the pillar. But here we go. Full kidney is committed onto Trill. Roar Sacrifice will be committed from the combustion. They could easily just swap this damage over onto somebody else, but Mez doing a good job with the disorient, just locking down this Mage, and Calvish is so low. Surely this is going to be cauterized. It's not. It's just pain suppression. He's still somehow not procced cauterized. They have to. The disarm though onto Trill. Calvish still is able to survive. Ring of Frost will not land on these pets, however. He's still somehow not proccing cauterized. Blind goes out onto Cedo, but nothing gets done with it. AMS onto Mez. Full kidney shot lands out onto Mez. Calvish is getting away from that interaction without a cooldown.
Oh my God, that was so greedy. He gets away with it. Trill pre-walls. Gouge on Cedo. Feign death. Trill should stay alive. Stun. Trap. Does he get it? He gets the full trap with no trinket. This is when they need to push. Can Trill get in on here onto Calvish? He disengages in. He's committing huge damage, and he has to block. Trill finally pulling the trigger there offensively at the 5-minute mark, and he finally gets a major cooldown. He's swapping on Dazed. Dazed needs to evasion here. He's being greedy. He's not going to... Oh, he's going to pop evasion. Trill's now baiting Dazed. Static field wraps them in the back. They're trying to take a moment, but Trill down to kidney shot. Pre-walled. Nice play from Trill. He's got Roar Sack for the combust. Really good exchange from Trill right now as far as defense. Scatter on Rogue. This push is completely nullified. Volley is down. Cubsy fades. If they can get a stun right here on Cubsy, it'd be critical. Oh, he gets the cap stun. Cedo snipes him. Can he trap it? He has trap. He didn't go for it. Man. I don't know why he didn't go for the trap right there off the cap stun, unless he didn't know it was coming. Now they don't have a stun, so Trill is just going to pull away. They have smoke bomb. But they have 3 trinkets. I mean, Direwolves are in a great spot. Strangulate, they catch Dazed. Big swap on Dazed out in the open. He has to trinket and grapple. He gets gripped again into the open. He grapples the second time. And now he's at low health. Mez is going for the win. It was stun, full trap, Dazed. That's it, I think. He's done and dusted. He defensively smoke bombs. He defensively smoke bombs with the rapid fire. He knocks him out with the explosive shot. He's forced to void shift. A crazy play from Trill right there. Now they have to be careful. He could get dismantled. He's going to gouge him. Dazed is trying to set up for a push, but they have so many cooldowns to get through. I think the Direwolves should have this at this point. They have so many options. Here's the Unholy Frenzy. Dazed gets caught in a binding shot. Cubsy gets caught in the binding shot. Cedo's pushing in. I think they realize they have the advantage. They're going for scatter shot, freezing trap. They're still hesitating. They're still traumatized, but here's the volley. Who's it going to hit? But Mez needs to be careful. They drop the barrier. Nice double blind, but it breaks. Huge pressure. Kidney shot on Trill to stop it. Insane peels from Dazed. Can he keep the stops coming? He's still got true shot. I'm still very worried if he gets an instant aim shot on Calvish right now. Here's a rapid fire. Where is the... Okay, Turtle. He's not messing around. Mez is just dead. What's going on with Mez? He's just dying to the mage. Mez is just dying to the mage. Ultimate pin. No way it ends like this. No way it ends like this. And the magic zone comes down. They're both in it. Cedu's trying to recover. Cedu needs to get there. Get in there. Oh my god, he killed the link instantly. It didn't even tick. It didn't even tick. He killed that link so fast. They have no link.
Oh no.
They had everything. They had no link. How are they going to play the rest of this out? Full poly? Mez is just dead. He's dead again. He's trying to get away. Oh my god, they had the game. I thought he was going to push in and Trinket Link and win the game with the Trinket Link, but he throws the Link. They kill it off instantly. They're trying to keep their pressure. They have to keep this pressure. They have to stop Cubsy from casting. If he recovers
They need the
here,
momentum, yeah.
they're going to... They have combustion. I don't know how Cedu's going to... He healing tied it before combustion. I think they're dead.
They absolutely could easily be. Calvish looking for a mass polymorph. He will eventually find it on the Mez, but now they're setting up onto him. There's the AMS into the follow-up cheap shot. Cedu gets a big Nature Swiftness heal. It's going to top Mez off for now, but he can't do that over and over. But Dazed is the one who's getting lit up. He gets gripped back into line of sight of Trill. He has no health at all, but Trill in the back line is getting completely demolished by Calvish. Calvish is pressing the W key, pushing back the team of Dire Wolves and keeping his rogue alive. This could go either way. Calvish has the block. Trill has nothing. This is True Shot Aura, however. They gotta be careful. Trill is so far back.
He has to fake counterspell. He has to fake counterspell. He can't. He's just dead. He gets counterspelled and Gators back close it out. 3-1.
Unreal. I thought Dire Wolves had it. I thought that they were doing so great. They seemed to have control of everything until it just all fell apart. And that's just the power of Gators, man. They just can completely dismantle you, completely dismantle and get you on your back foot. And that's when you overreact. That's when you start trades that are just not in your favor. And that's exactly why this team is just so absolutely deadly.
Oh my god, I thought they had the game in the bag. I just see Cedu crossing the map. I'm like, all right, he's going to Riptide. They're going to push in here. They're going to Trinket Link, and they're going to win the game when he's got no block and the Rogue has no cooldowns. And they drop the Link. They snipe the Link instantly. And as soon as they knew they had no Link, they overrun them. And Cedu had this really tough spot where he had to cast to heal. But so he either fakes the counterspell, heals into full, or he gets counterspelled and lose, or he fake casts himself to death and Trill dies. And so he faked like once, and then he used pressure too much. He had to go for the cast again, and he got counterspelled. So Calvish was able to win. Look how close they were to die. This is what if Calvish didn't greed this here, he would have died earlier. So like, these little tiny moments,
the double Dragon's Breath right there. Oh my god.
The Nova on the pets, so the A-bomb can't break the shield. And then he Void Weavers the pets so he can heal him without anyone else in his line of sight.
Oh my gosh, dude. So look at oh my gosh, dude. I'm gonna need to meditate after this series, I swear.
They're gonna need to too, David.
Oh my god, dude.
It's not over for Gators, Aya. It's not over. Yes, this was a well-fought series against one of the best teams the world has ever seen, Dire Wolves, but now they have to go against the literal titans, the juggernauts, the just insane team that is Welcome to the Jung.
Oof. Yeah, and they just spent, I feel like, a lot of their stamina on that win. I mean, that last game was so close. You can see just how close it got in this replay, but they did end up getting that victory, but honestly, by a hair. And I do kind of have to wonder how that would have gone, Supatees, had it gone to another game, to a game 5.
I mean, they were starting to, they were in such a good position. I thought there's no way they're losing this game. They were up like 3 trinkets, Link and Turtle. Like everybody had everything at like the 6-minute mark, which is wild to get into dampening and have everybody has every cooldown. And then Dazed is like almost dying in a global, and then Calvish almost dying in a global sometimes. So I thought for sure they were taking that game. Game 5, I don't know so much. And then it just all unraveled. Just one commitment from Calvish's team, couple good crits, couple good Phoenix hits. And they stole it from them right at the last second, and that's kudos to Gators back for not giving up, right? Because I think a lot of teams in that position, like you're 6 minutes into the game, you got no cooldowns from the opponent, and you're just like, you might be checked out. But they played it out no matter what. It was like there's like orange marmalade, like they're just not giving up. It's not over until it's over, and I think that mentality is what clutched them this game right here, so they don't have to deal with a game 5. They're gonna get their rematch now with Welcome to the Jung, and they're warmed up for the matchup. Welcome to the Jung are probably going to play the same composition that we just saw from the Dire Wolves.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, well, Gators back. They're going to have to fight it once more, but welcome to the JUNG, the team that has been so difficult for anybody to beat in the North American region. Gators back. They have done it, though, before. Can they do it again? I mean, we're in quite different territory this time around, D-Machine. It's been quite some time since we saw Gators back actually be welcome to the JUNG. It's been quite some time since we've seen these players fight at all, since we had a bit of a break here between, those first 3 cups and the actual finals. So do you feel like they have it in them? Obviously, there was a match between these two teams earlier on in the weekend, but maybe we'll mirror what we saw in the EU region with Streamer Zone GG coming from that rematch and actually winning the second time around. I feel like if that says anything, Gators back certainly could do it here as well.
Yeah, I had a quick opportunity to speak to Calvish earlier on in the season, and he was pretty confident that they could take down Welcome to the JUNG. And when that happened, they took they went pretty decently deep into a series. They won 2 games against Welcome to the JUNG's 4 in the grand finals. But however, previously in that same tournament in Cup number 3, they beat Gators back in the upper finals. These two have been going back and forth all season long. They have each other's number. They know exactly what the other person is thinking. And I think when you're going into the grand finals and you're looking at just like all of this pressure succumbing onto both of these teams, I just can't help but think that Welcome to the JUNG's is just a brick wall. They've been here time and time again. They absolutely have, the presence of mind, the calm and collected nature. However, there's just something special about Gators back's new roster. We've talked about WizK's legacy and what he's doing right now. We're talking about how incredibly well skilled Calvish might be, but he doesn't have the accolades that we all think that he might deserve. I think this team is hungry, and if there's any moment for this team to be able to step up, it's with the momentum off the back of a team like Direwolves. Direwolves, they're tournament veterans, they're BlizzCon champions, and they just beat them yet again. This could be exactly the perfect storm that they need to take down Welcome to the JUNG.
100%. We talk so much also about how important momentum is in situations such as this. So regardless of how calm and cool collected Welcome to the JUNG always seems to be, I'm sure Gators back are going to ride the high from that victory that we just saw into this series against Welcome to the JUNG. But that is all for that series. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, the grand finals for North America for the 3rd and last season of the War Within. It's going to count right here. It's do or die for these two teams. We're going to find out who our champion of North America is. We'll be right back after this break.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light
Liadrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
Lorthamar, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath.
Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you.
You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength.
I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us. The Sunwell will not fall!
Not while we draw breath.
It is time to finish the story of North America. We have 2 teams left. Only one can be crowned the champion of North America for the 3rd season of the War Within here. It's Welcome to the Jung and Gators Back. Welcome to the Jung, a team that we've known for quite some time now and has won time and time again here in the AWC. And then Gators Back, the team that has beaten Welcome to the Jung, meeting them here in the grand finals, Azael. And I could not be more excited for these 2 teams to face off against each other now.
Yeah, it's going to be hype. Gators back coming in hot off of a really nice series against Direwolves. They played really, really well. But we know these teams already met up once in the semifinals where it was pretty heavily favored towards Welcome to the Jung. So, the question is, have Gators back changed anything up? Have they figured anything out, from that match yesterday to today? Because really all that matters is this one big series. We saw it in Europe. Echo dominated the entire expansion. The second series that they lost, the entire expansion, was that grand finals, and that's the one that mattered the most. So, even if Welcome to the Jung has won so many times, it just takes one. Gators back just have to win this one series, and they can walk away champions.
Absolutely. This is when it really starts to count. Does not matter the win record between these 2 teams in the past. It's here right now that they're facing off against each other for the final time, Super T's, within this expansion. But my question is, we're kind of taking a look back at some of the previous series that we've seen with these 2 teams. Do you feel like either of them have the potential to bring out a surprise composition for us?
I think this is the matchup we're going to see unless someone gets desperate. I honestly think it might be Gators back, maybe WizK. He's been sitting on the bench the whole time. We've been talking about him, his story and how many years and how close he's gotten to taking a major title, right? He was 1 win away from winning BlizzCon all those years back, and he's been still going for it. And now he's had to rebuild his team, because his former roster, the move with Peekaboo and Absturds, they're all taking a leave of absence at the moment and retiring, but WizK still wants it. It's still got fire in his blood. He still wants to go for it. He's managed to get a spot here on Gators back, which is a fired up new blood team. Coming in, players like Calvish looking to get their first accolade, right? Like, he's been grinding so long on the ladder. I think a lot of players would hold him in high esteem. Even Bigmix, right, in the interview was saying, I really want to play against Calvish, right? So this is a player that's been gunning for this for a while. So I do think we're entering a new era. I think it's the era of Giants is over. I think David versus Goliath. David is starting to rise up this weekend, and Gators back. I'm leaning into them. I'm leaning into the vibes. Okay, I'm doing it for the story.
Love it. Okay, well then, based on what you just said, Sid, what is your exact prediction for the series?
I think we're going the distance. I think we're going to Game 7. I think it's going to be Gators back 4-3. Maybe it's going against the Tide. I'm probably going to lose out on points here, but I'm going with the vibes this time. I regretted not doing it with Bigmix's team. I'm not going to be here regretting it in North America.
I'm on the same page as you, Super T's. I'm also 3-4 in favor of Gators back. Welcome to the Jung. They've had their time, and Gators back might be the team that actually ends it. So, Azael, are you on our side, or what do you think for this prediction?
No,
He's still not risking it.
I'm still on the Welcome to the Jung side.
He wants to be number 1.
Honestly, I didn't even think I was number 1 anymore. I thought Zico had passed me, so I wasn't really thinking too much about that. But I just feel like the DK Hunter is really, really hard to beat. We saw how close that last series was against Direwolves, and I feel like Welcome to the Jung just played that comp better. Like, just point blank, period. They are playing that comp better. They're making less mistakes. Their offense seems to be stronger. And so to me, it's like we're having a redo of that series, but with a team that's just playing that comp at a higher level. And so I think it's going to be incredibly difficult for Gators back.
Yeah, I think it certainly will be for both teams as well. We're taking a look at the other predictions from D-Machine, Ven, and Zico. Let's see where their heads are at for this series. Okay. D-Machine for Gators back, Ven for Gators back, and Zico for Welcome to the Jung. I think we're starting to feel some hope from the Europe side, Super T's, like we mentioned with, Echo not winning, and Jung is kind of the Echo of North America. So it's going to take a lot. Gators back, they've gotten all the way here. They just need to cross the finish line in this series right now. It's going to be kicking off shortly. It's best of 7 as well. This is the final series in North America, final of the weekend as well, final series of the War Within. And it's 2 teams that could not be more deserving. It's Welcome to the Jung versus Gators back, game number 1.
A dark cloud loomed over Europe for eons, I think maybe close to a century, with Echo almost never dropping the ball.
Dark cloud.
That dark cloud was dispelled. We are now into North America. Gators back. The upstarts that have been grinding it from the very first day on the ladder are looking to take down the Titans and demolish their legacy. The gates are open.
Yeah, we'll see how this one's going to turn out. Calvish is going to be playing Fire, so still playing that Fire Mage here against the Hunter. We'll see how they're going to be able to perform. Prev just sitting in camouflage and Daze sitting back trying to dodge out on these flares, not wanting to get popped out here very early. And we'll see, as that camouflage is eventually going to expire, if Gators back will be the ones to kind of start us off.
All right, Daze dodging all the AoE, looking for a sap here. Prev is waiting in the center, though, and he might catch him. Flare comes down, doesn't hit Dazed. They're playing very patient. You can tell, this is an entire season. It's the last chance. $50,000 on the line in the grand final. So they're playing absurdly slow right now to make sure that they get every tiny millimeter of an advantage, even though some of these games can go 10 minutes. They don't want to even get 1 millisecond, and the patience pays off. They get a sap. But if he opens, he's going to get scatter shot. Is he going to pre-evasion it? He's not going to pre-evasion it. He's not getting scattered, though. They're just going to Shaman. He grapples over onto Hunter. He gets gripped away from that into the Blinding Sleet. And Nick, his defense on this DK is so good. He saw that swap coming, totally shut Daze down.
Yeah, I mean, he had the Blinding Sleet, then they have that Binding Shot on Calvish. He triggered the Binding Shot, and now he's strangulated. He got nothing with that Combust really whatsoever, but the blind on Zhang Bahai, and Prev taking a ton of damage. There's a sap now off the blind. Zhang Bahai is still trying to sit through it. Will Prev have to turtle? Prev on the defensive, on the back foot here, but getting rocked. Does have to use the turtles. There's a cheap shot out of that sap. Prev is still incredibly low. So is Nick. Zhang Bahai sitting through everything, but with that a mistake, finally able to top off his team. But really risky stuff there. Got greedy, and now it's going to be up to Zhang Bahai to deal with those next goes here. Calvish just playing in their face, but it's Cubsy getting gripped in. They're getting the Priest involved. Nick is just pumping out that damage here. Prev hitting whoever he can as Daze is just dipping back and forth around the pillar. Calvish back here with the Alter Time, trying to get some damage out. Looks like it got pushed off. Calvish incredibly low. Calvish might just have to block. That was so close. Down about 10% HP. Barely able to survive and able to avoid using a big cooldown.
Oh, we see the cheap shots, big damage incoming onto Prev for the combustion. Is Roar of Sacrifice going to be enough? He is getting back to Zhang Bahai's side with that Master's Call Cheetah to cut away from the rogue, but now they're pushing back over onto the DK, and he gets pushed into the corner. He's going to Icebound Fortitude, so he's down his Icebound Fortitude. Smoke Bomb still available. They have 3 medallions, though, so to see where Daze decides to allocate it. Smoke Bomb down, but he gouges the Hunter. Stopping any Hunter damage here is critical as Calvish is going toe-to-toe with Nick around the corner here. Both healers just out in midfield. A kick onto the Mind Blast from Prev. They grip in Cubsy. He's looking for Ultimate Penitence. Nick is going to have to try and shut these casts down. He gets silenced by the Scorpion Sting. They survive a kidney shot. Prev is going to pull the trigger. They stun the rogue so he can't peel the Hunter on the volley. I really like that teamwork there from Zhang Bahai. Force Daze to Trinket. Pressure incoming on Calvish. He's in the barrier, and they're just 2v1ing Nick. But look at Nick's positioning. He's just squeezing left and right, getting globals of damage, and then avoiding Void Blast. Nick's has just immaculate positioning here in game number 1. Daze did get a sap, and it looks like he wants to go after Nick here, and he might Smoke Bomb, having seen that Andy Magic Shield committed.
I just feel like they sent the blind sap too early. Combust wasn't ready, and now Calvish has it, but you used your blind sap. Zhang Bahai got to sit through everything because it wasn't lined up with the Combust, so a bit of a misstep there from Gators back, and it might be able to be punished, but now they're going hard onto Prev. There is the Combust pop, but the Pet Sack is ready. The kidney shot was there, and Tim Stun used defensively as Nick is just pushing forward here with this AMZ, using that to stay aggressive. Alter Time for Calvish, back behind the pillar. Void Blast getting pumped out there by Cubsy. Gouge over now onto Prev. Zhang Bahai trying to keep the team offensive, but he's going to get locked on the healing wave. Great counterspell there from Calvish as he gets aggressive. Prev getting pretty low here. Zhang Bahai now put into a cheap shot out of that. Daze just trying to keep him locked down. Remember, Prev does still have that turtle, has his trinket, so should be okay. Welcome to the Jung, staying aggressive. Calvish uses Dragon's Blast defensively there, getting the shifting power, trying to reset this Combust here. It's almost up. It's only 20 seconds until that's available, and Nick is taking quite a bit of damage. Going to be topped off by Zhang Bahai, though they should have their defensives ready for this next push from Calvish.
This is a distinct difference. You see Prev, he's attacking Cubsy. This is one thing that we didn't see Trill doing in the last game. He's going to burn a lot more mana doing this, but they're trying to figure out when they want to push. They grip in, but Cubsy fades. Calvish is still taking a lot of damage. He just blinked into the middle of the map. He might regret it. He's popping Combustion to try and topple Prev, but it's lined up with the blind this time, and Calvish is forced to pull away from the engagement and go after Nick. Sap out of the blind. Beautiful chain from Daze. They catch Nick. He Icebound Fortitudes. Is it going to be enough to survive? They're tearing him apart. They drop the binding shot to peel up Daze. They could switch on the rogue here as well. He's going to cloak shadows immediately to sustain himself. Prev in the back line. They grip Cubsy over. He fades. They might swap Cubsy. And they've got him pinned in the static field at the moment. They're line of sighting the Mind Blast. Just look at Nick's positioning. Just all these little micro decisions to move 1 milli. Right here, he line of sights the Mind Blast. And Cubsy's just wasting time, and Calvish is going to die. Nick is outplaying Cubsy so hard right there. He gets a route into a scatter shot. They could get the cauterize with this, but Nick's in a poly. Calvish blinks over, but the trap is secured. Daze is here to try and peel for Calvish to buy time, but Cubsy can't cast. He gets kicked again on the Mind Blast. Finally, he gets a Mind Blast after they strangulated on it. And now Calvish, is he going to proc the cauterize? Nope, barrier comes up. He's going to line of sight with the disarm. Should be good with the kidney shot. They're punishing Nick now for his aggressive positioning, but look, he just immediately line of sight in the Void Blast at the pillar. Prev survives with the Earthen Wall, and these teams are so evenly matched in game one.
Yeah, I mean, Calvish just can never get CC onto Jake Bahai. I really like how Welcome to the Jung are playing this. They're just basically hitting the closest target here, putting the pressure onto Daze. He's going to have to trinket that Lightning Lasso because he was getting rocked. Calvish now tries to step out and help his rogue, but that was a mistake. He's getting destroyed right now. The PS there from Cubsy trying to get some work done, but Cubsy might just go down as a result. Daze is low, Calvish is low, Cubsy is low. He has the swap, but it doesn't do anything at this point when they're all really low. Triple CC coming out from Daze, though, buying some time there for Cubsy to top his team back off. But the problem is they're low on cooldowns at this point, and Zhang Bahai has been untouched, it feels like, the entire game. They haven't even got his trigger once. A massive cap stun there onto multiple members. Dazed incredibly low. Cubsy stuck in the trap. Dazed and Calvish are running for the hills, but Dazed is going down. You have to think the light swap comes in last second, picks him back up, but Calvish is still so low. There's a nice interrupt on the Mind Blast. Cubsy gonna go for the ultimate penitence, gets interrupted again, now finally gets the Mind Blast off. Calvish still needs to be topped back up. They need to get some pressure. Welcome to the Jung are crushing them. Gators back, don't have a lot of time left in this game, but there's no combust still for 35 seconds.
Dazed, Cloak of Shadows, 5 seconds away. Scatter trap on the healer. Nick's trying to move it. Nice barrier from Cubsy right before the scatter shot. They're dropping a defensive Ring of Frost to hit the pets. That's a really good tactic from Calvish, but Cubsy got gripped in. This is what I love about Welcome to the Jung. Anybody's in the open, they're going to hit them. They're not just going to let the Rogue and the Mage sit back there for free. Prev is getting pressure on Cubsy at the moment here in midfield. Nice Earth Grab totems on the pillar here. Prev is still tearing into Cubsy, but Daze grapples over to save him. He gets the kidney shot. Here comes a Combust, Roar of Sacrifice, and Zone. Surely he's not going to die through that with a grounding totem, but now they can swap on the Shaman. Big swap on Shaman out in the open. He just survives it easily. Knocks Dazed away. Dazed has no mobility. He's just stuck over there. He can't move. Nice true shot timing. Well, Dazed can't move, but he finally gets there for the dismantle. And Prev cannot be, too offensive here. He's not going to trinket that, even despite the true shot. Nice rapid fire around the corner. Strangulate onto the healer. Trinket available. He's greeting it. He trinket pain suppressions at 20% health, but a full trap on the trinket. Cauterize is going to trigger, and Calvish is burning down rapidly. He pops the greater invis, reducing damage for a couple of seconds, but can Cubsy sustain him? He gets silenced by Prev. And Welcome to the Jung are just moments away. They're going to close it out, and you can see the difference. Welcome to the Jung know how to end a match.
Yeah, just really well played in the final moments there. I love the play from Nick. He's in on top of the Mage, grips Cubsy on top of him, double blinding sleet, and the trap from Prev comes right out of the blinding sleet. They finish off the Mage. They take down Calvish. Welcome to the Jung, playing it really well. I just love how they're able to get more targets involved. And you can see the difference between this series and the last. They're never over chasing onto Calvish. If he's not going to expose himself, then the Rogue is the target. Then the Priest is the target. They're just never sacrificing their positioning. I don't think Zhang Bahai trinketed that game. I don't think they ever got his trinket the entire game or his link. He was just positioned perfectly the whole time. And the only CC they were ever able to get on him was from the Rogue.
Did they even get a trinket the whole game from anyone?
No. Well, I'm not sure about
because he turtled here without trinketing. I think they got an Icebound, but I don't actually think they got a trinket the entire game. I'd have to run this back.
I know for
Upload
Bahai,
it to ChatGPT and ask, did Medallion get used by a single player this entire game? And I swear they didn't get a single Medallion, because now we're at the 5-minute mark. They still have 3 Medallions. We're at the 6-minute mark. They still have 3 trinkets. Imagine playing in the grand finals against Rogue Mage Priest, the most notorious composition for crowd control and burst, and you beat them without using a single trinket on a single player.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. Welcome to Jung are playing
well.
There's
a trinket. 7.5 minutes into the game when the game ended. He trinketed to kill him pretty much.
There you go. Still room for improvement for Welcome to the Jung.
It wasn't a perfect game. It didn't get 3 stocks or something like that. It's just...
Yeah. I mean, honestly, they just played it so well. I really love their positioning and how they're actually, basically forcing Gators back to hit who they want them to hit, right? Prev is playing back kind of like max range. And he's playing max range from the enemy targets. Then Zhang Bahai is basically playing max range for him. So they kind of have this 3 layers. Nick is pushing in their face. And if Nick ever has to use, IBF and AMS and all his cooldowns,
Then Prev starts moving up and saying, all right, now you got to go on me, because if you're ignoring me and you're going to tunnel the DK, then I am going to crush you. So he starts to play more in their face, and they're kind of just able to use this to force Gators back to hit who they want them to hit, and kind of just rotate through the cooldowns on Prev, then force them on a Nick, rotate through his cooldowns. Now Prev has his cooldowns back up, and they kind of just do this cycle and are always making sure that they're maximizing damage. So it's just beautifully played here, and they're making it look easy in game number 1.
All right, that was a clean game, and I wanted to note, like, Gators back looked the best in this matchup against Direwolves. I feel like Calvish adapted his strategy so excellently against them in that previous series. So I was thinking, like, they probably have a decent shot here. But in the grand finals, Nick is just look at this. Look at it. 600 million damage, perfect positioning the entire game. Every little millimeter of the map. Nick was never not in the perfect spot the entire game. Sometimes you don't really care about your positioning. Sometimes it's like, whatever, I'm hitting the mage. But he cared about every micro decision. Like, can I line a Mind Blast here? I can. I'm going to. And he took every little tiny micro advantage for the entirety of that 7.5 minute game there. Because a lot of times you're just focused on your cooldowns. You're focused on maxing your damage. And sometimes those little micro positions, maybe you're not aware of them the entire game. But he is 100% locked in right now for his team here on the Death Knight. And Gators back need to make a big decision. Do they run it back with the same comp? Or do they try something different? Is it time to take WizK off the bench? Try some type of Shadow Priest shenanigans. I feel like it might do well in this matchup. It might do well. The Shadow Priest is way tankier. You're gonna get a lot of AoE pressure. It kind of depends on, I guess Cubsy would be able to switch to Shaman, and they've been playing that all the Cup stage. But then we haven't seen WizK at all, so maybe they run it back. I kind of feel like they're gonna RMP again, just because these pillars are a little bit bigger. They might be able to drag it out. Yeah, they're gonna RMP again. But if at some point I wouldn't hold it against them to try WizK, because that game was just so abysmal in hindsight, right? Like, they got one turtle and then no trinkets the entire game until Prev trinket to kill them at the end of the match. So wouldn't blame them for swapping out. But this guy is a legend, dude. He needs to turn his stream on, dude. He needs to turn his stream on, because, like, oh my god, bro, this guy, he's multi-classing. Like, he's playing everything in the game, and like Mez held the title for so long as like one of the best DKs in the game. But I feel like Nick is taking the crown right now.
I mean, he's doing incredibly well. It is honestly really impressive how well Nick has been playing. And we'll have to see. I kind of like Gators back just sticking with the comp, for now. This is their map pick. I feel like if you lose here, though, on your map pick after having a pretty one-sided game 1 in the blind pick, if you lose on your map pick with the RMP, then I think it is time to try to mix something up. Maybe bring a WizK, just see what will happen, because Welcome to the Jung just seemed to have this comp down to a science. And it's Gators back that have their backs a bit up against the wall here in the finals. 50K on the line. First place prize for this. And you can be the champions. You can end the expansion as the best team in your region. Get those medals. Massive prize pool on the line. And claim some momentum, some confidence going into 2026, where we will be returning to BlizzCon, where we'll be having AWC at BlizzCon, which is going to be so incredible. And I think weighing on the minds of these teams.
Right, giants or giant killers. What is the storyline of North America? Because Welcome to the Jung look impenetrable in game number 1. However, now we are on Gators. Oh no, Daze got popped out of stealth. Not a tremendous start. He's just going to have to open up onto Nick, but Zhang Bahai is just Spirit Walker's Grace, immunes the counterspell with a lasso, totally shutting down the combust. They do at least get Icebound Fortitude. It's not a complete whiff. They get Icebound Fortitude. They switch on Prev, but look at Prev's positioning. The positioning from Welcome to the Jung is just insane. He's around the corner, expecting the swap, so Calvish can't hit him at all. And now look at Nick stacking him up for a double blind, setting up the freezing trap, getting the cap totem just in case. Full blind on Zhang Bahai. Is he going to be able to greet it out? 2 players are low on the side of Gators back. Evasion pops. Calvish gets low again. He trinkets back. He pops the altar time. Still a lot of damage crashing in. He's got that Abomination smacking him along with the 4 horsemen here. He gets pet stunned on his shifting power. That was very clutch, and he was going to get static fielded as well. Man, Welcome to the Jung. They're dialed in, but another push. Zhang Bahai is there. Instant Ancestral Swiftness. And if they manage to get through this entire grand finals without using a trinket, because I don't count that trinket from Prev as a trinket. It wasn't like to live. He was literally he was like trinketing because he knew the game was over. If they can manage to like perfect an RMP in the grand finals, that's going to be the most legendary thing.
I mean, that would be ridiculous, but definitely can't count Gators back out. I think they are going to get some good goes that are going to force those cooldowns. Nick could be the target here. Great scatter, though, from Prev to try to break things up as the combust comes through from Calvish. Prev just pulling back. Nick going to use the AMZ. Now a kidney shot over on a Prev as Calvish is coming around the pillar. They're trying to get the damage rolling onto him. Zhang Bahai into the cheap shot. Prev into follow-up cheap shot. He's taking a ton of damage right now. Zhang Bahai has some work to do, but will be equal to the task. AMS comes through there from Nick to try to break up that CC chain as Nick now taking a little bit of damage. Cubsy positioned well, very far back, just pumping out those smites onto Nick now, trying to keep his team aggressive, but he's going to get gripped in. Welcome to the Jung, just constantly going for this. Nice interrupt there on the Mind Blast. Cubsy going to look for another one. Zhang Bahai and Nick both put into the CC. There's a kidney shot now over on a Prev. They're trying to turn the damage around onto him once more. Cubsy teeing off with these Void Blasts. Nick taking some serious damage as he has the Unholy Frenzy up, trying to make a push here onto Calvish. Zhang Bahai moving over as Cubsy's going to be trapped. He has to trinket that already, so he's going to be down that trinket. Blind used onto Zhang Bahai, but he's just going to sit through it, not even concerned whatsoever as Cubsy gets gripped in and Calvish gets smoked there. Blinks back behind the pillar, but he's incredibly low and not out of the woods just yet. The Static Field Totem pulls Cubsy out of his LOS. Great defensive Dragon's Breath, though, and the Spam Sheep's going to be coming out here from Calvish. Dazed getting hit right now by Prev, but look at the damage on a Nick. Nick going to have to IBF there and try to pull back as the pressure was coming out massively onto him from that combust.
All right, let's see if they can keep the momentum going here. They're switching on to Nick off that Roar of Sacrifice as Zhang Bahai has that Spirit Walker's Grace to be able to immune the threat of the counter spell, which is basically the only crowd control Calvish is going to be able to hit on him the entire game because he cannot move with that Chains of Ice. So we see another freezing trap. Pain Suppression, is he going to commit it? He gets strangulated. He didn't commit it in time. He does manage to stone from the Strangulate. They're setting up on Nick once again. Can they drop him? And he Magic Shield right before the kidney shot. They knock Zhang Bahai away from Nick. He wraps around the corner, but Daze is grappling over to get a gouge. I don't think this should be enough to finish him. Huge heal comes in. Ancestral Swiftness, and once again, 3 minutes into the game, no medallions forced from the side of Welcome to the Zhang. However, they have been whittling away at Nick's defenses here with no Icebound, no anti-magic zone. They grip Cubsy with pre-fade, fears it. They're patient. They hold the stun. Nice Pain Suppression before the trap, anticipating that with the binding shot. He's dying through Pain Suppression. Nick is killing him. Rapid fire around the corner on Dazed as well. 2 targets are getting low. This is going to be tough for Cubsy if he gets kicked at all. It could be game over. Mind Blast. He doesn't get kicked on it. Penance comes through. He's going to start ramping up a lot of heals here. It doesn't look like he can shut him down just yet. Is he? Oh, he gets strangulated. Combustion.
But they have to run.
Sacrifice.
They have to run on the combust. It's not what you want to see. I mean, Calvish is just pressing it to try to get something. They do get Prev chunked down a little bit, but they had no setup for that whatsoever. They're just permanently on the back foot here as Cubsy's going to get stunned. He's going to get trapped. It looks like he has to trinket that immediately, knowing that he is in some trouble. Going to get Mind Frozen now. Zhang Bahai into the blind. Do they have any follow-up CC? Nothing coming out until the kidney now, but there was a little bit of a gap. The sheep going to be completely overlapped with that kidney. Prev finally has to go into the turtle there as Gators back do get some pressure, but Nick and Prev just pushing forward. Dismantle used there by Daze onto Prev, just trying to keep Calvish safe. They can maybe turn on the rogue here now, and that's exactly what they are going to do. Cubsy in the back, just spamming Void Blast on those pets, just trying to keep some healing out on his team. But Zhang Bahai is miles away, still have not been able to force him to trinket a single time. Daze now looking to try to find a push here, but Prev pulls back. Aim shot, rapid fire coming out. Daze getting chunked down a little bit. Cubsy going to be okay to hold him there for now, but nice interrupt on the Mind Blast. There's the kidney shot over on a Nick. Now the damage is coming out. The combust going to get popped. IBF, AMS, both popped immediately. Cheap shot onto Zhang Bahai. Cheap shot onto Prev. Do they have anything to follow up onto Zhang Bahai? It looks like they do not. And Nick is just continuing the pressure. Full trap on a Cubsy. He's got no trinket. And Nick's in a lot of trouble, though. Great gouge from Zhang Bahai. The AMZ comes down. Nick should be okay. Zhang Bahai still sitting through everything. This man has nerves of steel.
Yeah, he got counterspelled by Calvish there. I thought it was going to be the end of the game, but he's able to greet it once again. Cubsy, no trinket. Prev in a kidney shot. He has Smoke Bomb available. He's not going to commit it. He commits it late. He Dragon's Breaths him in the bomb. He can't escape. He's stuck out of line of sight. Zhang Bahai wraps around the corner. Spirit links the mass poly that Calvish was anticipating. And Gators back have realized they need to play aggressive. The passive game is not working. They're making a push, and they're starting to pull more cooldowns, but it also means that they open themselves up to the threats and attacks of Welcome to the Zhang. So can Gators back win off of this momentum? They get a full blind, and it breaks to damage. Zhang Bahai is once again able to sit through that, but Prev is very much so exposed, and Gators back. They flipped a switch. Can they maintain this momentum and ride it through for a win? Dazed is committing the Cloak of Shadows to keep going, but Calvish has to get pulled out. He gets gripped right back in by Nick. He tries to blink away to safety. He's still critically low, getting rapid fired to his face right now. He gets stunned up through the pillar by the Hunter. They can't finish him off. They're line of sighting the Phoenix. They want to avoid this combustion. They switch on Zhang Bahai. A blink around the corner. Big setup on Zhang Bahai. He gets through it. Astral Shift should be good. Now he needs to switch his attention to healing Nick. Nick as they are switching over to him. Double cap totem into a silence. Dispelled, gouge. Everybody's low. This is the best that the Gators have looked so far in the series. So close to a kill. They dismantled to deny the death strikes, but it's not enough. Jung Bahai blocks it once again.
Yeah, Jung Bahai finally able to top his team back there. Prev into the kidney shot. Jung Bahai still not yet trinketing across both games. Prev keeping this damage rolling. Ring of Frost comes out on Nick and a bunch of those pets. Ultimate Penitence going to get popped by Cubsy. They're trying to keep some pressure going here. Gators back definitely behind as far as the mana is concerned, but who knows, maybe they can find that one setup, that perfect go to just get a 100-0 type play. Prev pulling back, realizing that Dazed is trying to find that setup now. The Combust is ready. They have to be defensive. There's the Dragon's Breath, the Polymorph coming out on Nick. Jung Bahai quickly dispels that scatter shot used on a Daze to try to stop the setup. There's the Intim Stun over on a Calvish. Calvish trying to blink to the side. Does pop the altar time. He's going to combust here. They're looking for Jung Bahai. He trinkets, but he gets re-stunned on the trinket. He has no link. Jung Bahai in a lot of trouble. He has to run for it. Will be able to get back behind the pillar, but Nick, Prev, Jung Bahai all back there while Cubsy was teeing off on them with Daze.
Flame strikes.
Light Grip used offensively there from Cubsy as Jung Bahai is still just rotting down. He cannot top himself. He cannot top his team. The pressure is overwhelming, and welcome to the Jungler starting to crumble. The push
fear.
in, the big
NS.
fear on multiple members. Dazed in trouble on the other side as well. Gonna have to pop the evasion. Still does have one vanish remaining. Jung Bahai still can't top his team. There's the cheap shot coming through. The AMS used defensively. The Dragon's Breath across onto Nick. Prev's in trouble. Turtle has to be popped. Jung Bahai desperately trying to keep his team alive, but Calvish, Dazed, they're trying to keep that pressure going. Nick has to pop the IBF. Everything is getting
Full
used, and now
blind.
there's a full blind. Prev could be dead right here, right now. The pet set gets popped, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Prev incredibly
What?
low. Jung Bahai has some work to do, trying to keep him up. He's done it for now. Prev surviving. They've withstood the storm.
The wall of welcome to the Jung. Jung Bahai skirts past that kill window for the better part of 2 minutes straight, and now his team has momentum. Calvish is at low health, but Nick gets caught in a kidney shot. Trinket pops the anti-magic shield. His zone is the last line of defense, but Spirit Link just came off cooldown. He might have to pop it. He static fields the bomb. Jung Bahai is on fire. He's ready to drop the grounding. He needs to be careful. He's dodging the gouge by turning his character away, but Daze does ultimately get it, and now we can see Prev in a ton of trouble. He can't link his Dragon's Breath for 1 second. 1 second away from connecting the Dragon's Breath, and Gators back. This is a completely different team. They're finally not playing scared, and they turn it around, tying this series up. It's not going to be a walk in the park.
Yeah, that was a crazy, crazy game. I honestly, it kind of feels reminiscent of one of the series we saw earlier in EU, where you were playing against kind of like this overwhelming pressure. And sometimes teams, when there's so much pressure, they tend to do this thing where they pull back to the pillar. They're trying to wait for the pressure to relent, but the pressure never stops when you're playing against Welcome to the Jung. So you just kind of have to deal with it. You have to play in their face. You have to make them uncomfortable too. And once we saw Gators back, leaving that pillar, getting in their face, pushing in on this shaman, making Jung Bahai uncomfortable, getting his trinkets out, putting pressure on everyone, the whole momentum of the game changed completely, right? When Calvish is just sitting back, when Dazed is just sitting back, they are just losing. They're not being able to force anything. So I love that they have realized, hey, we might be on a timer, but it doesn't matter because if we play aggressive, they are too.
Oh my God. It's so crazy how we're just seeing the strategy adapt mid-series. Like, most of the teams in tournament play, if you can play passive and win, like do damage and don't die. That was the Swapsy staple for many millennia back during his 3 BlizzCon wins in a row. Is he would try and play the comp where he could make the most mistakes and still win and play passively, and that was the strat that a lot of other teams just started to adopt. But sometimes it doesn't work because that's what Calvish's team was doing. They were just staying in the back, do damage, try not to die, and it wasn't going to work. If they tried to play the rest of the series like that, I think they were going to get 4-0'd. So it's good they recognized this isn't working. We need to get aggressive. They started getting on top of the shaman, and they were able to ultimately close out the game and still have a lot left in the tank as far as defense in this position. And now Welcome to the Jung are the ones that need to be like, oh, whoa, they're not just going to turtle. So we need to figure out what we're going to do now if they're not just going to turtle all game.
It reminds me of the Streamer Zone GG series versus DOBOB, if you remember that series, when the first game, when DOBOB swapped in Flappers and they were playing this Arcane Feral, and their pressure was just so overwhelming against Streamer Zone GG, and they were kind of just constantly trying to play back. Bigmex and Swapsy were like hugging the pillar. Borg was just struggling to heal through everything. They were kind of just pinned on the pillar. And then, it hit us at a certain point in the game where Swapsy was kind of just like, screw it, and like popped Ascendants, jumped in, started playing aggressive, and they completely shifted how they played the rest of the game from there. And then the next game, they did the same thing where they played super aggressive and it looked very one-sided, the other way for them. So I really do wonder if Gators back are going to be able to kind of pull off something similar here, because I do think that when you're playing back, when you're allowing Zhang Bahai to play, in his comfort zone, to always be kind of so far away where the mage is never touching him, never getting any sheeps on him, it's just not a winning recipe, right? You need to get the shaman involved. You need to have them under pressure.
All right, here we go. Empyrean Domain, Gators back immediately locking in the same composition. One of the Zhang, I can imagine, are not going to be making any changes just yet, at least, in the series. They're probably going to realize that they just need to create space. When they got all stacked up on the same pillar, it just became really easy for Daze and Calvish and Cubsy to start getting crowd control on them and maybe talk about what they want to do as far as targeting if Gators back decide to play aggressive overall. But they're taking their time, so they're not just instantly going into this. But I would doubt that they're going to make any significant change. This matchup does look pretty favored towards them for the most part throughout this. But I love that the Gators back just refused to give up no matter what. Like, even with how dire that first game was, basically getting perfected, they flipped the switch, they recognize the mistakes that they're making, and they can adapt to mid-game. I feel like a lot of teams, they fall into the trap of just sticking to this strategy. They think it's the best and riding it through, and it's the teams that can adapt are the teams that are going to overcome in a situation like this. So they're staying locked in with this. Great setups, great coordination. Welcome to the Zhang. I did notice that Prev switched his allocation, so he started using Intimidation on the Mage. I do wonder if that was necessary or not, because it meant that Cubsy was having a lot more free reign in the matchup than in the earlier stages of the game. So maybe it's one of those things where it's like, maybe you do that if it's like your only option. Like, you have no cooldowns and this combust, maybe you stun the Mage, but it kind of felt like they were already behind the pillar. And he threw that stun out, and a lot of momentum was lost with that, I think.
Yeah, no, I definitely hear you. Honestly, I don't mind that, because to me it's like they're just playing it differently than, Direwolves, for example, because they're just using Blinding Sleet to get trapped, right? So like they're using Grip, Blinding Sleet, they trap out of that. They're using Scatter pretty much every time, almost on the Rogue for the most part, to just break up CC chains onto their Shaman, which is part of the reason that the Shaman often doesn't have to trinket for so long, because they're building gaps into the CC by using Intim on the Mage, by using Scatter on the Rogue, and they're kind of using this like Grip Blind Trap to be able to get the priest CC'd. So I feel like they're playing it out really well. Obviously, you have to be flexible. You can't just do one thing. There's never going to be just like one correct choice in the game of who to use your CC on. It's going to be based on the momentum of the game and kind of how things are going. But I do think Welcome to the Jung are really good at how they actually allocate their CC. So really enjoy how they're actually playing it out. But really impressive game from Gators back, because to me it's very important to play aggressive, to recognize there's just some matches in WoW, and it's been like this forever since the beginning of Arena, where you are on a time limit and you must play in their face, and you just have to accept the fact, some games we're going to die way faster and look a little bit silly, but if we just turtle and we allow them to dictate the whole time, we're guaranteed to lose. And this does feel like one of those matchups to me for RMP, where it's like, if you just sit back and do nothing, you will lose. You need to just take risks. You need to be in their face. Yeah, there's going to be some games where things go wrong, you lose all your defenses and you just die fast, but that's playing to win, right? It's instead of playing not to lose, instead of playing to draw it out, you're playing to win. And I think that's really what they have to focus on.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost, I think it's like a mid-game adaptation thing. You need to know when to flip the switch. When is your momentum running out? When should you stall? If you just commit to one, like if you go all in, all aggression, that can backfire. If you go all defense, it's like the Karate Kid. It's like Miyagi-Do and Cobra Kai. Like, if you're going full Cobra Kai, you're going to miss out on some of the advantages that Miyagi-Do defense would give. And you go full Miyagi-Do, you miss out. And much like the Netflix adaptation, the kids learn that they need to be flexible and adapt to their situation. So I think if they run in, I don't think they're going to be able to get away with running in on top of them for the entire game. I think eventually that would come back to bite them. It would eventually cost them. But these players, they're dialed in. We're tied 1-1, grand finals, best of 7, North America. Who is going to be the final champion for the War Within? Our Welcome to the Zhang going to lock in another and sustain their dynasty moving into midnight and keep their momentum? Or will this newly formed roster, Gators back, a fusion of old school and new school, be able to step up to the plate and finally dethrone them? Empyrean Domain, game number 3. We're getting the same matchup. I'm anticipating throughout the entire series now, after that second game, WizK is probably just going to be on the bench. It's crazy to think that players like WizK and Drake are on the bench. Like those guys are monsters in the arena scene, but they're going to have to ride it out on the bench, and here we go. We're zoning in, Israel.
Time for the subs to revolt and make their own team, because that sounds like a pretty nasty start to one. Drake, WizK, they just add one more and you're already a stacked new team for AWC. But these teams, obviously, knowing that they can trust their teammates to be able to get the job done, and looking really evenly matched thus far. Welcome to Jung, crushed game one, but Gators battling back in that second game here. Now we're on a very big open map for the pick here for Welcome to the Jung. I think they really want to keep Zhang Bahai just away from the rest of the squad, kind of like they had in game one, keep him uninvolved in the action. And Prev and Nick looking to punish people as they push out these small pillars on this map, and it's so wide open. As Calvish pushes forward, it's easy to get caught in the middle of the map and just get teed off on by this hunter. As Prev going to hop in on top of Daze, neither of them see each other, but that was very close. And now he's going to get flared out there. Will be opening up onto Nick. Great lightning lasso immediately dropped. Cubsy just life grips him back to safety.
And he's going to try and re-stealth. Void Blast from Cubsy. Team's going to get sustained here. They're not committing anything. They really want to reset this. It's crazy, the fact that these games go for 10 minutes and they care so much about the first 10 seconds. And it's if they can line up good crits, the Rogue Mage can close it out. So Daze gets a re-stealth. Flair's not going to pop him. He moves in. Cheap shot. Finds Prev. They really like if they can open on Prev at the start of the game here. They managed to buy time for the camouflage, but Zhang Bahai just already has healing tide behind the pillar, just easily healing through that. Now he's in a kidney shot. They switch back on Nick. He sees the swap. He anti-magic shields. He pops Icebound Fortitude, breaking through the stun lock. He should be able to sustain through this initial assault, and now Nick is going to start pushing forward onto Calvish. Stun into Freezing Trap, sniped out by Prev, but he's gouged and he can't connect. Nick is soloing Calvish. Is he going to be able to topple him by himself? He's in position. He gets the Strangulate, forcing the Fire Blood from Cubsy right away to break that silence. He's Dragon's Breath. He's going to give up the push, I think, here, but he would have liked to stop that shifting power if he could. Now he's caught in a cheap shot. The Zhang Bahai is there in the back line, and he's line of sight. Look at the positioning. Nick knows he's going to get stunned, so he preemptively line of sights Calvish. Volley is down, and Prev is ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly how Welcome to the Jung want to be positioned. Prev in the center of the map, Zhang Bahai way far away, and then Nick just playing in their face, forcing them onto him. Prev, though, taking a ton of damage. Kidney shot into the cheap shot. He's cheap shot again, got incredibly low there. Even through the pet sack, that combust was just destroying him. Zhang Bahai is going to be gouged up now. Prev still not out of the woods just yet. Will he have to turtle? Looks like he's going to be able to hold on to it. AMS used there by Nick. Nick pushing now back onto Calvish. They're trying to punish him for his go out in the middle of the map. Prev now looking for the aim shot over on a Daze. They want to get the Priest involved. He's gripped in. Cheap shot over on a Nick now. Prev pushing in onto Calvish. Calvish in some trouble. Cubsy's going to get interrupted. There's the Strangulate. He doesn't want to have to trinket this. He already used the race on the last one, but Daze is just peeling everybody. Prev cannot get involved. There's the stun coming in. Trap going to be able to land as well. That's, instant trinket comes out. Calvish still incredibly low. Nick going to pop the Wraithwalk, trying to chase after him, seeing if he can force another cooldown, but Ultimate Penitence should dissuade that.
Oh, Mind Blast. Big damage from Dazed and Cubsy here on Prev, but Zhang Bahai already has Healing Tide Totem down. We got the Anti-Magic Shield available, Abomination available. Nick has a lot of damage available in his pocket here, but Ring of Frost. Oh, that's so smart. Nick is holding Abomination until Ring of Frost is gone, and then his pets can't get crowd controlled as easily, so now he's going to pop them. Nick just has such a high presence of mind. Zhang Bahai, though, gets crowd controlled on his Trinket there. Cheap shot multiple times. Prev disengages away from the mage, avoiding the combustion. Nick is line of sighting Dazed and preventing the stun here with Death Strikes on the pillar. Just immaculate positioning from Welcome to the Zhang. They're in a tight spot now, though, with Zhang Bahai not having to Trinket. Nice double blinding sleet into the double cap stun probably in a moment here. Not able to lay. He traps off of it, but it breaks the damage, so he strangulates to compensate. Huge hit of damage onto Calvish. So close to proccing the Cauterize every single time. Just one more hit would proc it, but they're holding on. Void Blast over here onto the pets from Cubsy to make sure that he can keep healing with that Void Weaver pressure. Calvish is going to blink to the opposite side. They catch Nick in a stun. They would like to go after Prev, though, with him having no trinket. That no trinket window is going to slip by. Nick should be able to survive here, and with every passing moment, Welcome to the Zhang, just burning a little bit more of Cubsy's mana.
Yeah, absolutely are. I mean, Nick just so intelligent when he pushes, realizes when he's in danger, when he is not, going to grip in Cubsy, and they're just going to try to tee off on this Priest. He's going to get mind frozen there. Cheap shot over onto Nick. Nick taking a ton of damage as the combust is going to get popped. Nick gets topped off, though, so now they'll immediately swap over on a Prev. Prev, cheap shot, kidney shot, AMZ going to be dropped down. Prev should be able to survive, and now the rapid fire is coming out. He's trying to turn it around onto Calvish, who's getting crushed right now. Cubsy pulled into the middle of the map. Nice fake cast on the Mind Blast. That's going to be able to allow him to just pump out those Void Blasts.
top his team right back off. But then the Strangulate comes through. That's a Fireblood used again to remove that. Void Blast still getting pumped back out as Prev, not out of the woods just yet, chunked down to about 30% HP, has to disengage back. As you can see, Zhang Bahai was forced to use his Trinket. Daze trying to get up there for the follow-up CC, but he was scattered there by Prev. Now they're going to try to turn around on a Nick. Nick could be in some trouble here, back over behind that pillar, but is going to be okay. Pops the Unholy Frenzy, trying to keep this damage rolling. Prev is just getting locked down so heavily by Daze, though. Comes out of the kidney, gets gouged up, just cannot connect on this mage just yet. But Zhang Bahai still has that big mana lead, and Welcome to the Jung still feeling pretty comfortable because both the DPS do have their trinkets available.
Dazed is locking Prev down, but he dismantles before True Shot. So that's a big window. Prev hits Scorpion Sting. He can silence. He's stunning. He's trapping. He'll probably Scorpion Sting the mage here. He scatters the mage, but he can't get there to Calvish just yet. Is he going to go for the Scorpion? Big explosive shot. Here's the True Shot rapid fire, ripping Calvish to shreds. Proccing his Cauterize almost immediately. Here comes the combustion, but he's just dying. He's burning too quickly. Cubsy can't sustain him. He's trying to, but now they're switching damage to Cubsy. 2 targets are low. Cubsy's stuck in the middle of the map. They could just swap to Cubsy here, but he fakes a kick. Amazing fake by Cubsy. Nick grips him to try and stay alive. He's so low. No trinket, and that is it. Gators back. Take the swing match away from Welcome to the Jung.
What a nice swap there on to Nick. Zhang Bahai had no trinket. He had the link. I mean, his DPS had their trinkets, but Nick didn't have any defensives left. He had nothing. And Zhang Bahai was so split from his DK, couldn't actually get up there in that moment. Wasn't thinking he was going to be able to get knocked down. Great job by Gators back, seizing that opportunity. Such a slim window really to get that kill, because I feel like if they don't get that kill pretty much right here with no Cauterize, Calvish is going to be in so much trouble. I mean, they procced Caught, they got a PS out, they were forcing a lot of cooldowns. Cubsy had no trinket, was very, very low. That fake on the Mind Blast kick was so big. I mean, he fakes the Mind Blast. Nick is trying to get out of LOS here, but Zhang Bahai is just getting CC'd up by Dazed. And the fake, not only is it Cubsy getting a lot of healing out, Cubsy did a ton of damage to Nick there. If he doesn't fake that interrupt on the Mind Blast, he's not pumping out those Void Blasts, I don't think there's any way Nick dies there, and it completely changes the game.
Yep. And then Dazed also realizing that Cubsy's going to do the damage, so he should just stun and not even worry about attacking. So he locks down Prev, so Calvish isn't threatened by him with Gouge.
So nicely done.
And then he moves in and he stuns both players. And then Cubsy fakes the kick, and he's like, all right, Calvish, Cubsy, you guys finish it. I'm going to move in pistol shot a couple times, but I'm going to stay close enough that I can keep stunning Zhang Bahai. So perfect min-max there from Dazed, and Nick is unable to survive throughout the pressure. And they were probably thinking that they were about to win because they just got the Cauterize and so much damage. They were probably not even thinking they could lose the game right there, but just one little tiny detail. Cubsy faking this kick on the Mind Blast. Well, actually got kicked on this one, but faking the follow-up kick afterwards enabled him to do enough damage to squeeze a win and take the swing match.
This is actually really nice. Important. Like, he fakes the first one, and then notice how so a lot of players will do this thing where they fake, and then a lot of melee will try to insta-kick you right after you start it. So Cubsy went about halfway through his Mind Blast, faked it, started his next Mind Blast, and instantly canceled it, and got the Mind Freeze coming through there from Nick. Nick tried to do a really fast pummel, which is like pretty common if people are spam faking, is you try to get them right at the very start or right at the very end. So Cubsy had a great read on that. Kind of just wins out on the mind game, does a double fake. The second one canceled extremely quickly, and able to get that Mind Freeze out of the way, pump out the damage, help to finish off that kill. And that is a huge win in this series. Honestly, so well played by him, and helps to get them that kill.
Yeah, that was a wild play. You can tell that Cubsy's realized like the situations where he maybe was falling short from yesterday because Nick was just shutting him down. It was like in one of the games he just got kicked like 6 times in a row by Nick, and now this time around he's like, no, I'm onto your tricks, Nick, and he's getting the fake casts. And now that they take the swing match, they can get the map advantage in the series for should this continue to go back and forth. So that was a very big win. Welcome to the Jung, going to take it to the cage. Everybody loves the cage. It's a great map just because you can use that volley and it just covers the entire pillar or the barrels. And then if they try and move on the ramp, you can kind of hit them from the top side. So it gives you a big vantage point. So the Hunter teams are definitely taking advantage of it. Teams are locking in their composition, not slowing down too much as far as their considerations. This is likely looking to be the matchup for the entire series, but very important game for Gators back. They finally got their momentum. I was honestly worried after game 1. I was like, man, they just got brutalized. Is this really going to be a 4-0? But they're coming back. They're coming back swinging, not giving up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was, correct me if I'm wrong, this was the one map that Direwolves actually beat them with this comp on, right? They did win that really long game on this map. So definitely is a strong one. I feel like it's really hard to be able to actually stay away from the Hunter. And Gatorsback did such a good job of not actually ever really exposing a Calvish to Prev. And, the Hunter couldn't really connect on him a lot of these times. You see so many moments where Calvish is just like kiting back and he's at 10% HP, pops some shields, but isn't actually having cauterize, isn't actually having to block because Hunter just can't get in his LOS. Rogue is stunning everyone up, gouging everyone up, and he just kind of sits through the CC on his priest, lays back behind the pillar. And that's, I think, a lot more difficult to do on Cage of Carnage.
All right, here we go. We're zoning in 10 seconds away. We've got a series on our hands. Finally, a worthy challenger for Welcome to the JUNG in the North American region. Can Gatorsback steal the crown and seize the throne? The gates have opened and the teams are in. Dazed, he's going to the same position. I wonder if people VOD reviewed and where his flares. He flared right on the spot that Dazed has been going every single time, and Dazed didn't go there. So that flare lighting up that top corner in the center, if Rogue walks into that, he'll get popped out of stealth. So Dazed is smart here. He dodges the Death and Decay on the center ramp as well. So he's going to move to this back right ramp. He's going to a completely different location. He knows they watched the VOD. He's not playing anywhere near where he was in previous games.
Yep, studying how he does start it out. And I mean, sometimes if players do have those tendencies, you can really punish them, in tournament settings, things like this for the Rogue, but also in how players fake. Some players kind of fall into the same routine of how they actually fake cast, and you can kind of catch them by anticipating how they're going to be able to do it. But Prev in the middle of the map here, just kind of chilling, waiting to see, can they knock out Dazed? And as his camo is going to be winding down, I think we're going to have to see them start it up somehow. They don't want this opener to be on Prev, but Dazed is just playing very far back, just waiting out this camouflage. And now I think we're going to have to see Welcome to Jump push in.
All right, rapid fire on Mage here, just breaking through. Bit of shields, but here comes Dazed. Oh, he gets explosive shot. He grapples back in. Where are the cheap shots? He's just not. Oh, the pre-earthen wall. They're going to wait. They're just going to wait. They're going to chill. The earthen wall totems are down. So Jung Bahai. He didn't double, though. He's still got another earthen. He resets that. And he can drop another one right now. He drops the grounding. He pops the Nature Swiftness. Is the Roar of Sacrifice, but is it enough? He feigned death. It should be. The cheap shot. All three players. They're stacking up. Nice scatter on the combustion. That should shut down the remaining damage here. Cubsy fades and fears away from the grip, but he gets caught in a triple binding shot. Prev sets up with a volley. It could be a lot of damage here. Calvish pops off the shield. Nice dismantle from Dazed on Prev. He cannot afford to trinket out of that. He would like to do damage. Nice mind freeze, though, on Cubsy. He's repositioning back to the center of the map. He doesn't want to be stacked up on all these kicks, but he gets pet kicked. So Nick is getting the better hand of this exchange right now on Cubsy. He grips him now with a wind shear into a blind. Cubsy has not had a good time for this past couple of seconds. If they can keep locking him down, they might get a cauterize into a scatter shot. They're very close to it. They use a kick here on the Calvish. They get the trap out of the scatter. Can they force it from him here? He pops another barrier. He should be good. He's actually pulling away, though. Calvish is just fully committing to getting away. He wants to get his combustion reset with a shifting power, but his mobility might be limited on getting back to the fight, and they're punishing by going after Cubsy.
Yeah, they are going to be on Cubsy, but the combust is already up, and it's popped immediately there. Petsack used very quickly as well. Kidney over on a Jung Bahai. Cheap shot on a Prev. They are getting rocked right now. Prev and Nick both in trouble. That's AMS, AMZ, IBF. That's so many cooldowns all used in a row there by Welcome to the Jung. As Gatorsback just pop the combust and then just bounce back and forth between two targets, neutralizing a lot of the power of that pet sacrifice. Ultimate Penitence going to be popped here from Cubsy, trying to keep that pressure rolling here onto Nick. Prev getting kind of crushed right now as Calvish has taken over this pillar, just LOSing on his own pillar there as Prev is going to try to push in. There's the grip in, stun, trap coming through. They're going to land it onto Cubsy, but can they connect onto anyone? Ring of Frost coming out, Dragon's Breath used. Not going to be able to land that onto Jung Bahai, but is going to be able to knock everyone back. Binding shot over onto Calvish. He's going to get grip back in. Finally, you would think Prev could connect, but no. Kidney shot gouge comes out from Dazed. Now he's dismantled. Prev just can't do any damage to Calvish, and he can't get the cooldowns as a result.
Oh, he's connecting a big hit with an instant aim shot. They get a mind freeze on Cubsy. Calvish ducks off to the side here. He's going for shifting power. I really like his positioning with the shifting power to avoid the kicks. He needs that. He needs to get barrier reset and combustion reset with that as much as possible. He's also playing Ice Wall. I've seen him cast it a couple times, and I was wondering when he was actually going to commit it. That could be a game-winning play on the DK when he has no Icebound. Like right now, he's going for the Ice Wall. It's just separated Nick from his team. Can he get to him in time? He wraps around the side into a cheap shot, into another one. They catches the polymorph off the backside. They knock Nick out into the open. What a crazy play. Jung Bahai is out in the corner, feared. Is he going to trinket? He trinkets, but can they re-crowd control anything on him right now? They might win. Spirit Link comes down. And Calvish was sitting on that ice wall. It was such a sneaky play. He didn't commit it last game, and it gets every single cooldown here in game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes now are on the blind. The blind is going to be up in 35 seconds, and Zhang Bahai will not have his trinket available for that. So it's going to be up to the DPS to just try to survive. They do have their PvP trinkets. They're going to have some defensives, but will it be enough is the real question. Blinding Sleet used on Cubsy. They're just going to send it right now. Nick in so much trouble. He's caught in the bomb. He's just getting rocked. The IBF is going to be used. AMS going to be held on to as Calvish looking for the polymorph. Will have to blink back. Trap landed there onto Cubsy, but looked like it got broken, or maybe he deathed it. Mind Blast trying to come out. They're going to try to chase over onto Calvish. He gets the shifting power. He has the combust here in only a couple seconds. Nick has no trinket, no IBF, and there's no trinket for Zhang Bahai, and blind is available. I think this might just be done and dusted. We'll see when they're going to send it. They want to do it quickly before these trinkets do come back up. I think it's going to be Nick as the target. He needs to be so careful about his positioning right now. And here it comes. There's the blind on Zhang Bahai. There's the combust. There's the kidney shot. Do they have the follow-up CC? Cheap shot there to follow it up. Nick trying to survive, but the wall is going to split him up from the rest of the team. The gouge comes down. Zhang Bahai still stuck into that CC. He can't do anything. The pyroblast coming around the wall. Nick barely surviving. Looks like he might be able to live through it. But the dismantle coming out. The Spirit Walker's Grace coming out. Zhang Bahai going to be able to finally top him off. That was such a close call. Gators back just narrowly not able to take him down.
They reacted so fast to the wall, and Target fired it down to be able to heal him. And now they're swapping on Prev, though. Caught in a kidney shot. Void blasts are incoming. Daze is on top of Zhang Bahai, ready to kick him at any moment. They're also pressuring Nick. They swap places with the grip there, and they try to reposition. They have decent damage on 2 targets. That's going to be tough. But fortunately, Zhang Bahai's healing tide. It just came off cooldown. He's going to plop that totem down, put it behind the pillar so they can't snipe it. It's going to recover his entire team in this moment in time. Nick is pulling back towards the pillar here, but Prev has no trinket, and he's out in the open right now with no Roar of Sacrifice for a second. Could be dangerous. Daze grapples in. Prev is still low. Here comes the cheap shot. They're engaging. Massive damage. They catch him. Zhang Bahai refuses to trinket. He's going to get stunned on his trinket. He manages to power through again and top Prev.
Yeah, Prev barely survives. Zhang Bahai doesn't use his trinket. Prev doesn't use his turtle. Nick going to be focused now, though. He has the IBF in a couple seconds, has the AMZ back. They're trying to get a push down here onto Calvish. Calvish out in the middle of the map. He's getting rocked right now. Calvish has no ice block, does have the cauterize, but will it be enough? They are just crushing him. There's the cauterize going to be procced. The PS has already been used as well. Prev incredibly low, too. Prev might just die. He needs the turtle. He's going to hold on to it until just now, as there's the blind. Do they have any CC to follow it up? He's looking for the polymorph, but he's going to get interrupted on it. Nick in the middle of the map is trying to finish him off, but he can't do it just yet. Calvish getting crushed, though. Life grip comes through, but the death grip back there, and a blink away from Calvish gets him out to safety. Cubsy going to get interrupted on the Mind Blast. Now they're going to try to turn it around onto Daze, perhaps. Cubsy and Daze going to be the targets for now as Zhang Bahai pulls way back to the other side of the map. Prev does not have much to work with here. He is that prime target. We'll have the trinket soon. Zhang Bahai has no trinket for 55 seconds, though, and it's going to be problematic for this hunter if he gets caught out in the middle of the map. The combust is ready. Ultimate Penitence is going to be popped. Prev is getting buttered up here. Nick trying to play in the face of Calvish because he has the cooldowns. He has the ability to survive.
Nice scatter.
Great scatter there on a Daze as he was trying to find a swap over onto Nick. Nick going to be able to find the Mind Freeze. Pulls into that cap stun. Both of them going to be stunned up by the cap stun. The power of barrier has already come down onto Calvish. Cubsy going to be looking to put the pressure down onto Nick. The ice wall comes down. Nick is separated from the rest of the team. Has to pop the IBF immediately, and he's going to just run out of there. But now the damage is going to be swapped over onto Prev. Prev in so much trouble. Prev might just die right here, right now. He trinkets, but there's the stun onto Zhang Bahai. He's going to get topped off just barely. The Strangulate over onto Calvish. He has ice block in 3 seconds, and it looks like he's going to be able to live to have it back.
Prev, he saved Roar of Sacrifice and still had to trinket. They've got pressure, full trap, no trinket. That could be it. Calvish's block just came off cooldown. Daze pops evasion immediately. Aim shots are coming. If Daze turns his character to Prev's back even once, it could be over for him. Rapid fires are firing through. They get a silence in onto Cubsy, and I think they are against the ropes right now. It's so much damage on Calvish, but Cubsy fakes a kick. Prev into the kidney shot. Can they pull this off? A full blind with no trinket on the hunter. They're desperate to try and stay alive right now, to try and pull anything out of their hat to be able to win this game. But Zhang Bahai has a trump card here with the trinket Spirit Link Totem. He can pop that at any moment, but there's a smoke bomb, so maybe there's an opportunity to take out Prev. So Prev staying next to Zhang Bahai. Nick, he's trying to get momentum onto the mage. I can't believe that these teams are still alive. A full trap is secured. They could go on to Daze. No evasion. He wraps around the corner. Prev is disarmed. He can't get anything going, but Zhang Bahai does stabilize the team. Somehow Zhang Bahai is actually running out of mana faster from the pressure in this game. Cubsy gets kicked. Calvish still at the pillar. They're waiting for their moment. They're really hoping that they can get a one-shot wonder with the smoke bomb combustion, I think, right here. And Zhang Bahai knows that, so he's pushing in with his team. I like this positioning. There's the triple blinding sleet, and Zhang Bahai can trinket link at any moment if he needs to. They just need to push in and win the game here.
Prev in a lot of trouble, though, himself. He's going to pop the pet sack. There's the AMS. It gets cracked immediately. Prev is going to have to go to the turtle. Nick is in a lot of trouble. The Spirit Link comes down, but everyone is incredibly low from Welcome to the Jung. This Shaman has got so much work to do. His whole team was down about 20% HP, but Jung Bahai able to clutch it out, keep his team alive, and now Dazed is in a world of hurt. Pops the evasion, trying to dodge as much damage as he possibly can. The shifting power going to get interrupted there as Nick pushes forward. Welcome to the Jung sends blood in the water. They're going for it. They're going to try to push in, stack on top of them, look for this kill, but there's a double Dragon's Breath coming through. There's the Ring of Frost down. There's the Dismantle over on a Prev. Gouge on a Zhang Bahai. Void Blast just getting pumped out right now from Cubsy. He finally gets Mind Frozen. Prev is just in so much trouble. Cheap shot over there on a Zhang Bahai, and Prev might just be going down. The AMZ comes through, but is it even enough? A Big Psychic Scream is going to knock Prev out of that just momentarily. Nick is low. Zhang Bahai has no cooldowns on his DPS. He's got to try to pick them up right here, right now. Nick is pushing in. Strangulate going to be used. Calvish now in a lot of trouble. There's a silence over on a Cubsy. Cubsy's in some trouble here too. Nick is down so low, still just hovering around 20-30%. It's 50% dampening. The heals just aren't doing much anymore. Cubsy almost goes down. He's trying to keep everyone up. It's Nick, a race to the finish, and Nick falls down. Prev is going to try to fight it out, but can he finish anyone off? There's a blind over on a Zhang Bahai. He's got no trinket, and Prev has no way to do it. Gators back 3 games in a row are on match point.
What a showdown right there in those final seconds. Like, they are playing with nothing at 50% dampening. One hit could topple them, and they commit to it. They pull it off. They put Welcome to the Zhang on match point, and they have dominated North America season after season. And Calvish has a secret weapon, the Ice Wall, in this match that he pulls out mid-series, almost clutches a kill with it at this moment in the game, where it forced Zhang Bahai to come in and this knock. The wall reposition, knock him into the corner. I thought for sure they were going to win it there, but they don't win it there. Then they Ice Wall Nick again here, and I'm thinking they're going to be able to win this, but Prev is rapid-firing the wall. He knocks the wall down so that Zhang Bahai can heal him out of the gouge and lives at 1% health. 5 minutes earlier in this game went for 5 more minutes after this point between these teams. It is just an absolute slugfest. And when we really consider how game 1 went, I cannot believe this is like a completely different team. They've just been re-inspired on the side of Gators back, and they finally get their first major title. Calvish has been going for this for so long. WizK has been going for this for so long. Welcome to the Zhang have been the gatekeepers. We saw the downfall of Echo in Europe. They've won every single tournament, and today might finally be that day for the underdog, for the Cinderella story, for the Black Horse to finally have their day.
I mean, it's just crazy. You have Echo, who won all 3 cups, had only lost a single series, the entire expansion in the AWC. They lose in the finals. Welcome to the Jung, not as dominant, but still won the last 2 cups back-to-back, only lost that first cup, have been crushing it. And they are now in a position where they are down 3-1 in the grand finals, but we cannot count them out because remember, in that last series, Echo, they were the ones up 3-1, and they lost that series off of the comp change where Limps came in and won 3 straight games. So the question on my mind now is, do we see an adjustment from Welcome to the Jung? They were so confident in this matchup. I mean, Sidu had even been talking about they lost in this matchup, but he was tweeting out saying he thinks it's 70-30 for the DK Hunter, that they should be winning. I think we're seeing that at the highest level. Gators back is showing it's not that kind of matchup. They're just able to kind of outplay, overcome, it does seem. So now, does Welcome to the Jung still have confidence in this comp, or do they actually change it up? You know, because this is so much pressure now. One single loss, and you miss out on that 50K. So you got to be confident in whatever decisions you're going to be making.
Yeah, we don't know how long either until the next one. So you're going to be able to hold that title for some time, I would imagine here. And they're taking their time. They're going to Black Rock Hold. Small map sets them up for some type of cleave. Should they decide to go that route, they could also opt for some type of Shadow Priest comp. I do think that we're underestimating the Shadow Priest into RMP matchup, especially in North America. That's been kind of like a pocket pick for teams like WizK. But no, they're not going to switch it up. They're just going right into the fire with the same composition on Black Rock Hold. I feel like this could backfire on them. I legitimately think Black Rock Hold could backfire on them with the way that Calvish is positioning and how they're getting them stacked up and they're kind of cleaving 3 targets. So every dog has his day, and this might just be it for Gators back on Black Rock Hold. I thought they were going to switch comp. I thought they were going to after that.
I wonder if they're just going to commit more to the Rogue. I feel like that might be the call, right? Because they keep getting Calvish so low, but
every time they get Calvish low, he just gets behind a pillar, and then the rogue just like gouges one, stuns the other, and he just sits there with the priest CC'd for 5 seconds, 10 seconds at 10% HP, and they can never pop his block, they can never get his cauterized. Like, they're never actually getting those big cooldowns. So I do wonder, you know, if you can actually just maybe get the rogue involved a little bit more when rogue is pushing in heavily, try to find those opportunities to really punish him, and maybe, you know, not chase as much towards the mage. Like, maybe that's what they're going to try to mix up. Because otherwise it feels hard to see them winning 3 straight games when Gators back are going to have multiple map picks here. You know, even if you win this one, you have to get through multiple map picks from Gators back to be able to actually pull this series back. So maybe even though it's not a comp change, we could see a strategy change.
All right, gate's about to open here. Both teams play very passive. So Dave's team, they want to dodge Flare and Death and Decay and wait for Camouflage, which lasts a minute. So they're going to try and just, the Death and Decay on one door. Flare just comes down. They dodge everything by staying in the back bunker. And they're just waiting for that Camouflage. They do want to start the game on the Hunter, but they can't see him for a minute. So they're going to have to dodge all of these stealth pops for a minute. Another Death and Decay comes down on the right side, but Daze moves away from it. Prev is moving closer to Flare again. Is he going to be able to find him with it? It's coming off cooldown any second now. Dazed is right next to that Tiger in front of the cage. And he might get popped out of stealth if Prev sees him even for a moment. They will take away a bit of their pressure. Nick just resummoning his ghoul as Cubsy and Cowish were taking it out. Flare comes through to protect Nick to push through the doorway. I like that positioning. And they're just slowly advancing like a siege tank push and StarCraft to get in on their target. And they catch Dazed.
Got popped.
They catch Dazed. Oh no! Into
triple
the
blinding sleep.
Blind.
Yeah, really nice start here. Triple capstun right out of that. How much pressure can they get rolling with this, though? Immediate alter time there from Calvin. Look at Cubsy. Cubsy just got rocked. So did Daze. This damage is coming out of nowhere there as Prev finally is able to just tee off. Kidney shot, cheap shot, blind thrown over on Jung Bahai. They're trying to turn the damage around. Killing spree going to be used here on a Nick as he's throwing in a cheap shot as well. Triple CC coming out from Daze, but he's going to be scattered. The flare comes down. He's rooted up in the middle of the map. Calvish now getting chased into the room here, but they don't want to overextend too far. Daze looking to try to eat the trap from Cubsy. It does not land on either of them. Prev just held on to it. He's trying to go for the ice wall. Going to get mind frozen on it. Cheap shot thrown down there onto Prev. Prev down to about half HP. As there's a cheap shot, there's a sheep on a Zhang Bahai. This could be problems here for Prev. Does he have to use the turtle? He's just going to hold on to it. AMS seems to be enough as that's thrown onto him from Nick. Great interrupt over on a Cubsy as Calvish pulls back, gets the full shifting power. That means he's going to have this combust up pretty damn soon, and that could be trouble for Welcome to the Jung.
I love Cubsy's positioning. He's healing from the outside of the room, realizing stacking would be bad, but he's cap stunned at the moment. Calvish is still low here. Blinding sleep for follow-up. Can Zhang Bahai purge the shield? He goes for the stun. I think Cauterize is going to trigger. Pain suppression is up at 5%, and Calvish refuses to. They purge it off. Massive crash of damage, but Calvish wraps around the corner. The pets are chasing him down on the left. Cubsy's moving in on the right to try and get there to save him, but he's in a scatter shot. Calvish has slowly but surely recovered, even despite that. Dazed eats the freezing trap. Nice positioning from Dazed. Calvish is recovering, and Gators back are repositioning, but the interrupts are coming through onto Cubsy, and that freezing trap is coming off cooldown about 16 seconds. They stun him. They're pushing through probably with the scatter shot here in a moment onto Cubsy, but he barriers again in the room. He's got combustion. He could wall him in the room here. He Ring of Frost all the pets, so he can't get interrupted by the pets or stunned. Nick can't fall for the bait, but Calvish actually abandoned the room. He's going to go for Dragon's Breath. Just a couple fireballs. Here's the combustion. Roar of Sack, Icebound. He shouldn't die here. He should be fine. Nice knock. They're trying to swap to Prev, but he's behind the pillar.
Yeah, they're trying to look for a Prev. Calvish, though, getting rocked right now. Daze has Prev locked down, so he's not joining until just now. The barrier going to be dropped. He does get knocked out of it. Strangulate over there onto Cubsy. He's going to have to trigger it. He triggers the Strangulate, and he gets capstun immediately off that. Can they push in and try to get more? There's a DR trap. Double blinding sleep comes across. Nick is on the run. He's trying to chase after Calvish. Zhang Bahai has him locked down. He's going to have to trigger that as well. As the Ultimate Penitence trying to get casted out. Cubsy's going to get interrupted on that. Daze just will not allow Prev to connect, and if he can't connect, they just can't proc these cooldowns. They can't force the blocks, and now Zhang Bahai into the cheap shot. He actually has to trinket there and link. They tried to get really aggressive, thought they could maybe force some major cooldowns on a Calvish, and instead they end up losing a lot of their big ones from Zhang Bahai.
It's match point, and your Shaman doesn't have a trinket. That is a very tense situation for Welcome to the Jung. Will Gators back be able to secure the throne in North America in the grand finals 4-1? What an unbelievable day. They're in a position where they have them in a checkmate. They have a smoke bomb. They have no trinket on Hunter and no trinket on Shaman, and they've got pressure on DK, baiting the Earth Shield on DK so they can swap onto Hunter in the near future. This is the perfect position for Gators back. Can they close it out? Cubsy pre-fades. He gets kicked, though, on the follow-up. Dazed is ready to go. He's on top of Zhang Bahai. Cubsy is moving in for the fear. Can they close this game out? Ice Wall comes down, but Prev is just out of there. He's in a great position at the center pillar. They have to go on Nick instead. He trinkets immediately, but the cheap shot's for good measure. Can they finish Nick? He's behind the pillar. Great positioning from Welcome to the Jung. Just look at this. They can't connect onto anyone. They survived the stun lock. Insanely good positioning from Welcome to the Jung.
That was so nicely done. That easily could have been the end of the series. That could have been the finals right there. And Calvish now is getting destroyed. Calvish finally is going to have that proc here. He does not have to ice block just yet as Cubsy's trying to heal him through the Cauterize. There's the CC coming out over onto Cubsy. They want to chase in onto Calvish. Nick trying to get there. Cubsy looking for the smites. Daze going to be trying to keep Prev and Zhang Bahai locked down behind that pillar. You can see the kidney shot, the cheap shot coming out, trying to protect his mage. Knockback comes through.
Full
Double
fear.
Psychic Scream. That is big from Cubsy. Can they turn things onto Nick? Instead, they're going to keep chasing Prev, but Prev is going to use this opportunity to try to turn around the damage onto Calvish. Dazed is just chasing after him. Intimidate, Sun used defensively. They're onto the Rogue, try to break up the CC. The Sheep comes through again. Prev in so much trouble holding onto the Turtle. Doesn't want to have to use it right here, but there's the binding shot across all three members. Great play from Prev, and that is going to protect them for now. The Mind Freeze used there on the Ultimate Penitence. Full Trap comes out on the Cubsy. They're pushing out on Calvish. They want to get his block right here. He's got no shields. He's got no Cauterize, but he's kiting for his life. Dismantle comes down. Blind comes down. They're trying to once again rely on this Rogue appeal, and he's always there at the right time just to do it. Great knockback there from Zhang Bahai as Cubsy could not land the fear. Life Gift comes through. Alter Time. Killing Spree used onto Nick. Dazed. Really in trouble now. Has no cloak, has no vanish, has no evasion. They're getting him involved in a big way, and he could be a potential kill target. Nick gonna get stunned up here. Everyone is just teeing off on him. You can see the spam cast from Calvish as well as Cubsy, putting the pressure onto Nick. Zhang Bahai has his trinket back now. About 30 seconds till he has that Spirit Link. Prev wants to get aggressive. Double blinding sleep. Do they have the trap off of it? Let's see. Looks like they do. They land that trap. Maybe now. The double Dragon's Breath is going to keep Calvish alive for now. Great double Dragon's Breath protects him, but the Strangulate comes through on a Cubsy. Calvish still trying to go aggressive, but the AMS deflects the poly. Nick in a lot of trouble. Zhang Bahai trying to pick him back up. Scatter used over on a Cubsy, but still they cannot get the ice block off of Calvish. He just refuses to use the cooldown.
I mean, any second right now, I think he's going to have to pop it. He greets it again with the pain suppression. Critically low in the middle of the map. Blocks at 1% health. Dazed has evasion available to pop if he needs it. And Cubsy is getting trained down by Nick. They're keeping their pressure going onto Cubsy here at a critical moment. Full kidney shot. Trinket Link is the last line here for Zhang Bahai. Will he be able to pop it and save Nick? Cheap shot swap onto Prev. Out in the open. They are so evenly matched. Gators back. So close to a win right now. Can they manage to do it? Calvish is in the room. He is quivering. He is hiding. He is trying to reset cooldowns and bait a go on Dazed. They have Smoke Bomb. They've got a wall. Maybe they can pull this off. But honestly, welcome to the Zhang are in a great spot now.
I mean, look at Cubsy. Cubsy just cast 100 Void Blasts in a row onto Nick. He's getting slaughtered right now in the middle of the map. Nick is going to have to pull back to the pillar. Dampening is really ramping up here, and Zhang Bahai is starting to struggle. There's the kidney shot used onto Nick. Nick is getting grokked right now as the Combust is going to get popped here by Calvish. They're going to try to swap the damage over potentially. Now the Void Blast again coming out here from Cubsy. They're trying to LOS him. Prev in a cheap shot. Zhang Bahai in a cheap shot. This could be it right here, right now. He's not going to turtle. He turtles at almost no HP. Barely survives. Prev hangs on. Finally gets topped off by his Shaman. There's the trap over on a Cubsy. Dazed taking some damage. Double stun there on both the Rogue and the Priest as they're pushing forward onto Calvish. Calvish going to get scattered up. Calvish going to get stunned up now. Kidney shot used there over onto Nick. Nick just getting peeled off again by Daze. He's always there to protect his mage, but is it going to be enough? Calvish on the run here, trying to survive. The smoke bomb comes down. They're trying to turn around on Nick. Nick pulling back here as Zhang Bahai is going to have to trick it, but he gets stunned on it. It's a triple fear. This could be the end right here, right now. AMZ gets dropped. Nick is trying to survive, spamming out these death strikes, and barely he will do just that. But Calvish blinks in, full sheep. He faked out on the interrupt, but Zhang Bahai is going to get broken out of the sheep there. Someone accidentally broke that, and now there's a full trap over on a Cubsy. The pressure is just unrelenting from these two teams. Calvish kiting back, drops the Ring of Frost here, trying to survive as the killing spree comes out there from Daze. Prev now has to get aggressive. They realize that Daze could be a legit target here. He could be in some trouble, but Calvish has the combust, and they have to live through that.
Big swap on Cubsy.
The cloak was used there onto Daze. There's a strangulate over onto Cubsy. Cubsy's going to have to trigger out of that. Cubsy's going to be stunned up. He's going to be trapped up. Nick might just go down right here, right now. The wall comes down. It blocks him off. Zhang Bahai has got to keep his team alive, and he's doing a great job of that. Mind Blast comes out. It gets interrupted. Cubsy's in a lot of trouble. So is Daze. Kidney shot going to be used on Prev. They've got to pull back, Supa.
Oh, triple blind. Beautiful setup on the blind to Prev here. Can they get a cap totem? The lightning lasso barrier comes down. It needs to be enough here. Cubsy needs to get ultimate penitence off. He needs to get it off. His whole team is dead right now. He's going for a mind blast. He's trying to greed it. He's actually getting away with the greed. Void Blast is slowly pulling his team from... No, he's 8 seconds away from a block. 7 seconds away. Void shifts over. Now Cubsy has low health. Daze is low health. Calvish resets his block. Cubsy tops the team. Somehow, some way, both these teams playing on their minds, but True Shot is still up. They can't disrespect it. Cubsy's getting locked out on multiple casts into the Strangulate. like no stone form available, and Calvish could falter if he's not careful, but the block will save him. They could switch on Cubsy. He's trying to get an ultimate penitence. He gets it off. He squeezes it off around the corner. He's going to be able to top the team and recover with the 9-minute mark in this game. Everybody on the side of Welcome to the JUNG has a trinket. Once again, it's a great spot. They've got Roar of Sacrifice, but the damage is so high. Can JUNG behind deal with it again? He's pulled off miracle after miracle, but he gets blink counterspelled by Calvish on match point. I cannot believe it. Calvish blinks in to go for the win. Zhang behind trinkets, but he has no healing right now. Dampening is so high, and I think they've done it. Gators back are the North American champions. They say, see you later, alligator, to welcome to the JUNG. What a remarkable series.
What a finish there from Gators back 4-1. The AWC 2025 North American champions. They make it happen, sticking with the RMP through it all. Able to survive constantly on low health, greed out those cooldowns till they absolutely could not do it any longer, holding on to them for these key moments. And then once they get deep into dampening, the Shaman really starting to struggle. The DK, the Death Strike's not doing much. They're really starting to struggle as well. And we saw how powerful this RMP looked deep into dampening once they get there.
Look at this opener, dude.
I mean, this opener was insane.
I thought they were dead in the opener. Look at this first global. There's all 50% health. But then Cubsy reacted. He was like, all right, we can never stack up ever again. And then Cubsy just positioned like a god for the rest of the game. He'd maneuver with the mage, which is like one of the oldest, tactics in the book, where you kind of like chase your healer around. Like your healer leads you and kind of leashes you around so that you're never stacked up. And their positioning was critical throughout this game. Zhang Bahai, man, he was what an insane healer, man. Like the fact that this is 4-1 is not really doing doing Welcome to the JUNG enough justice, because they had such wild plays in this series, just so evenly matched. But what a tournament, man. Like if there was ever a tournament that you needed to watch for Arena, for the AWC, it would be this Championship Sunday. There's no better way to conclude the season leading into next year. BlizzCon is back. Like I really don't think you could. Like if you've got the VOD and you've got a friend, like this is you gotta give him the VOD, bro. Like he's missing out on something. Like this is by far the best season. Like so many close calls in this final game. Just 9 minutes. And look at Calvish. I can't believe he blinks in aggressively. No block, no cauterize. Blink, counterspell, win the game. Go now. Go. Commits for it. And it actually works. He's able to pull it off. They got demolished in game 1.
I mean, that's the thing when you get late dampening, is all of a sudden your instants don't do enough, right? Like that's the biggest difference, is that Zhang Bahai, when he has all this mana, but like how can he spend it, right? Because you use all your instants, you throw out your Riptide, you do all these things to heal as much as you can without exposing yourself to counterspell. But late in dampening, it's never enough. So then at a certain point, you just have to cast, right? And then when you cast and you get interrupted, you are either dead or you're so far behind that you're going to lose all your cooldowns. And I think that is kind of the difficulty that they have deep in dampening, where RMP, so many instants, it's so much kind of self-sustain and ability to kind of mitigate damage from the mage and the rogue, that they are able to just dominate in a lot of these late game situations.
Whew. Are we all good? Do we need a breather? Do we need to take a sec to take that in?
I was coughing in the middle of the game at one point. I actually had to drink water. I was starting to cough in the middle of the game. I was like, oh my God, like, what? It just doesn't stop. I'm just like, there is no breathing room for the players. There's no breathing room for us on the desk. So I'm hoping we did that game justice. We did that series justice, because what an insane day. Like I love this. I love when teams are pushed to the limit. We see their potential unlocked, and I feel like the War Within has been an amazing expansion for the competitiveness of the AWC, and it's got me really excited now for the future for Midnight. And I can imagine, Welcome to the JUNG, they don't normally do a lot of interviews, but I can imagine Gators back probably do want to get an interview, and I can imagine I'm very excited to hear what they have to say, because man, Calvish has been going for this for a long time. WizK has been going for this for a long time. He gets through it on the bench, but he gets through it. Okay, he got through Sidu, main former rival, and he gets through. He was important through the cup stage. Maybe he would have been important.
When you do nothing on the group project but still get an A,
Oh, that's man. No, I think we will get. Hopefully, we'll get an interview. We're working on that right now behind the scenes, because I do know that when they won Cup number 1, we really wanted to talk to them as well. Unfortunately, I think there was some kind of tech issue.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Didn't enable us to be able to, actually do get that interview. So we'll definitely keep everyone in touch with that. But in the meantime, I mean, let's just talk about today. Like This is the weirdest day of AWC weekend that I've ever seen. Like, if you gave me a bracket for EU and NA in the beginning of the weekend, I would not have put both of these teams winning, both of the underdogs winning, Gators back and Streamer Zone GG, but it happened twice. Lightning has struck twice here in the AWC. But that being said, we do have Calvish on the line here for an interview. Hello, Calvish, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
Am I here?
You are here. Hello, we finally get to talk to you. How's it going?
It's going amazing. I'm dying a little bit playing mage in this matchup, but it's going amazing. Just a little, just freaking out a little bit.
I can imagine, and I don't blame you for freaking out. We were freaking out too. I'm sure you'll see that if you ever rewatch the VOD, but I'm curious, what does this victory mean to you and your team?
It means so much. It's been playing with these guys has been amazing. Obviously we're a new roster, and it's so much fun playing with these guys. We just queue up all the time, and we're just blasting. And to win as our first season together is just really amazing.
Before this matchup, you guys only had a 70% win rate. 70% loss rate against this team. So, and this weekend also was a rematch for you guys against Welcome to the Jung. I'm curious what your difference in approach was the second time around to be able to get that victory.
Yeah, so the thing with this matchup is I have to play in like a very specific way on mage, I feel like, to actually make it so we can win. Obviously, if I stand in the line of sight of the Marks Hunter and the DK are attacking me the entire game, then I'm just going to die eventually. But the reason that Void Weaver is so insane in this matchup is because they can heal me through pillars if I have Atonement on me. So the way I have to play is I peek for Atonement, and then I'm kind of just playing like a single player game where I'm just lining everyone, like even my own teammates sometimes, and just trying to take as little damage as possible to stall for combust, right? But it's very like difficult to like stay in that mindset because it's a very like weird way to play, if that makes sense. So I just kind of
totally,
I guess, had to lock in for this matchup.
Lock in and trust your other teammates as well. I'm
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm curious also for your series against Dire Wolves in the semifinals, what was your strategy heading into that? Were you worried that they had some kind of composition that you hadn't seen before, or a different strategy for that against you guys?
We kind of knew what they were going to play. We figured they were going to DK Hunter. We thought they might RMP in the blind again like they did last time, but we were pretty confident in the DK Hunter, and a lot of the games were just like almost taken as like a learning experience on like how we need to position on specific maps and our target selection, right? So every game for us kind of just got better and better.
For sure. It's been awesome to see, and just an incredible way to end the series for you guys as well. One more question. Not a lot of new rosters kind of find as much success as you guys had for your first season. What do you feel like is behind that success?
To be honest, I think we just have a lot of fun playing. We play all the time. We're just queuing up random comps. We're streaming sometimes and just having a blast,
All right, you gonna stay together for midnight?
Yeah, I assume so, yeah. I'd love to.
So a lot of people were hoping to see WizK. He's got a lot of fans that were rooting for him. Was there any thought that any point in that final series that you thought that you'd bring him in or switch your composition at all?
There was a 0% chance he was going in at all. Shadow Priest is complete trash.
Okay, fair enough. All right, looking forward. Any thoughts on BlizzCon? You looking forward to that?
Yeah, for sure. I think that'll be great.
Any EU teams that you're hoping to play?
I'm excited to play all the EU teams, to be honest. I think that'll be really fun.
Awesome.
I wouldn't say any in particular.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's it.
All right. Any other shout outs you'd like to make or anything you'd like to say before I let you go and celebrate?
Shout out my stream. I stream every day almost. Twitch.tv/Calvish. All of our practice is streamed. Most of it, at least. Shout out to the team. These guys are so insanely good, and it's so much fun playing with them. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to some of the new rosters, actually, in NA. I I was really impressed by a lot of the new teams, like specifically Zozo and Awaken. I was really impressed with both of them this season.
You know, they were really fun to watch as well. I couldn't agree more. Well,
Yeah, for sure.
congratulations once again. Send our regards to the rest of your teammates, and we will see you again next season.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, that was Calvish. Once again, congratulations to Gators back, an incredible series, and congratulations to all the teams as well that made it into the top 4. Welcome to Jung, had an incredible run throughout the expansion. Dire Wolves definitely finishing the season strong. Cats and Dogs also, as they're rising up from the gauntlet and being able to hold their own pretty high here in the top 4 for North America.
Yeah, definitely had a good showing. It was a really fun day of games. Really a fun weekend, honestly. All the way from the gauntlet, we had some really exciting games. A couple teams that almost made this incredible run through the gauntlet, and 2 surprise winners. I think it's absolutely fair to say at the end of the day for our champions in both EU and NA. And I think that speaks a lot to how these other teams are leveling up. It's no longer just a foregone conclusion that Echo is going to win, that Welcome to Jung is just guaranteed to win. So now I'm just really excited to see what the next expansion is going to hold, what AWC is going to look like next year, with all of the changes that are going to be coming in, what comps are going to be the best, what classes will really succeed, and what teams are going to be able to take best advantage of that.
Yeah, could not agree more. Super T's looking forward to Midnight. Anything you're hoping for from WoW Esports, AWC, or the expansion in general?
Just more epic games. I just want it more epic than last time. That is it for me, and it's delivered. I think every season is better than the last one. Every cup was better than the last one. Like this is by far, I think, one of my favorite seasons of all time. Maybe it is my favorite season of all time.
I'm gonna say it's my favorite season
for AWC. Like, we had such a wide range of specializations. I think by the end of this, the only spec we didn't see that isn't a tank, I think, was a Fury Warrior. I think every single spec except Fury Warrior was played at some point on broadcast. I'm pretty sure.
That's pretty cool.
Between all of the days, not just like today, right? Like between between every tournament day this season, we've seen, and maybe Fury was actually played in the earlier cups.
Don't worry, no one's going to fact check you, so you can say whatever you want.
Oh yeah, no, I won't say
scour through all of the VODs, upload them.
Someone's gonna send you an angry DM. You forgot about their spec. But what about you, Azael? I'm curious, just kind of looking over this season. What was your favorite moment? What your favorite takeaway?
I think it has to be the finals, right? For me, I mean, I just think seeing new champions, seeing how excited the players are after they get a big win, especially seeing Echo finally get taken down, who just looks like they're impossible to beat generally. It was just really cool to see how excited they were, right? Like, and see the interview and see how hyped up the players are, how much fun they're having playing together, and same kind of vibes from Calvish, right? Just talking about how much fun they're playing, they're having playing together. Like, that's what the game should be, right? And I think that's a beautiful thing for sure. So had a lot of fun. I kind of got to swoop in just for the finals and had a blast working with you all once again. It's always super fun getting to come back to my roots with some WoW PvP.
It's been great to have you, but let's see where you ended up. Speaking of you, Azael, let's see where you ended up on the
predictions today weren't so hot.
The new guy. I feel like you may still be towards the top. I'm curious where we ended up. Okay. Zico Super T's, you getting up there? How do you feel about that, Sid? You're not ending at the bottom this time.
I wish that I had switched my predictions around to go with Big Mix, because then I would have been tied at the top, and I could have been like, I'm just like the teams. I started at the bottom, and I got to the top the same way. I've been at the bottom of the predictions like every weekend. All right, I've been bullied every weekend. Okay,
really
and
proud of you.
I got my time. Every dog has his day. And I finally had my moment here. So I'm very proud of myself. I'm giving myself a personal applause. Okay.
I know, I'm really proud of you. But streamerzone.gg, Gators back, definitely had their moment. They definitely had their day this weekend. So make sure you're congratulating them in the chat and, on Twitter, in their Twitches as well. Kava shouted out his Twitch stream, and be sure to check that out. But thank you, everyone, so much that did support us this weekend. Of course, there's the bracket for EU as well. 4-3 was how that finals ended up. And I think Super T's already mentioned it. If you haven't seen it, check out that VOD, send it to a friend, clip it, make some fun shorts about it. There's just so much content that happened over the course of this weekend. And just once again, huge congratulations to streamerzone.gg as well as Gators back. But guess what, chat? That is not the end of WoW Esports. There's plenty more to be had. The MDI will be live Monday through Wednesday with the CN Regional Group Stage rebroadcast, as well as Friday through Sunday with the Global Finals. And those teams are playing out of their mind. It has been incredible to see what they are capable of with those incredibly high keys. So definitely be sure to check that out. Fun Friday through Sunday for the Global Finals of MDI. And as well, the Arena World Championship, as well as the Mythic Dungeon International Finals will be returning to BlizzCon in 2026. The next wave of BlizzCon passes are available starting November 18th. If you haven't gotten your hands on those yet, you can visit blizzcon.com for more details. And also, finally, the Midnight Beta Test is also live if you haven't been playing that and checking it out. I know a lot of us here on the desk have. Players who have opted in can be selected to be testers, and players who upgrade to the Epic Edition of Midnight will also gain access to the beta. You can get more details at blizz.ly/midnight beta. So thank you guys so much for watching. There's a ton of people that worked really hard behind the scenes to make this show possible as well. Production, mods, observers, and all kinds of people that made this happen. So be sure to send some hearts in the chat for them as well. But that is it. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and we will see you in midnight. Goodbye.
Bye.